The door to the store opened, letting in a young man who was looking sullenly in front of him. He did not respond in any way to the greetings of the employees, just as gloomily headed straight for one of the racks. The boy raised his head, carefully studying the products that were in front of his eyes. On the shelf were several triangles of rice kimbap, next to which lay several other snacks. Stretching his hand forward, the young man thought about the fact that he got all this in order. Grabbing one of the kimbabs, he thought that it had too hard rice and too little filling. In his imagination immediately appeared plates with various dishes, such as ribs, ham, and in the center stood a bowl with rice, egg, mushrooms, and spices. The boy grabbed one of the beer bottles off the shelf, thinking that it had a rather obscure taste and a small amount of gas. But he wanted to have in front of him now a mug of cool, carbonated hoppy drink, which would have a big foam and a rich smell. Approaching the cash register, he unloaded purchases onto the belt, after which the cashier told him the amount. When the young man returned home, the apartment greeted him with cold silence. Realizing that he was finally alone, he tiredly exhaled into the emptiness of the house. The boy took out a kimbap from his bag and began to unwrap it, which was accompanied by a rustling of the packaging. He sat on his bed, looking at his modest dinner and deep in thought. His gaze was indifferent to everything that was happening, and he did not show any interest in anything. For a moment, the young man closed his eyes, imagining the place where he would like to be now. Suddenly, a commotion was heard around him, which made him look up in surprise. Many people suddenly appeared around, joyfully raising glasses with foam, greeting the woman who was carrying a fried chicken in her hands. The young man looked in front of him in surprise, not understanding what was happening. However, he quickly pulled himself together and smiled, raising a mug with an intoxicating drink in front of him. On the table in front of him were wings and honey sauce, a large berry pie, and fried meat. Suddenly, Cho Yisu felt sweat pouring down his face in a hail of sweat. And when he realized the reason for this, he cursed loudly. He got up from the sofa and pointed the remote at the air conditioner, which suddenly stopped working. Putting his hands to his sides, when the equipment did not start working again, the boy cursed again. Cho Yisu belonged to those people who had a mediocre mind, but were distinguished by a very great love of work. He was born in an absolutely ordinary family, studied at a school for boys, then joined the army and entered an engineering college. After studying, the boy immediately got a job in a fairly well-known company. However, 8 years ago, his life was radically turned upside down. First of all, Cho Yisu unexpectedly lost both of his parents, who died suddenly. After that, for 4 years, he simply existed, often hiding with his head under the blanket and his hands around his knees. The young man thought about what he had to do now. Barely gathering his thoughts, Cho Yisu got a job at a small game development company. He was distracted from his thoughts by the smell of smoke, which, according to the young man, was coming from a neighbor. Reaching for the doorknob, he decided to check if there was a smell coming from the street. However, after opening them, Cho Yisu froze, staring in front of him in surprise. In front of him in the doorway was a bright blue light that shimmered with different shades. Staring in front of him in shock, the boy thought he was seeing a space gate. The young man sat down on the sofa and decided to watch the latest news from Seoul, but he could not find anything about the phenomenon he had seen. He patted his back, regretting that it wasn't a time travel portal. However, the young man decided that since he had such an opportunity, he should take full advantage of it. Cho Yisu remembered that he had once read about something like this and knew that it was possible to create various things there and bring them here. He took the book and tried to carry it through the blue vortex of the portal. However, in the next moment, the boy froze, looking in front of him in shock. The young man looked at the way the book rested against the soft portal at first glance. Realizing that objects cannot be moved from this side, he put his fingers to his chin and thought. Now he wondered if he would be able to turn back on his own if he entered the portal. Deciding that it didn't matter to him, Cho Yisu raised his hand and held it out in front of him. Not knowing what would be waiting for him on the other side, the young man closed his eyes tightly. Taking a step forward and feeling like you're on the other side, Cho Yisu flattened them in an instant. In front of him, he saw a large, spacious room, which was furnished with tables, and in the corner there was a stove and a bar counter. Looking around, the boy thought that there was no problem with his clothes remaining on him. Staring in front of him in shock, he thought that judging from where he was, he found himself in some country town. Cho Yisu even assumed that he was even in some kind of game, so he decided to check for a status window. However, even after trying to check his skills and inventory in the air, nothing appeared in front of him. The young man lowered his head, realizing that he was in an unknown place without any skills. However, he decided to assess the situation around him, so he resolutely looked in front of him. Noticing a window, Cho Yisu slowly approached it to look outside. Against the background of the starry night sky, the blades of a large mill stood out, which testified to the medieval style. Outside the window, you could see a beautiful garden, in which there was a small well and brightly lit lanterns. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a glow coming from the table next to him. Turning his head in that direction, the boy saw several sheets of glowing paper there. Taking them in his hands, Cho Yisu read that he was holding a spatial gate contract in his hands. It said that he could pass through the gate at any time and open it anywhere. However, the guy can perform these manipulations only twice on each side. He was very surprised by the words about the bag that contained subspace. Turning his head, Cho Yisu looked at a small case lying nearby. A bag with a subspace was an object that could connect different spaces. Also, an important aspect was that she had certain weight and time restrictions. At the same time, it should be taken into account that it does not matter what exactly will be brought into the space, but you could take only gold with you. Carefully reading the words written in the contract, Cho Yisu finally reached the last point. Seeing the amount that was indicated there, he stared at the paper in a daze. It said that the boy received 1,000 gold coins as initial capital, and 1 gold coin was equal to 100,000 won. Cho Yisu now noticed that there was a chest of gold coins in front of him. He even thought that it would be possible to melt them and transfer them to his world, but realized that this could cause inflation. Continuing to study the contract, the young man read that it ceases to be valid upon the death of the owner. In addition, after signing, he automatically begins to speak the language of the Erman Empire. He was given 7 days to think about the decision to sign the contract, after which this information will disappear from his memory. Cho Yisu took a deep breath, surrounded by magical energy and contemplating a decision. Looking down at the contract, he thought he wouldn't need that much time. The boy held out his right hand and placed it on the contract, agreeing to its terms. Right after that, Cho Yisu felt a rather noticeable gust of wind hit him in the face. The sheets of the contract dissolved and flew around in bright yellow-hot tongues of energy. The young man thought about what exactly he would become in the new world, assuming that he could become a nobleman or a feudal lord. He saw becoming a wizard as another option for his new identity. However, this did not worry him much, since most of all the boy wanted to live, enjoying small joys every day. Cho Yisu was distracted from his thoughts by a stern female voice that asked him if he was going to eat. Turning his head, the young man saw a woman who put her hands on her sides and asked if he did not like her dish. The guy rushed to convince her that everything was fine, and he just thought a little. As she let out a labored breath, Cho Yisu thought that his current situation would not be enough for complete satisfaction. With shining eyes, the young man looked at the table where the dishes were in front of him. Before him, he saw a basket of fragrant bread and a bowl of hot soup. Some time ago, the boy was returning home and froze in front of his phone screen. Cho Yisu knew that he had become younger for life in the new world, but he did not expect such a noticeable change in his appearance. When he returned to his apartment, he was happy to see that the gold he had brought with him had turned into money. The young man planned to test how effective it would be, but he got very tired and fell asleep on his bed. The next day, he bought several things that were important to him, and now, looking in the mirror at his new face, he thought that it looked like he had spent 100 million on it. The boy noticed that he became much more attractive with his new appearance, as his skin and hair became noticeably lighter. In addition, the shape of his nose had changed, so now the tip of it was slightly raised upwards. Upon returning to the other world, Cho Yisu decided to check if the cell phone would work here. However, seeing that it was not working, I thought that it was quite expected. Taking a look at the clothes that were more appropriate for the place, the young man decided that there was no point in using a mobile phone. After changing his clothes, he decided to look around to understand where exactly he was. Taking steps on the wooden floor, the boy thought about the fact that yesterday the area seemed rural to him. Cho Yisu went to the window and opened it sharply, trying to get a better look at the surroundings. Seeing the mill, the stream, and many trees, he realized that he was right in his conclusions. Looking at the beautiful view, the boy smiled widely and his eyes shone with delight. He was so engrossed in exploring the new world that he didn't even notice the woman watching him at first. Turning his gaze to her, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that this could be a local resident. Sweat covered his face profusely as he thought, should he say hello to the woman? However, when she herself asked him who he was, the young man lowered his gaze tensely. When he introduced himself, the woman put her finger to her lips and uncertainly repeated his name. To her question about whether the stranger had received permission to use the house, he replied that he planned to stay there for a week. Pointing her finger somewhere in an unknown direction, the woman invited him to breakfast. Seeing the doubts, she wanted to turn around and leave, but Cho Yisu shouted that he was already leaving. The woman led him into a sun-drenched room where various jars of twists were on the shelves. Looking at the plate of soup in front of him, the young man thought that the dish looked quite simple. However, his lips stretched into a satisfied smile, as despite its simplicity, it looked quite delicious. Immediately, memories of beer and kimbabs he ate at home came to mind. so he decided that it would be better to eat local food. The young man looked down at the dish again, and suddenly one thought came into his head. Looking around the house, he asked her name, to which she introduced herself as Maggie Humphrey. While the woman told where her husband and son were at the same time wondering where the stranger came from, the soup slowly poured out on the table. Hearing that he had come from Seoul, Korea, Maggie assumed that such a long journey might have tired him out quite a bit. Deciding that the dish was mature enough, Cho Yesu thought it was time to try it. He broke off a piece of bread, noticing that he had not been given a spoon, from which he concluded that the soup was eaten by dipping the bread into it. He remembered that he had seen something similar to this in Seoul, and in front of my eyes was a large bowl with sausages, egg and noodles and sauce. Seeing his dreamy face, Maggie asked him if he wanted to eat. Cho Yesu rushed to assure him that he was just about to start eating, to which the woman advised him to eat until it cooled down. Heeding her advice, the young man dipped a piece of bread into the thick soup. Immediately after that, he sent the pastry to his mouth with a satisfied smile. At how delicious it was, Cho Yesu even froze for a moment as he stared in front of him in shock. The bread was slightly stale, but if you dipped it in the dish, the taste was simply incredible. The soup had an incredible taste that couldn't even be compared to the quick dissolving broth. A possible reason for this could be that the dish contained a lot of corn. As he popped another piece into his mouth, Cho Yesu thought that there wasn't much spice here, but he even liked it. The only thing he would have added for better taste was black pepper. It was with this question that the boy turned to the housekeeper, which surprised her a lot. She looked at him suspiciously and asked if he didn't like the taste of the dish. The young man rushed to assure her that this was not the case, but in Seoul, everyone adds spice to their food. When he said that black pepper was quite cheap in Korea, Maggie replied that it was a luxury available only to the nobles. When he asked how expensive it was, the woman waved her hand, saying that she had never bought one. Realizing that the household did not like such talk, Cho Yesu said that the bread and soup tasted amazing, and he had never tasted anything better. To her surprise, the boy, who was not very old, said that the bread had a bright taste of rye, and the soup, due to the large amount of corn, was simply incredible. Maggie stood listening to him with her arms crossed over her chest. After that, she advised him to talk less and just eat, and turned her back. But Cho Yesu noticed that a smile appeared on her lips. Satisfiedly continuing his meal, the boy thought that he was telling the truth, and since her family were farmers, it was easy to get the ingredients. Meanwhile, Maggie sat down by the window to sew. Turning to her, the young man asked if she could share the recipe, to which the woman admitted that she simply uses everything she can get her hands on. Suddenly, the hostess looked up at the guest and looked at him carefully. In the next moment, Cho Yesu stared in surprise at the woman, who got up from her seat. Maggie glanced at the visitor and told him to follow her. Looking around and admiring the garden and the mountains, Cho Yesu thought that the air here was very fresh. Without even turning her head, the hostess commanded the boy to follow her. Fascinatedly looking ahead, the boy asked a new acquaintance what the name of this village was. Hearing the answer, he enthusiastically tried to repeat the name, getting used to it. However, he was distracted by Maggie's voice, who told him to look carefully at the table under the tree. There was a basket of cornmeal, the Humphreys' homemade butter, and Lauderin onions. To begin with, the woman said that it is worth melting a piece of butter, then cut the onion into small rings and fry. At the same time, Maggie threw the named products into the cauldron, which made a loud sizzle. She explained that in this way the soup will have a sweet taste. Looking at the caramelized onions, Cho Yesu thought to himself that he had no idea that they could be used in corn soup. After that, the householder picked up a bag of cornmeal. Hearing that she bought corn from a merchant and would have to play with it, the boy concluded that this grain was not popular. Taking a handful of flour in her fist, Maggie said that rich people like fine grain. Grabbing a spatula, she stirred the onion in the cauldron a little more to prevent it from burning. After that, the woman said that it is worth adding a mixture of milk and water and cooking the dish over low heat. In a few minutes, the cooking was completed and there was fresh, fragrant soup in the cauldron. Cho Yesu let out a loud breath as he gazed mesmerized at the cauldron of delicious food. He was surprised that the recipe was so simple, so he decided to ask the housekeeper about it. She took a pinch of salt and dropped a few crystals into the finished soup. The young man thought that the recipe and preparation looked quite simple. Maggie grabbed the cauldron and carried it into the room, throwing it over her shoulder to let it cool a little. The guy put his hand in his pocket and said that he would like to thank her for inviting him to the table. Handing her a mirror, he asked her to think it was a thank you for feeding him. The woman took the object in her hands with interest and began to examine it from all sides. Opening it, the hostess looked at her reflection in the mirror in shock. Watching her reaction, Cho Yesu thought that the woman didn't like his gift. Although at that time she thought that she had never seen such a clean mirror, so it could have a rather high value. In the next moment, Maggie pushed the lid and closed the mirror with a loud click. Handing it to the boy, she said it was too expensive, so it wasn't worth it. When the woman started pushing him out without listening to the explanation, the young man asked where he could find the library. Left alone on the road, Cho Yi-soo thought about his lack of sincerity. However, he decided that first he needed to visit the local library. Suddenly, someone's shadow flashed in the window of one of the houses. A figure of a fair-haired young girl with pointed ears appeared from behind the curtain. But she watched him carefully, never taking her eyes off his big brown eyes. However, in the next moment, she abruptly hid behind a dark curtain, which caused a strand of blonde hair to flutter near the window. Watching her, Cho Yi-soo thought that she must have been his neighbor. He looked around, heading for the central square where the library would be. The young man thought about the fact that on the way here, he counted as many as 20 buildings that looked like residential buildings. Finally approaching the old mill, Cho Yi-soo noticed that the destination was also located here. Opening the door, he stepped inside and apologized for disturbing him. The boy answered him, biting off a piece of pancake at the same time. He greeted the guest with a broad smile, ignoring the crumbs on his face. After saying hello, Cho Yi-soo thought he was about 30 years old, but he did not look like an ordinary librarian. In addition, the boy's attention was drawn to the fritters with berries lying in the plate in front of him. When the librarian said that they had not met before, the young man replied that he was an adventurer and decided to stop here. Looking around, he realized that there were only 50 books, so he concluded that they were rare here. Turning his gaze to the librarian, the boy now understood why he was guarding this place. Picking up fritters, the gentleman asked the guest if he was looking for something specific. Raising his finger, Cho Yi-soo asked if he could provide him with a map of the Erman Empire. The librarian joyfully raised his hands and asked him to wait a moment. After some time, with a broad smile, he handed him the tattered binding. At the same time, he said that only residents of the village can take books with them, so you will have to read the map here. Sordillo crossed his arms over his chest and carefully watched how the stranger unfolded the map. In the old binding, several pages darkened by time with torn edges were visible. Cho Yi-soo noticed that the librarian was very excited, so he decided to be careful not to tear the map. He understood very well that in such a case he could also be torn to pieces. The map of the empire was drawn up 3 times, but no markings were visible on it. The young man was surprised by what the map itself looked like. He could see no mark on it except the outlined coastline and the continent itself. The librarian explained that in the Erman Empire it was forbidden to put cities or towns on the map. However, he confidently pointed his finger at one point and said that Lauterin was right here. Zdruvalo confirmed the visitor's guess that all this is happening because of the war. That is why detailed maps were now either in the royal family or in the military. Frowning, Cho Yi-soo hoped that the war would not affect him, as he did not want to join the army in this world. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was better to die than to join the local army. The young man heard a negative answer to his question about whether wars are a common thing for them. The librarian explained that now the empire is protected by a family of wizards, so no one dares to attack them. Cho Yi-soo was happy at this news, as it meant that he would not have to join the army here. The librarian introduced himself as Hans, adding that he was responsible for the hard work in the village. The boy offered him to become friends, since there were few boys of their age here. Cho Yi-soo agreed, holding out his hand and saying that he was 23 years old. Hans was very surprised because he looked younger, but he answered that he was 17. Hearing this, the young man looked at his new acquaintance in a daze. He added in his mind that it must be so, because Europeans grew up faster than Asians. Suddenly, his attention was drawn back to the fritters Hans was munching on when he entered the library. He explained that his delicacies are called bread with raspberries. For him, first it was necessary to bake pancakes and let them lie down for several days. After that, they could be sprinkled with various spices and additives. And this time the boy decided to use crushed raspberries. When the librarian offered him a piece, Cho Yi-soo smiled and thanked him. Having received a delicacy in his hand, the young man thought that raspberries on hard bread did not look too appetizing. So he was interested in the question of whether this dish would be similar to the rice crackers he knew. Taking a bite, the boy thought that it was quite hard. He turned his head to Hans and asked where the nearest port town was, to which he heard it was called Pusing. The librarian poked his finger at the map, indicating one of the points where the city should be located. His finger shifted to the side when the guest asked about the largest city in the empire. Scratching his head, Hans replied that he had never been to the city of Ermania before, but he had heard about it from merchants who visited the village. Cho Yi-soo thought that it would take a month to reach the capital, even if traveling by wagon. Suddenly, shouts were heard on the street announcing the arrival of merchants, which made the boys raise their heads. The appearance of this guild interested the young man and made him think. Hans exhaled enthusiastically and asked if he could come back tomorrow. Noticing the surprised look, the librarian explained that he had to meet with the merchants, adding that he could also find something in them. After hearing this, Cho Yi-soo looked at his interlocutor in surprise. They went together to the square, where shopkeepers and buyers always gathered. It was quite crowded there, as many wanted to buy the goods presented at the fair. And here you could see soldiers who were keeping order in the market. Looking at all this with big eyes, the boy exhaled enthusiastically. He turned to his new friend with a big smile on his face. However, he was surprised to notice that he had already passed the mark, and now he was standing here alone. Meanwhile, Hans, ignoring no one, ran to the tavern in front of which they were standing. At the entrance, the young man noticed Mrs. Humphrey, who was also hurrying to the tavern. Unlike them, Cho Yisu ran in the other direction, deciding to return to his place to take some money. When he jumped into his apartment, he was surprised to find that his clothes had disappeared from his body. Remembering that he could not take clothes from that dimension with him, the boy stretched his lips in a smile. Looking down, he noticed that a subspace bag was lying at his feet. Turning on the water in the bathroom, the young man thought about what it could be worth more than gold. In his opinion, it was better to live in that house, so it was worth moving his things there. Approaching his closet, the boy decided that he would not need clothes. As he was getting dressed on the other side of the gate, Cho Yisu thought that walking through it in just one pair of underpants felt quite strange. Crouching by the bed, the young man decided that it would be safer to hide his gold under it. For now, he decided to take 2 coins with him to buy something for himself at the fair. When the boy came to the tavern, he saw farmers selling pumpkins. In addition, there were a lot of people who carried goods in whole boxes and shouted something loudly. Cho Yisu smiled, realizing that he still had time, so he decided to go inside. There were also many men in the tavern itself carrying large boxes in their hands. Looking at the various people who were present here, the young man thought that there was simply an exciting atmosphere. Suddenly, he noticed Mrs. Humphrey and called out to her, much to her surprise. Looking at the boy, she warned him that he would have to wait a bit and asked if he would mind. Hearing that she would soon bring him food, Cho Yisu sat down at one of the tables. He thought about what the local beer might taste like. Maggie's voice pulled him out of his thoughts as she handed him a drink. On the table stood a large mug with a heady, foamy, dark amber liquid. Suddenly, one of the drops of foam could not hold back and rapidly rolled down the wall of the mug. Not wanting to lose a single drop, Cho Yisu grabbed the dish and put it to his lips. The one had a spicy taste of grain but gave the other bright fruit notes. And although he never liked warm beer, now he wanted to take another sip. However, the young man was distracted by Maggie's voice, who asked him to wait a little. The woman came almost close to him and looked at the boy sternly. The landlady warned him that 1 more mug of beer would cost 1 silver and 5 copper coins. Putting her hands on her sides, she added that he must be paid first. Wasting no time, Cho Yisu held out 1 gold coin, hoping that would be enough. Instead, the woman handed him the palm on which lay the rest of the payment. Remembering the amount demanded by the household, the young man calculated that 1 gold is worth 10 silver. When he said that it could be considered payment for lunch, she added that he had just paid for everything. In addition, the woman explained that a pint of beer in their lands cost 2 copper coins. Grabbing the mug, the boy decided he could enjoy a drink while he waited for his food. Placing it to his lips, he took several large, delicious gulps. After that, he took a deep breath and smiled widely, and tears appeared in his eyes. Cho Yisu thought about the fact that the taste resembled the taste of ale he used to like. Besides, they could drink beer here instead of water. He remembered that he had once read that when there was no drinking water, people drank wine and beer. Looking around and looking into the hall of the tavern, the young man noticed that there were quite a lot of people here. Getting up from behind the bar, he decided to go and talk to the locals. Suddenly, Hans's voice was heard from behind, and he asked in surprise if he had also come in to eat. Returning to the big man, Cho Yisu asked him if he wanted to join, to which the librarian explained that it was very important to dine with the family in Lauderin, but he could ask if his parents would let him go. Suddenly, Mrs. Humphrey came up to them carrying a bowl of soup and several loaves of bread. Looking at the bowl of steaming stew and fragrant bread, Cho Yisu let out a loud breath. He looked enthusiastically at the dishes, anticipating the extraordinary taste. As the boy was sending a spoonful of stew to his mouth, Hans's voice was heard nearby, saying that he could keep him company. Looking at the table, he added that since it's summer, they didn't have time to marinate the meat properly, but it will still be delicious. Waving his hand, the big man offered his friend to go to the merchants together a little later. Left alone, Cho Yisu thought about how the locals tried to eat the meat before it spoiled. He really liked the taste of the juicy pork and the texture of the stew itself. In his opinion, many different herbs and salt were used for such a taste. His gaze turned sad as the dish reminded him of how his mother used to cook it. Instead of chicken and sauce, she made regular fried chicken. And there was samgyeopsal instead of ribs with spices and crab with soy sauce instead of crab with spices. His mother always cooked spicy food and he used to like it, but now he wasn't into it. The boy happily bought his mother's food when she offered it to him while cooking. In addition, His mother constantly told him to always eat breakfast with other people. Smiling broadly, the woman explained that food always tastes better at the company. After some time, everyone present got up from their seats and went towards the door. Hans appeared again near Cho Yisu, who asked what his future plans were. Mentioning pork stew, the young man replied that he was planning to go to the merchants. Without wasting time, the boys went to the square where the fair was located. There were quite a lot of things, from clothes to cutlery. Cho Yisu turned his head in interest when he noticed Mrs. Humphrey standing not far from them. The woman looked in amazement at the small mirror lying on the nearby bench. Hearing that it was worth 8 silver coins, the young man thought that his mirror was better. The thought suddenly appeared in his head that if he sold 3 mirrors a day, he would become a millionaire. Meanwhile, Maggie was already discussing other offers, and the merchant drew her attention to another mirror created by the wizard. Suddenly, a voice came to Cho Yisu telling him that he hadn't seen him here yet. He turned his head and saw the shopkeeper asking where he came from. While Hans ran off to look at something elsewhere, the young man explained that he had come from Korea. When the merchant said that he had never heard of such a thing, he added that he was lucky to get out of there alive. Putting his fingers to his chin, the boy asked him how much his spices cost. He said that he takes 6 gold coins for 1 pound of black pepper. The same price was in his shop for nutmeg. His sugar cost 1 gold coin, and he took only 2 silver coins for salt. After conducting elementary mathematical calculations in his head, Cho Yisu calculated that a kilogram of black pepper would cost 12 gold. It turned out that in his world, it would be worth a little more than 1 million. Frowning, the boy asked the shopkeeper if such a price was kept throughout Armenia. After hearing that the prices did not vary much from place to place, Cho Yisu thought about it. He explained that considering the costs of transport, rent, and taxes, it would be possible to sell spices here cheaper. Noticing the shopkeeper's reaction, the young man guessed that the prices were so high because there were many peasants here. If he could find a way to sell them here, he could become the richest man in the empire. The thought of this brought to mind his manager Park, who never let him work properly. He would come to Cho Yisu's workplace every time, constantly whispering something into Cho Yisu's ear. In this world, the boy could very well become a great man of great influence. And then Park would be absolutely unable to do anything to him, remaining just a worthless insect. Cho Yisu was so engrossed in his thoughts of humiliating the manager that he didn't even notice the shadow following him from behind the tree. The girl looked at him intently, never taking her eyes off the guy. When asked how much it cost to deliver pepper, the shopkeeper said that he could not tell him everything. However, he frowned when he heard that in a foreigner's homeland, black pepper is worth almost a penny. Cho Yisu added that if they could come to an agreement, he could supply it at a reasonable price. Exhaling, the merchant said that the transportation cost 3 gold, but he was wondering where exactly the continent the boy came from was located. Cho Yisu thought that he should have talked to the other shopkeepers before making a decision. He in turn rehearsed, offering the stranger to sell him all the black pepper he had. Putting his fingers to his chin, the young man smiled slyly and said that was why there were not enough goods. The shopkeeper explained that as soon as the pepper ships arrive at the port, the blue bloods take it apart in minutes. Also, one of the ships had recently sunk, so he was only able to get 5 pounds of spice. Cho Yisu now understood where the price of pepper came from this time, but he apologized and said that he didn't have any at the moment. The shopkeeper handed him a small piece of paper with something written on it. There, the young man read that it was the business card of a spice shop by Colin McWall. As he walked on, Cho Yisu thought about what else he could find here, when he saw a boy sitting under a tree. He approached him and asked if he was a local, making the boy look warily at the stranger. Frowning, he said that he was absolutely not a boy, since he was already 10 years old. He looked suspiciously at the young man and asked where he had come from. The stranger's reply that he came from Korea made the boy accuse him of lying. After hearing this, Cho Yisu lashed out at his interlocutor in surprise, not expecting such a reaction. He explained that he had read hundreds of books, but in none of them did he find a mention of such a country. The young man thought, as he had no idea what to answer now. However, he quickly found his way and said that he has been a traveler for 23 years, but still does not know everything. The boy frowned, but introduced himself as Mino Strive, the son of a commodity expert. He smiled and suggested that since he had read thousands of books, he must be very rich. It was at this moment that Cho Yisu remembered that thousands of books were equal to several 100 million won here. Looking at his interlocutor, the boy said that he still had a question. He handed him a mirror and asked him to look carefully at the object. When asked how much it could be sold for, Mino replied that the official price could be 3 gold coins. He added that given its quality, the mirror was created by a wizard, but there was no seal on it. And that could only mean that it was created by an illegal wizard, who was disapproved of by the royal family. The commodity expert's son explained that there is a black market for just such things. Cho Yisu listened intently to everything the boy said, but he was more interested in how wizard families felt about such markets. A bead of sweat rolled down Mino's face as he began to pick the words to answer. However, he quickly returned to examining the mirror when the stranger said that it now belonged to him. Looking at him with a shocked look, the boy could not believe that this was true. Almost immediately, the look turned from shocked to suspicious, as Mino knew there must be some ruse involved. He looked at the interlocutor as if he were a cat who had been sprinkled with valerian in its milk, because he knew that nothing comes for free. Raising a finger, the son of the commodity expert assumed that he had come to them from Pusing, and despite the fact that there was a large village called Russian 2 hours from here, he liked Ladoran much more. When asked why, Mino explained that there were selfless people here who sold premium hay, which the horses loved at a low price. In addition, Mrs. Humphrey's delicious cuisine played not the least role in the love for the city. Looking at the enraptured face of his interlocutor, Cho Yisu thought that it was the food that played the most important role. When asked what he could tell about the city of Romania, the young man heard that it was wonderful for life. However, he warned that the houses there are worth a fortune, and not a small one at that. After hearing the cost, Cho Yisu thought that it reminded him of the real estate situation that was in Korea. For comparison, Mino said that a small house here would cost about 20 gold, which was equal to the cost of a horse. With his hands folded across his chest and his head proudly held high, the merchant's son said that their horse was worth more than 3,000 gold. Suddenly, the boy exclaimed that he would also like to give something to his new friend. He also handed him a scrap of paper, gripping it firmly between his fingers. Mino explained that this was the address of their house, on the ground floor of which was their shop. Cho Yisu was surprised at how quickly the boy said he would be happy to see him if the job was needed. To his surprise, Mino said that he could tell from him that he came from a well-to-do family. Besides, he could be very popular with women. Hearing that he was not to his liking, Cho Yisu responded in kind. Jumping off the wall on which he was sitting, the son of the commodity expert said that he must return to his father. Returning to the interlocutor, the boy added that if he had another such mirror, he would be able to sell it. Mino explained that it could be auctioned for a decent amount, given the quality of the item. After some time already being at home, Cho Yisu thought that he really wanted to go back. He desperately pressed the buttons to make his apartment at least a little cooler. Finally, unable to bear it, the boy climbed into the refrigerator, thinking that he just wanted to sell black pepper and Ladoran. The young man opened the freezer and stuck his head in, looking at the pile of ice cream. The presence of such goodies was practically the only thing that was an advantage in his home world. He looked carefully at the different types of ice cream, trying to decide which one to take. Having finally made up his mind, the boy sent an ice cream with biscuit cookies into his mouth. At how gentle it was, Cho Yisu even narrowed his eyes and smiled widely. Soft, creamy ice cream was sandwiched between 2 pieces of puff pastry. And thanks to the pieces of cookies that were in the layer of cream, the ice cream was pleasantly crunchy. Smiling broadly, the young man resolutely looked in front of him and decided to finally free himself. Wasting no time, the boy sat down at the computer monitor, starting to implement his plan. His fingers tapped the keyboard deftly as he looked for peppers to buy in bulk. A list of various firms and types of black pepper immediately appeared on the screen. Cho Yisu was surprised when he saw that they were only asking 10,000 won for 1 kilogram of spices. If you calculate that for 1 pound he will receive 2 gold coins, then 4 coins came out per kilogram. Realizing that you can get 4 million for 10 kilograms, the boy said to himself in surprise. Now he was absolutely not afraid to just go to the company tomorrow and get fired. The next day he was met by a manager who asked him why he was changing the source code again. Cho Yisu looked at him dumbfounded, not understanding what he wanted from him. However, at the manager's suggestion to use open source, the young man recalled that last time it was precisely because of this that an error occurred. He put his fingers to his mouth and hissed loudly, pondering over the subordinate's words. And while he was complaining to him, Cho Yisu was mentally reminding himself about making money from black pepper. And he also thought about the fact that in real life, talent was considered to be something for which he would get an A at the university. The guy understood very well that using his own algorithm could give them a great advantage over competitors. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his thoughts by sheets of paper that flew straight into his face. Park pointed a finger at the subordinate and indignantly asked if he was listening to him at all. Cho Yisu didn't even have time to answer when the manager asked if he was going to use his dead parents as an excuse. The young man looked intently at the manager, not believing what he heard with his own ears. His words about weaklings, who have the same effect on the people around them, became the last straw in the decision to leave. After some time, the young man was already knocking on the door of the chief director. When he allowed him to enter, the boy slowly entered the office, where his manager was waiting for him. Crossing his arms over his chest, The director asked him to sit down, asking him about what had happened. While Cho Yisu sat tensely on the couch, not a single word came out of his mouth. Finally, pulling himself together, the boy said that he had to resign for personal reasons. He didn't look too confused, but clarified whether he made the decision through Park's manager. The young man replied that before that, he could still tolerate his character, but now he began to entangle his dead parents. The director exhaled heavily and promised to disciplinary Park. Such a punishment was not surprising, since it was clear that his behavior was tolerated due to a lack of personnel. The general explained that when it comes to Park's working abilities, things were not so bad. However, Cho Yisu replied that even without a manager, it was quite difficult for him to come to terms with the loss of his parents. The general director said that he had no other choice, but asked him to explain all the nuances of the projects he would transfer. Firmly hooking his fingers into the lock, the man added that he himself had been trying to cope with such grief for 10 years. Cho Yisu mentioned the rumor that the principal's eldest daughter had died 10 years ago. All this happened in a terrible car accident when the car flew off the road. To get rid of the scary pictures that appeared before his eyes, the young man closed his eyes. The CEO smiled and expressed his hope that they would meet again someday, although he was not sure that the firm would still exist. The boy smiled and said that he believed in a good course of affairs with the director. Thanking him for his understanding, he left the office. As he left the company, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that he was able to hand over his work to other employees with ease. In his opinion, even with the usual disappearance, the rest of the people around him would have coped with their duties perfectly. The young man wondered what would happen to Manager Park now, but that was none of his business now. After some time, the guy was already sitting in his apartment and looking at his orders. A variety of spices, such as black pepper and sugar, were packed in boxes in front of him. Cho Yisu smiled as he thought that he had already moved most of his things. And now he was again preparing to transfer a kilogram of pepper, packing it in all his pockets. Rising to his feet, the young man resolutely headed towards the open portal. He now had 140 million won, if you consider the gold he had, and the 40 million in his bank account. And although he was quite afraid of new things, now he felt that he could do anything. Returning to Laudoran, Cho Yisu took a deep breath and exclaimed that this place was simply wonderful to live in. He hid all the pepper that he managed to transfer through the portal in his room under the bed. After that, there was a knock at the door, behind which was heard the voice of Mrs. Humphrey, who asked who exactly had come to her. Hearing the name of her visitor, the woman asked him if he had come here to eat. However, the young man replied with a smile that he simply came to give her something. Letting him inside, the woman asked what exactly he wanted from her now. The young man said he had barley flour, apricot pits, and honey for her. While mixing the mass, he explained that this whole mixture should be applied to your face. Mrs. Humphrey looked at it skeptically, saying she didn't want to put it on her face, but Cho Yisu said that was how the women of his continent took care of their skin. Hearing this, Maggie took the mixture and spread it thickly on her face, asking if she was doing it right. With a big smile on his face, the young man advised her to apply the product near the eyes and nose. After a while, after washing off the mask, Mrs. Humphrey thanked her new acquaintance. He left her institution, saying that it was time for him to go. Collapsing on his bed in his house, Cho Yisu thought about how he enjoyed this kind of freedom. He immediately remembered his Korean neighbor, whom he barely knew, and when communicating with whom a strong tension was constantly felt. Even when they were just riding in the elevator together, it was quite awkward for both of them to be in the same room. And now, lying on the bed and smiling, the boy thought that such a rest could well be called health-giving. Suddenly, Hans's voice was heard at the door, asking if anyone was home. Cho Yisu rushed to open it, wondering if he had managed to hide all the suspicious items. Zdravolo went inside and said that he already thought that the boy had left, since they had not seen each other for a long time. With a wide, enthusiastic smile, he asked his friend if he wanted to join the hop collection. From the mention of this cereal, Cho Yisu immediately imagined 2 large mugs with a foamy, aromatic drink. Hans confirmed that he is constantly involved in such work. The librarian asked the young man if he was staying with them for a long time, adding that if he stayed, the old man would be happy with the extra hands. Zdrovan explained that they actually have a lot of work because they have to collect hay, feed animals, fetch water, brew beer, and grind grain. Besides, he had to go to the library himself. Suddenly, Cho Yisu decided to ask something, remembering his neighbors. The young man decided to ask who was the fair-haired girl he saw recently in the window. Hans froze, trying to understand who exactly his friend was talking about. Without taking his eyes off him, the librarian said that they don't have such girls in the village. Cho Yisu couldn't believe his ears, so he looked at his interlocutor in surprise. He added that they only had one girl, but she was a bit strange. The young man was surprised by such words, but asked why she was strange. Hans explained that she arrived 10 years ago and lives with her mother. They don't communicate much with their neighbors, but they are quite hardworking. After hearing the words that in order to stay in the village you need to work, the boy asked if this was the reason why he was calling him to collect hops. However, he only laughed, answering that this was far from the only reason. He added that all the fences in the village that fence off fields and animals look quite unstable. Clearing his throat, Hans said he was going to collect the rent from the people, as they were all spending money as soon as they got it. Cho Yisu immediately remembered the conversation with the son of a commodity expert, who praised the selflessness of the locals. It was difficult for him to imagine that in his world, there would be a situation in which the inhabitants would fight for every new day of their lives. However, he liked such a life because it reminded the boy of a fast-flowing stream. After some time, the boys were already in the field where hops grew and even rose. Hans grabbed one of the blossoms and said that plants similar to this one should be plucked. Handing the flower to his friend, Hans told him to try it too. Cho Yisu smelled a rather pleasant aroma that was like a mixture of herbs and fruits. Closing his eyes, the young man with the face of a connoisseur said that he had heard that without hops the beer would be disgusting. Looking at his wide smile, Hans asked what exactly he was doing now. After some time, the basket in which the plants were to be collected was filled with a slide. The librarian immediately said that that would be enough, to which Cho Yisu said that they had done it faster than he had expected from the start. While they were carrying their prey, the big man suggested to his friend that he join in gathering firewood and shearing the sheep, but he pretended not to hear this. Hearing the words that he could rest, the young man thanked his friend. Wasting no time, he ran home to take a shower because it was unpleasant to feel sweaty. Already standing in the apartment under the streams of water, the boy thought that taking a shower was quite a pleasant thing. Leaving the bathroom, the boy was smiling widely, surrounded by warm steam. Immediately after that, he joyfully plopped down on the bed, burying his face in the pillow. Rolling over on his back, the young man breathed out that it was much better this way. Now, after his shower, he wanted to drink a good beer, and since he was going to drink beer with a friend, he needed to take food with him. Baked corn under the gooey light cheese immediately popped into my mind. And I wanted fried potatoes with mushrooms and squid and fried chicken and panko breading. Clutching his grumbling stomach, Cho Yisu thought about taking everything with him. When he went to the delivery site, he thought that he should choose something that would be easy to carry with him. Besides, it had to be something that Ladoran would be familiar with, so deep-fried food was out of the question too. Looking carefully at the phone screen, the boy tried to think things through. Suddenly, one of the positions caught his attention, which he thought closely matched his search criteria. After some time, Cho Yisu was already taking the bag with the ordered goodies from the courier. He held it carefully in his hands, glad that it had finally arrived. Now a whole new world was open to him in Korea, which was called the word delivery. When the young man put it in the subspace bag, he noticed that it counted for only one item. Raising his head, the boy smiled broadly and looked ahead resolutely. Now he was going to show in Ladoran what Korea tasted like. Upon arrival, the young man took out a bag and carefully placed it on the table. And at that moment, he was faced with the problem of how exactly he was going to eat all this. It was clear that plastic was not even heard of in this world, so there were no ideas how to get such containers. Looking at the portal, the boy thought that he should go back and take some things with him. A few minutes later, several bowls, glasses, and spoons were already lying on his table. Examining the dishes he had brought with him, he thought about the fact that she should not arouse suspicion among the local residents. Suddenly, Hans's voice was heard at the door, asking if he was at home. Seeing that his friend was at home, the big man said that he had already come in, but no one answered him. When he walked inside, he saw Cho Yisu standing in the middle of the room wearing only one pair of underwear. Hans was the first to say something, adding that he had always thought that a person who lived alone had much more freedom. After getting dressed, the young man asked his guest what exactly had happened, why he was looking for him. The librarian raised his hands conciliatorily and assured that next time he would ask first and only then come in. Hans boasted that he had done a lot of work that the two of them should have done. He explained that in order to use the hop flowers to make beer, they had to be cleaned, and he did it himself. Cho Yisu was surprised that he even did his part of the work for him. Remembering that he was no longer in Korea, the boy assured that he would definitely help his friend next time. Cheers immediately spread, which made Cho Yisu realize that compliments were his weakness. Suddenly, Hans asked him if he would like to have dinner with him tonight. Thinking about the containers of food in his house, the young man thought that he had forgotten about their agreement. He awkwardly began to agree, but such a reaction surprised the librarian. Noticing this, Cho Yisu rushed to make sure everything was fine, but he was also getting ready for dinner and had something prepared. Stroven looked at the interlocutor in surprise, because he thought that he only ate food prepared by someone. Cho Yisu froze for a moment, then said that he had planned to share his meal with Mrs. Humphrey. Hans offered to have dinner at her, adding that the village headman would also be there, but warned that he would have to apologize to his parents and ask them not to start without him. In a few minutes, a bowl of aromatic chicken along with potatoes and vegetables was already on the table. The old man, Maggie, and Hans looked at the food in amazement, trying to understand what it was. Cho Yisu answered them with a smile that this dish was called fried chicken soup. He explained that it needs to be boiled with various vegetables. Putting her finger to her chin, the woman said it looked like soup. Spreading his hands to the sides, the young man urged them to taste until the dish cooled down. Missing no time, Mrs. Humphrey took a ladle and scooped some food into it. Everyone sat down at the table and began to eat, but no one dared to take the spoon first. Finally, Hans picked up a piece of chicken leg and with a smile sent it into his mouth. Maggie also picked up a spoon and grabbed a few pieces of vegetables. The headman of the village did the same, hiding a slight smile in his mustache. And only the chef himself was not afraid to taste the dish he ordered earlier, because he knew its taste. In the next moment, Mrs. Humphrey froze, feeling a whole firework of different flavors. Looking down at his spoon, Hans frowned as he tried to comprehend what he had just tried. And the headman of the village lost consciousness because of how delicious the food was. Cho Yisu, who had not expected such a reaction at all, jumped up from his seat, surprised by such behavior. Returning to his frowning friend, he asked him if he did not like it. However, Hans, speaking to himself, answered that this dish completely turned his world upside down. Immediately after that, the young man turned to the old man, asking him if he was all right. After hearing that the dish was too delicious, Cho Yisu thought that the locals were very generous in their response. Suddenly, Maggie entered the discussion, asking if he used any spices for cooking. Noticing how the woman's face frowned, the boy asked her if she did not like the dish. However, at that moment, a loud cry was heard from Hans, who shouted that he liked it very much. Seeing how the locals started slurping his soup, Cho Yisu smiled. After a while, when the food was finished, the boy went out to the fair, intending to sell some black pepper. He walked around the aisles, trying to find Colin McWall, who he had spoken to earlier. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him freeze in place. A young pink-haired girl riding a horse appeared in the crowd. Looking closely at her face, which had a slight smile on it, Cho Yisu noticed that she was very beautiful. In addition, he did not hide the fact that the locals were happy to see her, so the question arose whether she belonged to the nobility. The confirmation of this assumption could be the fact that next to the stranger there was a visible figure of a guardsman. The young man admired his appearance as the soldier's chainmail looked quite cool. Suddenly, the girl let out a loud breath and stared at Cho Yisu with wide eyes. Noticing this, he frowned, not understanding what had attracted her attention. In the next moment, the stranger smiled joyfully and tightened her grip on the horse's reins. Hearing that she calls him her love, the boy was even more surprised. For some reason, he remembered his soup again, but he still didn't understand what was happening. Looking at the smiling girl, Cho Yisu noticed that she had dismounted from her horse. However, he should have thought that she was running towards him, as a stranger just ran past. Turning his head, the young man noticed that the girl had run straight to Maggie with her arms spread wide. The stranger said loudly that Mrs. Humphrey was the reason why she regularly ran away from home. However, Maggie crossed her arms over her chest and calmly said that in that case, she would have to ask her to leave the facility. Resting her hands on the bar counter, Jace tried to convince the hostess that she simply could not survive without her dishes. Closing her eyes and trying to control herself, Ms. Humphrey said she valued her freedom very much. She added that if she wanted to, she would have long ago become a chef working in the royal family. When the girl threatened to take her hand before cutting it off. However, Maggie emotionlessly reminded her that she wouldn't be able to enjoy her food in that case. Joyce noticed that she wanted her tastiest dish, for which she even brought groceries with her. Mrs. Humphrey let out a weary breath and ordered her to go and wash first, which the girl immediately ran to do. However, the next moment she looked out from behind the wall and told the hostess not to add black pepper to the dish. Hans looked at his friend and said that Mrs. Geiger was a real beauty. However, putting his fingers to his chin, he noticed that she had a rather difficult character. However, in the next moment, Jezi herself abruptly found herself next to him, asking who exactly he was talking about. The girl watched with a smile as the big man jumped up from his seat, shouting loudly. The boy started to make excuses, but Jace assured him that everything was fine. She gave a predatory smile and said that there was nothing she could do about the rumors that were spreading. Putting her hands on her sides, the girl assumed that it was her coachman who had started all this. Suddenly, Cho Yisu caught her attention, and turning to face him, JJ asked who he was. He introduced himself, saying that he was a traveler from Korea, after which Hans added that the boy wanted to stay in the village for a while. The girl put her hand to her chin and asked where exactly his country was, since she had never heard of him before. Suddenly, a guard approached them and apologized to the young lady. In the next moment, he grabbed her by the waist and threw her over his shoulder, ignoring the indignant look. Jace was indignant, not understanding what was happening and trying to turn forward. But she screamed loudly, demanding that he immediately let her go, at the same time actively waving her arms and legs. She tapped the guard on the back, saying that she had not learned the stranger's full name. Listening to the way the girl introduced herself, Cho Yisu thought she looked quite crazy, though. When he returned to Hans, he said he could call her Yeje. Hearing that the young man might be interested in her, Cho Yisu assumed that the librarian himself liked the new acquaintance. Clearing his throat loudly, Hans said that even if he had followed Mrs. Humphrey's recipe extremely exactly, his dish would still have been worse. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by a man who entered the tavern, and the big man drew Mr. Joseph's attention to himself. He raised his hand in greeting and ordered himself a beer, after which Hans ran to fulfill the order. After a few minutes, there were several cakes and 2 mugs of foamy drink on the table. When the friend went to the kitchen, Cho Yisu asked him how much he owed him. However, he just raised his finger and said that today everything is free in honor of the day of Mrs. Jeja. Taking the mug in his hands, the young man thought that the people here were completely different. Mr. Joseph raised his mug and invited them to drink together. The guy smiled and introduced himself, simultaneously asking what exactly the man's business was. He explained with a smile that he sells spices in the city of Romania. Hearing that he was quite close to Miguel, Cho Yisu explained that he had seen the merchant last week. Squinting, Joseph asked if the man sold black pepper, to which he heard him say that he had very little stock. The spice seller said that wasn't true, taking a greedy swig that sent beer dripping down his beard. Banging his mug on the table, he made a fist and wiped the foam from his mustache with it. After that, the man pounded his fist on the table and said that he owned the largest spice shop, but he could not tear out a gram of pepper. All because the Meditz family had bought up all the pepper, which made him think they were taking spice baths and using it instead of perfume. However, remembering how she had warned about using pepper made Cho Yisu smile. And while the interlocutor was wondering how Miguel was able to get the pepper, the boy looked at the fritters in front of him. He took one of the cakes and dipped it in the jam that was in the saucepan. The last time he'd had this at Hans's, he'd really liked it, so now he was hoping for a similar result. However, after taking just one bite, I felt that everything would be completely different. This cake was extremely hard, so it seemed that the teeth would not say thank you for it. With a wide smile, so as not to give away his reaction, Cho Yisu reminded the interlocutor that young Mrs. Meditz was not very fond of black pepper. Raising his finger up, Mr. Joseph confirmed his words. He said that once in Pusing, there were even very big problems because of this, when a girl decided to burn a wagon with spices. The guy looked at his interlocutor in a daze, not believing his story. The man added that they then barely managed to distract her guards to stop her. Suddenly, Jesse appeared from the side and asked with a smile if they were discussing her behind her back again. Having quickly found his way, Mr. Joseph assured the girl that this was not the case and invited her to join them. Taking a mug of beer in her hand, Jay suggested that the merchant steal the wagon, because that way they could make a decent amount of money. Watching her quickly down the intoxicating drink, Cho Yisu timidly said that it was his beer. Having finished with it in a few large sips, Jeze let out a loud breath and slammed the dishes on the table. Smiling widely, the girl looked at the boy and asked if he wanted her to spit the drink back out. Looking ahead in disappointment, Cho Yisu asked if she even liked it. Pointing to the interlocutor with her finger, she asked what his name was, since she did not hear his answer last time. Trying to come up with an answer that would stop the questioning, the young man said that his father was a teacher and his mother was a housewife, and he himself had started traveling after graduating from the academy. Having lashed out at the boy, Jesse assumed that since he had entered the academy, he could not belong to the common people. When he said that anyone could study at the academy on his continent, Jace asked if even girls could. However, when she stammered about visiting Korea, her bodyguard immediately appeared next to her and told her not to even dream about it. Suddenly, dishes appeared on the table, prepared by Mrs. Humphrey, who apologized for taking so long to prepare everything. Lady Meditz smiled and said that she had almost starved to death, but as the smell was wonderful, she was ready to forgive. Holding up the cutlery, the girl invited everyone present to eat. Suddenly, a guard stopped her, asking her to wait a little. When he said that he had never seen such a dish, the girl was indignant that he wanted her to starve. Looking at the gloomy night, Cho Yisu thought that he felt sorry for him. Having stuffed the spoon with the dish, Jezie felt such a bright taste that it seemed as if she was in paradise. Hearing Maggie try to explain the ingredients of the dish, she held up her spoon, telling the woman to be quiet. Staring in front of her with wide-open eyes, the redhead said that she could explain it herself. She could clearly taste vegetables like carrots there, as well as mushrooms. In addition, the consistency of the cream in the soup was given by a generous amount of butter and milk. Hearing about the aroma of truffle mushrooms, Cho Yisu marveled at the absolute sense of taste this new acquaintance had. After the soup, Jeji started tasting the dish with rice. Taking a piece of root vegetable on a spoon, the redhead looked at it enthusiastically, thinking about its properties. Observing her reaction, Cho Yisu concluded that potatoes were not very popular here. Not wanting to be left behind, the boy also took some food on a spoon. Having sent it to his mouth, he began to chew with shining eyes. Hearing his question about where exactly she managed to get the clams, the redhead turned an interested look at him. Chewing her food, Jace swallowed loudly, her throat straining. Raising her hand, she replied that it was all thanks to magic, as she had been forced to pay the wizards well. Watching the red-haired woman eat the dish, the young man wondered what it tasted like. Looking down at his spoon, he thought it tasted like regular clam chowder. Glancing at Maggie, Cho Yisu thought that she managed to achieve a pretty harmonious taste with the potato and clams. Suddenly there was a loud knocking on the table. A single tear ran down Jeji's cheek as she said that this simply could not be. When her guard rehearsed again, the girl calmly told him to sit down. Suddenly her attention was drawn to a bowl of strange food that looked like small scraps of paper. After hearing from Maggie that it was cabbage pickled in fruit juice and sugar, the redhead told the woman again that she loved her. After some time, when the meal was finished, Cho Yisu took his bag and went to sell allspice. He knew very well that Mr. Joseph stayed at the tavern, so he knew very well where to look for him. Suddenly the boy stopped and looked in surprise at the night sky, full of stars. Looking up in amazement, the young man thought that the sky looked completely different in Korea. Admiring the beautiful picture, Cho Yisu raised his hand and knocked on the door. He opened it, asking who was there, to which the boy inquired whether it was too late. Joseph came out, asking what had brought him here, to which the young man recalled how he had complained that he had not received black pepper. With a big smile on his face, the boy took out a bag and said that he would like to give him some spices. Seeing this, the man glared at the guest so much that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When asked where he got so many spices from, Cho Yisu replied that he brought them from his hometown. The merchant said he was taking everything he had. On hearing this, the young man said he had about 20 pounds. Joseph was offering 3 gold for every pound, so after calculating carefully, Cho Yisu realized that he could get about 6 million. After concluding the deal, the boy handed the buyer a whole bag of black pepper. Looking at the wallet with money, he asked if it was convenient to carry so much money with him, to which he heard in response that merchants travel with mercenaries. Besides, no bandit would dare to attack those accompanied by the Medit's family. The next morning, with the sun already shining brightly through the window, Cho Yisu stretched deliciously after waking up. The sun was shining brightly outside, and large and small ships floated down the river. Looking out the window, he wondered if this was how rich people woke up. Looking out the window, the boy suddenly realized that it was unusual for him to have such a large sum of money. The young man always tried to save, so he had no idea how much money he should spend now. Looking at the wonderful scenery outside the window, he decided to go and see everything in the market first. Approaching one of the merchants, the boy asked how much the candles he was selling cost. The grocer explained that oil candles would cost 5 coppers per pound, and wax candles would cost 2. When Cho Yisu was ordering 4 pounds of oil candles, he suddenly heard a girl approach a nearby merchant. He remembered that he had already seen the girl who lived next door to him and was now ordering raw mackerel. The shopkeeper raised his hand and said that this fish is quite difficult to catch, so it is customary to pre-order it. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl said that in that case, she would like to make a pre-order. After hearing how the merchant demanded from her 5 pieces of silver in payment, which was equivalent to 500,000 won, the boy opened his mouth in shock. Sitting down next to the merchant, his neighbor asked him to give her a red herring that he had prepared with him. In the next moment, she jumped up in her arms and shouted that she would now bring the fish container. Looking after the unknown girl, Cho Yisu thought that it seemed to him that the stranger next door had blonde hair. Walking through the market, a young man suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, the boy saw that Jeji was heading towards him in the company of 2 guardsmen. He smiled and asked if she had decided to buy anything as well, to which he heard that she was looking for him. The young man's face was covered with sweat when the redhead offered him a walk with her. As they continued on their way, Jace said she heard that he had recently sold Joseph some black pepper. Cho Yisu gave a strained smile, thinking that he had hoped to keep it a secret. However, Jeji explained that when she met her husband, she felt an unpleasant spice coming from him. Trying to find an excuse, the boy explained that he really likes pepper and took some with him, after which he decided to sell it to make money. However, the red-haired woman frowned and said that she did not understand at all why everyone was so crazy about something like this. Cho Yisu wondered if she really hated black pepper, or if she was just sick of it. Licking himself, the young man mentally added that he really likes this spice. It was thanks to black pepper that a dish like ramen became much tastier. He imagined holding a whole bowl of food in his hands, which had a sweet taste and was seasoned with hot pepper. Looking at the boy in surprise, the redhead asked if he was eating anything now. At his suggestion that such hatred came from overeating, she clenched her fists and said she didn't care. Opening her mouth loudly, Jace added that just the smell of the spice would turn her back. Realizing that she could easily finish him off, Cho Yisu raised his hands and asked her to calm down. Noticing his reaction, Jeji apologized and said that she had been on pins and needles lately. Looking down, the girl assumed he was one of those aristocrats who travel while hiding their identity. When the redhead said that her brother had also gone on a trip, Cho Isu remembered that she seemed to be interested in studying. Upon hearing that Jace herself plans to take over the management of her family's business, the young man replied that even if she could not take over the family business, she could easily open her own store. When he said that he should just talk to his father, Jeji assured that it would not help. For the great honor of being related to the elves, whose descendants were considered wizards, her father wanted to give her in marriage. Cho Yisu suggested that it was quite difficult for her to come to terms with the fact that an arranged marriage awaited her. Turning sharply to the interlocutor, Jace said that this is why he should take her to his place on the continent. The boy assured that he understood her perfectly, but he was not sure that it was a good idea to go alone to foreign lands. He said that he himself recently lost his parents and still misses the time he spent with them very much. The girl understood that his parents were good people and added that her parents were also good. That is why she believed that they were completely similar to other people. Mother and father were absolutely sneezed at what she likes and what she can't stand. The main thing for them was and remains its full compliance with their standards. When the redhead offered him to come visit her, Cho Isu assured him that he would stop by as soon as he settled in. Smiling broadly, the girl added that it would be nice if he had kidnapped Maggie before he came and brought him with him. When asked to pay 5,000 gold for this service, the guy said that they can be offered to the woman herself. Waving her hand in farewell to the interlocutor, the red-haired woman advised him to think about her proposal. After parting with Jeje, the young man noticed the village headman under a tree. He came closer, shoving his hands in his pockets, and quietly greeted him. Raising his head to the boy, the headman asked him if he planned to stay in this village. Scratching his head, Cho Yisu said that he should have visited the headman first. Hearing his words that he could continue to live in that house, the boy was surprised at how simple everything was. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a cart, which a man climbed out of, after which he helped a woman and a child to get out. A moment later, an angry Mrs. Humphrey appeared in the street looking for the old man. She didn't even notice him, whizzing past like a meteor and shouting abuse in someone's direction. Cho Yisu watched in surprise as the woman stopped, surprised that the guests had given birth to a child. The man, who was apparently her son, explained that if she found out about the child, she would start putting pressure on them. Looking at the baby, Mrs. Humphrey asked if the baby had been born healthy. The child's mother smiled broadly and assured that the baby was completely healthy. Tears welled up in Maggie's eyes as she reached out her arms to her grandson. Crossing his arms over his chest, Cho Yisu watched with a smile as the woman boasted to her neighbors. A little later, when the boy was already in his house, Hans knocked on his door, asking if he could come in. Stepping out onto the threshold, he asked what had happened, assuming that more firewood needed to be gathered. However, the big man asked with a broad smile if he wanted to go and see the baby. When they arrived at Mrs. Humphrey's home, they saw that the baby had light blonde hair and big brown eyes. Watching him extend his arms to everyone who came to see him, Cho Yisu and Hans let out an emotional sigh. Approaching his mother, the young man asked her if he could take a closer look. Suddenly, he heard the librarian's voice saying that he wanted to tell him something. Coming closer, the big man quietly said that someone wanted to buy their village. Looking up, Cho Yisu asked tensely what exactly he meant. Hearing that their village could be sold at any moment, the boy asked if everything was so serious. Meanwhile, the kid folded his fingers into fists and closed his eyes, smiling widely. Clenching his fist, Cho Yisu asked his friend if it was more serious than he thought. However, looking at the baby, the boy stopped discussing the unpleasant topic and smiled. When they left the tavern, the young man asked what exactly he had said about the nobleman, to which Hans replied that he did not think it would affect him, considering that he was a traveler. Reaching into his inner pocket, the librarian said he wanted to give him something. Handing him 2 books, the big man explained that this was his favorite novel, which would help him get acquainted with their lives. Accepting a gift from a new friend, Cho Isu did not even immediately find what to say to him. Passing through the portal to his apartment, and once again finding himself without clothes, the boy thought that he would never get used to this. Looking into the subspace bag, he saw that the daily recharge was almost complete. Now the question was what to bring to Ladoran next time. Suddenly, the image of a neighbor's girl, who wanted to order fish from the shopkeeper, appeared in my head. Placing a finger to his chin, Cho Yisu huffed, knowing what he was going to take with him this time. At the night market at this time of the day, there were quite a lot of people eager to buy something. Walking between the stalls of merchants, the young man thought that he had come here for a special reason. First of all, you could buy a lot of goodies here, such as noodles or pancakes. And here there were many different types of kebabs that would suit any diet. In addition to traditional Korean dishes, the night market had many dishes from world cuisines. So after a while, Cho Yisu was already smiling contentedly, stroking his full belly. Throwing his hands behind his head, the boy cheerfully strolled between the benches, planning to shake the food a little. Looking around, he thought about the fact that he had not been here for a long time. Suddenly, the young man smiled widely as he smelled fresh fish. Just in front of him lay a variety of fish and seafood on the cooling counter. Glancing at one of the lobsters, he thought that it reminded him a lot of Hans. At that moment, the voice of the shopkeeper was heard shouting that he was selling fresh mackerel that had just been brought in. Coming closer, Cho Yisu said that he wanted to buy some fish, but asked that they be gutted. Holding 2 large bags in his hands, the young man thought that he might have gone a little overboard with his purchases. Entering his apartment, the boy reassured himself that he had not eaten well-cooked mackerel for a long time. Another product he bought for himself was samjang sauce, which is soy sauce with various spices. While grinding the walnuts, Cho Yisu thought that such a sauce could not be found in the other world, so it was necessary to prepare it. While mixing the ingredients for it, the young man remembered that he had studied his recipe while abroad. At the end of cooking, it was necessary to add some nuts and mix everything thoroughly. And finally, in front of him in a bowl, stood a ready-made sauce of a bright brown color, sprinkled with spices and nuts. When the boy came to his house, the first thing he did was spread the food on the table. Pouring pearl barley into the pan, the boy thought about the fact that this porridge is much more common in this world than rice. I remembered again the words of my mother, who said to watch the fire while it was cooking rice. Regarding the fish, she said that the outside of the fish should be fried first, so that it does not burn. From the memories of his mother, the young man stopped for a moment, looking gloomily in front of him. After some time, a woman who lived next door opened the door and looked at the unexpected guest in surprise. She introduced herself as Masa, and Cho Yisu introduced himself with a big smile on his face and explained that he had recently moved in next door. When she asked why he came, the boy explained that he did not introduce himself properly and decided to invite them to dinner. The woman's daughter, Haeun, approached them and asked what was happening here. Hearing that the stranger wanted to invite them to dinner, the girl looked at him in surprise. Holding up a finger, Cho Yisu added that he had recently heard Haeun wanting to buy a weasel, and while at the market he decided to buy some fish. Smiling broadly, he asked the women if they would mind if he cooked fish for them. Hearing Masa say that she wondered what the fish would taste like, the young man expressed his hope that she would like it. A few minutes later, the mackerel carcasses were already being fried on an open fire. The fat and juices that were in the mackerel mixed together, scraping onto the fire that was burning below. The guy explained while cooking that first, you need to fry the fish a little so that it has a crispy crust. At the same time, he constantly turned the fillet so that the fish did not burn in one place. After some time, the finished dish was already lying on the board, and next to it in separate bowls there were various applications. Pointing to one of the bowls, Cho Yisu explained that it was stewed cabbage. She shouldn't have put a piece of fried fish and some sauce on it and then eaten it. Masa, listening to all this, assumed that he had been living in some seaside town for a long time. Wasting no time, the woman did everything according to the neighbor's instructions and stuffed a piece of fish into her mouth. Looking in front of her in a daze, the woman said that he had an incredible talent. Glancing at the sauce, Masa also praised it, saying that she had never tasted anything like it before. Wrapping a new piece of fish in a cabbage leaf, Cho Yisu smiled and said that he was very glad that they liked it. Haeun also decided to try the offered treats, for which she sent a piece to her mouth. While enjoying the fish, the young man felt as if he were in the open ocean. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that the sweetness of the cabbage matched the texture of the pearl barley very well. Looking into his plate, the boy scooped up a whole spine of fish with a spoon. Grasping the bones with her fingers, Masa said they were the most delicious part of the fish. With a broad smile, the woman added that people who understand fish usually start with this part. However, Haeun, carefully watching them, quietly asked them not to do this. The girl asked why they should eat the bones if they can just be thrown away. Exhaling in frustration, the young man thought that his neighbors did not look like the average mother and daughter. After the meal was finished, Haeun took the plates from him and said she would return them as soon as she washed them. Seeing that the boy wanted to stop her daughter, Masa said that she just wanted to thank him for lunch. Shaking her neighbor's hand, the woman thanked her, adding that she is usually more shy, but one day he will also invite him to dinner. A month had passed since then, and now Cho Yisu collapsed wearily on his bed, thinking about how difficult life in Ladoran had been. He and Hans fed the horses, collected firewood, and sheared the sheep, which made the boy incredibly tired. When the young man heard that his friend had come to him, he went to the door and asked if he needed help again. However, the big man smiled and said that he was not on business, offering instead to go to the village of Lushan. Looking in front of him in surprise, Cho Yisu replied that he would be happy to go with him. Realizing that he would not have to work, he smiled happily and jumped up high. However, upon arrival, he was no longer so happy, as the boy felt very bad when he got out of the carriage. Wiping his mouth, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that he should have taken the injection pills with him. Pointing his finger somewhere to the side, Hans warned that he had to leave for a while, as he had to meet someone. Cho Yisu suggested that they meet at this place for a while. But if it's too late, a friend can find him at the pub. After saying goodbye, Hans immediately ran somewhere, waving his hands happily. The young man himself thought that he should go shopping. The village was extremely beautiful, with houses whose roofs were paved with tiles of different colors and between which wagons drove. The young man's attention was drawn to the rolls of fabric lying on one of the counters. When he asked what kind of fabric it was, the shopkeeper replied that it was batiste, which is used for dresses, handkerchiefs, and curtains. In addition, the seller added that the fabric is very popular among the nobles. Taking a piece of cloth between his fingers, Cho Yisu noticed that it was very soft, so he asked what the price would be. Hearing that the price would be 1 gold per roll, the boy smiled and said he would take 2 pieces. The shopkeeper asked the buyer what he would use the batiste for, to which he heard that he would use it for baby diapers. After some time, the young man was already walking through the streets of Luchenu, gnawing on an apple and holding 2 rolls of cloth in his hands. Suddenly his attention was drawn to one of the knights who was standing in a narrow alley with his arms crossed over his chest. Noticing how that sword glittered in the sun, the boy thought that he would like to hold such a weapon in his hands. Feeling someone's attentive gaze on him, the knight turned his head and looked sullenly at the stranger. Noticing this, Cho Yisu froze, staring intently in front of him. Suddenly on the road, he saw Jeje, who was resolutely walking forward without looking around. When she heard someone calling her, the girl looked surprised in the direction from where the sound was coming. Noticing the boy, she smiled, completely ignoring the displeased look on her bodyguard's face. Throwing away the apple, Cho Yisu waved his hand vigorously at Jace in greeting. Jeje immediately rushed to him, asking what he was doing here, to which she heard that he had come here with Hans. Cho Yisu asked the girl if she was passing through the village, to which she hesitated a little and answered that not at all. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl said that she had come to the spectacle, surprised that he himself had not heard anything about it. When she explained that a new nobleman would arrive here who wants to buy the local lands, Jeje said that she wanted to observe a possible neighbor. Suddenly her attention was drawn to the rolls of fabric that the interlocutor was holding in his hands as she noticed that it was batiste. Cho Yisu explained that Mrs. Humphrey had a grandson, and he would like to give her a small gift. Hearing this news, Jace looked at the boy in surprise, not believing her ears. The redhead decided that she didn't want to be left out either, so she ordered the boy to follow her. After a few minutes, she handed him a package containing 3 solid bars of soap. After that, Yeje held out another jar of shea butter and chamomile that could be used as a lotion. Smiling, the girl explained that if she gave more things, Maggie would simply refuse her gift. Cho Yisu thanked and asked the interlocutor to share if she heard news about their village. Looking at him, Jace guessed that the people there were pretty worried about such rumors. Besides, Lady Meditz was determined to get Maggie out of the village before some noble bought it. Noticing her gaze, the young man tensed, feeling that he was quite creepy. Placing her hands under her chin, JJ asked with a cute smile what he thought, as if she was completely mad. Closing her eyes, the red-haired woman sighed loudly and said that there was nothing you could do about it. Raising her hand, she waved to the innkeeper and asked him for 2 servings of the special dish, but then changed her mind and ordered one. Cho Yisu thought about this, remembering that every tavern had a dish that was reserved for the nobles. In a moment, there was a pan with strange porridge and sausage on the table in front of them. Several pieces of bread were lying on the board, and a mug of beer was standing in it. Looking carefully at the boy, the red-haired woman offered him a try with a smile. He wasted no time in taking the spoon and thanked him, but he was disturbed by the smell that came from the food. Shoving some food into his mouth, Cho Yisu tensed, his face covered in sweat. Pointing her finger at him and laughing, JJ reminded him not to forget the bread. While she was asking if the food was incredible, the young man was thinking about what would turn him out now. Taking a piece of bread in his hands, the boy asked why it was so wet, to which he heard advice to assume that it was only slightly moist. Already lying in the cart on the way home, he thought about how bad he was. However, the boy now fully understood why Jace was so confused by Mrs. Humphrey's food. Thinking about the household, Cho Yisu thought that under no circumstances should she be let out of Laudoran. After some time, he tiredly collapsed in his apartment, having passed through the portal. Trying to muster the strength to stand up, the young man exhaled tiredly. Getting to his feet, he rushed with all his strength to the refrigerator, expecting to find plum syrup there. In a moment, the boy was already pouring himself a drink into a glass filled to the top with ice cubes. After taking a large gulp, Cho Yisu smiled with satisfaction as he tasted the pleasant taste. Taking the glass with him, he went to his computer to see what else he could sell besides black pepper. Taking a new sip, the young man thought that he was already tired of selling black pepper. Besides, he regretted using the bag with the subspace only to carry black pepper. Suddenly an idea came into his head, which made the boy's eyes widen in surprise. Realizing that this was not a bad idea, he stretched his lips in a satisfied smile. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, trying to find what Cho Yisu had in mind. On his return to Laodoran, the boy decided that he could do something else besides selling black pepper. While developing the land, he thought that if he started to grow something, then his supplies would be replenished due to the harvest. Suddenly, Hans's voice was heard from behind, asking his friend, "What does he do?" Looking up at the guest, Cho Yisu replied that he had thought of planting something in the garden. He recalled that in the soup that Mrs. Humphrey was making when Mrs. Jaeger came to the village. At that time, it contained potatoes, and it was potatoes that the young man wanted to plant in Laodoran. It was very easy to prepare and also had a very pleasant taste. In addition, an important aspect was that potatoes could be used in a large number of dishes. Hans carefully listened to everything that his friend told him and thought about how useful potatoes were. After licking himself, the big man declared that he really wanted to try potatoes, to which Cho Yisu promised to make him potato johns. He explained that for them, you need to chop potatoes, form them into small fritters and fry them in a pan. Throwing his hands up in joy, Hans smiled widely, saying that he would take that as a promise. After that, the librarian said that the merchants came to them again, offering to go to the fair together. Arriving at the old place where trade took place, the first thing Cho Yisu did was to meet the son of a merchant, Mino. The boy was happy that his name was remembered, adding that he had sold his mirror for 5 gold and asking if he had any more. Hearing that the man had 5 more similar mirrors, Strive Jr. promised to come get them a little later. Suddenly, Cho Yisu heard someone's voice asking Maggie to cook sausage for them. After these words, the young man imagined various types of sausages and sausages. Having entered the middle, he declared with a broad smile that he would not refuse such a thing either. Hans was glad to see his friend and handed him a piece of smoked sausage. Looking at it, Cho Yisu thought that it reminded him a lot of the salami he had seen in Korea. Wasting no time, the boy carefully sent a piece of sausage to his mouth. Immediately after that, the young man frowned and spoke to himself. Sticking out his tongue, he thought that it was too salty, as if it had been soaked in salt water. Watching his friend's reaction, Hans put his hand to his chin and asked if he liked it. In response to his words that a little too much salt is needed, he explained that sausages should be stored for a long time so they give a lot of salt. Suddenly, Mrs. Humphrey came up to them and asked them to help her serve the food instead of just talking. Cho Yisu looked closely at the tray the woman had given him to serve to the guests. Having carefully studied its contents, the boy thought that the menu today was only bread and sausages, and also sausage soup. The young man was just sure that the food would be delicious because it was Mrs. Humphrey who was cooking it. He turned his gaze to the hall where almost all the tables were occupied by guests. His attention was drawn to a couple sitting at one of the tables happily talking about something. The man who was sitting next to the woman was very actively telling her something, waving his hands. Cho Yisu watched them closely, keeping his eyes fixed on them. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a shout that loudly called his name. Turning his head, the young man saw Hans waving his hand at him, inviting him to come. Parents were sitting next to him who also invited their son's friend to the table. Cho Yisu froze for a moment, not daring to take a step and not believing his eyes. When the boy did come to their table, Hans's father said that they had heard a lot about him. Watching his friend munching on bread and sausage, Cho Yisu thanked them for the invitation. Wasting no time, he did the same to the big man sitting next to him. Stuffing the sandwich into his mouth, the young man noticed that the sausage tasted pretty good with bread. He liked the smell of cooked meat and the feel of the soft texture of the bread. Looking at the rest of the sausages, the boy wondered if they also tasted like salami. Remembering his first experience with a piece of local sausage, the boy first cautiously sniffed the piece. The smell was quite pleasant, and the sausage soup, which was poured into the plate, also attracted attention. It looked completely ordinary, but when Cho Yisu tasted it, he felt that the sausages had been cooked in beer. Hansov's whole family watched with satisfaction as the guest licked the soup, which showed that he liked it very much. Clearing his throat, the young man asked why he could not see Mrs. Masu and Heian anywhere. However, Hans's mother replied that she had heard that his neighbor had been very ill recently. After finishing the meal, he was given some food and asked to take it home. On his way to his neighbor's, Cho Yisu thought he wanted to go to the merchants, but decided to do that later. Suddenly, he stopped when he heard a familiar voice that belonged to Heian. The boy approached the house and heard how the girl reminded that she wanted to go live in a big city. Staring at the door, he listened to Heian say that mother could live here if she liked it that way. In the next moment, the neighbor jumped out of the house, almost knocking the young man down with the door. Noticing him almost under the door, she measured the neighbor with a fierce look. Cho Yisu smiled as he prepared to say hello to the girl. However, noticing that the girl walked past him without saying a word, he decided that she was in no mood to talk today. Following the girl, Mrs. Mesa herself appeared on the threshold, coughing, trying to call her daughter. Just as the young man was about to ask her if everything was okay, the woman coughed loudly, spitting out clots of blood. Having entered their house, the boy put a tray with food on the table in front of the hostess. He asked the woman to eat until everything cooled down, but she replied that she would eat as soon as Heian returned. Choosing her words carefully, Masa admitted that in fact the girl was not her real daughter. She added that she is her nanny, who has taken care of the girl since she was a baby. Cho Yisu now understood why their relationship seemed so strange to him last time. When Mesa spoke again, reminding him of Heian's behavior, the young man remembered how she had quarreled when he arrived. However, the woman said that she is not really a bad child, although she may appear unfriendly and rude. Masa explained that the young lady is extremely talented and wants to use her abilities in the big city. The guy perfectly understood the feelings of a neighbor whose loved one refused treatment. And Mesa did exactly that, refusing treatment for her illness, which made Heian furious. Raising his head, the woman said she wanted to ask him one small favor. For a moment, the young man froze, wondering what exactly the woman wanted to ask him. Folding her hands in a castle, she asked the boy to help the young lady settle down in the city after her death. After hearing this, Cho Yisu looked at the woman in surprise, not knowing how to respond to such a request. He sat for a while, keeping his eyes on the interlocutor and immersed in his own memories. Before his eyes, there was a picture of him in the hall where his own parents' funeral was held. Then the boy did not want anything at all, and he looked in front of him with a completely empty gaze. Lowering his head, Cho Yisu promised that he would do his best, although he knew that it would not be easy. Mesa smiled and said that it sounded a lot more convincing than if he just said he would definitely do it. The young man did not answer this because he could not find the right words. Returning to his house, he thought about the fact that he was not good enough to be responsible for a girl he barely knew. In addition, for some reason it seemed to him that it would be quite difficult for him to establish a relationship with Heian. However, thinking about the fact that Masa will soon be gone, the boy understood that he knows this feeling of loneliness very well. After changing his clothes, he went to meet Strive Jr., who was already waiting at the place of their acquaintance. The young man handed the boy 5 more mirrors that he had promised him earlier. Mino said with a smile that the rumors about them have already spread, which means that the goods can be sold at a higher price. And selling at a higher price means that the man himself will also be able to get more money. When asked whether it is fashionable to sell soap instead of mirrors, the son of a commodity expert answered that it is not so popular. Hearing this, Cho Yisu looked at the boy in surprise, not believing his ears. Suddenly, Mino asked him who he really was, which put the interlocutor into a stupor. When he ordered that he was an adventurer, the boy clarified that he was asking about his background, assuming that he was of noble birth. Sniffing like a dog, Strive Jr. said it smelled of nobility, as commoners rarely washed. When asked how they showered despite the water shortage, Mino said that they were public baths built by wizards. To the young man's surprise, the boy explained that wizards collect water with the help of magic, since there was not enough of it here. Looking ahead, Cho Yisu thought that it was simply impossible to survive in this place without wizards. At that time, Heian was sitting in her house and holding the hand of the dying Masa, who was lying on the bed. The girl did not take her eyes off the nanny, knowing full well that she did not have much time left. Now she did not hide either her blonde hair or her pointed ears. Masa apologized for not being able to be with her until the very end, to which Heian replied that she had protected her for 30 years. In addition, the girl perfectly understood that the nanny had done everything she could, so she could not cry now and go in peace. Turning her eyes full of tears to her pet, Masa wanted to say something else, for which she desperately tried to find words. However, in a moment her hand drooped helplessly, caught in the hands of a young lady, which indicated that everything was over. At the funeral, Cho Yisu noticed that Heian didn't shed a single tear for her nanny. Fulfilling this promise, the guy regularly came to the girl's house, bringing her a variety of food. However, she never opened it for him, instead leaving an empty dish at the doorstep. After some time, the young man walked through the streets of his native city, immersed in his thoughts. Suddenly, a pleasant smell reached his nose, making the boy stop. Turning his head, Cho Yisu noticed that he had stopped right in front of a large bakery window. When he went inside, he saw how large the assortment of desserts and pastries was. Cupcakes with light cream, as well as donuts with a ruddy crust, stood on the windows. And here you could see lush loaves of bread, crispy croissants, and sponge rolls with buttercream. Sensing how saliva gathers in his mouth at the sight of such goodies, the boy even opened his mouth. Realizing that he could now afford to buy something here, Cho Yisu stretched his lips in a warm smile. He remembered how in his childhood he was surprised that his mother was eating ordinary bread again, but with great appetite. Pointing to a piece of pastry, the woman smiled and said that she could live without rice, but not without bread. At such moments, her father would approach her and ask if she loved bread even more than him. Mom always wondered after such a thing, until her husband began to ask her why she was silent. After that, all three began to laugh merrily, enjoying the family evening. And now, standing in the bakery, Cho Yisu looked at the appetizing, puffy loaves of freshly baked bread. Coming closer, the young man took one loaf and looked at it carefully. On his return to Ladoran, the boy got his purchases, among which were the same bread and a carton of milk. Taking out the knife, Cho Yisu decided with a smile that it was time for a little snack. Suddenly, a brown package lying on his desk caught his attention. The young man stopped, staring at the object, trying to understand what it was. He put his fingers to his chin, remembering where such a package could have come from. Suddenly, the boy remembered that the package had been put together by Jage as a present for Mrs. Humphrey, who had recently had a grandson. Grabbing the package, Cho Yisu quickly ran to the house, thinking that it would be best to give it to her as soon as possible. Hearing someone knock on her door, Maggie went out to see who it was. At the door, she saw her young neighbor, who was smiling and saying that he had brought her something. The woman looked at the boy in surprise, not understanding what exactly he brought her. Handing the package to the housekeeper, Cho Yisu said that it contained a batiste cloth, as well as soap and lotion from Mrs. JJ. Hearing that it was a gift for her grandson, the woman gasped, admiring how attentive the boy was. Maggie frowned for a moment as she remembered the men in her family who didn't even sniff. Realizing that he had to leave as soon as possible to keep the neighbor's family intact, the boy said goodbye and returned home. However, on the way home, he remembered that he needed to check his harvest first. Arriving in the garden, he noticed that Heian, dressed in a light dress, was walking among the beds and flowers. Cho Yisu looked at the neighbor girl in surprise, not expecting to see her in the potato beds. Sensing a watchful eye on her, Heian turned her head towards the boy and looked at him carefully. As he came closer, she kept her brown eyes on him. Cho Yisu greeted and added that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking if she was admiring the potato flowers. He bent down and grabbed the stem of one of the flowers and pulled it towards him, tearing it away from the plant. The guy handed the flower to the girl, saying that something so simple can look so cool. However, Heian was more interested in the question of why he plucked the flower now. While Cho Yisu was explaining that it was necessary to do this in order for the potatoes to grow better, his neighbor asked what a potato was. Pointing to the rest of the plants, the young man replied that it is a vegetable. The edible part grows underground, and in a month it will be possible to harvest the crop. He noticed that the neighbor began to answer him with only one word, which had not been observed before. In addition, it became noticeable that the girl had lost weight, so the question arose whether she was eating normally. Suddenly, an idea came to Cho Yisu's head, and he asked his neighbor with a smile if she liked bread. Spreading his hands to the side, the boy said that he had recently bought himself some bread. Hearing this, Heian suddenly shouted loudly that she loved bread very much. Pointing to his house, the young man invited her to come and eat with him. When they sat down, Cho Yisu placed a piece of bread and a mug of milk in front of his guest. Heian frowned, clenching her fist tightly and staring intently at the piece of pastry in front of her. Watching her eat bread with a smile, the young man realized that she really likes bread. Besides, he always wondered why she changed her hair color so often. Now he understood that she was simply a witch. Suddenly it dawned on the boy that a real live elf was sitting in front of him right now. Sensing a watchful eye on her, the girl turned and asked if he had ever seen anyone eat bread. However, hearing that he was interested in her ears, she warned that it was better not to talk about it again. After that, she returned to the meal and ordered not to talk to her while she was eating. In a few minutes, the plate and milk mug were completely clean. Having finished, Heian said without raising her head that she understood everything, and the boy could deceive anyone, but not her. Frowning again and looking at the neighbor with a fierce look, the girl said that he is not an ordinary person. Trying hard not to show his excitement, Cho Yisu asked her what she meant. In the next moment, the neighbor accused him of being a sorcerer himself. Clenching her fingers firmly into fists and pounding them on the table, the girl added that he was a bread wizard. Hearing this, the young man froze for a moment and had no idea how to react to such accusations. Heian explained that the bread she was eating had an extremely soft texture and was very fluffy. and the use of eggs and butter gave the flour product a pleasant aroma that filled everything around. Pointing her finger at her neighbor, the girl concluded that no one but the bread wizard could have created such delicious bread. Banging her hands on the table, Heian said that since he treated her to delicious bread, she would also help him with potato flours. Raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture, Cho Yisu agreed, thinking that it would be better than if the girl shut herself in the corner of the room. Meanwhile, the girl added that she remembers perfectly the mackerel that he treated them with, so she promised to pay for it as well. But the boy wanted to say that if she wanted more, she could ask him. Heian said that she couldn't stand fish. Cho Yisu agreed and asked what kind of magic his neighbor was using. Looking carefully at the interlocutor, the girl said that she would not reveal all the secret information to him. After some time, the young man stood in his apartment and looked at the products needed for baking bread. Grabbing the large bowl, he thought he could just carry the dough with him to the other side. Then when they talked with Heian, she demanded more bread if the boy wanted to know everything. As he rolled up his sleeves, Cho Yisu thought about the simple ingredients used to make a pound cake. All it took was eggs, sugar, flour, and butter in equal proportions. In addition, it was fashionable to add bacon, chocolate, green tea, and lemon to it so that the taste was richer. Mixing all this in a bowl, the boy smiled, glad that the preparation should be easy. Having already returned to his house in Lauderan, he still doubted that the bread would turn out to be tasty. Looking at the cauldron containing the finished dough, Cho Yisu thought that everything was too simple. Suddenly, Hatsun's voice was heard from behind, coming closer and asking if it would be bread. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked her neighbor when she would be able to eat it. However, the young man was not confused and said that the pastries could fall due to the wind, so he needed information. Pointing to herself, Heian admitted that she was a witch who could control water. Exhaling loudly, Cho Yisu wondered if his neighbor belonged to the family that controls the water in Armenia. When he asked to show his abilities, the girl began to demand 10 pieces of delicious bread for it. After some time, the bread was ready, and the boy took it to his house. Heian, impatient, began to shout for the neighbor to cut it faster, but he just calmly asked to wait. After making a large incision, Cho Yisu ordered her to give him a plate. However, as soon as he turned the mold over to take the bread out of it, he did not want to get out. Sweat covered his face as the boy realized that he had simply forgotten to grease the bottom of the pan with oil. Upon the words of his neighbor that he is an even bigger scumbag than she thought at first, the young man said that he would get everything now. When the pastry was finally on the plate, he noticed that the edges were slightly burnt, but asked to try it anyway. He wondered what his first baking experience would taste like. Taking a piece of bread to his mouth, Cho Yisu stared intently in front of him. He frowned, feeling that the pastry was even too sweet. The young man looked at the neighbor and asked how it tasted, to which he heard that bread is bread and it is tasty, but she asked if he had milk. At this request, Cho Yisu pointed his finger at her and said that she could go and feed herself if she wanted to. However, she just lowered her eyes and said that she really doesn't like animals very much. Looking intently at his neighbor, Cho Yisu decided to ask her something. However, she interrupted him and asked why he now lives alone. Frowning, her neighbor replied that his parents had died a few years ago. Without looking up at the boy, the witch quietly said that the useless parents had better leave as soon as possible. Cho Yisu didn't answer this, silently staring blankly in front of him. He remembered that Masa had spoken as if Heian had some kind of problem in her heart, and now the boy assumed that she was a maniac. To his question about what the girl feels when she sees the animal, the witch replied that she wanted to kill him. When the boy asked why she was reacting like that, Heian asked if he also thought there was something wrong with her. Looking down again, Cho Yisu mentally asked why the neighbor had become like this. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had come here to have peace, so he simply said he had to go. However, the witch suspected that he just wanted to go home to eat all the bread himself. In response, the boy cut her a large piece and put it on a plate. Getting up from the chair and going to the door, the girl stopped and quietly called her neighbor by name. Looking at him with a warm smile on her face, the elf said that she considered him a good person. When the girl left, Cho Yisu slumped wearily on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. He exhaled heavily, not getting up and not changing his position for some time, because communication with the neighbor turned out to be quite difficult. The boy himself perfectly understood what it means to lose someone close to you. In such a situation, a person did not have enough energy to consider other people's feelings. Smiling, the young man thought that Heian herself had a much worse situation. Meanwhile, on the street, the residents of the city ran in different directions to escape from the robbers. Those of them who were unlucky and fell into the hands of the knights had to cover themselves from the blows. One of the men hid under a haystack, trying not to reveal his presence there. He could hear one of the robbers approaching, his shadow already falling on the steed. Beads of sweat rolled down the man's face as he mentally prayed that he wouldn't be found here. Suddenly, one of the robbers shouted to his partner that it was time for them to leave the city. Turning around, he agreed, pointing out that he was done with everything anyway. Listening to the sounds of footsteps rapidly moving away from him, the man put his hand to his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Frowning, he decided that he should return to his home as soon as possible. Wasting no time, the man got into a carriage that was standing nearby and drove away, hurrying to warn others about the attack. The next thing he saw the next day was him waking up, clutching the blanket he was covered with in fear. His parents and brother immediately came to the bed when they heard him shouting something about the village of Luchin. Looking at his son, his father explained that he passed out immediately after getting out of the carriage. He arrived at night, and leaving the wagon immediately fell unconscious in the arms of a surprised Hans. The man frowned and stated that they should hurry as Luchin village was under attack. He said something about the robbers coming their way, but the father said it was all right. He strenuously explained that if they really wanted to attack them, they would have been here a long time ago. Listening to all this, Cho Yisu thought that the elder was right, as their village was 2 hours away from Luchin. Returning to his fellow villagers, the man suggested that everyone disperse and gather next time. Listening to their headman, the people of Laudoran slowly began to leave Mrs. Humphrey's tavern, going to their homes. Shoving his hands in his pockets and heading towards his home, Cho Yisu couldn't get out of his mind that robbers might appear here. He thought that his lack of great fear of them might be the result of having somewhere to turn. The next day, a guard from the Meditz family appeared in Laudoran, saying he had an announcement, so he asked everyone to gather in the square. Looking sternly at the crowd, the boy added that he would stay in the village to monitor the robbers' movements. Immediately after that, he was approached by several people who asked what was happening in the village of Luchin and whether there were many victims there. One of the girls, hearing that there were many wounded, shouted that she wanted to see everything with her own eyes, since her family was there. Cho Yisu raised his hand, drawing attention to himself, and asked why exactly the Meditz family decided to interfere in this. To which the guard replied that it affected them as well, so he was ready to accompany the 2 representatives who would go to Luchin. Already sitting in his house, Cho Yisu thought that it all looked rather strange. He was surprised by the fact that there were so many wounded, but after such an attack, not a single resident was killed. Imagining how bandaged people on crutches walk around the city, the boy thought that there must be some explanation for this. Closing his lips tightly, the young man closed his eyes quietly, pondering the situation. Suddenly an idea occurred to him, and he clicked his fingers, remembering Kaon. In a few minutes, Cho Yisu was already standing at the door of the house where his witch neighbor lived. Knocking on the door, the boy called the girl by name, telling her something about bread. Hearing this, she suddenly jumped outside, looking sternly at her unexpected guest. Knowing that the girl would help with the bread, the young man promised her to cook bread if she helped him. Hearing his words, Heian frowned, which did not hide from her neighbor's eyes. When asked what he wanted, Cho Yisu asked her to tell him everything she knew about the nobles in the Ermin Empire. With the serious face of her mentor, the elf explained that there were no marquises in their empire. Instead, there were earls. However, when the guy asked to tell about it in more detail, the girl said that one question would be enough to start. Heian added that from now on she would not answer his questions for free, and one question would cost him 1 loaf of bread. According to Cho Yisu, it was a robbery, but he went home, stopping a neighbor who wanted to see what he was cooking. After some time, all the ingredients needed for cooking were already on his table. Hatsong looked at the set of products in surprise, asking the young man if he would cook with them. Watching his neighbor jump around him, demanding that he do things faster, Cho Isu asked where her elven pride had gone. The boy took a spoon and dropped some meringue into the dough, after which he mixed everything several times. The young man was preparing the dough with a smile, anticipating that everything would be tastier this time. Heian carefully watched everything her neighbor was doing while making bread. He explained that first you need to throw a piece of butter into the pan and then pour the dough into it. When she started to adjust it again, Cho Yisu explained that it was necessary to bake on low heat. Looking at this, the elf assumed that he had not yet learned to control his magic. After some time, the young man put a fragrant pastry on the table in front of the guest, sprinkled with syrup and with a piece of butter and decorated with raspberries. Heian opened her mouth, holding a knife and fork in her hands, anticipating how she was about to enjoy the meal. When Cho Yisu told her to eat instead of drooling and replied that she was just staring. Wasting no time, the girl lowered the knife and made a small cut on the surface. Prickling a piece of pastry on a fork, she sent it into her mouth. Immediately after that, the elf felt an incredibly delicate taste which brought tears to her eyes. After hearing her question about how the bread could be so soft, the boy concluded that the neighbor was delighted. Smiling widely, he explained that it was called pancakes, after which he began to explain the principles of their preparation. Meanwhile, Heian continued to eat the dish prepared for her, stuffing another piece of pancake into her mouth. Her gaze looked quite hungry, as if the girl was afraid that someone would take away her food now. Stuffing her cheeks with pastry, she began to chew slowly, staring desperately in front of her. After a few minutes, the plate was already empty, except for a few crumbs on it. Cho Yisu was surprised to see how satisfied his neighbor looked after eating her pancakes. Closing his eyes and smiling, he asked if she was ready to answer his question now. Looking sternly at her neighbor, the elf told him he shouldn't be so impatient as she was trying to savor the food. However, Heian then explained that the highest position was the emperor, who ruled the entire kingdom. Hearing that the girl called the emperor a beast, he asked if it was fashionable to say that, but she said that she was going to finish him anyway. Hearing the request to continue, Heian crossed her arms on her chest and said that after the emperor, the dukes followed, then the counts and the rest of the nobles. To a surprise question about whether that was all, the elf answered that those who bought a certificate of nobility were coming after them. This information intrigued Choisa, and he asked how much such a certificate might cost. However, after hearing that such a certificate is worth 5,000 gold coins, the boy felt the amount fall on his shoulders like an impossible load. He even had the idea of kidnapping Mrs. Humphrey and handing her over to Lady Meditz. When asked why she wanted to kill Emperor Heian, she replied that he was an enemy of her people. Staring at her neighbor in surprise, Cho Isu asked if the other wizards were also on bad terms with the ruler of the empire. However, the elf got angry and told him not to pretend he knew everything, since he wasn't even a wizard. Looking down, she calmly added that in any case she wanted to go to the city of Ermania. When asked about transportation costs, the girl said that from now on he would pay her 1 gold for each question. However, Cho Yisu did not want to give up, so he asked what exactly she wanted to receive for her answers, gold or fresh bread. The next day the boy left for Lucan, but as expected he got sick again on the way. As he wiped his mouth, he thought that without the painkillers he would be no better than a dog. Noticing his condition, Hans came closer and asked if he was all right. Looking at the people around him, Cho Yisu noticed that everything had changed since he had been here. Zdrovin said with a smile that the Punch family had spent a lot of money to hire a wizard healer. Squinting, the young man asked if this was not the same family that bought the local lands. He was surprised that the land they bought was attacked by bandits, but they still decided to restore everything for free. Hans was very surprised to be asked on what terms the Punch family had agreed to do this. It all looked rather suspicious, but the young man expressed his joy that the people were all right. After some time, when all the pepper was sold, Cho Isu went into the tavern, where he waited for his friend to return. He thought about the fact that in the army, he had to carry 10 kilograms of sand and the like, but now everything seemed even heavier. Hearing the words that someone had met the robbers on the way to Count Meditz, the boy growled in surprise to himself. He turned his head and saw 3 men sitting at a nearby table. One of them said that bandits were roaming the surrounding lands, but Count Meditz did not post a guard, so his friend assumed that they were connected. These words infuriated Cho Yisu, as he knew very well that this family's soldiers had been guarding the streets for the past few weeks. One of the men jumped to his feet and shouted that if the robbers ever ventured into their town again, he would kick their asses. In addition, he added that when he met them a few days ago, he looked at them without any fear. Cho Yi was interested in the words that one of the robbers had a large scar on his face. Immediately after that, the boy remembered that he had seen one such night when he came with Hans to Lucan last time. After adding 2 plus 2, the young man realized that there could be no mistake here. When he returned home, Heian immediately came to him, who began to demand bread for herself. When the guy said that he was planning to harvest potatoes today, the girl said that he would give her bread first. They both lashed out furiously at each other, and each of them tried to push his own line. Hearing that he wanted to show her how everything should be done, the elf grumbled and crossed her arms over her chest. Taking a hoe in his hands, the young man said that to begin with, you should carefully dig the ground near the roots, after which the root crops will be visible. After looking at the potato fruits, Heian said they looked pretty disgusting, to which Cho Yisu joked that they looked like her. However, the girl immediately found something to say, saying that now she understands why he is still not married at the age of 23. Taking some potatoes, the young man said that he was going to cook something from the harvest. When they were already at home, the elf looked at the potatoes and asked what exactly he wanted to cook with them. With a big smile, the boy said that he wanted to make potato pancakes, which only needed oil and a tuber. When the neighbor said that it didn't sound good, Cho Yisu told her to just help, and then he would make her some bread. The witch immediately began to demand a knife, but the young man was in no hurry to give it to her, asking if she had ever used it. Instead, he handed her a small grater and asked her to grate the potatoes with it, thinking that she would be fine with it. Wasting no time, Heian grabbed one of the peeled potatoes and clenched it tightly in her fist. Immediately after that, the frightened owner watched the girl sharply lower the tuber onto the grater. Having taken the potatoes from her, the guy told her tensely that he would handle it perfectly. When the potatoes were mashed, he said they should now be strained through a colander to get rid of the excess liquid. Hyeon carefully watched all the actions that Cho Yisu did in front of her, trying not to miss anything. After that, he poured oil into the pan and put some of the grated potatoes in it. Frowning, the elf looked at her neighbor and asked if he really thought it was delicious. The young man explained that you can use potatoes, which will be cut a little larger, to prepare the dish. And you can add other vegetables, but this will affect the consistency, so it all depends on personal tastes. Finally, with a broad smile, Cho Yisu pointed to the finished dish and said that the guests could taste it. Noticing that the witch looked at the fritter quite skeptically, he began to urge her to eat everything until it was cold. Grabbing the pancake, the elf told him not to push it, while tearing off part of the dish. She slowly sent a piece to her mouth, not expecting to like the taste. Chewing a pancake, the witch looked in front of her with big eyes. Watching the guest reach for the rest of the meal, Cho Yisu knew she liked it. Looking down at his plate, the boy thought that the edges of the fritter had turned out particularly well. He also noticed that Haeun rejects particularly sophisticated dishes and enjoys those that are extremely simple to prepare. Addressing the girl, he promised her that next time he would make potato bread from the harvest, she would harvest herself. However, turning her head to him, she answered that she liked the pound cake much more then. The next day in Lauterine, Jaeger came again, who joyfully rushed to Maggie as soon as she entered the gate. Looking at the redhead hurrying towards her, Mrs. Humphrey hid her hands behind her back, not much surprised by her guest. But with a big smile, she said that she will be staying here for 3 days, so she definitely wants a lot of delicious food. Suddenly, Cho Yisu came up to them and said hello and asked the girl to give him some attention. The appearance of the boy surprised the redhead, so she looked at him with big eyes. When they reached the riverbank, Jace asked what exactly he wanted to talk to her about. She was very puzzled by the fact that the young man wanted to ask her for one favor. Glancing at the interlocutor, Cho Yisu said that he had heard something when he arrived in Liuchen. Jeji asked what exactly he heard, as she still did not understand what he meant. The boy immediately raised his hands and said that he had nothing against her family, especially knowing that they had assigned guards. However, he reported that someone had started spreading false rumors about the Meditz family. He added that they said that a man with a scar on his chin was working with the robbers. So the request was for the girl to check the presence of such a man among her people. However, Jace instead wondered what they would do if they did find a traitor among them. With a big smile on his face, Cho Yisu pointed to himself and replied that he had already come up with a plan of action. The red-haired woman reminded him that the reputation of the nobility should not be harmed, as punishment would follow. However, when they sat at his house and a plate of food stood in front of her, the girl completely forgot about all the punishments. While stabbing a piece of potato, she wondered how he managed to make it so soft and tasty. Sending the potato to her mouth, the girl asked why he didn't treat her earlier if he knew how to cook something like that. However, Cho Yisu smiled and reminded her of his request, to which she assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Jeje clarified whether the boy wants her to send him a letter when she learns some information. The young man agreed and said that as soon as he received news from her, he would go to her. In the next second, Jace was screaming again, demanding to know how he prepared such a delicacy. Cho Yisu said that he took the potatoes she brought last time, washed them, and cut them up. However, the redhead didn't believe him, asking why he was telling his secrets instead of selling them. The girl explained that this is how artisans can earn more than ordinary farmers, and therefore only teach their own children. After that, the Ionians become rich enough to buy themselves a certificate of nobility. JJ even thought that instead of kidnapping Maggie, she could have taken him, but the boy advised her to enjoy the meal. A few days later, Jay stood outside the door that led to her father's office. She ordered the guards out of the way, but one of the guards said he had been told not to let anyone in. Realizing what the young lady's reaction might be, her maid closed her eyes and covered her ears tightly. JJ shouted loudly that she wanted to know the truth, as she had heard all sorts of delusions about their family. However, the sentry's face showed no shadow of doubt even in front of the angry maiden. Clenching her fingers into a fist, Jace asked aloud if it was their family that had hired thugs to rob Lucan. The red-haired girl walked furiously down the corridor, loudly pounding her feet on the stone slabs of the floor. Suddenly, a father's voice was heard from behind the door, ordering the guards to let his daughter pass. Going inside, Jesse saw several more men sitting at the table in the office. One of them politely addressed her and asked how she was doing. However, the redhead didn't answer, instead keeping her eyes on the guard kneeling next to her. Raising her hand, she screamed loudly for him to raise his head before she crushed it. Grabbing the guard's hair, the girl herself sharply pulled his head up. What she saw on his face made her freeze in shock. The man closed his eyes tightly, realizing that nothing good would come from an angry lady. and a large scar was visible on his face, which went down to the neck and went under the collar. Jace immediately looked at her father, and with a serious expression on her face, stated that she needed to speak with him one-on-one. When everyone present left the office, the girl sat down on the couch and asked what exactly the head of the family was planning to do. Folding his hands in a castle, the man reminded his daughter that he was the manager of their lands, and although he guessed that the nobles were up to something, he could not even imagine that they would ruin their reputation by bribing the manager. When the daughter asked whether the suspect told about who paid him, he said that he claims that he planned everything himself. Red-haired and with a serious expression on her face, she offered to put the suspect's head in a barrel of water until he confesses. After a while, Cho Yisu was staring in wonder at the window of the carriage that was to bring him to the Medit's house. All around were neat houses with tiles of different colors, and next to them stood a large estate. Looking at all this, the boy thought that it all looked incredible. The coachman stopped the carriage and opened the door, reporting that they had arrived. When the boy got out of the carriage, he immediately heard a voice calling his name, which made him turn his head in the direction where the sound was coming from. There he saw Jezi running towards him, holding the hem of her magnificent red dress. Seeing her in such rich clothes, the young man stared at his acquaintance in a daze. He thanked for the invitation, but the only thought in his mind was that she really was the Duke's daughter. The girl was surprised by such a reaction. She said she understood the improper meeting but offered to get straight to the point. They went into the hall, where Jeji sat down on the couch and crossed her arms and asked how the boy was going to act. After untying the pouch he had brought with him, Cho Yisu said that this item was his family's treasure, which had been created by a wizard of lightning and wisdom. He explained that the item was called a lie detector, mentally adding that it cost 129,000 won. Jace assured her that she didn't need to go into too much detail, only asking if the item was an artifact. Putting a lie detector on the table, the young man confirmed her guesses. Looking at the object more closely, she thought that it looked like a simple piece of metal. Without looking up at her interlocutor, Jezi tried to understand who he really was. Looking at the boy, who was smiling widely, Jace knew that he had a powerful thing as a family heirloom. In addition, the maiden thought about the fact that there were wizards on his continent, since the artifacts were not available to ordinary people. Jumping on the spot, Jace suggested that he use the lie detector right now. When he asked if she wanted to know the consequences of lying, Jeja only asked with a smile if the traitor would die from it. After some time, the hand of the person suspected of treason fell into a special place on the lie detector. Looking at the prisoner's frightened face, Cho Yisu warned that if he told a lie, he would simply burst his blood vessels. He tensed, and his face was covered with sweat, but the man asked with a smile why he should believe him. The young man said that he could prove his words by advising him to answer no to all the questions. Holding up a finger, the boy asked the first question, which was whether the young lady liked Mrs. Humphrey's food. At the same time, he did not notice how the girl herself tensed up behind him, feeling the attentive eyes of those present on her. Looking intently at the apparatus on which his hand rested, the guard replied with a denial. Thinking that he wanted to see the result of his lie, the man paid attention to the lights that flickered on the device. In the next moment, he screamed loudly from the strong electric shock that ran through his body. Cho Yisu smiled and said that he felt as if his demonstration could be considered quite complete. He smiled predatorily and said that now, if he continues to lie, his family, children, and even grandchildren will suffer. Realizing that he was not joking at all, the suspect shook, fearing punishment. Unable to bear the wild tension, he began to beg that his family should not be touched, adding that he was only following orders. Suddenly, Cho Yisu heard the Duke approach him, asking for permission to continue, but adding that the boy should wait for him outside and retrieve his artifact. After leaving the prison, Jeji noticed that everything went quite quickly, and she heard a question about what she would do now. Excitedly clapping her hands, the girl said that she had something for him. Closing her eyes, she added that she was sure he would like it. A few minutes later, a shelf full of all kinds of desserts stood in front of the young man. Cho Yisu looked at it all and couldn't believe his eyes, admiring how appetizing it all looked. Jezi approached him and asked if everything looked really tasty. She pointed to a few rose petals, advising them to try them first. Without wasting time, Tak took one of them and sent it to his mouth, which the girl watched carefully. He began to chew on the treat, expecting to taste the delicious sweet taste. However, in the next moment, a taste arose in his mouth, which reminded him very much of the taste of soap. It was just awful, but Jace insisted he try the rest, reaching for one of the cupcakes on the shelf, hoping that it would be tastier. Watching the guests sample a new dessert, Jezi said that he could taste whatever he wanted. Cho Iesu himself thought that he did not understand the flavors of the desserts offered to him by the red-haired woman, and although they were terrible because they resembled the taste of cosmetics, but he did not stop smiling. Covering her smile with her hand, Jace asked him if he wanted to try all the dishes here. Hearing that she wanted to say something else, the boy looked at her with interest, having the opportunity to tear himself away from eating the guests. Jeji grabbed the lie detector and asked if she could take it for a while to discipline a few kids. A few minutes later, the Duke joined them, to whom ISU bowed, introducing himself. However, Jace was more interested in whether or not the guardsman was actually connected to the Punch family, which she heard would now be punished by the royal family. After hearing the words of thanks from the head of the Meditz family, Cho Yisu smiled widely and said that he was not worth it. The Duke looked at the boy and suggested that he rest a little and have breakfast together the next morning. The next morning, getting up in his bed, the young man noticed with surprise that it was already morning outside. Looking out the window, he thought about the fact that yesterday he was so tired that he immediately switched off. The boy went to the window and opened the door to look at the surrounding city. He saw that the city was still asleep, but it was gradually warming up with the sun's rays reflecting off the roofs. In the next second, Cho Yisu closed the door as he felt a chill run through his body. There was a knock on the door behind him, and the butler asked the young gentleman if he had woken up yet. Having warned him that he was coming, a guy appeared in the room, brought a towel, and said that he was taking a bath for him. At his words that he would bring him a robe, Cho Yisu awkwardly thanked him. After some time, the boy enjoyed the hot tea, thinking about the fact that he did not feel the proper peace. There was another knock on the door, informing him that breakfast was ready. Jace greeted him joyfully in the dining room, leaning his hands on the table and smiling widely. Looking carefully at her guest, who was dressed in luxurious count clothes, the girl noticed that he looked simply incredible. Scratching his neck in no uncertain terms, Cho Yisu asked her if she really thought so. When the maid approached Jezi to advise her not to speak like that, the red-haired woman said that otherwise the whole point would be lost. However, later she decided that it did not matter and clapped her hands and asked to bring them food. In a few minutes, Cho Yisu was sitting with the Meditz family at a large table with a variety of dishes on it. Wasting no time, the boy grabbed the fork and sent a piece of food into his mouth. He smiled as he felt the strong taste of black pepper stand out in each dish. Jeja looked at him and asked if he understood now why they needed Mrs. Humphrey. Hearing that he liked everything, she held up one of the lambs and said that he should like this dish best. The young man looked at the mutton square in surprise. Pricking a piece on a fork, he dipped it several times in the sauce that was served with the dish. The taste of the loin was not bad, moreover, the specificity of the mutton was not felt. Duchess Meditz put her hand to her cheek as she looked at her daughter and said that she absolutely did not understand why her daughter was such a picky eater. To which the girl replied that she simply did not taste Mrs. Humphrey's food, which she had repeatedly asked to be brought here. After breakfast was finished, Jace pointed forward and told Cho Yi that she would give him a tour. Both of them didn't even notice Duke Meditz watching them closely. The butler approached him and asked what reward he planned to give the boy for his help. He returned to him and said that since he had rendered them a great service, they simply could not pay him with money. Dvoretsky looked at the master, understanding what reward he was thinking about at the moment. The Duke confirmed his guess by replying that he was going to write a letter of recommendation. Such a letter could be used to obtain an identity card or the right to purchase a nobleman's certificate, so the man was sure that the boy would make good use of his recommendation, since the Duke knew how to judge people well. On his way back to Laudoran, Cho Yisu had 5,000 gold and a letter of recommendation from the Duke in his carriage. Putting his finger to his mouth, the boy pondered that all this was too much in his opinion. An idea even arose in my head to save part of this money in another dimension. Besides, the village had pretty bad fences, so if they were restored, it could at least help the villagers a little. After arriving in Laudoran, Cho Isu and Hans began to insulate local houses. Looking at his friend, the young man said that he heard from Jezi that many people die in winter. However, the big man replied that things were a little better in their village, since they were closer to the north. When he asked how the winter was in his hometown, Cho Yisu thought that they had heated floors, but he couldn't say that. He explained that they had a heating stone, which they put on the log, with which they heated their houses. However, Hans took this to mean that they were making a roast of each other. As he continued his work, Cho Yisu thought that the mention of the warm floor made him want to warm himself to it. However, he decided that he would definitely use such technology when he had his lands and built a castle for himself. Suddenly, Hans heard his friend calling him, so he listened to his words. Still holding the tools in his hands, the young man told the big man that he would like to do something. After some time, when they entered Mrs. Humphrey's tavern, Hans called to his friend quietly to attract his attention. He handed him the bowl of pig's hooves that he had asked him to bring. He pointed to the table and asked him to put them on the table in front of him. At that moment, Maggie herself shouted loudly, attracting the attention of everyone present in her institution. She smiled happily as she announced that tonight's dinner would be prepared by Cho Yisu. When she invited those who wanted to go and have dinner with their families, everyone unanimously wanted to stay to try. Seeing this, the young man smiled and said that he needed some time, so he asked everyone present to leave. Wasting no time, the Dadoran silently returned to the door and started out into the street. As soon as the last of the villagers left, the boy with a broad smile began to prepare the meal, taking out 2 bottles of sauce. To begin with, he soaked the hooves in beer and water to get rid of the unpleasant specific smell. Then boiled it well, poured out the water and poured a new one. When the heat treatment was completed, the young man took up the brought sauces. Cho Yisu mixed the soy sauce and sangwoo, then poured the mixture generously over the cooked hooves. Frowning, he decided that it was necessary to proceed to the finishing touch. At this stage, in his opinion, it was worth praying that the hooves would turn out tasty. Finally, the guests entered the tavern, where a meat dish was already waiting for them, and the cook invited everyone to try it. All the peasants looked in surprise at the plate where the meat lay, generously sprinkled with spices. Cho Yisu watched with a smile as everyone talked about what was worth trying because it smelled delicious. Within minutes, the villagers were sitting around the tables discussing how they would never have thought that hooves could taste so good. Hans was also grinning widely as he asked what sauce he used to make the hooves so soft. Cho Yisu smiled as he said he couldn't reveal the recipe, as it has long been his family's signature sauce. Heading to the table to also try his creation, the young man suddenly noticed a stranger watching him. Placing his plate of food in front of him, the boy introduced himself and asked if he could sit next to him. He also smiled and replied that his grip was York. Cho Yisu asked him what he was doing here, as it was quite cold outside, to which he heard that he was selling fish. The man added with a smile that it was easiest for him to make money in this weather. At these words, Cho Yisu assumed that it was because the fish stayed fresh longer in cold weather. In addition, in such weather it was simply suicide to go to the mountains or forests, so the demand for fish increased. After trying a piece of cooked hooves, Yorka turned to the cook in surprise and asked what it was. At that moment, young Cho Yisu himself thought that doing business with risk to his own life sounded pretty good. He asked him for a business card, to which he gladly handed him a piece of paper. When asked by a visitor about how he managed to achieve such an extraordinary taste, the young man replied that it was a secret family sauce. A few days later, he was sitting in his house, wrapped in a blanket and trying to warm himself by the fire. Looking at the burning flame, the boy thought that at such rates he could simply freeze to death. However, Cho Yisu knew very well that the battle would soon be over, so he decided that it was worth holding on for a little while. Suddenly, he heard a loud cry that reported a fire not far away. The young man went outside and froze, noticing a big glow in front of him. Just in front of him was a house completely engulfed in flames, and frightened villagers were running around. Suddenly, someone's panicked scream came to his ears again, trying to call him. Hans ran up to his friend and asked why he was barking and demanding that he help them deal with the fire. Rushing to the burning house, the big man warned that if they could not control the flames, they would have big problems. The rest of the Ladorians tried their best to put out the fire with water, and one woman sat among the crowd. She cried, shedding bitter tears and fighting for her burning house. Suddenly, something caught Cho Yisu's attention, and he turned his head in that direction in surprise. The young man lunged at Han, who was approaching the burning house and whispering unknown words. Gathering a lot of water around her, the girl asked the water spirit to help her. The rest of the villagers also froze, carefully watching what the witch was doing. Meanwhile, Heian put her hands forward and created a large ball of water between them. All the villagers watched her actions in surprise, trying to understand what would happen next. The fair-haired elf's face remained completely calm, even indifferent, as she cast the spell. In a moment, her figure was surrounded by drops of water, which suddenly rushed to the burning house. A moment later, a hissing sound was heard from the building, and a cloud of white vapor rose into the air. When everything was over, questions began to be heard from various quarters about what exactly had just happened. Heian looked down as everyone wondered where a wizard had suddenly come from in their village. Cho Yisu turned his attention to the headman of the village, who approached the girl and carefully thanked her. Everyone present watched in amazement as the grandfather knelt before the elf. Heian, on the other hand, stood silently in place, having no idea how to react to his actions and words. In a moment, the rest of the villagers who were present repeated the action of the village headman, thanking the sorceress. Cho Yisu stretched his hand forward and took a step, trying to call the girl by name. However, the girl simply turned around and walked away, ignoring her neighbor's words. Meanwhile, the old man turned to Hans and asked him to lead the owners of the house to the tavern. Meanwhile, Cho Yisu continued to look around in amazement, trying to comprehend everything that had happened. The next morning, holding a bag of goodies tightly in his hands, the young man knocked on the door of his neighbor's house. The elf opened the door and indifferently looked at the guest and asked what he needed. Immediately after that, she slammed the door, telling him to go where he came from, but the boy said that the bread wizard had brought her something. Ha-yeon looked outside again and said he was acting like a child, to which Cho Yisu said he could read her mind. Suddenly he noticed that something was wrong with her eyes, which he immediately asked his neighbor about. Crossing his arms over his chest, sternly replied that magic is never given for free. Cho Yisu, hearing these words, smiled and thanked her for saving the village. The elf froze for a moment, choosing the words to answer him. In the next moment, she crossed her arms again and said that she was of no use here and that this was all the bread wizard's business. Grabbing the package from the guest's hands, the girl added that he should take better care of himself, after which she asked him to leave her alone. A moment later, Han looked surprised at the paper bag in her hands. Raising his finger up, Cho Yisu wanted to explain to her exactly what kind of gifts he had brought her. However, noticing the closed door in front of him, he threw up his hands, thinking about what a terrible character his neighbor had. However, he was sure that there were egg biscuits in this world, so he decided that there was simply no need for further explanations. Han, meanwhile, was drilling his back with a careful look, looking after him through the window. After that, her attention completely turned to the guest that the boyfriend brought her, and the smell of which was very different from the usual smell of egg biscuits. Having broken one of them, the girl sent it to her mouth, which was accompanied by a loud crunch. A moment later, the girl continued to greedily eat the cookies brought to her, crunching them. Meanwhile, the villagers of Ladoran were all gathering under a large tree that was their relic. Cho Yisu was also there and suddenly heard someone calling him loudly as he came closer. Zdrovan was surprised that he had come alone, as he was interested in where Han had gone. When Cho Yisu asked him why he was interested in his neighbor, Hans explained that he just wanted to thank her for saving the village. Suddenly, he started dancing and showing off his new clothes that he was wearing. While the friend was happy, Cho Yisu said that he really likes his updates. Having finished his dance, Hans handed the young man a large metal vase as a gift. To the boy's surprised look, he explained that every year they throw a stone there, symbolizing their age. When Cho Yisu accepted the gift, the big man added that he could look for beautiful stones by the river. A young man asked the librarian what holiday it was today, as he noticed many people on the streets. Turning his gaze to the bank of the river, Hans explained that today they were celebrating Kasaruna, and today it was appropriate to throw stones into the vase. When the full moon rose over the meadow, they all turned together in the direction where the village headman was addressing them. He was standing on a bench, holding his vase with stones in his hands, and a small sheep was standing at his feet. The man smiled and said that to begin with, he would like to ask the villagers to continue looking after the village. Covering his mouth with his hand, Hans told his friend that this usually took 1 mile, but their headman was finishing it much faster. Remembering their conversation when the headman had allowed him to stay in the village, Cho Yisu realized that it was entirely expected that the man did not want to do something like this. Taking a large bowl in his hands, the headman ordered all those present to line up. He slowly began to approach each one, placing noticeable red drops on their foreheads. Meanwhile, the line was quite long and everyone was patiently waiting for the old man to finally come to them. Seeing the man's legs in front of him, Cho Yisu realized that now it was finally his turn. He lowered his head, placing his forehead under Elder Ladoran's finger. Immediately after that, Hans approached him and told him to put a stone in the vase and make a wish. Obediently following his friend's instructions, Cho Yisu dropped a stone inside and thought that he wanted this year to be happier than the last. The next morning, getting ready for the road, the boy thought about what he should take with him on the road. He was thinking that he should take some water and food, as well as take some medicine with him. However, the main item needed on this trip was his money. He remembered the words of Jace, who said that he could buy a noble certificate from Pusing. She explained that this port city came into her family's possession after the previous owners imposed insane taxes. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hands, the young man exhaled, raising a cloud of steam above the drink. Jeje added that there is an administration building in that city, and it is there that he will be able to purchase the necessary document. Cho Yisu smiled broadly as the girl reminded him that her father had given him a recommendation, so he should think about buying the certificate. However, in the next moment, Jace raised a finger and warned him that there was one important thing he had to remember. Then she said that the document would cost him 5,000 gold, which is 500 million won. The young man perfectly understood that for this money he would receive only a piece of paper with a signature, so he hoped that it was not a scam. Although from time to time the thought popped into his head that he might adjust the events a little. Looking at the money he had, Cho Yisu knew that he now had as much as 8,000 gold. With such an amount, he could easily afford to buy a house in Seoul and at the same time wait with the certificate. However, clenching his fingers firmly into a fist, the boy decided to buy himself a noble status, for which he had one important reason. He thought that he had always wanted to become a landowner, and now he had the perfect opportunity to do so. That was why Cho Yisu was now on his way to Pusing to buy a certificate of nobility. When he came to Heian, she said with a mouthful of cookies that she also wanted to go to the big city. After hearing this, Cho Yisu with a broad smile offered the neighbor to chew first, to which she agreed. In order to get a chance to say something faster, the elf even punched herself in the chest several times to push the cookies through. After finally swallowing the food completely, Heian asked her neighbor for permission to become a knight to accompany him on his way to Pusingu. These words surprised the boy very much, and he replied that if she did not lose consciousness, then it would already be a great achievement. However, after those words, he saw Heian summon a few drops of water that froze above her palm. In the next moment, the boy froze tensely, feeling how a sharp rapier stopped a millimeter away from his throat. Cho Yisu opened his mouth in fear, demanding that his neighbor take the weapon from his neck. Looking sternly at the interlocutor, Heian warned that she now has very poor control over her own magic, as she hasn't used it in a long time. Pushing the melee weapon away from him, the young man replied that this is another reason why you can't take it with you. When he asked why she didn't want to stay, the elf reminded her of her assistant, Masa. The girl explained that she wanted to repay her debt. Instead, she promised to help him with her abilities for a whole year. After tensely falling silent, the boy looked at the neighbor for some time, not expecting such a reason. Meanwhile, the girl continued, adding that she also needed bread, which the bread wizard would prepare. And although she knew that this time the new dish was prepared by Cho Isu himself, she still liked it. To this, the young man replied that he was making new treats using the cheese they had made with Mrs. Humphrey. In addition, the cookies he used as a base also turned out very tasty and went well with the taste of cheese. Stuffing another cookie with cheese into her mouth, Heian said that the bread was still tastier. Closing his eyes, Cho Yisu thought that he would be much safer on the road with his neighbor. The money needed to buy a certificate of nobility was already ready and packed, and having a wizard nearby who can control water was a pretty good option. Suddenly, however, something dawned on him, and he asked Heian why she would help him for exactly 1 year. Grabbing another cookie, the girl explained that she also had her own affairs, so she couldn't follow him forever. After hearing how she demanded from him to make bread every week, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that she also managed to set conditions. Putting a finger to his chin, the boy thought about how much he would lose by bringing bread into this world every week. The amount was close to 30 million, for which he was going to make Heian cry like a curse. Feeling his gaze on her, the girl turned and said that she did not like his gaze, as she could have changed her mind. After some time, they were already sitting in the coachman's seat, and Cho Isu held the charioteers in his hands to restrain the horses. Suddenly, Mino's head appeared near them, thanking them for giving him a ride, praising the first-class carriages. He asked the young man if he had received the wagon from Mrs. Jeja, to which he heard an affirmative answer. The merchandiser's son suggested that he had received the transport as a reward for delivering it to the Duke's daughter, Mrs. Humphrey. The answer about the agreement of 2 adults did not satisfy Strive Jr., and he looked suspiciously at the interlocutor. However, in the next moment, he wondered when he managed to get so close to Heian, which caused the girl to tensely look in front of her. Cho Yisu realized that the conversation had gone in the wrong direction and rushed to convince the boy that he had completely misunderstood. However, in the next second, a loud sound like a cough was heard from the elf herself. She laughed out loud, completely ignoring the dumbfounded look on her neighbor's face, who clearly didn't like her reaction. When he said that she wasn't into him either, Heian wiped her eyes and told him to forget about the conversation. For a moment, there was an awkward silence between them, during which Cho Yisu kept his eyes on his neighbor. After that, the young man tensely assumed that the girl actually likes people like him. However, the elf looked at him coldly and replied that he was nothing without his bread. She knew very well that full-blooded elves could only have 1 child. However, the pure-blood elves disappeared a long time ago, and there were no longer any left on Earth, and now all were half-bloods. The reason they could protect their family was their strong magic and immunity to disease. Cho Yisu, holding the turrets in his hands, thought that he did not expect such a misunderstanding while they were traveling. Heian added that a relationship between a ducal child and a commoner is impossible. Glancing at her neighbor, the elf thought that going with him was a good idea, since she hadn't breathed fresh air in a long time. However, at some point, she began to worry more that the Silverwood family she belonged to might be in decline. Suddenly, the girl remembered that Cho Isu spoke as if he were a traveler, so she asked him where he would go after Laudoran. Frowning and stretching his lips in a smile, the boy declared in response to this question that he was going to become a feudal lord. After that, Heian asked why he was traveling without knights in such a case. to which she was told that he simply did not have any. When the elf suggested that he was not an aristocrat who had set out on a journey, but a simple boy, he was pleased to confirm these words. Heian gave him a condescending look and said that his words about the feudal lord were ridiculous, to which Cho Yisu warned that he would become a baron very soon. When the neighbor said that the baron rarely received the title of count, the young man added that he would be able to become a feudal lord, having lands as a baron. Heian informed him that 9 out of 10 barons could lose their status for not being able to pay their taxes on time. When he replied that he would earn a lot, so there was no need to worry about it, the girl asked him how he was going to do it. Not wanting to reveal all his secrets, Cho Yisu cryptically reminded her that he was a bread wizard. Heian frowned at this and said that she would never have thought that he could be so intelligent. After some time, they made a stop, made a fire, and spent the night. When the sun rose again, everyone started packing again to continue their journey. Standing on the lawn, Cho Yisu tried to figure out where Heian had disappeared to, who was now nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a girlish figure appeared from behind the bushes, slowly approaching their camp. As she got closer, the young man asked her where she had been, but the elf made no reply as she passed by. Cho Yisu closed his eyes and stretched his lips in a smile, thinking that he was already used to this kind of behavior from his neighbor. Approaching the bushes from where the elf came out, the boy decided to check what exactly she was doing there. There he suddenly saw a picture in which 2 wild wolves lay dead. The young man did not understand what was happening, because Heian should have done this only in case of danger. After collecting all the things from the clearing where the halt was taking place, they continued their journey to Pusing. Sitting in the carriage and looking at his companion with a smile, Cho Yisu asked her if she was the one who killed those wild dogs. Holding a flask of water in her hands, Heian asked why he was interested in this, to which she heard that she coped well with it. Spreading his lips wide in a smile, the young man added that she did it to protect people. Lowering her head and glancing at the interlocutor from under her forehead, the elf woman agreed with his words. Suddenly the carriage stopped and Cho Yisu got out to ask what the reason for the stop was, to which Mino explained that he had to pay for the fare. Sticking his hand into the chest where the documents were kept, the boy pondered whether he should have used Duke Meditz's letter. A moment later, he already had a letter in his hands, which he showed to the guard who stopped them. Having carefully read the text written on it, the guard said that they could pass, pleasing the boy with a good economy. Turning his head in the direction where the passengers were sitting, the son of the commodity expert asked the young man to show him the document as well. When Strive Jr. realized that he was holding a letter of recommendation from Duke Meditz, he tensed up and his face covered in large drops of sweat. Sometime later, Cho Yisu was already in the Pusingu administration building, having laid out the money and the letter of recommendation on the table. The man who processed all the cases enthusiastically took the document in his hands, carefully studying what was written there. After that, he looked up at the visitor and asked what his last name would be, since he could not find any information about it. Noticing that he was thinking hard, the man suggested that he choose the surname available in their book. After opening the book, he thought about the fact that his real name was too strange for this world, so he began to go through the names of the world stars that were in his world. Suddenly, an idea appeared in his head, and the young man looked in front of him in surprise. The manager handed him a sheet of paper and a pen, explaining that he should put his signature here. Signing the proposed document, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that he wanted to choose the surname Bloom, and in a moment he was already declared a baron. He thanked, asked the manager, and he can go now. However, he explained that the newly minted baron now has to study for 3 years in the count's family, in addition to paying 1,000 every year, so the title of count will cost 50,000 gold. Cho Yisu realized that he had completely forgotten about these conditions, but replied that he planned to study with the Meditz family, asking if there were other options. The manager explained that if he paid 1,000 gold right now, they could issue him a certificate right now. When the young man went out into the corridor, Heian was already waiting for him there, who asked if he had really bought the certificate. Coughing loudly, the boy pointed at himself with his hand, urging her to address him properly. To her indignation that he didn't respect her as a wizard, Cho Yisu replied that he didn't want to be captured. However, the elf declared that she did not care, so now the newly minted Baron Bloom had to call her a witch. When the neighbors said that she wanted to eat, the young man said that he had already looked at the restaurant he wanted to visit, so he offered to have dinner. When they got there, Cho Yisu was looking at the plate of large lobster in front of him with a greedy, loud gaze. Glancing at his neighbor, the young man asked why she had such a face, to which he heard that she wanted delicious bread and soup. Trying to convince her that seafood is very tasty, the guy suddenly realized that she hates everything related to the ocean. Crossing her arms over her chest, Heian stubbornly stated that he could eat anything since she only wanted a pound cake right now. While skewering a single shrimp on his fork, Cho Yisu told her that she just doesn't know how to enjoy food. When he put the food on her plate and offered to try it, Heian raised one eyebrow skeptically. Having skewered it on her fork, the girl froze for a moment, not daring to take it into her mouth. In a moment, Cho Yisu watched with satisfaction as the elf tasted the piece of shrimp he offered. Chewing the seafood, the girl opened her mouth in surprise, experiencing completely new tastes. The young man was already smiling broadly, asking the girl if she liked the taste of the shrimp. However, instead of answering, Heian raised her hand and loudly called the owner of the tavern, which surprised the woman very much. Looking at the house, the elf said that they were served a dish with the aroma of fish, but they did not bring water with lemon to it. Cho Yisu watched intently as the woman anxiously rushed to carry out his neighbor's orders. Turning his gaze to the girl, the young man paid attention to the fact that she could have said it more gently, but heard in response that she always talks like that. He noticed that her speech only changed when the owl was talking about bread, although he wasn't sure about that either. Heian explained to him that since his bread was tastier than the most prestigious in the empire, it was obvious that she had become more polite. Pointing to the dish in front of her, the elf said that the lobster was very expensive, so it was unprofessional not to serve it with lemon water. Closing his eyes, Cho Yisu agreed, to which Heian asked him to hand her another shrimp. Suddenly, she noticed how her neighbor was trying to eat the shrimp on his plate, and for a moment the girl froze. Cho Yisu held a spoon in one hand and a fork in the other, and it was with these that he tried to break the tail of the seafood on his plate. A condescending smile appeared on the lips of the elf, carefully observing this picture. After the meal was finished, they both went to the market, where they immediately approached the fish row. Holding her nose firmly with her fingers, Heian said that it stinks so much that her nose is about to fall off. However, Cho Yisu explained that it was actually the smell of the ocean, while simultaneously asking if she had ever been to the coast. After hearing the objection, the boy understood why his partner looked so agitated when she complained. Finally, they came to where the port was located, and the young man said that they had finally arrived. Heian froze, looking in surprise at the sea distance that stretched out near the city. It was almost the first time she saw such a large space and felt such freedom. Picking up one of the pebbles lying on the cobblestones from the ground, Cho Yisu asked her if she wanted to see anything special. Holding it tightly in his hand, the boy frowned and stretched his lips in a wide smile. A moment later, he withdrew his hand and forcefully threw the pebble into the sea, sending it flying across the surface of the water. Continuing to look in the direction where he flew, Cho Yisu said that he bounced off the water 7 times. Heian decided to try the same trick, but her stone just fell into the water, which was explained by the fact that she did not throw it correctly. However, in the next moment, the boy fell silent, stunned, looking at how the stone reflected from the surface of the water. At his indignant words that it was not fair to use magic, the girl threw up her hands and said that if he wanted to complain, he should have been born a wizard. She turned and said it was time for them to go, calling him a baron. Cho Yisu immediately asked her not to call him that in public, as he was still not used to his new status. After continuing his journey for some time, the young man stopped in front of one of the signs, suspecting that he had found what he wanted. The plaque depicted a hammer with another working tool, which was the sign of the Builders Guild. When he opened the door to the pew, he was immediately greeted by a male voice welcoming him to his pew. The master asked the visitor how he could help him, to which he heard that he wanted to build a storage cabinet. When they sat down at the table to discuss the details of the order, the man asked the customer, "How big should it be?" To which Cho Yisu replied that it would be a storage room intended for the entire village. In order for the master to understand the scale of the work, the boy added that about 70 people live in the village, and it takes 3 days to get there. After counting everything, the craftsman said that it would cost the customer 52 gold coins. Estimating that a wooden raptor would cost 20 gold, Cho Yisu decided that it was not too high a price. To his question about how much such work would cost the feudal lord's estate, the man replied that it all depends on the size of the work. Having heard that the work would be worth 50,000 gold for an estate like the Meditz family, the newly minted baron decided that he was still far from that. The master pointed to himself and boasted that his grandfather once built a castle for a lord and shared tricks and tips with him. Placing his hand on the table, Cho Yisu asked the craftsman to give him his business card in case of need. When asked what his name was, the boy stretched his lips in a wide smile and said that his name was Isu Bloom, adding that he was a baron. Hearing the high status of his guest, the master immediately jumped up from his seat, assuring that the ordered vault would be executed in the best possible way. Cho Yisu gave a tight smile and said he would consider it, adding that they would meet later outside the hotel on the shopping street after sunrise. Leaving the builder's bench, the young man thought about the fact that he was uncomfortable when an older person showed such respect to him. For him, a person who was brought up in Korean customs based on respect for elders, it simply tore his conscience to pieces. Suddenly, the boy stopped, thinking that this closet would be quite enough as a parting gift. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by a small cat with thick black and white fur, which ran up to him, sticking out its tongue. And while Hyeon tried to convince the boy that it was time for them to go to the hotel, Cho Yisu himself thought that the puppy was quite cute. The young man asked his partner to wait a little, to which the girl answered pragmatically that she would give him 10 seconds. Cho Yisu crouched down next to the puppies, who immediately rushed to him and started licking his face, making the boy laugh. When the owner of the dogs approached them, the young man asked him what the breed of dogs was called, to which he heard that they were called border collies. He added that they are very intelligent and are also considered the best herding dog breed. Imagining how such a dog would follow a flock of sheep, Cho Yisu thought that he definitely needed such dogs. While the owner was explaining exactly how to give commands to the dogs, the boy asked how many dogs he needed if he wanted to add them to a flock of 50 sheep. Hearing that one dog worth 3 gold would be enough, the newly minted baron decided to buy a boy and a girl. Handing the money to the seller, the young man thought about the fact that there is always a shortage of workers in the village, so the dogs could be useful there. When the pets began to lick his face, Cho Yisu thought that if the dogs were not needed there, then he could easily take them for himself. Suddenly his eyes fell on Hyeon, after which the boy suddenly remembered that she does not like animals very much. The face of the elf was focused, and her eyes were looking somewhere in the distance, completely not paying attention to what was happening nearby. A drop of sweat rolled down Cho Yisu's face as he decided that the girl had a psychological trauma or something. The next morning, when they both went to the hotel, the master, from whom the young man had previously ordered a storage cabinet, was already waiting for them. Looking at him, Cho Yisu suggested that he pass through to begin work on the order, to which the craftsman happily agreed. Looking at the contented baron, whose face was being licked by happy dogs, the master noticed that he looked very happy, assuming that he managed to sleep well. Hyeon, however, looked far from pleased, surprised that her partner was acting as if he was also a dog. And when the boy put the dogs in the carriage and said that they could go there, she was indignant that the puppies took her place. Approaching the craftsman, Cho Yisu warned that the villagers did not yet know that he had become a baron. Therefore, I asked him to address him as Mr. ISU for a while, without emphasizing his new status. He just smiled broadly and assured that he understood everything and would fulfill his request. Cho Yisu didn't say anything, but just looked at the master gratefully and stretched his lips in a warm smile. When he and Hyeon got into the wagon and the boy took the wheels in his hands, he asked the neighbor if she liked pucing. However, she angrily snarled that it was supposed to be a fun trip with entertainment, but instead he had plunked down money to become a noble. Glancing at the girl, the newly minted baron assured her that they would have a whole year ahead of them on their journey. Looking closely at the boy, the elf remembered that he had said that he would study with the Meditz family. When he asked why she needed to know this, Hyeon replied that she also needed to prepare for the trip, so she wanted to know how much time she had for it. When the boy said that she could attract a lot of attention, the elf assured her that she had a plan, but he had to go with her. As their carriage entered Laudoran, everyone began to converge on the main square to meet Cho Isa and his companion. The villagers looked in surprise at the 2 herding dogs and the expensive seafood stored in the refrigerated containers. Puppies, should they see the headman of the village, immediately rushed to him and began to lick his face. Suddenly, Cho Isu, who was watching all this, heard someone calling his name loudly. Hans ran up to him, grabbed his hand, and with tears in his eyes, asked if he was really leaving their village. The young man gave a strained smile and explained that he had planned to visit several other places. Zdrovan wiped his tears with his fist, saying that he was a little offended by the fact that his friend was leaving the village. However, Cho Yisu was more surprised by his words that he was very sorry. Closing his eyes and blushing slightly, the young man added that now he was already offended. Pointing to the hygiene products lying on the table in his house, the boy asked if there would be enough of them. He understood very well that in order to officially become a baron, he had to learn a whole 800 hours. Placing a finger to his chin, Cho Yisu thought that opening another gate for 3 or 4 months would be unnecessary, so he decided to leave it in Laudoran. Suddenly, a memory of an elf girl who was going to go on a journey with him popped into his head. He remembered the words of Masa, who said that the young lady did not like big cities, so that she would not be recognized there. So he thought about whether it would be okay to take her with him. Meanwhile, the girl herself was standing on the grave of her nanny, looking intently at the small mound. She remembered everything that was connected in her life with the woman who replaced her mother in her time. Kneeling down, the elf said that she was very troubled by the thought of just leaving her here and going. Her eyes watered when Heian said that she was a good mother and a reliable friend. She remembered the day when the girl broke into her father's office, asking where her real mother was. If Masa was only a nanny. Pointing her hand at the confused woman, the elf demanded that she be removed and her real mother be brought. After some time, she was sitting in her bedroom, covered with a blanket and leaning her elbows on her knees. Suddenly, the voice of Masa rang out overhead, quietly trying to call the young lady. But she sharply raised her head and growled rudely enough for the woman to get out of her room. However, at that moment, she saw the nanny handing her a handkerchief and asking her not to cry. Masa smiled and apologized for having fooled her for quite a long time. Continuing to furrow her brows, Heian looked intently at the woman who had worried about her all these years. A few days later, Masa was accused of stealing the necklace, although the woman tried her best to deny her guilt. The noble elf stood with his arms crossed on his chest and tried to understand how impenetrable the woman was, since she still hadn't confessed to what she had done. Suddenly, the figure of Heian appeared between him and Masa, who shouted to her father that her nanny could not have done what she was accused of. Pointing to a woman who was standing nearby, covering herself with a fan, the girl said that she had framed her. However, in the next moment, the father approached the elf and hit her in the face with all his might. Heian froze for a moment, not knowing how to react, which made her lash out at the elf in a daze. After this incident, when the father ordered to lock them up and capture the governess, they both decided to run away from the estate. Then, running away from her parents' house, the elf thought that if it wasn't for Masa's sake, she wouldn't have even thought of running away. Standing up and crossing her arms over her chest, the girl thanked the nanny for everything and added that she loved her. I immediately remembered the fried mackerel that Cho Isu used to cook and that the woman loved very much. Heian understood that when the neighbor brought them food, it was worth asking him for help. She told Masa that he had recently cleaned a shrimp for her and it reminded her a lot of her. The elf admitted that at the moment when he did it, she was overcome and she could barely hold back tears. The girl admitted that at first the guy seemed crazy to her, but Masa could be right and he could turn out to be a good person. Although after a little thought, Heian admitted that it would be more accurate to call him an interesting person. Leaning her palms on her knees, the elf admitted to the nanny that she was now going to go with him. Glancing at Cho Isu, who was walking towards her, waving at her, the elf said that she wanted to see if he would become a duke. When the boy arrived at his house, he immediately began to prepare a dish that he had long wanted to try here. In his hands was a small bag of spices, which is usually used for instant noodles. The young man pressed it against his cheek, thinking that he really missed such dishes. The ingredients for her were extremely simple and all of them were now right in front of him on the table. Cho Yisu chewed the bag for several minutes, trying to grind the dry noodles as thoroughly as possible. The ramen was then tossed into the pan and seared well on all sides, which it did. At the moment when the color starts to change, you should add a certain amount of sugar to the dish. And at the end came all the spices, which were specially packaged and portioned. Cho Yisu smiled widely, anticipating the tasting of a dish he had not been able to taste for a long time. Opening it, the young man poured all the contents into the pan where the fried ramen was. After that, it was necessary to thoroughly mix everything so that all the pieces of noodles were in the aromatic powder. Finally, the dish, which in Korea was called ramenadong, was ready. The guy quickly packed it in paper bags, planning to get at least one portion to every home. When it was all done, the boy stretched tiredly, proud of how much he had managed to accomplish today. However, he suddenly stopped and, looking sadly in front of him, thought about the fact that he was really leaving Ladoran. The rest of the villagers were already waiting for him in front of the carriage that was supposed to take him to the Medit's estate, who wanted to see him on his way. The young man gave each of them a packet with a dish he had prepared himself, to which they reacted with great surprise. Suddenly, Cho Yisu heard someone calling his name loudly and turned his eyes in that direction. Hans suddenly ran up to him, grabbed him in a tight hug, and said that he must visit them. When the big man let him go and the boy tried to catch his breath, the village headman approached him from behind. He called the boy over and quietly thanked him for everything he had already managed to do. The man especially thanked for the warehouse and herding dogs, but the boy smiled and assured that these were ordinary little things. Without hesitation, the young man said that he had a request for the old man, which was to keep his house as it is. The mayor smiled and assured that there would be absolutely no problems with this. Heading towards the carriage, Cho Isu once again looked at the crowd of Laudorians who were seeing him off and assured them that he would definitely visit them again. The boy sat in the coachman's seat and grabbed the horses by the bridles, heading for the exit from the village. When they had gone far enough, he shouted to Heian with a smile that she could come out of hiding. In the next moment, the young man was surprised to notice that the elf had already stuck out her head next to him. Glancing at her, the boy said that she should also say goodbye, so he did not understand why she was hiding in the carriage. To which Heian explained to him that if fellow villagers see that they are leaving together, they will think that they are a couple or something. It was at this point that Cho Yisu said that she did everything right and he completely agreed with her. After some time, their carriage was already approaching the gate that led to the estate of the Medides family. The guards displayed spears, demanding that the guests stop and introduce themselves, stating the purpose of their visit. The young man with a wide smile on his face asked them to tell Lady Jace that Baron Bloom had arrived. They said that they would do everything, asking to wait a little. In a few minutes, the gate opened wide, giving way. A red-haired girl dressed in a red dress ran to the carriage and ran to the guests, happily meeting the boy. Cho Yisu also smiled widely as he greeted Lady Jezi, who ran to meet him. The girl looked at him admiringly and happily assumed that he must be tired from the journey. Descending from the coachman's seat, the newly minted baron apologized and said he had to ask her something. At that moment, Heian got out of the carriage and silently looked at the red-haired Miss Meditz, but she froze, not understanding who was in front of her and not expecting to see her friend in the company of a female representative. Pointing a finger at his companion, Cho Yisu asked the redhead to say that Haiyan Silverwood had arrived with him. Hearing the name of the female elf accompanying the young man, Jane jabbed her finger and screamed loudly. However, the butler did not let her swear to the end, quickly covering her mouth with his hand. Cho Yisu watched in amazement as the man dragged the girl back to the castle, and she flailed her arms in an attempt to escape. Heian's voice was heard from behind, and she clarified whether she wanted to call her a family of wizards, adding a swear word to it. However, the boy immediately rushed to convince her that this was not the case, asking what she meant by calling Jace a bitch. As they entered the estate, the young man bowed in greeting to Count Meditz, introducing himself to him. He replied that he had heard about what had happened, so he asked permission to start talking to his companion. The Count immediately rose from his seat and bowed slightly to Heian, welcoming her to his home. Meanwhile, the elf was carefully watching the man, never taking her eyes off him. Cho Yisu, meanwhile, stood nearby as if struck by lightning, digesting the appeal that had just been made to his companion. Remembering everything that happened between them, the boy suddenly remembered the neighbor's words about the fact that all wizard families have a ducal title. Therefore, now he was interested in whether he would remain in order after everything he had managed to say to her. In families, only one of the children could become a wizard, so he became the sole heir to everything. However, money, lands, and castles were extremely unimportant to wizards. The only thing that mattered was the pedigree, so everyone was very worried about that. And now Heian listened to the news that her father was gone with an absolutely indifferent expression on her face. The Duke confirmed his words by adding that he had attended the funeral of the Duke of Silverwood. Suddenly, the girl clenched her teeth tightly and filtered through them whether other people had grabbed his fortune. She assumed that the woman who forced her to leave home and her accomplice bought an estate in Armenia with the money they received as an inheritance. Firmly twisting her fingers into fists, the girl clarified whether the Duke's son had also bought himself a title certificate. When the Count said he had no such information, Heian quietly thanked him for giving her the news of her family. He said that it is not worth thanking for such a thing, at the same time asking how she met Baron Bloom. She replied that it was just a happy accident, after which she came closer to the man and said that she had a request for him. It consisted in the fact that the elf wanted to stay here while Baron Bloom was staying with them, while not revealing her identity. When the girl asked if the Count knew about her powers, the man replied that he had heard about them, to which she promised to help him if such a need arose. When the guests left his office, the head of the Meditz family stood up and, resting his hands on the desk, thought that he had gotten his hands on a real treasure. He shouted loudly, summoning the butler to his office, as a result of which he immediately found himself on the threshold of the door. Remembering the young Duchess Silverwood's face, the Duke ordered him to gather all his sons here immediately. Meanwhile, Jace was growling loudly, thrashing about on the bed and unable to believe what was happening at her home estate right now. The elven girl, whom she thought was an ordinary log, turned out to be not just a sorceress, but a descendant of a respectable ducal family. Out of powerless rage, the redhead even bit the edge of her bedspread with her teeth, trying to control her anger. Her governess, with a big drop of sweat running down her face, smiled and asked her to say all this as quietly as possible. When the woman said that the master had called all his sons, the redhead froze for a moment, looking at her and knowing perfectly well how this would turn out. A predatory smile appeared on Miss Jace's face as she promised to be as gentle as possible with the Duchess. It suddenly occurred to her that the appearance of the Duchess of Silverwood might distract her father from the thought of her marriage, and this means a certain freedom for her. Meanwhile, Haiyan herself, sternly putting her hands on her sides, demanded that Cho Yisu prepare a new loaf of bread. The boy looked intently at his companion, asking her if he could do it after he rested. However, When she raised her finger and reminded him that he owed her 1 loaf a week, he agreed, asking her to wait at his place. When the young man asked Jace to use their kitchen, she looked at him dumbfounded, not understanding what he was doing it for. Raising her hand, she said that he was not allowed to enter the kitchen, which surprised the boy very much. So he asked why exactly. To which Miss Meditz explained that if the servants do their job badly, they will definitely be punished. And if an aristocrat comes to them, they will be uncomfortable. However, the idea immediately appeared in the redhead's head that they could use an additional kitchen, to which Cho Isu agreed. At his request that she give him some more ingredients, the girl asked what he was going to cook this time. In a few minutes, there were eggs, chicken, bacon, and a paper bag of flour on the work table. Rolling up his sleeves and getting ready for work, the boy assured that everything would be ready soon. He froze for a moment, staring sternly in front of him and trying to remember the correct recipe. After that, with a wide, warm smile on his face, Cho Yisu got down to cooking, gently kneading the dough. After that, spreading it among the molds, he added egg yolk and pieces of bacon. At this moment, the boy really felt like a bread magician who waved a magic wand, and from under it, creations of bakery art appeared. Stunned, Jace watched his every move in shock, unable to believe her eyes. When it was finally done, she stormed over to the table and asked if she could try one, to which the boy asked to keep one for Hyon. The young man watched in fascination as the redhead savored his dish, waiting for the reaction of the man who he thought had perfect taste. In the next moment, he saw that the girl's face stretched out, and her eyes widened in surprise. When the boy asked her if she liked him, Jace couldn't even immediately find the words to describe how she felt. In the next moment, the redhead jumped on the spot, saying that the dish was extremely delicious. When a satisfied Cho Yisu took the rest of the cupcakes to take to Hyon, Miss Meditz said she would be in the guest room. At the door, they saw a waiter who bowed and introduced himself as Lucas. When the Baron greeted him, the boy smiled and said that he was ready to accompany the elf women to the room. As they both stepped out into the corridor, the waiter said it was an honor to serve the Baron. At his offer to help with the change of clothes, Cho Yisu gave a strained smile and assured him that he would handle it himself. After some time, Cho Yisu was already standing in the corridor, adjusting the lapels of his coat. Trying to calm his excitement, the boy put his hand to his chest and took a deep breath. When Jace saw him, she put her hands to her sides, her mouth agape and staring at him in bewilderment. The girl started running around him and talking about how now he looks like a real aristocrat. Suddenly, Hayen's voice was heard from behind, who said that such behavior is quite distracting. Glancing in her direction, they saw that the elf had changed her dress to a dark purple evening dress. Looking at his companion, Cho Yisu exhaled enthusiastically, unable to take his eyes off her. Coming closer, he asked the girl if she liked the bread, to which she said that she liked it very much. Jace also came closer and noticed that she had eaten absolutely everything, but she was stingy with emotions, to which she heard in response advice that she should not interfere in her own business. The young man, who was friends with both girls, watched their quarrel intently, not daring to intervene. Placing her hands at her sides, Miss Meditz noted that the elves were quite comfortable in Cho Yisu's company, so she could do the same to her. However, she only turned her head to the side and indifferently said that she did not see much sense in this. They both walked up to the newly minted Baron, and the redhead told him to stop being so polite and finally make friends with her. Immediately after that, she reminded that the young man should have started his studies. When the boy found himself in the study room, the butler said that a teacher would come here soon, about whose arrival he would inform in addition. While waiting for the instructor, Cho Yisu sat down on the bed, trying to overcome his anxiety before training. Raising his head and placing his face under the rays of the sun, the young man thought about the fact that he had finally become a noble. He had been in this world for a year, but he still believed it with great difficulty. The boy understood very well that if anything he could return to Korea, but he wanted to stay in this world. The boy sat on the bed, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths and breaths. He thought that he would be able to call this place his home when he stayed here and had a family of his own. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by a loud knock on the door, and behind them was the voice of Lucas, who informed him about the instructor's arrival. A respectable man entered the room immediately afterwards, who bowed and introduced himself as Bassett, adding that he would be responsible for his studies. He proposed to begin immediately and ordered the maids who followed him to set out the dishes in the correct order. Cho Yisu sat down at the table while the girls laid out cutlery and crockery around him. He looked at the various forks, knives, and spoons and tried to remember what was for what. Taking one of the forks, he thought about the fact that the aristocrats really had completely different dishes. Bassett carefully looked at the student and warned that he could make only 3 critical mistakes. The first rule was that it was indecent to touch the dishes unless you had washed your hands beforehand. Second, the aristocrat could not sigh loudly, even if he was surprised and saw something like this for the first time. And the third was that the guy bent over the fork didn't really look very pleasing to the eye. The man added that after the table was covered with a tablecloth, he should have allowed the servants to simply put the food on his plate. Listening to the instructions that he should not put his elbows on the table, Cho Yisu felt his head start to spin. The young man asked to stop for a while, because he could not remember everything, because of which Bassett said that he would now repeat everything. When the lesson was over after a while, the boy just silently crawled into his room and hit the floor. Raising his head, he thought about the fact that he was very tired and now actively needed a large portion of sugar. Suddenly, Jace burst into the room, opening the door with a wide smile and calling the boy's name. She wanted to ask if he had already finished his studies, but noticing how he was standing cross-legged, she cut herself off mid-sentence. The girl tried to wipe her eyes, suspecting that she had just dreamed of such a picture. After that, she looked at her friend again and waved to him, smiling widely. Cho Asu was already sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs, and asked how his friend went for a walk with Hyon. The redhead replied that they had just returned, as Silverwood said she was already tired. When the elf said that she simply did not take into account the aspect that she was tired from the road, Jeje said that she did not force her to go with her. Seeing that the situation was heating up, Cho Yisu suddenly stepped forward, standing between the girls and trying to reconcile them. Suddenly, he had a great idea to reconcile them for a while, so he asked if they had heard of creme brulee. The girls really stopped, looking at the boy in surprise and thinking about the name of the new dish. The creme brulee was a delicate souffle, which was hidden under an amber crispy crust of sugar caramel. When they came to the kitchen, the young man was very surprised, because he did not find any confectioner there. However, the girls, almost coming to a common opinion for the first time, said that they do not call those who cook specialists. A few minutes later, Cho Yisu saw in front of him the ingredients he needed to make the creme brulee. To begin with, the egg yolks should be separated separately in a bowl, because they were to become the basis for the cream. After that, milk and vanilla pods were added there for a pleasant taste and aroma. The boy held up a stick of spice, saying that vanilla had so many uses, so the girls might like jam and syrup with it. Placing a hand to her face, Jace quietly asked her friend if there was anything in the world he didn't know. She looked at the elf in surprise when she said that the boy knew everything because he was a bread wizard. Hearing Heian ask the red-haired woman if he had made her bread, the young man tensed, waiting for her reaction. However, the girl simply crossed her arms over her chest and boasted that he had once cooked her a potato dish. The newly minted count looked intently at his girlfriends, who were already ready to start a new wave of confrontation with each other. When Jace turned to him and gave him a fist bump to advise him to prepare something as soon as possible, he quietly agreed. After removing the bowl with the ready-made yellowish mass, the young man explained to them that it was called custard. Both of them immediately went to the bowl and put their finger in it to try the already ready part of the dessert. Putting her finger in her mouth, the red-haired woman looked at her friend in surprise and said that it was very tasty. Hearing these words, Cho Yisu said that now it was necessary to let him cool down very well. Hearing this, Jace turned her head to the maid and asked her to bring them some ice. The young man was surprised that they had ice, to which the girl explained that they had a whole storage room for ice. She explained that it can be stored even until May, and they use it to prepare chilled desserts. Touching his chin, Chi Yisu wondered what the redhead was talking about now, which required shaved ice to make bingsu. However, distracted from his thoughts, the boy said that now they needed to put the cream in a bowl of ice. In addition, a sweet meringue for dessert should have been prepared from the proteins that remained. Smiling broadly, the young man turned to his girlfriends and suggested they hold a meringue contest. When they came to the table, he explained to them that they should beat the egg whites quickly with a fork, sprinkling sugar from time to time. As the girls got ready, Cho Yisu gave a loud command for them to begin their work. Grabbing a fork in her fist, Jaeger began to beat the squirrels with all her might, trying to overtake her Duchess rival. However, Heian paid absolutely no attention to her, using her water magic to work so that her hand wouldn't get tired. Cho Aisu, completely ignoring the angry look of the red-haired woman, who resented the use of magic, added that when the foam appeared, it would be appropriate to add sugar. After some time, there were already 2 bowls with well-beaten egg whites, which held their shape well, on the table in front of him. Jace immediately put her hand to her forehead and assumed she was the winner as the elf marveled at her energy. Cho Yisu looked at her friends, who resembled a dragon and a tiger, ready to engage in battle at any moment, and asked them to calm down. Taking one of the bowls that contained the squirrels, the young man said that now it was time to plant it and shape it with a pastry bag. Without wasting time, he got the right tool and started working with squirrels. The girls rushed to the table again, trying to try what he was doing and be the first to do it. Taking the baking sheet by the hand, Cho Yisu smiled and said that it was time to bake the meringue over low heat. When he asked if he could entrust him with such a job, the cook replied that he would try very hard. After a few minutes, Jaja closed her eyes and began to demand that they finally be allowed to try the promised creme brulee. Seeing the small cream cups filled with yellowish cream, the girls exhaled enthusiastically. They turned their eyes to the cook, asking him if they could taste the dessert right now. However, he said that now it is necessary to sprinkle it with sugar and heat it well with a lighter. It was at this second that it dawned on the boy that there is no such thing as a burner in this world. Grabbing a piece of burning head, the young man brought it closer to the dessert, watching how a crust formed on the surface. In a moment, he told his friends that now everything was ready, so it was time to taste. Everyone present looked enthusiastically at the cream cake, where it was fashionable to notice the dessert under the amber caramel crust. When JJ impatiently asked again if they could finally be worth it, the maid reminded her to eat in the dining room. She followed the advice and went to a separate room, where she showed the audience how to break the caramel and eat it together with the cream. Wasting no time, the girl sent a spoonful of cream to her mouth, closing her eyes from impatience. Heian did the same, sitting on the sofa and looking in front of her. Noticing the red-haired woman's reaction, the maid fearfully extended her hand to her, asking if she didn't like it. However, she enthusiastically wrapped her hands around the spoon and, looking at the newly baked baron, said that it was extremely tasty. Grabbing him by the shoulders, she shouted that she should have taken him into her family before he became a baron. Shaking the boy behind the window, Jace asked him why the hell he doesn't work for her family as a pastry chef. When she let him go, Cho Yisu reminded them that they still had custard left, offering to share the dessert with the others. The redhead spread her hands, agreeing that it would really be more fair. Hearing that the girl wanted to make sure that he would definitely try a new dessert, the court chef tensed up. Meanwhile, Cho Yisu turned back to Heian, who was sitting on the couch and staring intently at the empty cream jar that contained the dessert. When he asked if she liked it, the girl replied that the dessert turned out to be quite good. In the meantime, Jeji turned to the maid to tell the cook to bring the dessert that the baron had ordered for him earlier. The young man explained that she could be called an ordinary sugar cookie, and in his opinion, they would be perfect as an addition to a cup of herbal tea. He added that it would be better to try it once, so the girls grabbed one trick each, without missing an ace. Heian froze for a moment, frowning and chewing on the crunchy sweets. Jace had a similar face, and she could also hear the crispy meringue falling apart in her mouth. In the next moment, both girls grabbed hands and started circling the room, laughing merrily. And while the elf rushed to get a new portion after that, JJ ordered that the additional kitchen was now at Cho Yisu's disposal, and if he needed any components, they should be brought immediately. Immediately afterwards, she turned to the cook, who was standing nearby, and asked him if he had managed to write down the recipe. At this moment, Cho Yisu thought that it was not a problem for him to speak like he knew or understand them, but he could not write at all. Approaching the cook, the boy assured him that he would tell him the entire cooking process a little later. Meanwhile, in the dining room, the lord and his wife were also sampling the dessert that the young baron had prepared. The woman admired the interesting aroma, but her husband said that the creme brulee was very tasty. He explained to his wife that the boy had used the vanilla they had received a few days ago, so he hoped they could continue to purchase the spice. Suddenly there was a loud knock at the door, and the lord shouted loudly that the visitor could enter. A butler appeared before him, who said that he had come to the master with a report. According to him, the eldest son of the family was currently traveling in the south. In addition, he recently became interested in wine, so he is now actively studying winemaking. When the man began a story about his youngest son, the lord interrupted him and asked what his daughter was doing right now. His wife suddenly froze and covered her mouth with her hand in fright, realizing what she could hear just now. Her husband also perfectly understood what a pause could threaten, so he directly asked if Jagger had sometimes fought with the Duchess. Dvoretsky cleared his throat and assured that the situation between them was not really that serious. However, clearing his throat, he added that he and Baron Bloom had decided to become friends, ignoring all rules and manners. Lord Meditz turned to his beaming wife and said with a smile that this was simply wonderful news, to which she agreed. They knew very well the character of their daughter, who deservedly held the title of the most problematic member of the family. Never mind, she knew that someone was saying something unpleasant about her, so no one could stop her. Therefore, it was even more surprising that Jace managed to befriend the Duchess of Silverwood. The next morning, the girls were already waiting for Cho Yisu outside, and when he arrived, they asked where exactly he learned manners. Running up to his girlfriends, the guy apologized, explaining that he had to do something else. Suddenly, Cho Yisu's gaze lingered on Hyeon's figure, causing his face to stretch out in surprise. He asked her if it wasn't the same dress he bought her recently when he went to town. Ta threw her hair back and said that she really liked that the dress was comfortable. Cho Yisu still remembered how he approached the shopkeeper, not knowing any parameters, except for the height of the future owner. However, pointing to the belt on her waist, the elf woman added that it was somewhat uncomfortable here, as it seemed that the clothes were suffocating her. However, Jeji said that in order to solve this problem, it was worth simply solving it before the maid saw what she herself had done. After some time, the three of them were already sitting in the carriage, and Cho Yisu was admiring the beautiful view of the river and the mountains. He was fascinated that the river and town were named after the family, so he promised that if Heian would give him land, he would name the river Bloom. The boy assumed that there could be quite a lot of different fish in such a large river. However, Jace immediately replied that there were actually absolutely no fish in their river. The girl added that even the nearby fields did not produce the required amount of harvest, so they were now expanding the territory. However, Cho Yisu immediately advised her that it is possible to raise cattle in the highlands and grow crops in the lowlands. Suddenly another idea popped into his head and he asked with a smile if they made cheese. The redhead confirmed this and added that if he wanted to see the city, he could stay and they would return home sooner. Hearing this, the young baron froze, looking at his friends in surprise and asking if they were sure about this. However, the girls only smiled and assured that there would be no problems with this. When the carriage stopped, Jaeger and Heian jumped out of it, heading to where the horses were standing. The servants tried to stop them, but the redhead only waved her hand, advising her friend to enjoy the walk. Continuing to sit in the carriage, the boy watched the cheesemakers make cheese, as many did in the spring. Noticing one of the boys, he sharply asked the coachman to stop the transport for a moment. The young baron called the boy to him, because of which he raised his head and looked at the nobleman in surprise. Hearing that he wanted to ask him a few questions, the boy asked what he was interested in. Holding out his hand, which contained a baked meringue, Cho Yisu invited him to try it. The boy wasted no time in taking the candy and carefully put it in his mouth. After taking a bite, he smiled and said that it was actually very tasty. After that, paying attention to the loaded wagons, the young baron asked where exactly they were going, to which the boy replied that they were going to the lord's castle to bring the manufactured cheese into the storage. Cho Yisu hummed under his breath as he carefully observed what was happening in the city. He suddenly wondered if they made ricotta from the whey left over from cheese making. After hearing an affirmative answer, the young man clarified whether they use lemon juice for cooking. Having received answers to all the questions that interested him, he thanked the boy and said goodbye to him. After some time, when everyone returned to the count's manor, Cho Yisu placed a cup with an unusual drink in front of the Medit's family. All three looked at her intently, not understanding what exactly was in front of them. Turning his gaze to the baron, the lord asked him if this would really solve the crop problem on their lands. Holding up a finger, Cho Yisu explained that he had heard that there were no fish in the river and that the fields were not producing the desired harvest. Lord Meditz confirmed all this, but did not see how what was in the cup before him could help solve the problem. He promised to explain everything later, but first they should try the drink. Wasting no time, the entire Meditz family grabbed the cups in front of them and tipped them over in one swift motion. Wiping her mouth, Jay said the taste was sweet and sour, but she liked it. When her mother asked what exactly the drink was made of, the young man explained that he had replaced the lemon juice used to make ricotta with milk. All this occurred to him when he was walking through the city and saw many people cooking cheese. Then he realized that the waste from the lemons got into the ground and spoiled the soil near the river. However, if you replace lemon juice with milk, there would be no need for lemon juice. And accordingly, there would be no substance that would spoil the soil and the crop would grow normally. At the same time, the boy perfectly understood that people needed cheese. Besides, it was worth more than milk itself. Hearing these words, Jeji immediately asked her father if they could make cheese a little further from the pastures. Therefore, the girl offered to bet not on the quantity of cheese produced, but on its quality. After hearing her say that solving the crop problem was more important than the profit from the cheese, Cho Yisu suddenly understood why this family was so respected. Suddenly, Lady Medit stood up and said that he had found the cause of the bad harvest and offered her a solution. So now she understood why Jay spoke so highly of him. Smiling widely, the woman added that it was not a complete delusion. Hearing how she cursed, the daughter and husband looked at the woman in a daze, not expecting such a thing from her. Covering her mouth and laughing, she reminded herself that they used the word all the time, so she could too. With a strained smile, Cho Yisu thought that Madame JJ's mannerisms were clearly inherited from her mother. He turned back to the Lord's family, telling them that he now understood why the people loved them so much as he was well aware of the difficulty of deciding to change priorities. However, Lady Meditz immediately replied with a big smile that they were getting some benefit from it as well. The young man thought that he did not know what kind of relationship this family had between wealth and generosity, but they definitely knew how to help each other. Meanwhile, in the luxurious dining hall of another estate, several women were sitting at a table, enjoying desserts. However, one of them, holding a cup, drew the attention of her friends to the fact that an international festival will be held in the city of Medit. The others also began to discuss this event, thinking about what they would do when they first asked permission from the imperial family. However, the one who mentioned it first asked sternly if they were going to go there. Back at Miss Pete's, the girls immediately said they didn't need to go there, as they didn't need to make friends with a family that had money but was completely devoid of manners. Another of the girls asked if they had heard the news that the Meditz family was expanding their pastures by taking over the wool market. When she said that they were affecting the Pete family in this way, she was immediately approached by a woman who started this conversation. However, one of those present, putting a cup on the table, added that the Duke's family had recently paid a visit to the Meditz family. After hearing these words, Mrs. Pete looked up in surprise, asking the girl if it was really so. In their kingdom, the wizarding family could rarely be seen outside of an official meeting organized by the emperor. That is why the nobles always tried to make friends with them, and that meant that the Petes had to go to the celebration, even if they didn't want to. Cursing her lips in disdain, Miss Pete gave a loud squeal, showing her full attitude to the whole thing. She said she wasn't sure about that, as she thought it was a waste of time to travel so far for some rumor. The girl sitting across from them explained that they weren't going there because they liked the Meditz family. She added that they will have the chance to befriend the Duke family or accuse a rival family of false rumors. The rest also agreed with this statement, hoping to embarrass the Meditz family in a good way. Mrs. Pete thought for a moment, because she did not want to go to the celebration just as much as she did not want to lose the opportunity to humiliate her competitors. A second later, her full lips stretched into a faintly devious smile. She wanted to take revenge on the Meditz for buying wool at a higher price, thus humiliating them. During the preparation for the holiday, everything from the dishes to the design and decoration was criticized. Cho Yi-soo watched with a wide smile as the two workers sweatily tried to decorate the hall. Suddenly, he felt someone touch his shoulder and heard Jace's voice calling him. Pointing to the door behind her, the girl asked him if she could talk to him. In order for no one to hear them, they went for a walk around the city, enjoying the local scenery at the same time. Cho Yi-soo looked at her friend and said that he had heard about the festival, wondering if the Red had attended festivals organized by other families. When she said that she used to ride them as a child, the boy asked why she doesn't do it now. Jesse explained that every time after coming there, her mood deteriorated. However, crossing her arms over her chest, she added that this time the festival was being organized by her family, so she was going to give it her all, because holding such a celebration meant recognizing her family as emperor. Immediately afterwards, Jay sharply asked him to discuss the matter with Hyon. At his uncomprehending look, the Red had explained that no one would dare utter a single word in the wizard's presence. When Cho Yi-soo said that she would decide for herself, and that it would be better for Z to talk to the elf herself, the girl said that he was much closer to her. At this, the newly minted Baron surprisingly reminded that the matter concerns her family. With a big smile on her face, Jace agreed, adding that she would ask the teacher to be a little stricter with him. Hearing her words, the young man stiffened, feeling as if he had just been struck by lightning. In the evening, when the next class was completed, Cho Yi-soo collapsed on the bed tiredly. He remembered the teacher who was standing over him with a book, reading new rules, which at some point began to resemble a devil. The newly minted Baron shouted loudly, demanding his friend to stop taking revenge on him so cruelly. And now, staring at the ceiling in front of him, the boy thought that he needed to eat at least some food. And now he wanted a dish called samgyeopsal, which was fried pork belly. Thinking about it, he jumped up sharply, finding himself in a sitting position on his bed. Twisting his fingers into a fist, the young man decided that he would immediately leave for Lauterin. When they arrived, the boy ordered the coachman to take the carriage and return here in 3 days. Rushing to his house, he mentally turned to the interspatial gate to wait for him. When Cho Yi-soo found himself on a busy street in Seoul, he opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. From the feeling of the Seoul air entering his lungs, tears even appeared in Cho Yi-soo's eyes. Having entered the nearest cafe, the boy ordered 3 portions of pork and 1 portion of soy sauce. After some time, a bowl with an application, a sauce, a plate, salad leaves, and a bottle with a drink were placed in front of him. Grabbing a bite, the young man smiled and thought about how much he missed Korean food. Wasting no time, he sent the snack to his mouth, exhaling heavily at the same time. The only thought in his mind now was the joy of being back in Korea and being able to try many delicious things. Tears rolled down his cheeks because Cho Yisu still couldn't believe that he could have lasted so long without national cuisine. Having poured some soji into his glass, the boy drained it with one sharp movement. The young man was in such a hurry to enjoy the drink that he did not even notice a few drops that rolled down his chin. Smiling happily, he wiped his mouth with his fist, placing the glass on the table. At that moment, the waitress placed a plate of pork in front of him, for which Cho Yisu thanked her politely. Taking a piece of meat with tongs, Cho Yisu lowered it onto the device that was supposed to finish it. With a big smile, he thought about ordering some kimchi next time as well. Sensing the aromas of ready meat, the boy began to eat, thinking that it was simply perfectly cooked. Shoving it into his mouth, he grabbed his glass, which had been filled with another shot of soji. Cho Yisu enjoyed the food of his native country, tucking into one piece after another. He accompanied them with various applications, washing them down with a cool drink each time. Suddenly, the young man heard someone calling him, which made him turn his head in the direction of the entrance. The guy who entered the cafe turned out to be one of his colleagues, with whom he had a fairly close relationship. It was at the moment when he approached his table that Cho Yisu realized that it was quite unusual for him to see black-haired Koreans. A colleague asked him why he did not answer calls, to which he received the answer that he was simply away. While pouring glasses of soji, Cho Yisu tried to avoid answering exactly where he had been, saying that he was traveling in Europe. To this, his acquaintance said that he should also go on a trip before getting a job. In addition, he broke the news that Manager Park had changed jobs of his own accord. Spreading his hands wide to the sides, the boy added that thanks to this, working conditions have now become much more comfortable. Cho Yisu was stunned to hear the news that the mobile game they had developed was progressing well. Listening to this, the young man silently lowered his head, realizing that he had nothing to brag about in return. Because of this, he now felt extremely lonely, as his colleague's life seemed much richer. The boy understood very well that he could not tell about Lauderan and the fact that he managed to get the title of Baron in the other world. Taking another sip of his drink, Cho Yisu warned that if he didn't pick up the phone again, it would mean he was away again. After some time, he returned home and tiredly fell face down on his bed. Hugging the pillow, the boy looked at the wall and thought that the situation was getting worse. After resting for a while, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that a lot of aristocrats would soon come to the opening of the international market. And since he already planned to become a duke, the success of the Meditz family could be useful for himself as well. Right now, Ermin's empire allowed rich people to attain the status of nobility, and he belonged to that circle. That is why he had to do something, if he did not want to be looked at as a second-class person. That is why Cho Yisu decided that he should make the Meditz family influencers in the Ermin Empire. The areas could be varied, including antiques, food, fashion, and a variety of jewelry. The Medici were already very famous, and they could become even more famous, and maybe even dictate the terms of everything. To carry out his plan, the boy could use information from this world, and thus he would become closer to their family. Now all that remained was to find a direction in which he could become an influencer, and at the same time, that it was suitable for Lauderan. One such area that could work well would be spices. However, the boy remembered in time that the Meditz had a pretty good reputation in the field of black pepper, so this was not a good fit. Staring at his ceiling, Cho Yisu continued to sort through the types of spices that were not very common in the empire. Suddenly, he had an idea that he could become an influencer who would distribute chili peppers. He was confident that he would be able to perfectly introduce ground chili pepper to the Ermin Empire. In this case, the boy expected to be able to cook kimchi without even returning to Korea. When the decision was made, Cho Yisu decided that in such a case, everything needed to be prepared. When he returned to the Meditz estate, he was met by Heian and Jace, who assumed that he had fled to Ludoran to keep himself busy. The boy tried to calm them down, but the girls were already in a rage and assumed that he was just going to eat Mrs. Humphrey's meals or bake bread without them. Suddenly, Cho Yisu froze and looked intently at his friends, who were standing in front of him in exactly the same dresses. And while they resented his hypothesis that they had become named sisters, the young baron simply ran away. Pulling away from both girls, Cho Yisu wondered when they had managed to get so close to each other. After that, he decided it was time to start making kimchi, so he reached into the inner space bag. Having put the food in a special jar and the flour and chili in a large box, the boy decided that they were no longer worth worrying about. In the next moment, he called Lucas, who said that he would be able to give him orders. Upon hearing his voice, the waiter abruptly stood next to him, ready to carry out the Baron's orders with a broad smile. To his question about whether the Count is with him now, the boy gave an affirmative answer. After knocking on his office and hearing that it was okay to come in, Cho Yisu walked in with a smile. Lord Meditz, not expecting a visit from the young Baron today, asked him what exactly brought him here. Spreading his arms wide, the boy said that he wanted to tell him something else about lemons that destroy crops. Sitting down at the table, the Lord invited the guest to also sit down and tell in more detail what he wanted to share. Sitting down on the couch, Cho Yisu told him that cleaning the lemons would improve the situation, but it would take too long to recover. Looking surprised at the visitor, Medits asked him if there was any other way, to which I received the answer that for this you need to use limestone powder. He replied that they had it, but asked if it would really help them deal with the harvest. Cho Yisu confirmed with a smile that it could be a good remedy, but cautioned that limestone powder could be dangerous to both human and animal skin, so one should be more careful with it. To which the Count calmly assured him that he was sure there were several people who had experience with this tool, and everything would be fine. Medits froze for a moment, carefully studying the face of the boy sitting in front of him. After that, his lips stretched into a noticeable warm smile. To his question about whether he had already found land to buy, the Baron replied that he had not yet, as he had received the status only a month ago. Hearing this answer, the Lord asked if it would be okay if he offered him a plot of land. Thinking that the Lord was very kind, Cho Yisu thanked him for such a favor. After some time, the Baron was already sitting in the hall and tried not to pay attention to Jace's watchful gaze. However, after a few minutes, he couldn't stand it and asked her why she was looking at him like that. Clasping her hands and resting her chin on them, Jaja said that they needed something to subdue the other aristocrats. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy said in surprise that he thought things were going pretty well. To which the redhead replied that she wanted to hit her opponents as hard as possible, imagining Mrs. Pete. Cho Yisu continued to watch as her friend pondered her plan of action while biting her fingernail. Suddenly, he raised his finger and said with a smile that he had an idea. They went to the additional kitchen, where ice, raspberries, milk, vanilla, sugar, and salt were already on the table. Looking at the set of products, Jaji assumed that he wanted to prepare an ice delicacy. When asked how it is prepared, the girl explained that they crush ice and mix it with honey or fruit. The boy turned to the elf and asked if she had tasted it, to which he heard that she did not like it. Jace pointedly explained that ice was hard to come by, but it wasn't much of a problem for the nobility. However, Cho Yisu smiled and assured her that she could calm down as he was going to prepare something else. In front of his eyes was a small ice cream cone, in which there were 3 scoops of various ice creams. Looking at their friend's determined look, the girls were surprised, as they had never heard of such a dish. However, the Baron said he would first make it vanilla and raspberry for them to try. First, he should have mixed the vanilla and sugar with the milk, and then added the beaten egg. When the aroma begins to stand out, it was necessary to pour the mass into 2 bowls, then add vanilla to one, and raspberries to the other. In parallel, it is worth filling 2 large bowls with ice to use them for cooling. The next step, which surprised my girlfriends, was mixing the masses together with salt in equal proportions. When JJ tried to deny such preparation, the boy calmly asked her to wait a little. He placed the bowl of mixture in a bowl of ice, stirring it constantly. Cho Yisu himself thought that he had read such a recipe on the internet, so he was not completely sure that he had done everything correctly. However, Jace suddenly noticed that the mass began to freeze, which is why she asked her friend if he had become a wizard. However, Heian answered instead of the boy, raising her finger and reminding him that he is a bread wizard. Leaving a little of the mass, Cho Yisu said with a smile that it would be worth stirring a little more when it hardened a little more. After similar actions were repeated 2, 3 more times, the Baron took a spoon and scooped up the finished ice cream with it. In a moment, there were already 2 balls of ice cream in the creamers, ready for tasting. With a smile, the young man invited his friends to try, saying that there would be a lot of people at the festival. He watched intently as the girls tasted the dessert he had just prepared. The next moment after they shoved a spoonful of ice cream into their mouths, they were suddenly bent over the table. The redhead frowned as she asked her friend what the correct name was for the delicacy they had just tasted. She added that she had never tasted such a delicious ice cream treat, and she loved the texture of the dessert. To the boy's question about whether she thought the rest of the aristocrats would like it, the girl replied that she would. Looking down at her spoon, Heian said he could have called the dessert ice cream. After that, the girls continued scooping ice cream without letting go of the ice cream cones. Suddenly, Jace grabbed her head and said she felt like her brain was freezing. Throwing a spoon into the creamer, she added that it was so delicious that she didn't even want to share it with others. When Heian said that she didn't really like cold food, but this one was quite good, Jaja reminded her that she had attacked the dessert like a man possessed. Watching the friends begin to figure out their relationship again, Cho Yisu smiled, glad that they liked the ice cream. Approaching the redhead, the boy asked her to get permission to cook it from her parents. But she smiled and agreed, asking to make 2 more portions so that her parents could also try. Suddenly she turned to the elf, asking her if she had ever been to international festivals. Heian returned to her friend and said that she had never attended them before. The elf, who was called her father, took only her stepmother and her son there with him. Not expecting such a story, Cho Yisu and Jaejae froze, trying to find words to react, after which the boy offered bread to his friend. After some time, when he was already sitting in his room, there was a loud knock on the door. After permission to enter, the cook appeared at the door of the room, asking the Baron if he had summoned him. Pointing to a place near him, Cho Yisu asked him to sit down, as he wanted to discuss something with him. Having no idea what the conversation would be about, the cook humbly sat down on the sofa opposite the young gentleman. Handing him a cup, the young man said that it was herbal tea, which had a widow's taste and would allow him to relax. The cook thanked him and asked what exactly the young baron wanted to talk to him about. With a warm smile, Cho Yisu asked him if he was worried about inventing a new recipe. However, the cook assured that he was absolutely not worried about this, since this was his job. He believed that he should work hard day and night because many people would come to the holiday. However, after that he smiled and added that he could not invent anything better than the dessert prepared by the boy. Cho Yisu replied that where he came from, there was an extraordinary variety of pastries. Besides, his mother also baked well. Also, ingredients like cinnamon and ginger were extremely easy to come by. Hearing the proposal to teach him the recipes that the Baron's mother prepared, the cook looked at the boy in a daze. Cho Yisu emphasized that he doesn't force himself to cook according to his recipes, but that way he could get a few ideas for new dishes. He immediately started thanking, saying that he was actually very worried about the new dish. Handing the man a piece of paper and a pen, the boy suggested that he first write down the recipe for himself. Thus, he was able to teach the chef of the Medits family how to make churros, which were deep-fried custard dough. In addition, small butter cookies became another dessert that the cook discovered for himself. And from drinks he learned about ginger tea, to which a wedge of lemon was added. Looking at the recipes written down, the chef said in a daze that they were really just incredible. When Barona said that he had already arranged for the necessary ingredients to be brought to the kitchen, he asked him if he could try making creme brulee. When the cook left his room, Lucas came almost immediately to Cho Yisu, who knocked on the door, asking permission to enter. Entering the room and bowing to the young baron, he announced that the guests had arrived at the Northern Hotel. Immediately leaving for the city, Cho Yisu looked for the right hotel with his eyes, guided by the words of Lucas A. Suddenly he saw a sign with a mug in front of him and realized that he had come to the right address. The young man knocked on the door, behind which someone's voice was immediately heard asking who had come. Mino immediately jumped out into the street, who happily greeted the Baron, boasting that he knew about his new status. The boy immediately began to bombard him with questions about where his lands were and whether he was going to visit Armenia. Cho Yisu, not expecting such a flurry of questions, gave a strained smile and offered to drink a little, asking if he had come alone. Covering his mouth, Mino smiled and said that he had come alone since his father was still working. Hearing this, the young baron invited his friend to take a short walk, after which they set off along the avenue of the garden. When asked by Strive Jr. about his classes, he got an honest answer that they were extremely boring. When Cho Yisu asked him if the boy knew about the festival, he replied that because of it, he and his father decided to stay in the city for a week. This was good news, so when the Baron asked him to spread the rumor, Mino put his hands to his sides proudly. When asked if he would cope with the task, the boy said that it was just his element. However, slyly looking at the interlocutor, he reminded that nothing comes for free. Hearing that the first condition was the provision of a hotel for a week, and the second the provision of a good stall, the young man thought that both were quite difficult. However, he assured that he would talk about it with Grzegorz, to which Mino added that if he had to choose, he would choose the stall. Suddenly, Cho Yisu froze, which greatly surprised the boy, who did not even immediately understand what had happened. The Baron looked at the luxurious carriage, suspecting that it was not a nobleman who had arrived in it, since there was still a long time before the festival. He quickly said goodbye to the commodity expert's son, assuring that he would try to come again in the evening. Wasting no time, he ran after the carriage to see exactly where it was going. However, he suddenly stopped, noticing at whose gate the vehicle had turned. A young man with a red face got out of the carriage and immediately started calling his father. Swinging a bottle of wine, Kreyu Medic shouted to the whole yard that he had returned. Cho Yisu approached the cook and quietly asked him who exactly had arrived at the Medits manor. He exhaled, looking at the young boy who was waving his arms, and explained that he was the Lord's eldest son. The young baron looked at the newcomer and thought about how much the eldest son of the family was a drunkard. When the boy met with Zhezhe, she explained that her older brother had recently been actively engaged in winemaking. She rolled her eyes and sighed, wondering at the behavior of the person who was to become the heir of the Medits family. Cho Yi-soo looked at his friend in surprise, asking if she had a bad relationship with her brother, to which she replied that she was just worried about her family, as their situation was quite precarious now. However, these words did not prevent him from saying that he wanted to ask her one favor. Pointing somewhere behind her with a finger, the redhead suggested discussing it elsewhere. Cho Yi-soo looked at her intently and asked where exactly she wanted to discuss this matter. Jace led him into one of the rooms she called her stash and asked her friend what exactly he wanted to ask for. With a broad smile, the Baron asked her to book a hotel room for the festival and find a good outlet. When she asked if he had gotten close to any of the merchants, the boy replied that he had also asked him for a small favor. Pointing at herself with her hand, the red-haired woman asked in surprise what her benefit was in helping. However, hearing that the reputation of the Meditz family would depend on a good development of events, she bewilderedly lashed out at her friend. Jace thanked him, but asked him why he was so worried about her family's prestige. When he said that it sounded a bit insulting, the girl began to make excuses that she was just worried about him. The girl explained to her friend that if he gets too close to her family, other nobles may turn away from him. JJ added that he was very talented, so he could very well have entered their circle if he had put in the effort. When asked if she thought she was underestimating her family, the redhead said she wasn't. Clasping her hands in the castle, the girl said that they can exist on their own, but they still have to cross paths with other aristocrats. After saying that he might change his attitude towards them, she ran a finger near his neck and asked with a smile if he didn't want to become a traitor. Suddenly, Cho Yi-soo remembered that he had heard about a family of magicians coming to the celebration, as he suspected that it was not the Hyeon family. Squinting slightly, Jace asked him what he meant. Cho Yi-soo explained that while he was in the city, he overheard a conversation between various merchants. After this story, JJ got up from her chair and sternly said that she needed to talk to her father immediately. After talking with his girlfriend, Cho Yi-soo sat in his room and feverishly held his head in his hands, trying not to listen to the loud noises coming from the room of the elder heir of the Meditz. Clenching his teeth, he wondered how much longer this would last. He drank every day, and after each such occasion he felt sick. At the same time, it was obvious that it was impossible to feel sorry for him, since the boy was Jaeji's older brother. Suddenly a thought popped into his head, and Cho Yi-soo looked in front of him in a daze. He called Lucas to him and told him that they would immediately leave for the additional kitchen. After some time, a small jar filled with water mixed with honey and lemon was already standing on the table in front of the Baron. After alcohol intoxication, such a remedy was simply an extraordinary panacea. Handing the cup of drink to Lucas, Cho Yi-soo ordered him to take it to the elder son of the Meditz family. Exhaling tiredly, the boy hoped this would help as he was already quite tired from his studies. Rubbing his shoulders, the Baron thought about the fact that tomorrow morning it would be worth practicing with the sword. The next morning, Kreju approached him on the training ground and called him with a smile. Hearing his voice, Cho Yi-soo turned his head in interest, distracting himself from his training. A second later, a strong blow flew into his head which made the Baron cry out loudly. The young man grabbed his head where it had just landed. Waving at him in greeting, Kreju apologized for distracting him from his fencing. Lowering his sword, the trainer said that the young Baron would have died 894 times already, so he should not weaken his defenses. Hearing him complain that he couldn't ignore Mr. Kreia, he added that he should be given another lesson in manners. When the teacher said that the training was over for today, Cho Yi-soo thought that he would rather buy the certificate for 1,000 gold. Heir Meditz walked up to him and held out his hand in greeting. Shaking his hand, the Baron asked him what brought him here, thinking at the same time that he was rarely seen sober. When Kreju started praising his honey water idea, Cho Yi-soo asked him if he felt better. To the boy's words that no one supports him, the Baron replied that he should drink in moderation, otherwise he will spoil his stomach, and everyone is worried about him. Kreju exhaled noisily, saying that it was only because of his status as the heir of the Meditz family. Casting his eyes down, Cho Yi-soo admitted to him that he also had periods where he drank as well. Kreju looked at him in surprise, not believing such a story. Scratching his cheek in no uncertain terms, Cho Yi-soo added that honey greatly eases the pain of vomiting during a hangover. Kreju replied that he would like to know his story, so he offered to eat together. Meanwhile, in the Lord's office, the butler informed the master of the rumor that a family of wizards would be present at the festival this year. When he said that Jeji had already told him about it, the butler added that they might have more guests than they expected. Additionally, they received a report that about 20 families had opened a portal and crossed the Knots Mountains. There was only one wizard in the entire Ermin Empire who was capable of opening an interspatial portal, and it was practically impossible to open many portals at the same time, so this service cost a lot. Grabbing his head, the Lord sighed, realizing that many people were heading to them because of the rumors, who even had to open portals. And he also perfectly understood that they were coming to them for the festival in order to dishonor the name of his family. Dvoretsky added that judging by the number of people who arrived, they spent about 10,000 gold coins. After hearing the words that they were worried, the Lord told them not to panic and do their best. Meanwhile, Cho Yisu was showing his girlfriends a tower made of several equal blocks. He explained that it was a board game that he had ordered from the carpenter, and the point of which was not to collapse the tower. Heian exhaled and asked what could be fun about getting wooden blocks out from under each other. Jace replied that she really likes games where you have to think at least a little and roll dice. Clapping his hands, the Baron smiled widely and said that they would appreciate her when they played. Frowning slyly, he added that whoever destroyed the tower would receive a slap on the forehead. When the girls asked what it was, the boy promised that they would find out when they lost, to which JJ eagerly agreed. Saying that it would be easy enough to win, the redhead was the first to reach for the tower. However, immediately after that, the girl growled loudly as the bars immediately scattered on the table. Looking at Cho Yisu, who spread his arms, she asked why she had never been able to win. Suddenly, she pointed her finger at Heian, who was standing with her arms crossed over her chest. Jace was angry that she had hit her too hard, so she wanted to retaliate, but the Baron stopped her by offering her something to eat. When the redhead suggested a game of chess after the meal, Cho Yisu admitted that he wasn't very good at it, and the elf found the game rather boring. Jeji tiredly scratched her neck, growling loudly when the butler entered their room. Returning to her husband, the girl looked in surprise at the man who wanted to tell her something. In the next moment, they turned back to a confused Cho Yi who didn't understand what was happening. After some time, the boy stood in a large room admiring her. The Baron had a big smile on his face as he said the room was simply incredible. He had heard that there might not be enough rooms in the castle because there were so many guests arriving. Feeling free, he returned to Lucas. Cho Yisu ordered him to return to the Lord's estate. At the frightened look of the boy, who thought he had done something wrong, the Baron explained that he just wanted to be alone with himself for 2-3 days. Lucas agreed, but warned that before leaving he would order the servants to take a bath. Left alone, Cho Yisu thought that he would have kimchi stew for dinner tonight. Putting the ingredients in the pot, he understood that they would be enough to prepare a meal for him alone. Meanwhile, the kimchi itself was simmering, slowly simmering and releasing extraordinary aromas. The young man inhaled them deeply, enjoying and stirring the dish. Suddenly, a loud knocking reached his ears, attracting the owner's attention. Cho Yisu was surprised because he wasn't expecting anyone, and especially considering what time of day it was now outside the window. He wanted to ask who had come, but stopped at the door, not expecting to see the person who paid him a late visit. Kreju smiled and said hello, holding a paper bag in his hands. When asked what he was doing here at such a late hour, the eldest son of the Meditz family replied that he had brought wine and cheese. However, seeing the Baron's surprised face, he added with a smile that it was not for him, but as a gift. Suddenly the man froze as he smelled the aromas he smelled coming from the house. Looking at the owner, Kretsu noticed that, judging by the smell, he was cooking quite well. Pointing to the room, Cho Yisu invited with a smile to join him for dinner. In a few minutes, the rich kimchi was ready and on the table in front of the young men. Placing his hand on his chin, Kreju asked the Baron in surprise what it was. Pointing to the table, he explained that this dish came from his homeland and was prepared by stewing pork. After putting a decent portion on the guest's plate, he added that he thought the rice was cooked so you could taste it, for which he thanked Kreju. Watching the heir of the Meditz family send a spoonful of kimchi into his mouth, Cho Yisu hoped that he would enjoy it. He froze for a moment, closing his eyes and trying to figure out the flavors he felt. Finally, looking at the spoon, the young man said that the taste was simply incredible, while naming almost all the components that were involved. Staring at him in surprise, the Baron wondered if this was exactly the unsurpassed sense of taste he had heard so much about. Suddenly, Kreju called his name harshly, causing the Baron to tense up. However, in the next second, he with a smile offered him to drink the wine he had brought with him. After some time, the boy was already sitting at the table and laughing merrily, holding wine glasses in his hands. With a chuckle, Cho Yisu covered his mouth with his hand, thinking he might have gotten into the habit of drinking soju with kimchi. But Kreju assumed the Baron liked wine. He asked how he managed to recognize all the ingredients used in the dish, adding that it was simply an incredible skill. Hearing that she was useless in land management, the young man asked the interlocutor if he wanted to inherit land at all. He sternly raised his finger and said that he had no choice, as it was his duty as the eldest son of the Meditz family. From this, Cho Yisu concluded that there was no particular desire, so he asked what he himself would like to do in life, to which Kreju replied that he would raise a lot of cattle and do agriculture, and he would also cook meals that he would enjoy with his family. The Baron understood that he was choosing between a dream and honor. A few days later, an international festival began, where everything around, including the main square where the carriages drove, was covered with flowers. On the first day, the nobles who arrived for the holiday greeted each other, and on the second day, there was a big dinner. On the third day, the gates of the castle were already opened for ordinary citizens, who happily went to the festival. Cho Yisu stood in the manor, examining his formal attire and thinking that he was quite uncomfortable. Lucas held up a finger and said that the cobbler had worked quite hard on his outfit. Hearing his words about the fact that the color blue suits him, the Baron froze for a moment. Putting a fist to his mouth, the boy cleared his throat and clarified whether his job today would consist only of greeting the nobles. He smiled and explained how the festival would go, then added that Lady Jace and Lady Heian were waiting for him in the waiting room. Meanwhile, on the street, among the covered tables, harpists were sitting, plucking the strings, releasing beautiful melodies. Looking around, Cho Su suddenly realized that there was much less space here than he expected. When he and Lucas entered the waiting room, he was immediately greeted by Heian and JJ, also dressed in festive dresses. The red-haired woman immediately wanted to greet him as a friend, however. She stopped in time and greeted him according to etiquette. The young man smiled and noticed that since they had not communicated officially for a long time, the feelings were quite unusual. When asked by the redhead about what made the Duchess of Silverwood go to the party, Heian replied that she had a conversation with the Earl. Her friends looked at her dumbfounded, and Jace added that she hadn't heard anything about it from her father. Cho Yisu wondered at this moment if everything would be okay, as he thought that exposing the girl's elven origin would put her in danger. He remembered well that wizard families are closely related to the imperial family. Therefore, I understood that as soon as my friend revealed herself, she would be forced to participate in all official events, and she would also have to get married. However, the elf just closed her eyes and let out a loud breath, saying that they didn't need to know the details. Suddenly, Lucas entered the room and told Miss Meditz that it was time to leave. At the same time, he asked the Baron and Duchess of Silverwood to wait a little longer in the room. They looked at the man in surprise, but still listened to his words and stayed. But as soon as they were alone, Cho Isu immediately rushed to the window to see what was happening there. Seeing many snow-white carriages drawn by white horses and decorated with gold, he exhaled in delight. However, Heian did not share his delight, saying that her crew was many times better than these. Laughing softly and covering his mouth, the Baron reminded his friend that she had no crew at the moment. After these words, he saw how a ball of water began to form on the girl's palm. When the sharp blade was right at his throat, he said she had made a habit of threatening him. Sitting down on the couch, the young man asked the girl what she planned to do when her identity was revealed. To which Heian seriously replied that she would go to Armenia because she wanted to return what belonged to her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the voice of Lucas was heard, announcing that it was time for them to leave as well. When the boy called out to her, the elf reminded her that she should leave a little later, causing Cho Isu to leave first. The garden, where the dinner with the nobles was supposed to take place, was now very crowded, unlike in the morning. The Baron looked at the arrivals in a daze, thinking that there were a great many of them. Approaching the red-haired woman, he said hello, but remembered in time that etiquette should be followed, after which he asked why she was alone. Waving her hand, the girl replied that those she was talking to had not yet arrived, so she was spending time alone. After some time, everyone present began to sit down in their places, next to their relatives. The day was clear, so the guests felt extremely hot, which made some even want to take a bath immediately. With a strained smile on his face, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that the guests had so many complaints. Glancing to the side, he signaled, seeing this as just the perfect moment to serve the first course. Immediately after that, waiters appeared in the dining gazebo, simultaneously carrying trays in their hands. On the trays, there were ice cream cones with 2 scoops of ice cream. Cho Isu decided not to deviate from the classic set, but decided to make strawberry ice cream instead of raspberry ice cream. Lord Meditz stood up and told the guests that they had prepared a special cold dessert especially for their arrival. And while the waiters were handing out cream cakes to those present, he wished everyone a delicious meal. Some of the guests looked at the inn in surprise, as they had never seen such a thing before, and they wondered how the Meditz learned to cook such a thing. Taking a small piece on a spoon, Mrs. Pete decided to try a new dish. In the next moment, her cheeks were covered with a blush, because the ice cream turned out to be very tasty. Covering her mouth with her hand, she breathed out softly that she did not expect the dish to be so delicious. Turning back, the woman saw 2 boys who were happily eating the dessert, praising its taste. One of the guests asked for extras, while another asked what the ice cream they were served was made of. Lady Meditz explained that the main ingredient in the dessert was vanilla, stressing that it was made by the Kruno family. They stood and smiled warmly while the woman said that they have a lot of experience when using such a component. Lady Kruno said that the food was cold and sweet, which made her tiredness disappear quickly. Cho Yisu watched as she asked her husband if he agreed with her. Stretching his lips in a smile, he thought that if the rumors spread, it was only a matter of time before they became rich. Suddenly, the Baron heard Jeji softly calling him, which is why he turned in her direction. The girl asked if he planned to distribute his recipe with the help of the merchant he mentioned earlier. Covering his mouth with his hand, the young man replied that he was going to pass it off as the signature recipe of the Meditz family. Suddenly, Miss Pete's voice reached them, saying that she agreed with Miss Kruno that the taste was really excellent. However, she added that it would be inconvenient to store such an amount of ice, so she assumed that magic was involved. Looking at the Lord, the woman added that thanks to their advertising, they were all in a premonition. The rest of the guests tensed and looked at each other, not quite understanding what was happening. Locking her fingers, Mrs. Pete asked the Lord to at least answer her something, to which he replied that they had never spread such rumors, so he simply had no idea how they reached the nobility. Everyone present began to whisper, due to which a great buzz arose around. Spreading her hands, Mrs. Pete smiled condescendingly and said that she had definitely heard about the wizard, but if he wasn't there, then she shouldn't suffer from the heat in the province. One of the attendees agreed that Lord Meditz was aware of the rumors, but deliberately ignored them. The rest of the nobles were also indignant at how irresponsible his act was. However, the Lord quickly calmed everyone down by assuring them that it was all true. Suddenly, the nobles heard someone's steps approaching and turned their heads at the sound. As the guest approached, Meditz added that he saw no reason to worry about the rumors, so he let things go as they were. The next moment Heian approached, the Lord introduced the Duchess of Silverwood to everyone. Mrs. Pete looked at the elf in a daze, not believing what she saw with her own eyes. Watching her reaction, Cho Yisu and JJ smiled and clinked their glasses softly. Meanwhile, Heian stopped and greeted everyone present, saying that she was glad to meet them. Pointing to herself with her hand, the girl, according to etiquette, introduced herself to all the guests present. She added that she was sure they were tired, so she advised them to rest, assuring them that she would meet them tomorrow at the reception. The nobles stood up and bowed to her, saying that it was an honor for them to meet her. The elf approached the red-haired woman and asked if she wanted to go for a walk, to which Jezai happily agreed. Lady Jace loudly suggested a game of Jenga after the walk and a portion of creme brulee each. Looking after the girls, Cho Yisu thought that they looked like best friends. Suddenly, the boy looked around in surprise as something came to him, namely that among so many guests and decorations, he did not see Kreia today. When the young man came to his room, one of the servants met him there, asking who had come. Seeing that the Baron was in front of him, the boy apologized, after which Cho Yisu asked him where Mr. Kreju was. When the butler said that he was still asleep, the young man asked permission to enter. There he saw that the eldest son of the Meditz family was lying on the bed and was really snoring. The young man began to shake him, saying that he was sure that he was awake. Kreju replied that no one wanted to see him there, so he would join the celebration tomorrow. Cho Yisu looked at his friend dumbfounded, wondering why he hadn't bothered to show up at the party. However, he quickly found his way and advised at least to go and look at the market. Once they were already at the market, the Baron continued to try to rouse Kreia to look at the assortment at least a little. With a big smile, he asked him what he would like to see first. When the boy replied that he wanted to look around the grocery store first, the Baron suggested a different route. To his question about whether he wanted to cook something, Kreju replied that he would decide when he saw it. At Cho Yisu's words, that he would come to his place for dinner then, the eldest son of the Meditz family suggested that he come tomorrow, as he wanted to think things over. The Baron agreed, but forgot that not everyone here understood the modern language, so he had to explain what he said. Looking at the eldest son of the Meditz family, Cho Yisu thought that he could become a good cook, and he was sure that if he was given a good chance, the boy would show it 100%. The next day began with the fact that the loud cry of Jeji, who came to the Baron, swept through the estate. She pounded on the door of his room with all her might, trying to attract his attention. The Baron adjusted the cuffs of his shirt and marveled at the childish behavior of young Miss Meditz. As soon as the door opened, the girl shouted that yesterday was simply incredible. After hearing the abuse from his friend, Cho Isu asked her to refrain from such words in front of Lucy. With delight in her eyes, the red-haired woman said that yesterday everyone asked her for creme brulee and ice cream recipes. When he asked if she had found friends, JJ answered that she especially started communicating with the Kruno family. When the boy asked her where they were going today, Jace replied that they were going to sit in the garden. When they got there, some of the tables were already occupied by some of the heirs of the great families. They sat discussing their various affairs and the affairs of their parents, waiting for dinner to begin. Harry Pat asked if any of his friends had spoken to the Duchess of Silverwood about marriage, adding that she was already 30 years old. After the discussion of Miss Jeji, the boys started talking about Baron Bloom, saying that because of the permission to buy titles, the noble family is being destroyed. When he said that the newly minted baron was a good match for the redhead, one of them asked if the boy had an inferiority complex. When he asked why he should have it, the interlocutor reminded him that he had lost to the youngest son of the Medits in a debate. The man replied that he was in bad shape at the time, but despite that he still considered his opponent a crybaby. Suddenly a voice came from behind him asking what he was talking about, causing the man to freeze in fear. Looking closely at his opponent, the youngest son of the Medits family invited him to compete after dinner, since he was not in shape at the time. He froze for a moment, considering his proposal and raising his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. After that, he crossed his arms over his chest and said that he didn't want to waste time on that right now. When the Medits children moved on, JJ glanced at her brother's opponent and snorted quietly, covering her mouth with her fist. Returning to the guests, Mark Medits introduced himself and greeted everyone present on behalf of his father. Putting his hands to his sides, he assumed that the guests were hungry, so he suggested that the festive dinner should begin. Covering her mouth with her hand, Jace leaned towards Cho Yi-soo and asked him to name the first set of dishes. He froze, carefully looking at the nobles present and thinking about the fact that he was not very sure about the dishes. A dessert might be perfectly appropriate for a celebration, but a dumpling soup might seem simple enough for a nobleman. Sitting down at the table, the daughter of the Medits family began the tasting with a wide smile. After the first spoonful, she froze, her mouth wide open in surprise. Returning to her friend, the girl pointed to the plate and asked what the name of this dish was. The other nobles also marveled at the combination of shrimp and pork in the dish, and how thin and juicy the dough was. Cho Yi-soo smiled broadly as he listened to the discussion around him, and he understood that everyone was enjoying it. Kreju also turned to the Baron in surprise, assuming that he had been the Emperor's chef in a past life, because otherwise he did not understand how it could happen that each of his dishes turned out to be a masterpiece. After some time, when the meal was finished, the descendants of noble families began to discuss things that were interesting to them. Cho Yi-soo was talking to the children of the Medits family, and they were listening intently and laughing happily. Suddenly hearing someone's voice behind him calling him by name, Kreju froze. Harry came practically up close and said that the food today was nothing short of incredible. The heir of the Medits family looked at the guest and said that he was very glad to hear such words. However, he continued to stand over him, talking about the luxurious taste of the dishes served today. Harry pointed out that the soup was particularly good, as he had never had anything like it before. While Pat was talking about where the boy could find such a recipe, Cho Yi-soo suddenly felt the tense atmosphere around them. Grasping the Medits' eldest son by the shoulder, Harry advised him to behave more aristocratically and stop learning how to cook from the lower classes. Mentally indignant at such behavior, the Baron raised his hand and timidly added that he himself had prepared this dish. Pointing a finger at him, Pat clarified if he was the same ISU Bloom who had recently bought himself a baronial title. Hearing the words that his brother couldn't get a chef like Cho Yi-soo, Mark clenched his fingers tightly into a fist. In the next moment, he suddenly jumped up from his seat, advising the guest to behave more politely. Hearing his father's voice behind him asking what the noise was, the boy turned to face the voice. Kreju also rose to his feet and looked at his mother and father as Cho Yi-soo approached him. Seeing the lord and lady, Harry tried to excuse himself that he was just voicing his concern about Kreya. However, Lord Medits only raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was really that worried. Looking at the lord, Miss Pat said he looked quite intimidating, and everyone knew exactly what he was worried about. Hearing her words about how everyone knows about his poor performance as an heir, Kreju lowered his head gloomily. When the woman turned on him, saying that it was irresponsible to trust a baron with cooking, Cho Yi-soo thought that she was a pretty disgusting person. Suddenly they were approached by Madame Cruneau, who, surprised, asked if she did not like the food, to which she replied that compared to her appearance, her taste was quite good, but she noticed that the interlocutor really liked the dishes. Cruneau replied that the food was simply wonderful, and it was more like Miss Pat was taking revenge on the Lord because of her pride, to which the woman burst into an angry tirade about the fact that the food was not really cooked by the eldest son of the Medits family. The rest of the nobles present also began to discuss the situation before them. Not finding the desired support in the crowd, Mrs. Pete turned around calling her son after her. Trying to somehow calm his friend, Cho Yi-soo said that there were idiots in that family. However, Kreju exhaled and said that they were right since he couldn't do anything normally. Realizing that the boy would soon fall through the ground, the Baron advised him not to listen to those people. Spreading his hands, he suddenly remembered that yesterday they went to the market, so it was possible to cook something from the products bought there. And while Kreju doubted the success of this venture, Jace's eyes were already burning with adventure. She stood up and thumped her fist loudly on the table, raising her hand and attracting her father's attention. With a wild look, the girl asked him to let his elder brother prepare something for tomorrow. Without even listening to the boy's objections, JJ turned to him and asked if she was right. Under her watchful gaze, Kreju fell silent and agreed, realizing that his sister had lost her mind. He was distracted from his unhappy thoughts by his father's voice, who asked if he would really be able to prepare something for tomorrow. The boy hesitated to answer, but suddenly he heard Cho Isu softly calling him. With a broad smile, the Baron told him that now was the right time to show what he was capable of. Noticing that the older brother doubted, Jace glared at him. Barely choosing his words, the eldest son of the Meditz family opened his mouth and confirmed that everything said was true and he would be able to prepare food for tomorrow. Late at night, when it was already dark outside, Cho Yisu knocked on the door of Kreju's room, worried about his friend. In the next second, the voice of the Lord's eldest son was heard, allowing him to enter. Freezing in the doorway, the Baron looked anxiously at Kreia, apologizing for disturbing him. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as a scent wafted over the young man. He reminded him of a dish of rice, chicken, and spices called curry in his country. The voice of the eldest son of the Meditz family was heard from the stairs, asking him to wait for him on the first floor. A moment later he came downstairs holding a pot of fragrant food in front of him. Having put it on the table, the boy invited to try the dish, saying that it was Oriental chicken soup. When asked if he was going to cook it tomorrow, Kreju said that he had decided to let him try it first. Shoving a spoonful into his mouth, Cho Yisu realized that the dish was indeed very much like curry, as he had thought from the smell. Smiling widely, the boy said that when he tasted something similar, however, it was much tastier. To a surprised question about whether he had tasted something similar, the Baron explained that he had once been a traveler, but he had met such a person in Armenia. When Kreju decided to cook something else, Cho Isu assured him that it was very tasty and best served with pieces of bread. Chewing a piece of bread with the dish, the young man noticed that the dish had a rather exquisite taste. The eldest son of the Meditz family began to list with a smile which spices he had used in the preparation of the soup. Cho Isu observed that this was quite enough, to which Kreju replied that his parents would be upset to learn that cooking was his only talent. At this, the Baron cried aloud that it was a very great mistake that he alone tasted it. Looking at his friend, the young man said that if he had not been born a nobleman, he could have become a great chef. Kreju listened to his words, looked shocked at his interlocutor. After that, he smiled broadly and thanked for the kind words that gave a lot of confidence. He added that if he were a commoner, it could be a good compliment and he could open a small shop. The next morning, the nobles were already gathering in the garden, preparing for new dishes. He met noble guests, introducing himself as the eldest son of the Meditz family. Looking at the people sitting in the gazebo, the boy reminded them of his promise to treat them to a meal he had prepared himself. Expressing his hope that they would like it, he introduced a dish called Oriental chicken soup. For a moment, everyone at their tables froze, looking at the plates in front of them. Mrs. Pat condescendingly asked if they themselves were sick of the soups they were serving. The eldest son of the Meditz family approached the woman and offered to cook something else if she wanted. However, when she began to complain that she was not one of those people who go through food, Kreju found it delicious. Suddenly, one of the nobles said that everything was quite tasty, and he even liked the texture of the dish. The eldest son of the Meditz family froze in surprise, waiting for the verdicts of the rest of the aristocrats present. Those sitting or at the table were surprised to feel the taste of milk in the soup and various spices, and were also surprised that the dish was tastier with bread. Cho Yisu, looking at all of this, thought that they would have no choice but to acknowledge Kreju's cooking talent, which would greatly boost his confidence. He walked up to the Lord's eldest son and called him softly, drawing attention. However, he suddenly apologized for interrupting the meal and would like to say something to them. Cho Yisu didn't understand what was happening, so he watched his friend in surprise. Stepping forward a little, Kreju said that he fully understands that he's not at all suitable for the role of the eldest son in the family. Pete's family hung on his every word, guessing what would happen next. Jace froze as well, chewing on the bit of food she managed to send to her mouth. When Kreju said that he wanted to give up the privileges of the first son, Lord Meditz and his wife came to the bower. Kreju, meanwhile, continued to speak, pointing to himself with his hand and looking at the crowd of guests. They froze for a moment, trying to comprehend what they had just heard. Mark and Jace also did not understand what was happening and why their brother was abdicating his duties. Lady Meditz immediately cried out in fright, asking her eldest son what he was saying. In desperation, she turned her head to her husband, hoping that he would at least be able to say something. However, he came forward and said that admitting his weaknesses in front of other people is quite difficult. And since his son dared to do it, he, as a father, was ready to recognize his bravery and fully supports his idea. Kreju looked at his father in surprise, not expecting to hear words of support from him. However, other nobles did not take it so enthusiastically, considering such an act to be ordinary cowardice. For a moment, the eldest son of the Medits family froze, looking sternly at the guests present. However, suddenly one of the guys sitting at the table clapped his hands and said that this was actually a very brave act. All the nobles followed his example and admitted that it was very difficult for Krej to take such a step. Wiping tears from his eyes, the former heir of the Medits family thanked everyone for their support. Sometime after lunch, Cho Yisu was walking around the market with Jace. Returning to the girl, he asked her what was waiting for Kreia now. To which the redhead replied that his father wanted to give him the title of Baron and give him a small plot of land, but the boy asked for a small shop instead. Throwing her hands behind her head, JJ added that if her brother Mark became the heir, she would worry much less. At the same time, Kreju will finally be able to do what he wants. Noticing that his friend was looking somewhere else, Cho Isu tried to call her, but she smiled widely and said that she had a surprise for him anyway. Suddenly turning towards the gate, she said that someone had finally arrived here. At that moment, Cho Isu saw Hans coming toward them, waving his hand wide in greeting, followed by Mrs. Humphrey and Elder Ladoran. To the Baron's question about where they came from, Jace replied that she had invited them to the feast. As they approached, Hans immediately drew attention to his friend's new clothes, causing him to flinch. With a weak smile, Cho Yisu explained to the big man that he had actually recently become a baron. Noticing that Hans was somewhat puzzled by such news, the young man warned that he could call him as before. Right after that, while JJ was running towards Maggie, Cho Yisu suddenly found himself in his friend's tight arms. When asked how the international festival was for them, Hans enthusiastically replied that the holiday was just absolutely incredible. He happily noticed that there was a lot of new things here, including people and games. At the same time, the boy hastened to assure that he liked Lauderin very much, but he was only there with his dogs. In addition, he had no future opportunity to get here, so he came immediately after receiving the invitation. And now, when he saw all this, he somehow didn't even really want to go back. Suddenly, Cho Yisu approached him, who invited him to visit him if they had already seen everything. Pointing to himself, the boy added that since they had traveled such a long way, he was obliged to take care of them. When Hans was in his house, the Baron heard a loud exclamation of surprise from him. When the big man asked if he really lived here, the young man replied that it was only temporary. Turning his head, Cho Isu loudly called Lucas A to them. When he quickly came into the room, the Baron asked him if they had any ice cream left. Hearing an affirmative answer, the boy asked the waiter to bring it to them, which he immediately rushed to do. Handing the dessert to the big man, Cho Yisu invited him to try it. Looking at the spoon, Hans asked him if he had made it, to which the Baron explained with a smile that he now had ice. Looking at the dessert, the big man said that in Laudoran you can only dream of such a thing, so he will definitely try it. For a moment, Cho Yisu froze with a smile on his face, waiting for his friend's reaction to the proposed dish. However, when the reaction dragged on, the Baron quietly called his friend by name, somewhat puzzled. Looking at him, he couldn't understand why he wasn't reacting, suspecting that he was shocked by something so cold. Receiving no response, Cho Yisu shouted loudly, trying to call out to his friend. However, seeing the drops of tears falling on the tablecloth, the Baron was surprised to realize that the big man was crying quietly. Raising his head and awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Hans apologized and explained that he was very surprised by such a delicacy. He enthusiastically added that it was the first time he had eaten something with such a soft texture and such a sweet taste. Tearing up again, the big man added that it was actually quite delicious. Cho Yisu thought that such surprise was normal for someone who had tasted ice cream for the first time, but Hans's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Looking hopefully at his friend, the big man asked if he could travel with him. The Baron was surprised that such a decision had come to him so suddenly, so he asked if something had happened. Hans assured that everything is fine, but in Laudoran he has no chance to try something like that or make many interesting acquaintances. That was why he wanted to go with him. Watching the big man dig into the ice cream with a spoon, Cho Yisu quietly called his name. Immediately after that, Hans raised his hands and assured that he was not just asking to take him with him. He explained that it can be useful if it is suddenly necessary to use physical force. In addition, at one time he worked in a library, so he had a lot of different knowledge. Therefore, standing up and resting his hands on the table, the man repeated his request to take him with him. Cho Yisu replied that he would also be happy if he would go with him, but wondered if he had asked his parents' permission. Suddenly, the voice of Lucas was heard from behind, calling the Baron. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he remembered that he had him, ready to do anything at the first command. And now everything looked to him as if the guy was just abandoning him, choosing a big guy. Noticing the tears in his eyes, Cho Yisu rushed to him and tried to calm him down. Looking at the boys, the Baron added that they could easily work together. At this suggestion, Lucas looked at the stranger with an indifferent look. Hans frowned, beginning to resemble a bear preparing to attack. Cho Yisu stared dumbfounded at the boy's interaction, which looked quite strange from the outside. Coming closer, he advised Hans to ask permission from his parents, and Lucas to remove the used dishes from the table. Falling tiredly on the sofa, the Baron exhaled loudly and said that now he could finally rest. Remembering Hans's face when he tasted the ice cream, the boy thought that he was bored without his peers in Laudoran, but he had no idea that he would want to travel with him. However, before thinking about such things, the Baron decided that first he should have a good rest. Suddenly, someone's loud voice was heard outside the front door, and Cho Yisu asked who had come to him. Opening the door, he saw Heian and Jace, who immediately rushed into his arms. Looking at the girls in surprise, the Baron asked them what they were doing here at such a late hour. The redhead folded her arms and said with a smile that today was the last day of the celebration, so she offered to go for a walk. Holding his hands out in front of him, Cho Yisu tried to explain that he was very tired and wanted to rest. However, Jeju did not listen to this and, grabbing him by the collar, dragged him towards the square. In a few minutes, the three of them found themselves on a high wall, walking through the night city. Turning her head towards the Baron, Jace asked him how he felt about the first international festival in his life. Recalling the presentation of Heian at the beginning of the celebration itself, the boy replied that during that time, a lot had happened. However, remembering the oriental chicken soup and the determined look of Krej during the abdication of his duties, the Baron added that he liked everything. Looking at the girls, the boy added with a smile that all this was thanks to them and Heian. The girls stopped for a moment, looking at the young man in shock and not expecting such words from him. After slapping him on the back with all the strength she was capable of, Jeju said that she was very pleased to hear his words. She added that they also learned a lot from him, but asked why he traveled alone if he knows so much. The memory of how he stood under the wall at the funeral of his parents came to mind again. For a moment, Cho Yisu froze, staring blankly in front of him. When Jace called out to him quietly, he explained that he had once told Heian about his parents being dead. Then two cars collided on the night track, and one of them suffered much more. It was in that car that Cho Yisu's parents were, who died immediately at the scene of the accident. The boy remembered how he desperately rushed to the hospital, hoping that his parents were all right. However, when he arrived, he was immediately directed to the wing where the morgue was located. Unable to utter a single word, Cho Yisu froze in the doorway, staring at the two carts. On them lay the bodies of his mother and father, covered with white blankets. At the trial, the judge admitted that the defendant was drunk, but given that it was dark outside, the accident was ruled an accident. Listening to the sentence of 1.5 years in prison and 3 years probation, Cho Yisu tried to understand how this could be considered a coincidence. The man who was responsible for the accident looked at the judge and thanked him, assuring him that he would regret what he had done for the rest of his life. Sweat ran down Cho Yi's face when he heard that the trial was over. The boy encountered the murderer of his parents on the way out of the courtroom. In a moment, he noticed that he was smiling widely, rejoicing in his victory. At that moment, Cho Yisu felt the pick fall and rushed at the man, grabbing him by the beggars. Court security grabbed him and dragged him away from the defendant while he defiantly waved him goodbye. Tears welled up in Cho Yi's eyes from helplessness, and he shouted loudly, threatening to kill the person responsible for the accident. After the trial, he sat on the internet very often, trying to distract himself from unhappy thoughts. Now the boy was thinking that thanks to this, he had read a lot of web novels. The Baron assumed that it was precisely because of this that a gate to another world suddenly opened in his apartment. Suddenly, he was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Jace, who persistently called him, not taking his eyes off his friend. When he returned to her, the girl explained that he stopped too abruptly. Lowering his head, Cho Yisu briefly explained that his parents were killed by a carriage driven by a drunken man. When the redhead apologized for asking him about it, the boy replied that everything was fine. Smiling, the Baron added that this is how he began to travel the world, as a result of which he later got used to this place. The next day at the manor, Lord Meditz was sitting in his study when a butler brought him a letter from the Kruno family. Taking the letter in his hands, the man carefully ran his eyes over the written lines. A few minutes later, when he finished reading, the man's lips stretched into a wide smile. The man said that the food they served at the banquet had become very popular in the city, and not the last role in this was played by Mino, who actively distributed the recipes, thereby increasing the sales of ginger and vanilla. The centers of influence in the empire were the Peth family and the Kruno family. That is why Lord Meditz felt that it was necessary to increase the sales of vanilla and ginger. He added that according to Jeju, the idea belonged to Baron Bloom, to which the butler replied that the young lady really knew a lot. When the butler asked if the Lord really wanted to give certain lands to Baron Bloom, the Lord asked him if he thought it shouldn't be done. He replied that the boy's personality was not so clear, so it was better to think things over. Clasping his hands in a castle, Lord Meditz said with a smile that he had heard that the Baron had no talent for swordsmanship. Hearing back that his limbs were uncoordinated when swinging the sword, the man smiled, saying that it could be luck. At the same time, he explained that if everything was like this, the boy would not put a sword to his throat, so he wanted to meet him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Cho Yisu himself was on the training ground as Hyeon and Jace watched his training. Taking a piece of cookie from the basket, the redhead shouted to her friend that no one can be good at everything. When JJ said that she thought Cho Yisu was worse than Kreja, the elf asked her if her brother knew how to use a sword. Suddenly, the Duchess turned to her friend, suspecting that she had eaten much more cookies than her. At that moment, Peter approached the girls, who quietly called her, attracting the young maiden's attention. When the girl learned that the Baron wanted to see Baron Bloom, the redhead waved her hand to her friend, attracting his attention. Returning to his teacher, the boy asked if he could go, to which he allowed and added that he would not be upset. To which the Baron added with a smile that he just wanted to be able to defend himself if left alone. The teacher promised that tomorrow he would let him hold a real sword, after which the butler reminded the Baron that he should take a shower before the audience. After a while, Cho Yisu stood in the Lord's office, talking about what he heard as if the Lord wanted to see him. Hearing the offer to sit down, the young man asked him what the conversation would be about. Lord Meditz replied with a smile that he had an excellent offer. However, to begin with, he wanted to ask the boy a few clarifying questions. Locking his fingers, the man asked what purpose he had in helping their family during the incident with the Punch family. The Lord's face was stern, and he kept his eyes on the young Baron. Cho Yisu suddenly realized that he was talking about the incident when he used the lie detector. Firmly hooking his fingers into the lock, the boy admitted that he really wanted to help not his family, but the residents of the village of Ladoran. Recalling the places there, the Baron added that it had become his second homeland, so he did not want the residents to lose their freedom. Smiling broadly, Lord Meditz offered to discuss the details, asking if the example had any lands. Hearing the objection, the man added that he owned certain lands that he would like to give to him as a sign of gratitude. When the Baron tried to deny that he could not accept it, Lord Meditz said that he had helped his family much more, and for this he should have been well rewarded, for which a lot of ideas were spinning in his head. However, Cho Yisu, smiling widely, asked him to give him some. Hearing this, Lord Meditz thought about who the boy sitting in front of him might be demanding now. The idea even appeared in his head that he could demand that he let his daughter go with him. And in such a case, he was ready to cut off his head without wasting time. However, the man did not show his excitement in any way, so he asked with a smile who exactly he wanted to take with him. Cho Yisu replied that he was talking now about Lucas, who was attached to him earlier. The Baron explained that he was very impressed by this guy and the way he performed his duties. Noticing the surprised look on the Lord's face, Cho Yisu asked him if there would be any problems with this. However, in a moment, Lord Meditz smiled and said that there is nothing more valuable than good people around, so he will inform Lucas about his decision. The man knew very well that the boy's family had served the Medites for several generations, and their families knew everything about each other. The man liked that the Baron paid attention to a person to whom he could be very condescending. After hearing that he would give him the land, Cho Yisu thanked him and asked if it would not be too generous. Hearing this, Lord Meditz asked with a smile if he really planned to start his own business without having his own land. He explained that if he had money, it would not be a problem to build an estate and buy land, but the question remained where he would find people to live on his lands. Cho Yisu, realizing what this conversation was going to, looked at the Lord in surprise. Therefore, he was going to give not only the land, but also the cattle, the estate, and the townspeople who would live there. Frowning, the man asked with a smile if he still wanted to refuse his offer. Clenching his fingers tightly in excitement, Cho Yisu said he wanted to ask one more thing. Pointing to himself, the Baron asked why he treated him so well. Lord Meditz explained that he simply wanted to invest in someone he saw potential in, so he offered to go and look at the land together. When Cho Yisu returned to the house where he was temporarily staying, he prepared a milkshake. After that, he called out to Lucas, who was looking at the dish in surprise, thinking it was another ice treat. When the Baron offered the boy a try, he pointed a finger at himself in surprise, doubting that he could try something like that. Taking a spoonful of chocolate drink to his mouth, Lucas closed his eyes tightly, feeling the incredibly rich taste. While he praised the cocktail prepared by the Baron, he put his hands forward and asked him to listen to him. When he asked if he had not heard anything from the Lord, the boy said that Meditz had spoken to him about going with the Baron. Cho Yisu asked his opinion on this, thinking that it was more like a child abduction. Looking puzzled at the interlocutor, Lucas asked to give him time to think, because the choice was to determine his future fate. When he agreed, The waiter narrowed his eyes, looking suspiciously at the Baron. He didn't look very smart, but judging by the fact that the Lord was going to give him land, there was something in him. Noticing that Lucas was very hungry for a cocktail, Cho Yisu advised him to take his time. Having finished with the guest, the boy thanked, to which the young man said that he was glad that he liked it. When asked about what was becoming a big reason why the Barons were going broke, Lucas said it was money. Scratching his chin, Cho Yisu wondered if there was any kind of struggle for land. Lucas explained to him that it is the small feudal lords who most often start the struggle for land. Counting his fortune in his mind, Cho Yisu thought that he only had 3,000 gold left, and he had to pay 1,000 to keep his title. After that, if he hires 20 soldiers, he can be defeated in just 1 year. Raising his fist up, the young man decided that to begin with, he did not need land but some business in the city. He approached his girlfriends and asked if they wanted to go with him to look at the land they were going to give him. To his surprised question, where did such a desire suddenly come from? The redhead answered that she was bored now. And she also said that there was an incredible plain where elves were rumored to have lived before, so she really wanted to see it. Suddenly, Heian spoke up and asked if there were any signs that they had actually been there. Putting her fingers to her chin, JJ said she had only been there once as a child, and all she remembered was the beautiful color of the water. They all went to the carriage together, where Lord Meditz was already waiting for them, who said that once everyone had gathered, they could go on their way. After getting into the carriage, Cho Yisu felt somewhat tense as the journey began in complete silence. He could feel himself getting pumped up as he hadn't been in a carriage for a long time, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Looking at the enthusiastic redhead, the boy wondered how she could be in a good mood. Feeling his gaze on her, the girl turned to him and said that she was very resilient. Jeja even boasted that she could even run to the city through the Notch mountain range. Looking at her father in admiration, Jace asked if he would take her with him the next time he went to town. Noticing how his daughter frowned after his refusal, Lord Meditz advised her to watch her expression. Hearing that it was dangerous, the redhead was indignant that he let Mark go, and she was more reliable than Kreia. The eldest son of the Meditz family seemed to feel that someone was talking about him, which made his body start to feel goosebumps. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Lord closed his eyes and sternly said that he would not change his mind, adding that being cute wouldn't work. Heian calmly watched how her friend tried to get what she wanted with compliments. Crossing her arms over her chest, she turned her back to the window and began to look at the surrounding scenery. Noticing her condition, Cho Isu quietly called her name, only to be interrupted by the Lord who said they were there. Hearing this, Cho Yisu looked out the window to look at the road. Their carriage was passing by a large luxurious estate nestled among the trees. Looking at the house, Cho Yisu thought with shock that it was extremely large. Stepping out of the carriage, Lord Meditz said that they were spending the night here today. One of the servants who approached their carriage was ordered by the man to prepare the best room for the Baron. When the boy reached her, he only had the strength left to flop down on the bed tiredly. He thought about how difficult the journey on the dirt road would be if it was already difficult for him to get here. However, he quickly told himself not to think about tomorrow, as he hoped the medicine would help him. The next morning, yawning, the young man thought that he had fallen asleep quite early yesterday, as he had not woken up late either. Having gone to the courtyard of the estate, he was surprised to notice in the garden Heian, who was walking without hiding her elven face. Hearing him call out to her, asking if she was out for a walk too, she turned to face him. When the girl said she couldn't sleep, Cho Yisu assumed it was because of the new place since he had the same problem. The two of them continued their further walk through the local garden, and for a certain time there was silence between them. Finally raising her head, Heian said that when the family went on trips without her, she always walked like this. Looking at her sad face, the young man assumed that she was very lonely. Suddenly the Baron remembered that it had been months since their journey began, to which the elf said it felt like it was only yesterday. When the boy said that time flies too quickly, she, without looking up at him, agreed. For a moment, Cho Yisu was confused because he didn't expect her to agree with him right away. Suddenly, an idea came into his head when he saw Kaon continue on his way. The young man offered her to continue the journey together, if everything was fine for her. He paused for a moment, anxiously waiting for his girlfriend to answer him. However, Heian, pausing for a moment, avoided the answer by saying that they should prepare for departure. After a while, everyone sat in the carriage again, continuing their journey through the lands that Lord Meditz wanted to give to Cho Isu. The boy felt like he was in an amusement park, so he was interested in the question of when they would finally arrive. He was pulled out of his thoughts by a voice that persistently called his name. Looking out the window, Lord Meditz told him that this was where the Overse lands began. Outside the window, the young man saw the estate, as well as mountains covered with green forests and neatly fenced fields. However, he also noticed that it was too empty here, and he informed Jezi's father about it. In the next moment, a stone flew into his head, as a result of which the boy grabbed his head, groaning loudly, and the red-haired girl jumped up in panic. A second later, a new stone flew into her head, making the girl scream. Jace cursed loudly and asked what happened, then noticed that Cho Yisu's forehead was bleeding. However, when her father told her that her situation was no better, the redhead grabbed her head. Looking out the window, Lord Meditz asked what was going on, to which the guard said that some rascals were making trouble. Frowning, the Lord ordered him to bring them to him. When the guards brought the perpetrator of the stop to him, he kept asking to kill him. The boy shouted that he was tired of living where only the landowners had food, so he preferred to die at the hands of the knights. Lord Meditz said that he had no idea of the reasons that led him, but that did not justify the boy's action, then ordered the guards to take care of the assailant. As Hyon handed him the handkerchief, Cho Yisu smiled, saying that he didn't think he would live to see her worry about him, to which he heard that she didn't like it when people close to her were hurt. Placing her hands over her mouth, Jace asked the Duchess to take care of her as well, but the elf answered that if she said it, then she was fine. Casting an alarmed glance at the Baron, Count Meditz asked him if he was all right. After hearing an affirmative answer, the man added that this is exactly what happens when the lands are managed by an unsuitable person. Lowering his handkerchief, Cho Isu asked him who now ruled the lands on which they were. He said that they are managed by his distant relative. After some time, they arrived at the estate where a man and a woman greeted them with wide smiles. Noticing that an angry Jace got out of the carriage, they rushed to her in alarm, asking where she got such an injury. However, the Lord interrupted them and ordered them to leave immediately, promising that if they did it themselves, he would leave them a small house in the city. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant, arguing that they were on their own land. But Meditz did not listen to anyone, warning about the use of force in case of disobedience. When asked why everything was so sudden, the Lord snarled angrily that the population had halved, and those who remained had become criminals. Looking at the angry Meditz, Cho Yisu suddenly realized that they had actually come to see more than just the earth. Humbly closing his eyes, the man who ruled the land said they agreed to leave. The Lord sternly said that from now on he was being kicked out of the lands of Auvert and would rule the lands himself until the new owner arrived. Hearing the man ask him to follow him, the Baron tensed, but agreed. Lord Meditz apologized for the sight he had seen, but the boy said he was sure he had done the right thing. Smiling broadly, the Lord asked him if he liked it here. Responding with such a smile, Cho Yisu admitted that he really likes these lands. Walking through the garden, the Lord said that the port of Ench was 3 days away. Returning to the man, the Baron noticed that the port was closer from here than Pussing. The Lord shaved and asked the boy if he knew that the ermine fishermen belonged to the imperial family. Cho Yisu froze, wondering why Jeja's father was telling him all this. If you think about it, the city of Medit and the port were connected by 2 roads. However, Pusing was already a bustling city, so it was safe to say that it was pretty stable now. Looking surprised at the Lord, the young Baron asked him if he wanted him to rule Enche. Instead of answering, Jace's father just stretched his lips in a wide approving smile. The man added that Medit was a busy city, and if many merchants came there, they would have nowhere to camp. Cho Yisu then realized that he wanted to take the road between Ench and Auvert, as it passed not far from his city. According to the Lord's plan, if the road is repaired, it would be fashionable to reach Medit in half a day. After looking closely at the Baron, the man looked at the Baron and asked if he would like to do it. Cho Yisu thought about the fact that the Lord had ties to many aristocrats, so he wondered if it would be okay if he got involved. Pointing to himself, the young man replied that he would like to gain a little more experience. Lord Meditz replied that he must have rushed things too much, so he agreed to wait another 3 years. Cho Yisu suddenly looked at the interlocutor with a surprised look, as he was interested in one question, namely what potential the Lord saw in him, which he immediately asked him about. Turning away, Meditz smiled and said that it was very difficult to explain. Hearing the words that he was somehow different from others, the young man thought that he came from another world after all. Suddenly, Meditz turned his head towards him and asked if he was not from Armenia. At the same time, he clarified whether his parents had died, to which the Baron thought that Jeze had told him about it. When the Lord said that he liked that nothing from his past life was holding him back, the boy looked at the interlocutor in surprise. Putting a finger to his chin, Meditz explained that many problems could arise because of relatives. Cho Yisu thought about how sad the Lord's words sounded, that he liked that he had no relatives. However, he decided not to rush to conclusions, but instead gradually master his future in this world. After some time, they got into the carriage and continued on their way. Jace smiled happily as she talked about how good it was to not be stuck at home all day, remembering how her father didn't want to let her out because of the rock incident. Remembering his stern face, The girl understood that he would not allow her to go for a walk alone. However, at that moment, Duchess Silverwood intervened in their conversation. Looking happily at the elf, the redhead said that her father allowed the walk because she agreed to go with her. Cho Iesu, after listening to her conversation, asked if they were going far, surprised that it would be dangerous to go even with a guard. For a moment, the young man froze, not knowing what to answer her. Closing her eyes, Heian quietly said that she still wanted to go for a walk, having checked with her friend how long the journey would take. Finally, in half an hour, the trio got out of the carriage and found themselves on a small lawn. Looking around carefully, the elf asked JJ if she was sure this was where they were headed. Returning to one of the guards, the redhead ordered him to hurry up and mow the grass so they could continue. However, when she went forward, she was suddenly stopped by Heian, which greatly surprised her friend. The sorceress put her hand forward, and in the next moment a bright green light poured from it. Immediately after that, all the grass in front of them began to part, opening the way. Seeing the waterfall with bright blue water, Cho Yisu and Jace let out a dazed breath. Suddenly the Baron noticed how the white hair of Heian swept in front of him, who went closer to the water. When it dawned on him what exactly she wanted to do, the young man rushed forward, trying to stop her. However, he had to take a step forward as the elf jumped into the water, raising splashes into the air. Freezing for a few seconds, Heian quickly moved to the bottom, and bubbles of oxygen rose around her. In a moment, she opened her eyes and looked in front of her with a focused gaze. Raising her hands, the girl folded them into a pile, and a large ball began to form between them. Jace didn't want to leave her friend just like that, so she screamed loudly. She started yelling at Cho Yisu to get into the water since she herself can't swim, but he quickly reminded her that a water mage can't drown. At that moment, the elf suddenly emerged from the water, taking a deep breath of air with her mouth. When she came ashore, Jace immediately ran up to her, who asked why she did it. However, in the next second, the girl froze and looked at her friend in surprise. The redhead noticed that she seemed to have grown taller and looked more energetic. While the elf was drying herself with a towel, Cho Iesu approached her and asked why she suddenly jumped into the water. With a big smile, Heian replied that the water here was really very good. However, noticing her friends looking at her in surprise, she asked why they were reacting like that. Realizing that their surprise did not go unnoticed, both of them immediately began to make excuses that they were just glad that she liked it. When they got back to the manor, Cho Yisu plopped down on the bed, only to realize how tired he was. However, hearing a knock on the door, the boy thought that at such a moment a guest would certainly appear. Raising his head, he was surprised to see Heian standing in front of him with her arms crossed. While she was saying that she had to tell him something, the Baron noticed that her friend had really become taller. Sitting down on the bed, the elf asked him if the Lord really planned to transfer these lands to him, to which I heard in response that first he wants to go to the city and earn some money. Keeping a close eye on her friend, Heitzen told him that he must get these lands for himself. To his question about whether she liked the water so much, the girl sternly explained that it was an elven spring. At his surprised face, the elf added that it looked like a mana pond. In addition, living near an elven spring, elves can live forever even without food. Heian admitted that she had never felt anything like this in her life, because after that strength spread throughout her body, and her head was clear. She explained that there were only 5 such sources in Armenia, so in fact it was fashionable to consider them a real rarity. She needed that source, so he had to get those lands. Furiously lashing out at the boy, the elf said that even if the source goes to someone else, she will finish him off, to which Cho Iesu replied that the Lord gave him 3 years. Looking puzzled at his friend, he asked if there was anything wrong with knowing such important information, to which he heard in response that she told him this because she trusted him. Cho Yisu looked at his friends in surprise and asked why she trusted him. Keeping her eyes on him, Heian said that since she has been traveling with him, many good things have happened. For a moment the boy froze, thinking about what he heard from the elf. Looking at his friend, he assumed that all this was due to the fact that she was simply a goddess of luck. With these words, Heian remembered how her father had hit her hard in the face during the quarrel. Then looking in front of her in shock, she did not feel like a goddess of luck at all. Looking down, the elf smiled and replied that they were extremely different from him. Also, as long as she bathes in the spring, she can use magic without restriction, asking if he understands what that means. Immediately after that, the girl got up from the bed and said that she would go to her room. Watching her leave his room, the Baron decided it would be best not to tell anyone just yet. The next morning, Heian said she would like to stay here for a while. Jace immediately offered to move in together, offering to send Cho Yi to the city himself. Smiling, the Baron warned her that he would be in Luodoran for a while, prompting her to ask if he had gone completely mad. After getting into the carriage, the boy said he was joking and assured them that they would be back soon. This time, only Jace and Cho Yisu were in the carriage, who were on their way to the city. Crossing her fingers, the girl said that she was a little sad that he would go to Armenia upon his return. When he said that he felt the same, the red-haired woman said that it would be worth talking so that he would not be issued a certificate. After that, she asked if he would return to Aver in about 3 years. When Jay said that she had already asked her father to send the documents in his name, Cho Yisu said that she shouldn't have. With a sly squint, the redhead said that this should be done in advance because he might change his mind. But the boy said that he would have returned anyway. When he asked her why she fights with Heian every time she meets her, JJ crossed her arms over her chest and assured her that they were friends. Realizing that he did not believe her, the red-haired woman began to stubbornly convince him that it was so. After some time, the carriage stopped and Cho Yisu got out of the carriage, after which he extended his hand to Jace, helping her to get out as well. The boy asked her with a smile if she would stay in Laudern as well, to which he heard that she would be here while he took care of things. Suddenly they heard someone's loud shout from behind, and the voice seemed familiar to them. Returning, they saw that a joyful Hans was heading towards them. Stroven was glad that Mrs. Jeji had arrived with him, so he asked what they were doing here. There was even a suggestion in his head that the Baron had come specifically for him. Pointing to himself, Hans said that his parents had allowed him to travel with him, so he was going back to Meadith. When Cho Isu gasped in confusion, the big man was afraid that the Yude had forgotten about their conversation. Noticing that he began to cry, the young man rushed to comfort him, saying that he could go with them when they finished. Wiping away his tears, Hans stood up and asked if he could really go with them. When the big man offered to show them a place to spend the night, the Baron assured them that he had a place to spend the night. Jace assured her that she would go to Maggie, as she was not going to let her go just like that. Watching the girl walk with Hans, the Baron waved his hand to her in farewell. After walking through the portal, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that he hadn't been to his apartment in 4 months. Looking at the bag, the boy noticed how dusty everything was. Now it was worth thinking about what to take back. However, he decided that he would deal with it later, since he wanted to go somewhere else right now. After a while, Cho Yisu stood in front of 2 urns containing ashes. Holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in his hands, he smiled and greeted his parents. Coming closer, he mentally asked them how they were. After that, he began to tell about himself, assuring that he was fine. After placing the bouquet next to the urns with their groins, Cho Yisu admitted that he did not want to celebrate his birthday after their deaths. The memories of how he was happy with the candles on the cake when he was little, and his mother and father were standing next to him, immediately appeared in his memory. He now admitted that he could travel between different spaces. After that, the faces of Heian and Jace, who have now become dear people to him, appeared before his eyes. And now, remembering his friends, Cho Yisu decided it was time to tell them about his own birthday. In the end, he decided to take with him encyclopedias about animals and plants, snacks, ramen, a compass, a gas gun, and cartridges for it. After that, the boy began to organize clothes for himself and his companions. Cho Yisu knew very well that it was cold and dangerous in the mountains, so he carefully checked that he had not forgotten anything. At some point, the young man decided that it would be better to inform Hans and Jeja that they would soon be leaving. When they arrived at the estate, Lucas immediately came out to them with a smile. Noticing him, the Baron immediately asked if he had informed the Lord that he was going on a journey with them. Hans also greeted the waiter with a smile and a wave. However, Lucas simply turned around, completely ignoring the big man. Looking at the waiter, Cho Yisu asked if he had said goodbye to his family. When the carriage was ready, Lucas announced that it was time for them to get into the carriage. Suddenly, the Baron's attention was drawn to Heian, who was looking completely in the other direction, because of which the boy wondered why she was not sitting down. When she answered that she was worried about Jeje, the boy clarified whether it was because she did not come out to say goodbye to them. He tried to calm his girlfriend, saying that now the redhead is crying alone in her room. When the elf said that it wasn't that sad, however, Cho Yisu said that Jace was much more emotional than she appeared. Lord and Lady Meditz also came out to take their guests on a journey. The Baron, together with his retinue, thanked them for their hospitality and for everything they had done. After a few days of the trip, Cho Yisu was already moaning loudly from the fact that they had spent so much time in the carriage. Looking at the elf, he asked if she sometimes had a familiar portal wizard, to which the girl said that she would not be sitting here. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from the yard, which ordered the crew to stop. Looking at the guard, he asked if they would stop here, but he heard that they would now clear the place of trees. Immediately after that, the guard added that he would go set up a tent, to which Cho Yisu agreed. Looking out the window of the carriage, Hans happily asked if they would spend the night in nature. When the tent was set up, the friends lit a fire and sat around it to warm themselves a little. The Baron kept his eyes fixed on the only girl who was now among them. He noticed that Heian looked rather frozen and tired right now, Suddenly, the young man remembered that there were warm clothes for everyone in his suitcase. Without wasting time, the boy rushed there and, ignoring the surprised looks of his friends, began to break everything in the chest. A second later, Cho Yisu called Hyeon to him, who looked up at him with a tortured look. Handing her a cloak, the Baron asked her to try it on with a smile. Taking the item of clothing in her hands, the girl asked what it was, to which she heard that it was a down jacket with goose down in the middle. Approaching Hans and Lucas, Cho Yisu handed them a down jacket, much to their surprise. After trying them on, the big man began to rejoice that he was no longer pierced by the fierce cold wind. Looking at her down jacket, Haein asked why he kept buying her clothes of the same color, to which she heard that it just suited her. The girl looked at the warm clothes, realizing that she had never thought about it. Wearing a down jacket, the elf admitted that it was quite soft, light, and warm. Looking at her friend, she smiled warmly and thanked the Baron. Hans stepped forward and scratched his chin to ask if the new clothes fit them too. Suddenly, Cho Isu turned to Hyeon again and asked if she could create some water. When she asked why, he explained that he wanted to cook them a dish from his hometown. Turning to Hans and Lucas, the young man said that they could go rest in their tents for now. Cho Yisu himself knew very well that it would be very strange for them to see how he prepares fast food. Taking out the bag of ramen, he wondered if he would ever be able to tell his friends that he came from another dimension. He thought that Haeon could take this fact in stride. However, at the moment, the boy concentrated on cooking ramen. When the broth was already boiling, it was worth adding an egg, which he bought in a nearby village. The young man was so focused on cooking that he didn't even notice the elf watching him. Realizing that the dish was almost ready, Cho Isu called his friends to cook. However, Haeon, who arrived first, looked suspiciously at the bowl and said it looked more like hair. Hans also alarmedly went downstairs and agreed that the elf was right. And only Lucas, who came third, crossed his arms on his chest and strictly ordered not to talk nonsense. Cho Isu reminded Hans that he had already eaten noodles when he was preparing a snack in Labdoran. Holding out a bowl of Haeon, he explained that this would be the result if it was boiled, urging them to go get their portions. Lucas tried to argue that he shouldn't be eating with the Baron, but Cho Yisu assured him that it was fine. The elf eyed the bowl suspiciously, thinking that if it was made with the same ingredients as the bread, it should be delicious. The young man explained that you should take a fork and poke the noodles with it. He then sent her into his mouth, pulling her inside loudly, causing the Duchess to offer to burn his manners certificate. However, after a minute, the Baron was already smiling widely, noticing that she was also making loud noises. Drawing her blade, Haeon sternly replied that she could do it without anyone knowing. Cho Yisu raised his hands conciliatorily and told her to stop threatening him, promising not to laugh at her again. Hearing this, the elf immediately hid the blade, spreading it on a drop. Realizing that his friend was already safe, Hans put his hand on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, and the Baron paid attention to his friend's character. The next morning, when the crew finally got on the normal road, Cho Yisu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at his friend, he asked her where she planned to stay when they arrived, to which he heard that she would be staying with him for a while. They immediately remembered their agreement that she would support him with her own strength for a year. Looking at his feet, the young man thought that he had 5 months left, and this was not enough to settle down. Pointing to herself, the girl assured that if he managed Auvers, she would stay here forever. Cho Yisu froze, pondering the desire of the elf to stay in his future lands. For a moment, all this began to remind him of a marriage proposal. Suddenly, he remembered a game of baseball, but the boy quickly realized that it was all due to a source of elven mana. When they arrived in the city, the first thing that caught their eye was the large number of people on the streets. Cho Yisu, looking out the window of the carriage with a smile, noticed that the big city was quite different. However, Haeon, crossing her arms on her chest, advised him not to reveal what kind of a Seljuk he still is. When the boy was already sitting on the bed in his room, he noted with satisfaction that he could say goodbye to the carriage, while Lucas asked if he wanted something to eat. As he ordered food to be prepared for himself and Hans as well, there was a loud knock at the door. Assuming the Lord was tired, Lucas suggested asking the visitors to come in later, but the Baron said he was interested. At the door of his room stood a man who greeted him and introduced himself as the butler of the Kruno family. When Cho Yisu heard that the Count would like to meet him, he immediately asked him what the reason for the meeting would be. To this question, the guest replied that he had no idea, but asked to pay some attention to them. The Baron thought that he didn't trust them at all, but he wanted to know why they had come. When the young man agreed to meet the Count, the butler thanked him and said that he would soon deliver the carriage. Cho Yisu froze for a moment, staring at his unexpected guest, then ordered Lucas to have dinner with Hans and Hyeon. When he arrived at the meeting place, he was met there with a smile by the Count himself, who thanked him for accepting his invitation. Bowing to him, the young man politely thanked him for inviting him. When they sat down at the table, the Baron asked him why he wanted to meet with him, to which the Count noted his businesslike approach. He admitted that the conversation would be about the ice cream he had prepared at the international festival, since his daughter had fallen ill, wanting to try the dessert again. The guy smiled, agreeing that the ice cream was really very tasty then. Suddenly, the Count offered the interlocutor to sell him the recipe for ice cream. Cho Yisu tensed at this moment, realizing that he knew the true owner of the recipe, but he wondered how he knew everything. The Count immediately understood what the boy in front of him was thinking, so he slyly narrowed his eyes and smiled. Taking a cup of tea in his hand, the man assured that his informant was a very reliable person. The Baron at this time thought about what it means to be an aristocrat, because he did not expect that information about him would leak. However, closing his eyes, Cho Yisu thought that he had not yet planned to sell the recipes. He honestly admitted that he still had doubts, because he wanted to start his own business in the city. However, when the Count offered him 20,000 gold, the young man tensed up and his face became covered with sweat. At that moment, the thought arose in his head that it was necessary to agree to the offer. Cho Yisu agreed, but warned that they would need ice all the time, to which he replied that they always had it to make the ice deliciousness. With a broad smile, the Count offered the interlocutor to make a deal now, at the same time handing him a ready-made contract that should have been signed. Picking up a piece of paper, Cho Yisu thought with a sly smile that he could now use the language of the Ermin Empire that he had been secretly learning. Grabbing the quill, the boy signed the contract in one swift motion, hoping he was doing the right thing now. After receiving his copy of the document, the young Baron thought that selling recipes would be enough for him to earn money. The Count warned him that he would be able to get his money from the Medit Bank, which is located in Ermania. Pointing to the seal on the document, the man added that it was the key to a personal safe, so it should be protected. With a big smile, Cho Yisu told him that he could now teach him how to make ice cream. When he was already sitting in the tavern and having dinner, the voice of Heian suddenly reached him. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl asked if he had really met Count Kruno. Hearing that he wanted to know the recipe for the ice cream, the elf went on an angry tirade about how he could just give it away. Trying to calm the angry girl, Cho Yisu added that he received money for the recipe. Noticing that she froze after hearing the amount received, the boy called his friend by name uncertainly. A minute later, Heian said she was worried about having to stay in his house, which only has one room. However, she found a mansion that had at least 10 rooms. After these words, Cho Yisu tried to convince her to start her own business using her powers and try to make money. However, Heian crossed her arms and reminded that the year of agreements has almost passed, reminding that it would be worthwhile to maintain good relations after it. Hearing this, the young man immediately became kinder and, smiling broadly, offered her to cook bread. After this conversation, they went to the bank together, where they were greeted by a smiling employee. Handing her the contract, the guy said he wanted to take his money. Having carefully read the document, the girl asked him to wait a little. In a few minutes, a cart appeared in the hall, on which a large chest with money was loaded. Noticing that she looked quite heavy, the Baron added that he would also like to open his own bank account. The employee explained that when he will open the account, then he will be issued a personal symbol, and he could also take contract forms. After hearing about his possibilities, the boy asked to deposit money into this account and give him 10 banks. Giving him documents to sign, the girl warned that it is difficult to forge a sign, but there are criminals who do it. Looking at the documents he received, Cho Yisu thought that this would be enough for him to buy a house for the first time. After some time, having bought the necessary things, Heian and the Baron returned to the estate. Placing a finger to her chin, the girl said that since he had actually bought it, he no longer needed her help. Noticing the wild delight in Hans's eyes, as he expected them to stay here, Lucas calmly noted that they would be living in the annex. However, Cho Yisu informed him that they would live on the first floor so that they could come to him in case of emergency. Hearing this, the boy looked at the Baron in surprise, not believing his ears. Spreading his hands to the sides, the young man told Lucas to go to the hiring office tomorrow, as about 7 staff members are needed. On his return to Heian, he said that she would also need to hire a maid, to which the Duchess agreed. The girl said she felt uncomfortable because she couldn't help, so she offered to create as much water as she could. However, Cho Yisu replied that they had a lot of people at the moment, so she shouldn't express herself, to which the elf responded that she wanted bread anyway. Giving her a light bow, the Baron assured her that he would do everything as soon as he finished unpacking his things. Returning to Lucas, the Baron ordered him and Hans not to work but to rest well. He advised them to collect water and take a bath, using as much wood to heat the water as needed. Handing them a small package, the young man said that he had bought them each a bar of soap. Looking at the young Baron, Hans and Lucas are impressed that he is very kind. Cho Yisu added in his mind that he would never have thought that he would be a good boss if he handed out soap to his subordinates. Entering his house, he put his fingers to his chin, thinking about where to open the interdimensional door. The guy remembered well that he can move them only 2 times on each side. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him that he should open a portal in his room so that no one accidentally finds him. Smirking, the Baron thought it was safe here anyway, since it was his room, so he just had to pick a good spot. Approaching the interspatial hole, the Baron thrust his hands into it, intending to collapse it. Looking at the bright blue light, Cho Yisu was glad that he had practically memorized the spell. Holding his hand in the portal, he began to mumble his words softly, using an unknown magic. A funnel began to form in the center, which signified the closing of the interspatial door. The young Baron was fascinated by what was happening right in front of him. When the young man returned to his Korean apartment, the first thing he did was clean it. Wearily wiping the sweat from his face, he thought about what would happen when he moved to a bigger house. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door, and the voice of the courier was heard from the other side, who announced the delivery of black noodles. After taking his order, Cho Yisu looked happily at the bowl of noodles, egg, and mushrooms with sauce. Arming himself with sticks, the young man thought that he could not afford such a thing in the other world. Shoving a large amount of food into his mouth, he began to think about where he could buy a new apartment. Logging into his phone, the boy began looking for housing in different areas of the city. However, he immediately noticed that they wanted as much as 2 billion for an apartment of 20 square meters, after which he began to sort through other areas. But suddenly, an idea appeared in his head that if he could sell 2 more recipes, then such an amount would not be a problem. With a broad smile, Cho Yisu thought that very soon he would be able to afford an apartment in one of the elite areas. He already imagined himself standing in front of the large panoramic window with a glass of red wine and admiring the sunset. Tasting the ordered dish, the young man decided that he still had time for it, so he would have to try to do business. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door, which announced the arrival of another courier. Putting the empty bowl on the table, the boy looked at the door in surprise. Picking up the box from the floor, Cho Yisu realized that it was exactly what he had ordered yesterday. While cutting the adhesive tape, the young man thought about the fact that in Korea, the delivery is very fast. This led him to think that it would be possible to open a service for the delivery of goods in Armenia. Looking at the ordered slippers, the young Baron thought that they would fit perfectly. Returning to his mansion, the first thing he did was to go to Hayen's room, who asked what had happened. Handing him a box, the boy said with a smile that he had a present for her. Sharply tearing the lid off the box, the girl asked if there was bread in the box. However, in the middle, she saw a pair of slippers that had warm fur on the inside. Taking the box in her hands, the elf looked at the gift in surprise, not understanding its meaning. Cho Yisu explained that it was getting cold now, so he invited his friend to sit down and then helped her put on her shoes. Leaving, he asked her how she felt. Rising to her feet, Hayen smiled kindly and said that it was warm and beautiful in the slippers. Seeing her such a rare smile, the Baron blushed slightly as they immediately noticed the elf, being surprised by such a reaction. The next morning, Lucas listed that he had hired 1 cook and 1 experienced butler. In addition, the staff included a handyman, a valet, a maid, and 2 servants. In addition, the boy added that the Baron could call them with Hans if he suddenly needed something. Collapsing tiredly on the couch, Cho Yisu sighed that he had no idea how hard it was to hire people, so he praised them for a job well done. Lucas smiled genuinely and assured them that it was nothing special, adding that it was time for them to leave the estate. When the master said that he would like to see them here often, the boy replied that the rest of the servants might feel deprived. Cho Yisu called Hans with him to the market, and when they were there, the big man asked him what he wanted to buy. Answering that he had come for groceries, the young man asked his friend if there was anything he would like to taste. He just smiled broadly and said that whatever he wanted to cook would suit him. Hans tensed, assuming Lucas was going to scold him, but Cho Yisu promised to keep it a secret. Without looking away, the big man said that when he is sick, he would like some kind of warming soup. Hearing this, the Baron slammed his fist on his palm and said that he had a great idea for this. He pulled his friend along while he tried to ask what exactly he was going to cook. With a broad smile on his face, the young Baron replied that it was still a secret. When they returned to the manor, the young man immediately set about preparing the planned meal, saying that he had bought pork bones and liver. Suddenly, Seth, who was hired as a cook, came into the kitchen and offered to cook on his own. Pointing to the bag, the Baron asked him to drain the blood and clean the liver well. In addition, he remembered that the dish would be ready tomorrow, so he asked him to prepare something for tonight's dinner. After some time, a butler approached Cho Yisu and informed him that his bath was ready. Looking after Corky, The Baron thought that he looked a lot like Peter, who served in the Meditz family. After getting into the bath with hot water, the young man thought that it was very relaxing. The butler suggested adding hot water, to which the boy assured that the temperature was just perfect. Corky said that the building had been empty for a very long time, so there was a lot that needed to be repaired. Pulling out a notebook, the man suggested raising chickens or cows since they have an empty barn. In addition, Cho Yisu ordered that he summon a glassmaker and a shoemaker, and also build a training ground for swordsmanship. And the Baron wanted to know the current prices of goods in the empire, so it was worth finding someone who understands this. Corky assured him that he didn't have to worry about anything because he had learned to memorize everything after so much time on the job. Looking at him, Cho Yisu thought that they had hired a good butler. The next morning began with the Baron storming into the kitchen, startling Seth. To the chef's surprised question about what he was doing here, the young man mentioned pork bones and liver. He asked him to put everything in the cauldron and boil it well, which he immediately proceeded to do. Stirring the stew, Seth wondered what exactly the Baron wanted to cook with the pork bones. After that, going out into the garden, Cho Yisu met Hyeon there, who was walking under the trees. With a smile, he looked at the girl and asked what she was doing here, arguing that it was cold outside. When he noticed that she was wearing his gift, the elf noticed that they were warm, which pleased the boy very much. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the gate, and Cho Yisu looked at Kreja in surprise. He said hello and said that he heard that he had bought a house, so he couldn't help but visit him. The Baron greeted the guest and said that he looked much better since their last meeting. In the next second, the eldest son of the Meditz family was interested in the question of what the Duchess was doing here. However, Heian did not answer but only looked carefully at the man with a stern look. Scratching his head in no uncertain terms, Kreju smiled and assumed that she had reasons for this. With a big smile, Cho Yisu told his friend that he was about to cook a new dish and invited him to take a look. In a few minutes, the boys were already standing over a large cauldron where a rich broth was already bubbling. The eldest son of the Meditz family said that it all smelled very appetizing, after which Cho Yisu invited him to have dinner with them. When everything was practically cooked, the young man deftly chopped the leeks. After that, barley rice and boiled pork had to be added there. The result of the effort was a bowl of fragrant soup in which pieces of pork and aromatic herbs floated. Portioning the meal into 3 bowls, the Baron ordered them to be taken to the dining room. Hearing that the other part was left for the servants, Seth was surprised that they could eat the same food, to which Cho Yisu replied with a smile that he liked this dish very much, as it warms well in the cold season. He explained that it can be prepared as a welcome to new family members, to which the cook looked at him in surprise. After some time, all the staff looked in surprise at the plates of food that the cook served them. However, one of the maids came to the table and asked what it was, to which she heard that it was a soup made from beef carcasses and pork broth. Olin, one of the servants, said he couldn't eat anything with pig organs because of their smell. Seth resented that everything had been cleaned, which led him to assume that he wasn't very hungry, as he regretted not even trying. Lucas smiled, saying that if the dish was prepared according to the Baron's recipe, then it should be very tasty. Dipping his spoon into the bowl, he added that even the Meditz family had praised his recipes, so he decided it was worth a try. Immediately after that, other servants followed his example, praising the soup. After tasting the dish, Seth wondered how the Baron managed to get such a taste out of pork bones. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Kreju said with a broad smile that the dish turned out simply incredible. Looking into his bowl, he said that he couldn't possibly cook better dishes, but the Baron's dishes gave him inspiration. The guy suggested to his friend to think about selling the recipes to the hotel association, as the profit could be quite large. When Cho Yisu asked if he really thought his recipes would be bought, Kreju replied that it would be an incredible success. Suddenly, Heian came to the table, forcing the boys to shut up and turn to her. Immediately after that, the girl took the bowl and sharply tilted it, drinking the soup. After hearing how delicious she was, Cho Yisu smiled and concluded that she liked it too. Kreju took the spoon and began to eat, at the same time smiling broadly. When they moved into the tea room, the eldest son of the Meditz family asked if she wanted to open her own business, as he thought she would be able to make good money. However, looking down into the cup, the elf answered that in order to open her case, it was necessary to obtain permission from the imperial family. Putting the cup on the table, she added that it was not difficult to get a permit, but she had no plans to open a case. Cho Yisu listened with a smile as she offered the Lord's son to fetch water if he needed it. To his surprise, the girl replied that she could do it for him, since the boy was one of his friends. As he sipped his tea, Cho Yisu thought that Hyeon was extremely cute right now. After discussing the issue of water, Kreju decided to ask the Duchess one more question. He was interested in where she got such slippers, to which he heard that they were a gift from the Baron, Smiling widely, the eldest son of the Medits family asked for permission to take a closer look. The elf agreed, but strictly asked him not to bring them close to his face. Taking one of the slippers in his hands, Kreju wondered why such an idea had not occurred to him earlier. He thought it was just a great thing to sell, specifying if there was wool in the middle. Looking at the Baron, the boy asked why he comes first when he hears about the Medits family. Suddenly, Cho-Yisu realized that the woolen factory was their main activity. In addition, according to Craig, they could sell such products to the middle and lower classes. Smiling broadly, the Baron assured that he would offer it to the Lord as soon as he met him. Hyeon calmly added that when he was telling him that, she would also add some good words to make things look more convincing. Watching Kreju clap his hands in praise of the Duchess, Cho-Yisu thought he knew how to flirt. Suddenly, the eldest son of the Medits family noticed that it was getting dark outside the window, which indicated the late hour. He invited his friends to visit him as well, while the Baron asked Lucas to bring a small gift. Looking at the glass jar, the young man explained that it was jujube tea. Taking the gift, Kreju noticed that the tea had an incredible smell. After he left, Hyeon and Cho-Yisu went out to the balcony to finish their tea. The boy smiled and said that he really likes to drink tea in the cool wind. However, the elf did not answer, silently looking ahead and sipping the warm drink. When asked by a friend whether she really did not intend to earn money, the girl replied that she simply did not want to be associated with the imperial family. The young man asked in surprise whether she only needed to get permission from them, to which I heard that to get it you have to go to the castle, and in that case her face will be known. After his reminder that she wanted to live with confidence, Hyeon exploded that the problem was actually something else. When she reveals her face, there will be an annoying problem with marriage, so she should have married her chosen one first, and after that she could get permission. Otherwise, she would have to marry a member of the imperial family. The boy suddenly remembered how his friend had told him about the emperor's murder, so he wondered why the wizards were so afraid of him. To which Hyeon replied that the imperial family was well aware of their weaknesses. The young man tensely asked what she meant, to which the girl promised to tell him somehow. Cho-Yisu thought about the fact that wizards were not only restrained by exploiting their weaknesses, but also forced into marriage. At his proposal to enter into a sham marriage, the elf said that it was simply a matter of honor. She explained that marriage rumors could create unwanted problems in case she meets someone she falls in love with. Looking carefully at his friend, the Baron thought that she did not seem interested in men. Smiling, he asked what kind of man she was looking for, but the girl said that it was late and time to go to bed. The next morning, Cho-Yisu began planting bamboo along the driveway. Crossing her arms over her chest, Hyeon explained that it takes a long time for a tree to grow, to which the boy said that it would grow in 5 years. With the face of a scientist, he added that at first the bamboo will grow slowly, but after that it will grow by 50 centimeters per day. However, the elf said that 5 years is still a lot, reminding him that he has money. He began to talk about the fact that there is no bamboo in their lands. The girl patiently answered that he was talking about nothing at all. She explained that he could hire someone to work with plants in the wizarding secretariat. Clasping his hands, Cho-Yisu asked her if there was a discount for a friend of the sorceress, but Hyeon replied that they would only discount someone very close to her. Exhaling in disappointment, the boy said that in this case the discount definitely does not shine for him. After some time, he sat in the room, looking at the book, where there was a whole list of wizards. The young man could not believe that there were as many as 50 magicians in the register. According to the document, the most expensive were the services of a magician who was engaged in healing. Placing his fingers to his chin, Cho-Yisu pondered the fact that he now understood why only nobles could afford healers. Suddenly an idea came into his head, which made the boy open his eyes wide and stare in front of him. He thought that if he could convince the wandering wizards to stay in this city, then they would be able to use magic without restrictions. In this way, the lands of Aubrey could become a powerful territory that no one would dare to touch. After some time, the fair-haired elf Edro Goldson appeared on his territory, who respectfully greeted him. The Baron introduced himself, thinking that he had not yet assumed the title of head of the family. As he described what exactly he had summoned him for, Audrey took a step towards the flower bed and felt a strange vitality, realizing that it was not flowers. The elf explained that it would be a shame if they froze during the winter, which would surely happen if the weather wizard wasn't called. Raising his hands, Cho-Yisu hastened to assure him that the bamboo would grow well even during the winter, so there was nothing to worry about. Raising his hands, Audrey asked the Baron to take one step back as a magical seal formed in front of him. Immediately after that, a bright green plant began to grow from the ground, sharply piercing the ground. In a moment, Cho-Yisu was looking at the tall bamboo shoots with his head raised in surprise. Not believing his eyes at how fast the plant had grown, the young man could only exhale in surprise. Audrey, admiring the results of his work, also sighed enthusiastically. He said that the plant was simply incredible. After asking what it was called, stroking the trunk of the bamboo, the elf said that it looked a lot like his favorite banana tree. He asked for a few sprouts of this plant, assuring that he was ready to pay for them. Audrey proposed a deal in which he would not take payment for his services, but would instead buy a few sprouts for 1,000 gold. Upon hearing this, Cho Isu pointed to the plants and assured him that he could take as many as he saw fit. When the elf left, the Baron put his hands to his sides and thought that since the forest was ready, he needed someone with whom he could walk through it. He called Lucas to him and asked him to call Heian to him. When the girl went down to the garden, she looked in front of her in a daze, not believing her eyes. Examining the trees, she said they were very beautiful, adding that they looked like banana trees. Raising her head and looking up, the elf expressed her hope that there would be flowering trees. After that, they continued to move on in silence, admiring the new plants in the garden. After a while, Cho-yi sat and listened intently to the details of the project he was currently ordering. According to the drawings, warm air was supposed to enter through the floor and exit through the chimney. The engineer who undertook the construction was surprised by the idea that you can heat the house by heating the floor, not the air. Looking at him carefully, the young baron asked the man how difficult it would be to do this. However, he replied that he had never had such an architectural request before, and the guy said that he would help him. In addition, he promised to add another 1,000 gold to the preliminary payment. After looking at the drawing again, the engineer assured that he was ready to take on this order. After some time, the house designed by the Baron was finally completed, and it was located in a bamboo forest. Heian, looking at the annex, asked how it differs from other houses. However, the boy, smiling widely, said that she would understand as soon as she went inside. In a moment, they were both standing at the door of the house, looking into the empty room. Cho Isu advised her friend to take off her shoes and go inside, which the elf immediately did. She wanted to ask what made the building different, but when she stepped on the floor, the girl froze in surprise. To her surprise, the Baron explained that such a technique was called a warm stone, so he invited her to sit down. Immediately after that, the boy went to the window and opened it. Returning to his friend, he asked her what she thought about it. Wrapped in a blanket, Heian said her body was warm, but her face felt cool. Sitting down next to him, Cho Yisu noticed that it was usually difficult for aristocrats to sit on the floor, but for the Duchess, it was no problem. When the elf said that her father lived without furniture, the boy asked her what happened to her mother. He added that his parents died on the day he was born, after which the girl said that they both had unlucky birthdays. When asked when she was born, the elf answered that she was born on February 14th, which is considered special among elves. It was on this day, according to legend, that their great wizard named Valentine, who lived for 387 years, died. Masa said that this was the reason why the mother was happy that labor began at that moment. When asked by his girlfriend when his birthday was, Cho Yisu admitted that it was a few days ago. At this, Heian burst out angrily, asking why he didn't say anything, to which the Baron replied that the time wasn't right. Pointing to herself, the girl ordered that next time he should say that she could celebrate instead of him. The young man looked at the elf in surprise, having no idea how to react to such words. However, a moment later, his lips stretched into a wide smile. Looking seriously at her friend, Heian told him that she wanted bread now. Mixing the dough in the kitchen, the Baron thought about the fact that he had not made desserts for his friend for a long time. She reminded him of the promise that he should make her 1 loaf a week. To Seth's objection, the Baron said that he likes to cook, so Seth should get used to the fact that he will be doing it often. At the chef's suggestion to at least try puff pastry, the boy said that it would be different from what he knew, so he ordered to watch. The young man explained that the main thing in a pie is the pleasant taste of butter and texture. Therefore, it was worth mixing the butter with half of the measured flour, stressing that it is necessary to use cold butter. After that, it was necessary to constantly knead the dough, gradually adding water to it. To Seth's startled look, Cho Isu explained that the colder the water he added, the crispier the dough would be. When the cook said that he really knew a lot, the Baron, kneading the dough, said that it all came with experience. The boy added that his mother was a great cook and baked bread, stressing that he should watch carefully, as he would have to do the same later. After some time, the finished millefeuille, decorated with cocoa powder and cream, was on the table. Putting his fingers to his chin, Seth questioned the name of the dessert, and Cho Yisu explained that if some of the ingredients were changed, the poppy could be changed. Taking a plate with dessert, the Baron decided that the most beautiful cake would be brought immediately by Heian. Some he ordered to be packed up and sent to Mr. Craig, and the rest he allowed to be eaten with the other servants, for which the cook thanked him. After knocking on the door of the elf's room, Cho Isu waited for her to open the door. Opening the door sharply, the girl asked loudly why he took so long to prepare bread for her. However, the young man, happily smiling with a wide smile, said that she looks good with her hair. Hayan invited her friend into the room and offered to eat, but he told her to taste first. While her friend was taking a bite of millefeuille, the Baron tried to explain the principles of this dessert to her. However, she was no longer listening to him, chewing the cake, and a joyful smile shone on her face. Rising to her feet, the girl noticed that it was not bread but an appetizer, to which Cho Isu explained that he had prepared a dessert. Noticing how the expression on her face had changed, the boy asked if she would finish eating. Pushing the plate towards him, the elf said that he could finish the cake. The Baron looked at his friend in surprise, which made her frown. Patting her stomach, she suggested that he open a pastry shop here. Breaking off a piece of dessert, the young man asked why such an idea suddenly arose. When the elf explained that the Meditz family was donating money for the construction of an art gallery, the boy asked how she knew about it if she sat in the room all day. Hayan didn't answer, however, instead turning to whatever conversation she thought would be appropriate about the pastry shop. She added that the bread he bakes can be considered a true art, so the confectionery would fit well into the business. After talking with Hayan, Cho Isu decided to discuss a matter with Lucas, for which he called him to his place. When he said that he had noticed him getting close to Kana, one of the maids, the butler, strenuously began to deny it. When Hans told them that they didn't stay away from each other at dinner, Lucas loudly shouted that they didn't. Cho Yisu said that things become more obvious when he's angry, but Kana's voice suddenly caught his attention. The girl asked with a smile if she could help him with anything, to which she received the answer that she could go about her business. Observing the strained posture of Lucas and his large eyes, the Baron thought that he represented innocence itself. The boys were distracted from further discussion of this topic by a knock on the door, behind which Kretz's voice could be heard. Cho Yisu looked at the door, thinking that he had completely forgotten about his friend's visit today. When the eldest son of the Meditz family walked into the living room, he asked why he wanted to meet with him today. Recalling Hayan's offer, the Baron explained that he would like to go into the restaurant business, but still had some doubts. He wondered what he should do to find a person who would understand this matter. Kreju said that to get professional help, he should contact the guild. He added that the guild has connections and people who will be able to purchase materials at cheap prices. Even if goods of the same quality are presented in a store, they will be sold cheaply in one store and expensive in another. Therefore, it was possible to find an informant who would find a suitable guild for him and his workers. After hearing that the information guild could provide him with such a person, Cho Yisu thought about such a proposal. In the meantime, Kreju explained that if he were to sell the recipes himself, there might be a leak of information, and for security, it was worth finding information. Hearing that the Baron was worried about the shoe case, the eldest son of the Meditz family assured that he would find an informant for that as well. Raising his finger, Kreju reminded him that they had equal titles and were of the same age, so Cho Yisu suggested that they become friends. The next day, a young girl with short dark hair was already standing in his estate. Looking intently at the Baron, she greeted and said that she had been contacted by the Information Guild. When the boy thanked her for coming all the way here, the girl assured her that it was empty. Stretching her lips in a smile, she told the Baron that her name was Reina. Cho Yisu started to talk about the restaurant business, but coming to his senses, he offered to discuss the details of the contract first. According to his terms, the contract could be terminated at his will, and that he would move in 3 years, after which they shook hands. To his question about whether she would like to go with him, Reina replied that it was her duty to follow him wherever he went. Looking closely at the girl, Cho Yisu asked if her father was a high-class knight, to which he heard that he had taught her how to wield a sword. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's face as he said that he imagined her differently. Shyly lowering her eyes, Reina said that during training, they wore gloves to prevent blisters. Suddenly, the young Baron said he would like to see the skills she possesses. For a moment, the girl froze, looking up at him carefully with her brown eyes. In the next second, the blade of a short knife drawn by Reina flashed at his throat. Smiling sweetly, the girl explained that the maid had searched her badly because she was a girl, so women had an advantage. Taking a seat, Reina apologized and asked him not to scold the maid, since no one had yet managed to find this knife. It didn't matter to her what kind of work he assigned her, but the condition was that upon moving, she wanted to become the head of the guild and build a building for it. Cho Yisu agreed, adding that she had a lot to do since he was new in town, to which she said she was looking forward to their work together. Reina froze for a moment, looking intently at the Baron and studying his face. Cho Yisu answered her in kind, his lips stretching into a warm smile. Reina remembered how her boss had once been furious when he came to ask when she would stop refusing orders. Scratching her ear, the girl said that if he wanted her to work, he should find her a handsome and rich employer. Hearing that he had a handsome young Baron as an example, Reina jumped on the spot and began to demand that he get her. Clearing her throat, the girl now thought about the fact that he really turned out to be very cute. Cho Yisu explained that she could do her own thing in her spare time, but Reina countered that it wasn't a temporary job. When he offered her the use of a small room on the first floor and they were about to shake hands, Heian burst into the room. Seeing her, Reina froze for a moment, studying the new arrival in surprise. The elf was doing the same thing, not expecting to see the unknown girl. Looking at the Baron, she said she heard that a friend had hired an informant. Reina, meanwhile, did not expect at all that there would be a sorceress in the estate. The young man tried to defuse the situation, trying to introduce the children to each other. While he said that they would be living under the same roof, Reina suggested that the two of them might be engaged. Understanding the possible development of the elf, the girl bowed and said that she was glad to meet and was looking forward to working with them. To which Heian sternly asked that she take good care of the Baron, as she would not take her eyes off of her. For a moment, all three were silent, looking at each other, and the room fell into a tense silence. Cho Yisu went back to Reina and asked him to find the necessary information within a week, as well as to find an apprentice and a livestock master. When the informant left, the Baron asked her friend if she didn't like Reina, to which the elf said that she had no idea, since it was the first time she had seen her. To her question about what he was an informant for, the guy explained that he needed a restaurant business guild and also an apprentice in shoe manufacturing. Crossing her arms over her chest, Heian approved the hiring of the informant but warned him to be careful. After hearing her explanation that a handsome and rich man could be a target, Cho Yisu decided that it was an unexpected compliment. The first thing the next morning, Lucas told the Baron that Reina had come to him. Entering his room, the girl said that it had been snowing outside all day, which was evident from her dress, which was soaked through. After asking if she was not cold, the boy with a smile offered her to come closer to the fireplace. To his question about the reason for her visit, Reina said that all restaurant business guilds have similar conditions. Therefore, handing him the report, she added that she had learned more about 4 of them. However, at this moment, the Baron was more interested in where she could get it now, to which the informant replied that it was a secret. Taking out the papers, Cho Yisu asked how things were going with the search for an apprentice, to which he heard that she had found one. Sitting down by the warm fire, Reina added that he was very talented, but he had not had a very happy life at one time. She explained that such people become very loyal, even if you show them even a little kindness. After some time, Tori's boyfriend, who introduced himself as a cobbler, sat in front of the Baron. Cho Isu smiled and introduced himself as Baron Isu Bloom. He explained that he wanted to open a shoe business, and therefore he needed his help. Scratching his cheek, Tori said that shoes were usually made by a craftsman, so he assumed he was talking about ready-made pieces. The Baron confirmed his guess by explaining that they would make shoes in different sizes and sell them in stores. The journeyman was surprised to realize that this meant that their buyers would be ordinary people, to which Cho Yisu added that maybe even aristocrats would buy. To begin with, he wanted to conclude a contract for 3 years with the boy that he would be the shoemaker of his family, receiving 5 gold a year, and then the salary could be increased to 7. Handing the document to Tori, the young man mentioned that when the servants sign the contract, they cannot divulge what goes on in the house. The journeyman was happy with such offers, so he looked at the extended contract with a happy look. When Cho Yisu returned to Korea, the first thing he did was to look for a recipe that he would like to make. Heian's birthday was coming up soon and he wanted to prepare something special for her. Suddenly, one of the recipes caught his attention and the boy snorted loudly, thinking. After a short thought, the boy decided that for the elf's birthday, he would cook lasagna for her. After that, returning to his estate, Cho Yisu decided to visit Edro, who greeted his guest with a smile. To his question about what brought him here, the Baron replied that he was looking for something. Looking around, the young man noticed that he had a very nice mansion. There was plenty of light around as the walls and ceiling were made of glass. Plus, the elf had used the services of a weather wizard. When asked what exactly he was looking for, Cho Yisu said he was looking for tomatoes that grow red fruits. Smiling, Edro told him to follow him. A few beds away, he pointed to several rows of large, deep red tomatoes. The elf was surprised at such a search, since few people looked for them, so he asked what they were for. Holding out his hand, Cho Yisu asked him if he could take 5 tomatoes from him. Immediately afterwards, the Baron noticed that Edro's face showed how upset he was. Leaning over the beds, the elf assured him that everything was fine, but asked him to cut the fruit on his own. As a result, Cho Yisu received 5 rather large tomatoes in a few minutes. Wiping away tears, Edro said that this is why he likes to grow flowers that have only aesthetic value. Returning to his estate, the Baron began to prepare lasagna with a smile. Looking at Seth, he asked him to prepare the dough for the dish, telling him his recipe. When the young man began to prepare the sauce, Heian's voice was heard behind him, and she asked if he was preparing bread. Not expecting the elf to be behind him so quickly, Cho Yisu jumped up in fright. However, pulling himself together and continuing to prepare the sauce, the young man explained to the man that he was making lasagna. When the girl said that there could be nothing better than bread, the boy offered her not to eat, which she refused. Cho Yisu tried to explain that there are many things that are delicious besides bread, after which Heian asked if this dish would taste better. When the dough was ready, the Baron said that it was now necessary to roll it out thinly. After that, cutting it into layers, he began to alternate them with milk and tomato sauce. When the dish was ready, the young man told Seth to practice as they would be making it for Heian's birthday, allowing him to sample the finished lasagna with the servants. Cho Yisu tried to prepare well for the day when the wizards paid their respects to Valentine, as well as the elf's birthday. Returning once again to Korea, the young man went to one of the jewelry stores. When he said he wanted to look at the necklaces, the seller immediately asked if the gift was meant for his girlfriend. Cho Yisu hesitated to answer, not sure if Hatsun could be considered his girlfriend. When the boy asked if he could buy a necklace with native stones from them, the seller handed him a necklace studded with light purple stones. When buying it, the Baron decided that 2 million for it was not so expensive, comparing it with the prices in Armenia. Suddenly, the idea came to him that it would be possible to sell amethyst there, but before that, it was worth knowing the prices of precious stones. Upon arrival at the estate, the young man asked Reina to find out the price of precious stones for him. However, the girl smiled and surprised those present that the mission was completed before it even began. Closing her eyes, Reina explained that she was interested in jewelry, giving the example of how men are interested in houses they cannot afford. She added that diamonds are worth 50 gold per carat, amethysts, sapphires, and rubies are 14 each, and other stones like topaz, opal, and pearls are 1 to 5. Holding up a finger, the girl suggested with a smile that now that he knew the prices, he needed a jeweler. Standing up, Reina said she would take care of the matter immediately, for which the Baron thanked her. When the girl left, Cho Yisu smiled and said he would go to the kitchen and make a cake. He was met in the kitchen by Seth, whom the boy immediately asked if he knew how to make a pound cake. After receiving an affirmative answer, he announced that they would prepare a cake Victoria, with sponge cake, cream, and berries for Heian's birthday. Seth assured me that he had been practicing making Genoese, which turned out to be much lighter than pound cake. After hearing this, Cho Yisu asked him to prepare the biscuit, and he decided to take care of the rest of the ingredients himself. While cooking, the Baron asked the cook if the surprise party was well prepared and if they had practiced singing the song. While kneading the cream, the young man offered to do the pie, adding that he was sure of their singing talent. After some time, everything was ready and there were several appetizing dishes on the table, and the servants were standing in the hall with the Baron. Looking ahead, Cho Yisu quietly called one of the maids by name. Hearing the request to bring the Duchess into the hall, the girl smiled and narrowed her eyes. Darcy blindfolded the elf and placed her hand on her elbow to keep her from falling on the way. When they stopped in front of the door, the maid carefully removed the bandage from her head. Heian lowered her head and looked down at her feet, avoiding the bright light and trying to understand what was happening. When she opened the door, she saw all the residents of the estate smiling and clapping their hands happily. In the center stood Cho Yisu, also smiling and holding a large cream and strawberry cake. Those present smiled, shouted happy birthday to her, and called her dear Duchess. Not expecting such a reception, Heian looked at all this in a daze, not knowing what to say. Handing her a cake, the Baron told her to blow out a candle and make a wish. While he was explaining that this was done in his homeland, the girl took a lock of her hair and bent over the cake. When the fire died down, leaving behind a cloud of white smoke, the elf thought about her wish. Everyone present laughed and clapped their hands, again wishing her a happy birthday. Cho Yisu, immediately after the greeting, reached into his pocket, taking out a gift for his friend. Taking out the box, the boy showed the necklace and asked Darcy to help the Duchess put it on. Touching the stones around her neck, Heian said that the ornament was very beautiful. Reina looked at it with a dazed look and wondered how many amethysts were in that necklace, noting that the Baron and the Duchess were quite a handsome couple. At one point, Cho Yisu put the cake down and dipped his finger into the snow-white cream. Squinting her eyes at the drop of cream on her nose, the girl froze, not understanding how to react to it. With a smile, Cho Yisu explained to his friend that this is how love for loved ones is shown in his homeland. However, in the next moment, the smile disappeared as a decent amount of cream flew into his face. Wiping his face, the Baron squinted slyly and asked Seth to fetch the leftover cream from the kitchen. Realizing what was going on, the elf ran away, ignoring the young man's loud exclamation. Wasting no time, she opened the door and flew outside, completely unconcerned about her outerwear. Trying to stop her, Cho Yisu shouted loudly that she might catch a cold. Turning to him with a happy smile, Heian said that today was the happiest day of her life. Suddenly, the full name Heian sounded, which sounded like Mont Cusareto, no Onar de Heian, which made the girl's eyes widen in a daze. After that, the elf spoke the spell Argentis Sirum, which caused a large ball of light to form in front of her. All those present, who jumped out into the street after her, looked in surprise at what was happening in front of them. Observing the actions of the sorceress, the Baron suddenly thought that she was putting too much pressure on herself. And the next moment, the girl fell unconscious, causing Cho Yisu to scream in fear. He asked Darcy to help the elf into the room while they started their meal first. Returning to the table, the first thing they did was cut the lasagna. Looking at the cheese, which stretched appetizingly while the piece was lifted, everyone gasped in surprise. Everyone sat down at the table and began to taste the various dishes on the table, praising their taste. Meanwhile, Heian sat in her room, burying her face in her hands and thinking about what she had done. Her face was covered with a strong blush, and suddenly the thought appeared in her mind that Cho Yisu had bewitched the gift necklace. She touched the Baron's gift with her fingertips again, trying to figure out if there was a curse. Calling Darcy to her, the girl asked to find out from the master when his birthday is. In addition, she asked to know what he liked and if there was anything he wanted. However, then she sharply rose to her feet and said that none of this was necessary and that she would do everything herself. When the elf offered him a walk, Cho Yisu looked at her friend in surprise, looking up from the book he was reading. Noticing his reaction, Heian asked him if he was busy, to which she heard that he was completely free. She ordered him to pack up and leave, adding that she would wait for him outside. After some time, the two of them were already walking along the wide streets of the city, where the shopkeeper was selling. While Reina was walking behind, the Baron asked her friend what had come over her that made her want to take a walk. And when the elf asked if there was anything he wanted, the boy was even more surprised. Heian turned sharply to him and repeated her question, after which Cho Yisu asked her to give him some thought. Suddenly, the elf felt a hand appear near her neck, which abruptly ripped the necklace from her. Returning, the Baron and his girlfriend saw the thief, who with a broad smile ran away into one of the alleys. Raising her hand, the elf immediately began to shout a spell, planning to stop the thief. Her teeth were clenched tightly in fury, and a muffled growl could be heard through them. Her eyes burned with hatred, but she suddenly realized that she could not use magic outside. Realizing that something had to be done, Reina said that she would handle catching the thief herself. Without waiting for an answer, the girl picked up a dress and rushed in the direction where the thief rushed. Suddenly, Heian heard Cho Yisu calling her, who suddenly realized that she had almost used magic in the middle of people. The Baron snorted in surprise as she said she had already spoken to him on the subject before. After these words, the girl recalled her words that one day she would go so far as to kill the Emperor. He had an artifact that could control mana, so wizards couldn't use magic in the city or near the Emperor's palace. Clenching her fingers tightly into fists, the girl added that it was because of this that the elves had been through a lot. Not even giving the boy a word to insert, the sorceress cursed loudly out of powerless rage. Clenching her teeth, the girl said that all of this was really bothering her. Placing a hand on her shoulder, Cho Yisu said that Reina would return the necklace so she could not worry, and the main thing was that she herself was not hurt. When they returned home, an unexpected guest was waiting for them in the living room. Count Meditz greeted them and apologized for such a sudden visit, but added that he had something to tell them. Realizing that men would decide important matters, the Duchess said she would go to her place. Cho Yisu immediately decided to ask what brought the Lord to him, but the Lord offered to talk inside. Already in the study, he explained that he had come to check how his training was going, adding that he needed the Baron's opinion about something. However, the young man replied with a smile that he still wanted to discuss one matter with him. Returning to Lucas, Cho Yisu asked him to bring them one moccasin. Hearing the unfamiliar word, Meditz looked at the young Baron in surprise. When the slipper was in his hands, the man examined it carefully and realized that it was made of fine wool, so the target audience could be the middle class. Cho Yisu suggested that it was fashionable to make them in the form of shoes so that the nobility would buy them. Having put the sample on the table, the Lord suggested that he do what he sees fit, since he was still learning something new, so it didn't matter if the case burned out or not. After that, the man returned to the business that brought him to the Baron's estate. Cho Yisu looked at the guest in surprise, asking what advice he was expecting. A moment later, Peter brought and laid out on the table a variety of spices used in confectionery and cooking. Pointing to them, Lord Meditz said that none of these had yet taken root in the Empire. That is why he was interested in which of these components the Baron would pay attention to if he were in his place. Thinking that it was very simple, Cho Yisu said that he would choose coffee and cocoa beans. With that, he pulled forward the chosen ingredients and looked at them. In the age of discovery, chocolate was very popular among aristocrats. and such a drink as aromatic coffee was very popular among representatives of the middle class. To the Lord's surprised question as to whether he would really choose them, the boy confirmed the choice. He explained that there are different varieties of coffee with different tastes and aromas, so it was important to find different varieties from everywhere. Clearing his throat, Meditz realized that there was indeed some logic in the words of the young baron. At his thanks, Cho-Yisu smiled broadly and said that there was no need to thank him. Suddenly, the idea that coffee and chocolate might suit him for the confectionery business came into his head. After the conversation, Lord Meditz thanked him once more, to which the young baron advised him to be careful on his way home. With a big smile on his face, the young man thought that coffee and chocolate were important, but he had more important things to do right now. He recalled how he had returned to his Korean apartment yesterday to pick up a new product he was thinking of doing. There were 2 kilograms of precious stones, which were worth about 10 billion in the empire. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door, and Reina's voice was heard from the other side. The master and his apprentices, whom he had demanded to find earlier, entered with her. Smiling, the baron greeted those present and asked everyone except the masters to leave the office so that they could discuss matters. When everything was done, the young man asked the master to come closer and take a good look at the stone on the table. When the jewelry box opened in front of him, the master's eyes widened in surprise. For a while, he couldn't even get the words out, admiring how wonderful the engraving was. Cho-Yisu immediately said that he had heard that he had more experience in creating jewelry than in polishing minerals. After hearing an apology from the master for his skill, the baron assured him that it was nothing to be ashamed of, as he was considered the best master in the empire. After these words, the master froze, staring dumbfounded at the baron in front of him. Cho-Yisu thought that most of the stones were already worked, so he needed someone to make the jewelry with him. He warned the master that if he needed anything else, he could tell the butler about it. Turning to Corky, the baron asked him to take the master to the hotel where he would now live. After finishing all the work, Cho-Yisu let out a loud yawn and stretching his muscles. The young man decided that he would sell jewelry through Mino's store, so there would be no problems. The reason he chose this particular boy was that after several visits there, the baron noticed that they were catching all the new trends, and now he hoped that everything would continue to go well. Now he was wondering what his friend Haeun was doing at the moment. The young man found the girl in the garden where she was admiring various flowers. When she said that the flowers were beautiful, Cho-Yisu said that it was all because of Yedro. The elf smiled and said that according to rumors, people who love flowers have a good heart. Covering his mouth with his hand, the baron laughed and said that it was very different from what he knew in practice. Narrowing his eyes, he added that in his homeland they say that a guilty soul needs no prosecution. The guy did not explain what this meant and said goodbye, saying to enjoy the flowers. Haeun looked after him in surprise, not understanding what he meant by his phrase. Putting her fingers to her chin, she frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, the baron heard his girlfriend scream loudly and menacingly. However, in the next second, a loud cry rang out, which made him turn back. The elf sat on the ground with her legs tucked under her and grimacing in pain. Running up to her, Cho-Yisu asked her if she was okay and added that she should be more careful. However, while he tried to help her to her feet, the girl shouted that it was all his fault. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to his girlfriend's palm, which was smeared with blood. However, Haeun abruptly took his hand away and growled that he could forget about it as the wound would heal itself. However, the baron hissed loudly and warned that she might be left with a scar. Hearing his order to go to the house and ask for help, the elf froze for a moment, looking in front of her, after which she calmly agreed and turned around, heading back to the estate. Right after that, Cho-Yisu heard the voice of the butler standing behind him and called him, drawing his attention. He said that a representative from the Strive store had come to him to make a deal on jewelry. After some time, he was already handing the box to one of the servants standing by the carriage. Already in the evening, sitting in his study, the baron asked if Mino had already left, to which the butler said that he was glad that the jewels would be sold only in his shop. When asked if he said anything else, the man added that the boy talked about the excellent quality and price of the product. Placing his hand on his chin, Cho-Yisu decided not to worry about it anymore. Suddenly, the butler handed him a letter sealed with wax seal. Taking out the letter, the baron read that the addressee was Mint Chocomocha, unknown to him. After reading the name, which was literally fashionable to translate as mint chocolate mocha, the boy could barely contain himself not to laugh. He began to read the small lines of a message from a master jeweler, who had heard rumors about the search for a jeweler. Cho-Yisu thought about the fact that no one had contacted him like this before, and he should be careful with people who come out on him themselves. Looking at Corky, the young man asked him to give Reina orders to find information about this person. After some time, Diligently rubbing the man's back, Lucas asked him if he really wanted to be in the restaurant business. He pointed out that the jewelry business had done quite well, while restaurants could be very risky. Cho Isu was silent for a moment, pondering the words the butler had told him. With a broad smile, the Baron clarified whether he did not want him to face difficulties. The young man explained that aristocrats use expensive and high-quality ingredients for cooking, and he wants to show that for delicious food you only need the right recipe, and even cheap products can make a delicious dish. When Lucas started apologizing for taking up teaching him without even having a clue how deep the idea was, Cho Yisu said it was all hollow. Suddenly Hans entered the bathroom and announced with a broad smile that he had brought clothes for the Baron. Lucas immediately began to resent the fact that this was his job, to which the big man noticed that they could help each other. While the boys were arguing, the Baron asked them with a smile if they could do it when he left. The next morning, when Reina was giving the Baron a report on the jeweler who had recently contacted him, the guild had explained that Mint had been registered with their guild for a long time. In addition, despite the fact that he did not have great abilities, the master was very diligent. When she arrived at the Baron's estate, the girl decided that she should follow Mint. At the same time, the girl decided to immediately go to the master to make a report. Opening the door to the young man's office, Heian's voice was suddenly heard from behind, quietly calling her name. Jumping away from the Duchess, the informant let out a loud cry, asking what she was doing here. When the elf said she wanted to ask something, Reina said she could ask her anything. Looking carefully at the informant, Heian told her that she would like to work. Reina looked at the Duchess in surprise and asked her what work she was talking about, to which I heard in response that she wants to get into the water business, but observing all precautions. Upon the informant's words that there are always buyers for cheap goods, Heian asked to learn more about it. When the conversation was finished, the elf exhaled tiredly and leaned back on the couch. Suddenly, the voices of Cho Yisu and Lord Meditz reached her, which made the girl listen. The men discussed their business, which they were going to do soon. The elf patiently waited outside the living room door for the conversation to be finished so as not to disturb them. Suddenly, the Lord's voice came from the room, saying that he was going back home. When he was about to leave, Heian entered the living room, and Meditz was very surprised to see her. Looking carefully at the Duchess, the man greeted her, observing all the rules of etiquette. Keeping her eyes on him, the girl asked him if he remembered the promise he made to her at the international festival. He just smiled broadly and assured that he remembered everything perfectly. He knew perfectly well that she wanted to know information about what happened to her stepmother. The man found out that she bought an estate in the capital with the money she received as an inheritance, and also transferred the tula of all the servants. The Lord wanted to add something else, but the elf clenched her fist tightly and said that this was quite enough. Covering her face with her hand, the girl took a deep breath, trying to collect her thoughts. She decided to wait a little longer to be able to take everything that belonged to her without leaving a penny to her enemies. Arriving at Cho Yisu, Heian loudly suggested that he go and take a walk. The Baron, not expecting such an offer, paused for a moment and asked if she wanted to take a walk right now. The elf said that she wanted to do it right now and suggested that he go to the annex. Quite unexpectedly, Cho Yisu asked his friend if anything had happened to her in the past. The guy explained that she hadn't let anyone in the annex before, and she looked a bit tired. Raising a finger, the elf told him to just follow her and close his eyes. When she again sternly repeated the demand to close his eyes, the Baron obeyed, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face. While they were walking to their destination, the young man felt his girlfriend's hand squeezing his hand and tried to understand what kind of surprise she was preparing. When Heian allowed her eyes to open, the idea that this was some incredible gift appeared in her head. However, seeing in front of him a pool of clear water that was bubbling. For a moment, the young man froze, not knowing how to react to such a gift. However, the next second he smiled, realizing that the elf had built a real bathhouse. To his question about whether she did it herself, the girl answered that she did it herself with the help of the money she earned. The sorceress explained that it was a gift, and since he had been working a lot lately, he could go inside and rest. After these words, she noticed how the Baron's lips stretched in a warm smile. Cho Yisu walked over to her and grabbed the confused Heian by the cheek and shook her a little. He wondered when she had managed to become such an adult, to which the girl said that she did not like this way of talking. When the young man said that he would immediately go and use her gift, the elf retorted that she would join as well. And hearing the surprise in her voice, the Baron just silently spread his hands to the sides. When he asked if they would go together, Heian crossed her arms over her chest and reminded her that all the baths in the city were shared. Raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture, the young man added that this was rather unexpected for him. When the elf went to Darcy to bring them a cape, Cho Yisu was finally convinced that they would get into the water together, causing his face to become covered in sweat. Going to the house, the girl ordered the boy to get ready as well. Being alone, the Baron thought about the fact that he had not been in a bath for a long time, remembering its warm stones that resembled a sauna. He froze for a moment, considering the idea that had come to him. After some time, Heian returned to the bath, wrapped in a spacious white robe. Noticing Zhou Yisu approaching, she asked him why he had been walking around for so long. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a basket of eggs, which her friend was clutching tightly in his hands. When asked if they were not eggs, the Baron explained that they were not quite ordinary eggs. The young man took one of them and squeezed it tightly in his hand. And in the next moment, the boy hit the unsuspecting elf on the head with it. Looking fiercely at him, the girl assumed that he was very comfortable with her lately. However, Cho Yisu proceeded to peel the shell from the boiled egg, after which he advised to cut it in half and salt it. Showing the peeled egg, he assured his surprised friend that it would be very tasty. Having done what he was going to do, he added that they were Isu's hard-boiled eggs. Taking half an egg, Heian still couldn't understand how it was different from a regular boiled egg. Realizing that his friend was starting to boil, the guy rushed to convince her that it was worth just trying. After listening to him, the girl stuffed the snack into her mouth, chewing it with full cheeks. Shoving it into her mouth, the girl froze, chewing a snack and keeping her eyes on the Baron. A second later, she took the plate out of his hands and hit his friend on the head with it, saying it was just a boiled egg. The next day, he made an almond cake and a pecan sponge cake with whipped cream. The elf admitted that the names of the desserts were very difficult, but they turned out to be tastier than a boiled egg. However, looking at him with a murderous look, the girl asked why there was no milk with the biscuits. Returning to Lucas, Cho Yisu asked him to bring a glass of milk. When he said that he was too busy to cook every day, Heian said that one loaf of bread a week would also do. Smiling broadly, the boy suggested that next time she take bread and go on a picnic. The elf greeted this offer with a joyful smile and agreed with it. At the Baron's words that she looked beautiful when she smiled, the girl froze in surprise for a moment. However, in the next moment, a completely different thought appeared in her head. Frowning angrily, she asked if that meant she wasn't beautiful when she wasn't smiling. However, Cho Yisu quickly found a way out and suggested that she try the sponge cake with whipped cream. At the same time, he pushed a glass of milk to her so that the dish would not look dry. Wasting no time, Heian washed down a large piece of pastry with a generous gulp of milk. Lucas and the Baron followed her in surprise as they listened to the sounds that accompanied the drinking. Lowering her glass, the elf said that with milk, the biscuit tasted just perfect. Watching her continue to eat the biscuits, Cho Su advised her to take her time. Keeping his eyes on his friend, the Baron warned that Reina would soon bring a guest to them, so he asked if she wanted to finish her meal in her room. When the girl said that she had finished everything and would stay with him, the young man was surprised when she managed to do it. After some time, a young girl with light blue hair appeared in the office, who introduced herself as the craftswoman Mint Chocomocha. Looking at the guest, the Baron asked if she really wanted to join their workshop. Folding her hands, Mint explained that she had seen Strive's jewelry in the shop and had simply fallen in love with it. However, Reina looked sternly at the visitor and asked how she knew that the jewelry was sold from here. For a moment, the craftswoman was silent and her lips stretched into a wide smile. Right after she explained that her friend is very close to Mr. Strive, so she knows. These words made Cho Yisu think hard enough, which made him look closely at the girl. He knew full well that Mino and his family were not the kind of people who would spread such information. However, Heian suddenly noticed that the girl's manner of speaking was not entirely appropriate. The Baron decided to defuse the situation and assured Mint that he would let her know if they needed a wizard. Crossing her arms over her chest, the Duchess said unhappily that she should be more careful with such people. Immediately after these words, she got up from the couch to go to her room. Cho Yisu did not understand what was happening, so he tried to call his friend by name, still wondering about her character. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Reina, who asked him what he was planning to do. Meanwhile, Mint herself came to the Emperor's bed, where the Emperor was already waiting for her. With a wide, sly smile, she said that he should not be in any hurry. However, he smiled and replied that he was just very interested. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl said that she did not see anything special. Spreading his hands, the Emperor asked if there was anyone of note there. Mint thought for a moment, remembering the sullen Haiyan with her arms crossed. Taking off her blue wig and shining her pointed ears, she said that a distinguished person was then in the room. After that, showing purple braids, she said that this person was her, giving her real name Priscilla. Laughing out loud, the Emperor agreed with her words, assuring her that she was right. Approaching the man, the elf asked when he would finally show her his treasures. However, he reminded that he did not have full control over this, to which he heard that he was the most powerful man in the country. When she said that he could not do even such a small thing, the Emperor assured that he would do it when the time was right. Priscilla did not answer this, but only cast an attentive, piercing look at the Emperor. The next morning, Cho Isu asked where Haiyan was, to which Corky replied that she had gone to the wizard Edro's castle. Hearing this, the young man was very surprised, as this was far from the first time. Lately, the elf had been leaving the house very often, and more often she went specifically to Edro. Remembering the satisfied face of his friend, the Baron assumed that she was hiding something from him. Upon her return, the girl told Lucas that they needed to talk to him. When the boy came closer, the elf asked him how often the young master took a bath. In response to her words that she smells a strange smell every time she is in his room, the butler assured her that the Baron takes a bath regularly. He added that men who live alone usually have such a smell. When it became clear that the girl was having doubts, Hans entered the conversation, who confirmed his colleague's words with a smile. He added that his father called it a man's smell, after the appearance of which it was quite fashionable to consider a boy a man. Placing her fingers on her chin, Hyeon thought about the fact that every time she met Cho Yisu, she always smelled good. It was this smell that she smelled in his room, but she had never been in other men's rooms. Remembering him cooking kimchi, the elf assured her that she would take their words into consideration. When she entered the Baron's office, he looked at her friend in surprise and asked what brought her here. Without saying a word, the girl placed a pink scroll wrapped in a ribbon in front of him. Taking it in her hand, Cho Yisu asked what it was, only to hear that it was a scented candle she had received from Edro. Jumping up on the spot, the Baron asked her if she didn't go to the elf because she was angry with him, to which the elf asked why she should be angry with him. The young man recalled that on the day she left, she did not say a word to him. Realizing how her behavior might look from her friend's side, Heian let out a loud breath. Gloomily looking down, the sorceress assured that all this was not because of him. However, the girl did not want to explain why she behaved like that. Instead, she asked to light a candle. Cho Yisu obediently took the candle out of the package and lit a light on it, which immediately filled the room with pleasant aromas. Having heard from the Baron that the aroma was pleasant, the elf answered that she was thinking of making one for Reina as well. When Cho Yisu asked if he was a guinea pig, to which Ha-yeon offered to give him a gift if he didn't like it. After that, she asked if he really bought a new house, to which Cho Yisu explained that they had more employees. When he allowed her to occupy one of the free rooms, the elf smiled and thanked him. Scratching his head in no way, the Baron only blurted out that it was not worth thanking. Rising from his chair, he added that he had plans to build a greenhouse, but Heian did not know what it was. He explained that it is a warm room where you can grow flowers even when the winter is fierce outside. Hearing that she wanted to go to Edro to get herbs, the boy smiled and said that it was very problematic to go outside in the cold. Instead, the elf offered to build another open-air bathhouse, but instead he was required to build 2 more greenhouses. After some time, Cho Yisu gathered all the residents of his estate, asking if everyone was ready for the picnic. All in unison gathered around him gave him an affirmative answer. The young man thought with disappointment that very few people were coming with him, but he understood that it was not much fun to have fun with the boss. However, he was sure that the others also had fun when they were allowed to go outside. After a certain time, everyone came for a picnic to a large waterfall among the trees. Placing a hand over his eyes to shield them from the sun, Cho Yisu decided to take in the surrounding landscape. Lucas and Hans waved at him, urging him to come to them. When he approached the large blanket, he saw that Heian had already settled there. Sitting down on the ground, he invited others present to join the picnic. When Reina said that the Mediste family had almost finished building the gallery, the boy added that he planned to open a pastry shop not far from there. He considered opening the bakery in early winter when the gallery was completed and selling moccasins in early fall. At that moment, his attention was drawn by Heian, who called him holding a sandwich in her hands. Pointing to the snack, she drew his attention to the green strips, to which the boy explained that it was a cucumber. Handing the sandwich to him, the girl asked him to pull it out, but the young man asked her if she had any hands. The elf with a completely calm face confirmed his guess about the absence of hands. Noticing how she hides her hands behind her back at these words, Cho Yisu was outraged at such an obvious lie. Watching all of this, Reina thought that the elf had a rather cute personality trait. Hiding her hands behind her back, she also tried to ask the Baron to take the cucumbers out of the sandwich. However, she suddenly froze, staring blankly in front of her. She shook with shame when the girl realized how impolite it looked to the Baron. Handing a new sandwich to the elf, Cho Yisu said that the smell of cucumbers still lingered. Taking a bite, Heian thanked her and said that she should hide her hands more often. Popping the snack into her mouth, she asked if he had that sponge cake with whipped cream. Lucas, meanwhile, glared at Hans, telling him not to eat 2 sandwiches at once. After returning to the estate, the Baron again began to do his business. Carefully studying the list of people who already worked for him, the guy calculated that the labor costs would be about 85 million. However, realizing that his profit is 4.8 billion, he stretched his lips in a satisfied smile. Continuing to review their business records, The young man read that they had not yet sold a single pair of moccasins. However, aside from the delay while they decided on a location, things were going pretty well. Since the construction of the workshop and dormitories was completed, he could safely hire 10 more workers. In this case, the net income he will receive from the sale of jewelry will be 20 billion. After the cost and profit calculations were complete, Cho Yisu loudly called Corky to him. The young man asked the butler to hire 5 more handymen, entrusting the training of Lucas and Darcy. Heian, meanwhile, was sitting in her room enjoying a delicious pastry. Hearing that she was being called, the girl raised her head with interest and turned to the sound with interest. With a big smile on his face, the Baron told his friend that the greenhouse was finished, so he suggested that she go and have a look. After going outside, they went along the bamboo forest to where the greenhouse was built. While they were on their way to their destination, the Baron asked his friend if she had really left the scented candles as a gift for the servants. Looking down, Heian said she was glad there was still work she could do. Hearing the words that she was becoming happier due to the joy of the servants, the boy smiled and noticed that she had grown a lot. After these words, the elf looked at her friend in surprise, thinking about what he said. And although he wasn't the only one saying it to her, it was very nice to hear him say it to our Heian, so the girl smiled. Cho Iasu asked her if she would go with him when he went to the Ober estate, to which she replied that Elfon was there, so she would gladly keep him company. When the boy said that it was better to go together, the elf drew attention to the fact that he was really happy. To his question about what she plans to plant in the greenhouse, Heian replied that she would first plant the herbs needed to make the scented candles. And at the expense of the flower bed, the Baron suggested planting flowers opposite the aromatic herbs. While admiring the sunset against the background of the bamboo forest, they discussed the possibility of planting tomatoes. After some time, while walking around the city, a surprised Lucas noticed a pair of moccasins in one of the shop windows. Hans did not understand what was happening at first, so he asked his colleague why he was standing there. When Lucas called him to his place, the big man said that they had bought everything they needed, but the butler assured him that was not the case. Pointing to the window with his finger, he asked him if they were sometimes moccasins. When Hans confirmed his guess, the boy said that they didn't seem to have started shoe production yet. Handing over the hefty packages, Lucas asked him to wait outside for a while. Having entered the store, he immediately rushed to the seller, who asked not to disturb him if he did not take anything. Taking a pair of shoes in his hands, Lucas assured him that he would buy them, as he had never seen anything like them before. When asked what they were called, the seller replied that they were woolen shoes that had recently appeared. Hearing that a pair cost 1 gold, Lucas bought them without thinking. Upon returning home, the first thing the boy found was Corky, who was calmly standing in the hallway. Hearing the cry, he immediately asked why he raised such a lament, not understanding what was happening. Looking at a pair of shoes, he asked if they were moccasins, to which Lucas said he had just smoked them in the shopping district. Frowning, Corky decided that this should be reported to the Baron immediately. Sitting in his office and looking at the shoes he had bought, Cho Yisu wondered if he had actually bought them that morning. The valet confirmed this, adding that they were being sold at a cheaper price that they had decided to set. Looking carefully at the shoes, the young man said that there could only be 2 options. Either someone came up with the same thing they did, or they had a leak, so he ordered Tori to be called into his office. Examining their moccasins and the shoes Lucas had bought, the master said they were not identical, but too similar to be considered a coincidence. The quality was slightly worse than their shoes, as they used low-quality, mass-produced leather. And low-quality wool was not even properly cleaned before use. Fiercely clutching the purchased shoes, Tori was indignant that the shopkeeper had asked as much as 1 gold coin for such rubbish. Noticing that the leather was not water-repellent, he concluded that such shoes would be thrown away after 1 winter wear. When Corky approached him and asked him to calm down, causing Tori to apologize. Suddenly, the master was worried about his shoes, which he had made, but the Baron reassured him, assuring him that people would distinguish their quality shoes. As Tori left for the workshop, Cho Yisu quietly advised him to rest for a while. Looking at his trail, the young man exhaled heavily, thinking about what he should do now. Before Tori had time to leave the office, Reina entered, who still did not know what was happening. Hearing that the Baron was about to call her, the girl looked at him in surprise. When he told her everything that had happened and asked her to take up the matter, she assured her that she would do so immediately. Watching Reina rush out of the office, the Baron called Corky over to him. Staring at the butler, Cho Yisu said that they would put the moccasins up for sale tomorrow, as that would dispel suspicions that they had stolen the idea. When the butler went to the workshop with the order to deliver the shoes to the store, the Baron flopped wearily on the sofa, trying to understand what was happening. Throwing his head back and taking a deep breath, he only prayed that it was all just a coincidence. However, if it was stealing his idea, then he knew only one person who could hold a grudge and do something like that. First, he introduced himself at an international festival and met the Medits family. After that, he was able to establish a relationship between them and the Kruno family, and finally managed to win the trust of the Kruno family by showing them how to use vanilla beans. In addition, he used these connections to open a jewelry store and make a statement. And the only family to whom all this could stand a bone across the throat was the family of Pat. Meanwhile, at Viscount Pat's residence, the butler reported that woolen shoes had taken 80% of the market and moccasins 20%. The Viscountess raised the cup to her hands and took one small sip of tea. Looking at the servant, she asked about Baron Bloom's reaction to this. After hearing that they gave out horse fat when selling shoes, the woman ordered to reduce the price of woolen shoes. After that, she returned to her husband and said that she heard that there was also a problem with jewelry sales. He explained that he had selected the best craftsmen, but this did not help to surpass the Baron in stone engraving. To which the Viscountess assured that, according to the informant, Bloom personally handed over the jewels to the artisans. To which the Viscount replied that he must have been hiding very talented craftsmen. Noticing that the relationship between the Medits and Kruno families had changed strangely after the appearance of the Baron, the woman proposed to stop working with Kruno. He assured his wife that this was not a problem, as the Kruno family would continue to live as the second most influential family in the empire. However, instead, it will be more beneficial to help break her relationship with the Medits family. Covering her mouth with her hand, the Viscountess laughed, offering to get rid of those of lower rank from the Medits family. She thought that she couldn't let them do whatever they wanted, so she would do anything to leave her family as the most powerful. The next morning, Corky entered the Baron's office, saying that Raina had delivered them some extremely important information. When asked why she did not come in person, the man replied that the girl was still busy finding out information. He explained that there are 20 shops in town that sell woolen shoes, and all belong to the Namba Shoemakers Guild. So Raina tries to sneak into the tavern where they are meeting. This guild supplied fabric and materials for the dresses that were made by the Pat family, and the leather used for woolen shoes was produced by their distant relatives, the Lark family. Placing his fingers in his mouth, Cho Yisu thought that there was some secret power that supported the shoemaking as he thought. However, now he only had guesses and no evidence to prove them to anyone. After thinking carefully, he again called Corky to him, who immediately answered. Frowning, the boy asked him to send a message to Lord Medits to tell him what was going on. After that, he came to the kitchen, where he asked Seth if he had prepared everything that was necessary. After looking at the cocoa beans, the Baron warned the cook to make sure he remembered the recipe well, as it would be quite complicated. Putting the component on the pan, the young man said that first they should be fried well. After half an hour of roasting, it was necessary to remove the skin from them. Looking at the pan, Cho Yisu noticed what color the beans had turned, asking Seth to clean them all. When asked what to do with the product later, the Baron said that they can be used to make simple desserts such as chocolate. And you could also make a cake with chocolate sponge cake and sprinkles, decorated with strawberries, which will complement its taste well. And chocolate was also used to prepare a delicious and hot drink. Cho Yisu promised to teach the boy everything, but warned that he would first teach him simple recipes. After a while, Seth, Hyon, and Lucas were standing in the kitchen, staring intently at the dessert Cho Yisu had prepared. Trying to understand what it was, the elf said that it was black. The Baron smiled and said it was chocolate, adding that if they didn't try it, they would regret it later. He reminded himself that Lucas had already cost him when he tried the chocolate milkshake. Taking a cube of dessert to her mouth, Hyon said she would pretend to believe him. Waiting for her reaction, the Baron asked with a smile how she was feeling now. Pointing to her mouth, she asked him what it tasted like. Looking at the shocked elf, the Baron began to urge the boys to try as well. After eating a piece of chocolate, the valet said that the taste was not the same as last time. Seth, stuffing the chocolate candy into his mouth, frowned, trying to comprehend what he was feeling. Suddenly noticing Hyon grabbing a mug of hot chocolate, Cho Yisu tried to warn her to take her time. However, in a moment, the girl slammed the empty cup on the table with all her might. Smiling widely, the elf said that the drink was very tasty. However, remembering that Lucas paid for such a thing, the girl was indignant, to which the Baron assured that he would let her try it next time. After some time, Lord Medits appeared in the mansion, who greeted the owner of the house with a smile. Sitting down on the couch, the first thing the man did was ask if he had started selling moccasins. Taking a seat across from him, Cho Yisu answered affirmatively, saying that they were trying their best. However, he warned that they ran into a small problem just before they launched sales. The boy told the Lord everything that had happened and expressed his suspicions that a third party was involved. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, Lord Medits smiled and said that he should apologize. Looking at the interlocutor, he added that he had to warn him, although he suspected that he was guessing a lot. After hearing that the third party had been doing this for quite some time, Cho Yisu realized that the Lord really knew everything. Lowering his head, Meditz continued the conversation, assuming that the boy was now wondering why everything was happening to him. When he said that it happened to many others, the Baron looked at the man in surprise. However, his eyes widened in surprise at the words that the others just fell over when something like this happened. A large drop of sweat rolled down Cho Yisu's face as he thought that being under the sights of the Empire's most powerful family could be frightening. But he himself was not going to sit quietly and hide from problems. Clasping his hands and resting his chin with them, Lord Meditz invited the Baron to the opening of his art hall. He added that it was there that he planned to announce that the Ions were cooperating amicably. When asked if everything was fine, the Lord replied that knowing their connections, the enemies would at least not try to kill him. After thinking about it, Cho Yisu realized that everything was much more serious than he thought. And Meditz advised him to strengthen his military power since the boy had recently started a jewelry business. Immediately after these words, the Baron took out a large red box to boast of his achievements. Lord Meditz looked at the array of jewelry in surprise, joking that it looked like a bribe. Cho Yisu held out the box to him, confirming his guesses with a smile. He looked at him questioningly, but his lips stretched into a satisfied smile. The young man said that he would like to thank him for everything he did for him with this gift. Looking in surprise at the box that the boy placed in front of him, the Lord asked what was in it. When the man lifted the lid, he saw many different desserts. While Cho Isu explained that this was the answer to the question of which spices to use, Lord Meditz froze for a moment, staring at the chocolates in surprise, unable to understand what was happening. Noticing his surprised face, the Baron said that they were made from the cocoa beans he had brought him earlier. Looking at the desserts, Lord Meditz asked if they were decorated with gold dust, to which he heard that Bloom wanted to make them look more luxurious. After asking permission to taste one of them, the man took the candy and sent it to his mouth. In the next second, an expression of wild delight, similar to a child's, appeared in his eyes. He noticed that the chocolate just melted in his mouth, which looked quite incredible. Having thoroughly tasted the candy, the man suddenly felt the aromas of vanilla and cinnamon. With a broad smile, Cho Yisu asked him what he thought of the Kruno family's cocoa bean trade. Hearing this, Lord Meditz looked at the interlocutor in surprise and asked in surprise what the Kruno family was for. The young man responded by reminding that half of the production of a spice like black pepper is controlled by the Pet family, while the Krunos own 30%. In addition, he was sure that chocolate would bring them huge profits for the next 10 years. And by handing over the cocoa beans to the Kruno family, the Meditz could ask them to lower the price of the pepper they sold them. With such schedules, even in the absence of a signed contract, if the main producers of a certain product sold it at the same price, then both would benefit. However, if only the Kruno family lowers the price, the losses will be borne by the Pat and Hampshire families, who are also involved in the case. At the same time, the face of the enraged Viscountess Pat appeared before the Lord's eyes, her eyes burning with fierce fire. At the Lord's words that it was like an attack on the Pat family, Cho Yisu pointed out that they had behaved rather meanly towards his family. The Baron understood very well that only by lowering the price of black pepper they would not overthrow the Petives, and it was not possible to just sit there either. Putting his fingers to his chin, the Lord snickered and thought about whether he would cross the line with such a chin. However, immediately after that, he stretched his lips in a light smile and decided that he was not doing anything like that. Watching the interlocutor, Cho Yisu tried to understand what he was thinking about now. Looking at the boy, Meditz assured him that they would soon meet again, this time with the Kruno family. After some time sitting in his office, the young Baron heard a knock on the door, behind which Reina's voice could be heard. Opening them and going inside, the girl apologized for bothering him at such a late hour, and the boy followed her. He closed his eyes tightly as she pointed at him, saying she had a present for the Baron. In the next moment, Reina kicked the boy with all her might, causing him to fall to his knees and let out a loud cry. Totally not understanding what was happening, Cho Yisu stared at the girl in a daze and asked who she was. Just looking at the young master, she informed that he was the one who cooperated with the Namba Guild and took the information about the moccasins from the mansion. Realizing that there was no great choice, the boy immediately raised his head and desperately began to ask the Baron for forgiveness for his act. However, the question that interested the young man himself was whether Tori was involved in this case, to which Reina confidently replied that everything was done exclusively by this guy, the Namba Guild, and the recruitment agency. Looking at the apprentice in surprise, Cho Yisu asked him how he passed on the information if he didn't even have time to leave the estate. Reina replied that the boy explained that he was using a pigeon he bought from an animal wizard. Raising a finger, the Baron wondered if using a dove for a crime would dishonor the wizard himself, to which the girl said that if they find out about it, They will not just leave it like that. Flooding with tears, the traitor asked to save him, justifying his act by the fact that he was threatened. However, Reina, with all her might, pressed her hand on the back of his head, telling him to shut up. Clenching her teeth tightly, the girl clucked her tongue loudly, mentally advising the boy to be thankful that they were in front of the Baron. Looking at this picture, Cho Yisu thought that he could not allow the apprentice to be killed, but he could not forgive him either. Raising his finger, the Baron ordered her to leave the boy on the street for a week and write about exactly what he had done. Reina agreed, adding that after that she would send the traitor to the wizarding legal department. At the same time, the girl perfectly understood that the Namba Guild could take care of the boy faster than she could get there. When asked if she had reported such results to Tori, the young man praised her for the work she had done. After his advice to get some rest, Reina assured her that she would rest after taking care of the traitor. As she left, Corky came into the office and informed them that the Polan Guild had given them their permission. Taking off his shirt, Cho Yisu smiled and said that now they don't have to worry about the pastry shop. While the butler was holding the new shirt, the boy added that now all that remained was to open a shop. While he was getting dressed, Corky reported that the revenue from jewelry sales for the month was 32,530 gold. Looking at the man in shock, Cho Yisu was surprised to calculate that the net profit was 21,000 gold. When asked if the ad worked so well, Corky replied that the Strives liked the product the first time and were therefore willing to buy expensive things. Clenching his fist tightly, the Baron smiled and thought that in this world he was very lucky with money. Finally, he was ready to go out, slung his jacket over his shoulders and looked at the butler with a smile. He calmly announced that he would immediately leave to prepare a crew for the Baron. Looking resolutely ahead, Cho Yisu decided that he was now ready to go meet Count Kruno. The Earl, who had already been present at Lord Meditz's visit, noticed that the boy looked much better. Sitting down at the table, Meditz offered to proceed immediately to the matter, adding that he had already explained the situation a little to Count Kruno. He also smiled widely and said that he also wanted to try the chocolate. Wasting no time, Cho Yisu handed him a bar of chocolate, next to which stood a cup of thyme. Taking one piece, the Count carefully sent it to his mouth. Chewing the chocolate, he frowned and thought about what he was feeling right now. While he washed down the dessert with tea, the Baron asked him with a smile what he thought of the taste. After swallowing the candy, he carefully returned the cup with the drink to the saucer. Stretching his lips in a smile, Kruno noticed that he could smell vanilla and also assumed that ginger was used in the filling. At the same time, the man explained that ginger and vanilla were the main spices used by their family, so he noticed the boy's attentiveness. Hearing that he liked it very much, Lord Meditz asked with a smile if he accepted his offer. He agreed, but added that it would be difficult to keep black pepper prices low until chocolate became known throughout the empire. At that moment, the young Baron joined the discussion, who assured that it was not a good idea to worry about it, as he was going to promote chocolate at any cost. However, their main goal was to give a little scare to the family that was interfering with their business. Hearing this, Count Kruno smiled sincerely, folding his hands in front of him. He didn't care how much they made, as he was content to cut costs by reducing the cost of pepper with the help of cocoa. However, Cho Yisu assured them that if they decided to do it, it would be better to make as much profit as possible. But he was a little worried about the aspect that their actions could spoil relations with other families. A wide smile bloomed on Count Kruno's face as he said that they had already thought about it. The young Baron began to wave his hands, assuring that he did not mean that at all. Banging his palm on the table, the man assured that the central government had not shown signs of disunity for a long time, and now he was absolutely sure that the power of the center would be reestablished very soon. To the words that he is still too young, so he is worried, the man added that if the young people knew everything, it would be unfair to the old. After that, the boy said goodbye to him, thanking him for coming to the meeting today. Left alone with the Lord, the young man asked him if he was interested in a new business. He said that he plans to open a bakery near the art hall, which will serve a variety of desserts, including chocolate. Pointing to the table, Meditz replied that there were a few things he would like to say to the young noble. The first was that he would like to order a jewelry set from him, consisting of a ring, necklace, and earrings. The Lord announced that he was finally sending one of his sons, Mark, who married the eldest daughter of the Kruno family. With a big smile, Cho Yisu congratulated his husband on the upcoming holiday from the bottom of his heart. However, it suddenly dawned on him that this would mean turning his back on the Pat family in favor of the Kruno family. Paying attention to his expression, Lord Meditz smiled and said that he could guess what thoughts were going through his mind right now. Without putting a finger to his chin, the Baron admitted that he had never thought about a marriage between the two families. The Lord assured him that as long as everything was mutual, things were moving quickly enough, so there was no need to worry about Pat's family. He warned that the gift budget was 50,000 gold, so he advised the Baron to think. When asked what he thought of the bakery near the gallery, the man said that he had told Krieg about it, and since it had something to do with their Baron, he promised to think about it. When told that he should look at the location first, Medit said he would alert the manager. When Cho Yisu returned to his estate in the evening, he was met by Lucas right at the door of the house. When the Baron asked him if nothing had happened to him, he looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Raising his hands, the boy immediately began to convince that he was actually all right. However, Cho Yisu said that he heard from Corky that Kana and Nikki only recently started dating. Placing his hand on the valet's shoulder, the Baron tried to reassure him that this was not the only woman in the world. At the words that she was the only one he could date here, Cho Yisu thought that there were only 4 completely different women in the house. A tear rolled down his cheek as Lucas said that Kana was bringing snacks and smiling and he thought she liked it. Instead, the Baron asked the boy what exactly he had done, and noticing how the boy was bursting with tears, realized that nothing had been done. Pointing to himself, the young man advised the valet to turn to him if he liked someone again. When asked if he was also dating someone, the Baron proudly held up 3 fingers. Hearing the surprise in Lucas's voice, Cho Yisu assumed that he was becoming jealous of him. However, he assured that this was not the case, as he understood that the gentleman met 3 times, but could not get married. This news just pierced his chest like a sharp arrow. Suddenly, Lucas assumed with fright that the Baron had simply been rejected 3 times, but he told him not to talk nonsense and to prepare a bath. When the valet ran without wasting time to carry out his orders, completely forgetting about his problems, the Baron smiled. Approaching the window, the boy looked at the street and thought that it was quite cold. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door and Seiya's voice was heard from the corridor, and the young man allowed him to enter. Opening the door and looking into the office, the cook said he had something to tell him. Not understanding what he was trying to tell him, Cho Yisu turned around with interest, waiting for the continuation. Seth nodded, choosing his words, but the Baron told him not to pull the cat by the details, as it was very nerve-wracking. Clenching his fist tightly, the cook announced that he planned to take part in the Imperial cooking competition. As the Baron asked for more details about the contest, Seth imagined a table covered with sumptuous dishes. Deciding to start with the benefits of participating in the competition, the chef said that after it, he would gain reputation and honor. And the disadvantage was that it was fashionable to fall under the sights of the imperial family. However, pointing to himself, Cho Yisu ardently assured the boy that he would not lose the competition under any circumstances. However, Seth kept his head down and said that he wanted to go to the competition because of his teacher. When he lifted his sleeve, the Baron gasped in shock at the huge burn, while the cook explained that it wasn't due to cooking. Without raising his head, Seth explained that he had abused him very often. On those days when he made mistakes, the pan would immediately start heating up in the flame of the stove. In order not to cry out in pain, the boy clenched his teeth tightly when the teacher put the frying pan on his hand. Covering his mouth with his hand, Cho Yisu thought about Seth's teacher being a psycho. Hearing that the boy wanted to show the teacher that he had met another master, he suggested that he apply and think about it, thinking that Seth should not be taken away. After some time, Lord Meditz announced the opening of an art gallery, where representatives of noble families gathered. As she exited the carriage, Reina turned and held out her hand to the Duchess to help her out. When the elf asked where the Baron was, the girl explained that he would come later and offered to wait in his cafe. When they set out in the direction of the bakery, a girl in a winged hat was heading towards them, holding him back from the wind. However, in one moment it was not possible to hold it, and the wind suddenly tore it from his head. But Reina was not lost and reached out and grabbed an element of clothing. Approaching the stranger, the girl asked her if it belonged to her. But she smiled and reached for the hat, saying that it belonged to her. Reina froze, staring at the unknown girl with a stunned look. When she thanked her, the informant asked her if they had met before. However, she only looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. Reina didn't answer anything, just looked indifferently at the stranger. Thinking mentally, Priscilla noticed that the Baron's informant was quite attentive, and now she even barely recognized her, despite her strong disguise. Looking at the elf, she thought that it would be up to her to leave the Duchess alone, or sell her to the Emperor. After adjusting the hat, the stranger apologized and ran away. Drilling the back of the girl's head with a careful look, Reina was lost in her thoughts for a moment. Heian, who came up, asked her what exactly it was. They went on, not paying attention to how the stranger stopped, following him with a sideways glance. In a few minutes, the girls were sitting on the balcony of the bakery, enjoying tea and desserts. Looking down, Reina noticed with a smile that the garden there was very beautiful. Taking a small sip, the elf answered that it was much warmer in the Oberland, so she could see more flowers there. Smiling, the informant asked how it happened that she and the Baron lived together for so long. However, the elf answered with an indifferent expression that all this was only because of the bread. Raina froze, trying to process what she had just heard, as she had heard that the Duchess was really into bread. She was distracted from her thoughts by the voice of the Baron, who was standing below, waving to them and drawing their attention. The girls turned their heads and looked at Choisa. He smiled widely and waved his hand, showing that he had already completed all the tasks. When he went up to them, he asked how long the wines had been waiting for him, to which Hayan replied that it was not long at all. Looking at the etagerka that was on the table, the Baron asked his friend who loved bread, and she had already tasted something. The elf answered that it was very nice to eat 5 pieces of bread, if before that she ate 1 a day. Choisu laughed, causing the girl to lash out at him furiously. Frowning, Hayan reminded him that he was actually younger than her, so the Baron fell silent. When he asked if they had already looked around the art hall, the girls said that they had not yet had time to do so. Having already returned home, the young man received a report that they had earned 835 gold. Corky said that they had 28 guests today, causing Choisu to ask if the average income of a commoner was around 200 gold. At the same time, the butler added that the southeastern nobility complained that the bakery was far away, since the Hall of Arts was located in the northwest. After that, the Baron was interested in what people said about moccasins. Corky explained that people talk a lot about Namba guild shoes, calling them fake moccasins. Regarding the gift for Master Mark, the butler said that he would like to pay by check, so the Baron could come to him later. Rubbing his shoulder wearily, Choisu noticed that things were finally starting to stabilize. After Corky said that he had done a lot in just 1 year, the Baron looked ahead intently. During the period since his arrival, he constantly walked through the portal, conducting various studies. And during this time, the young man managed to earn 3 million won. All this became possible thanks to the good work of its employees. Everyone on his team tried to do the job well so the Baron could do business. Opening the drawer door, the boy said he would think of a special reward for those who had worked well all year. Taking out a box from there, Choisu handed it to Corky with a smile. When asked what it was, the Baron just smiled broadly, looking at the butler. Lifting the lid, he showed the man small bags filled with money. To Corky's surprised look, the young man explained that it was his way of thanking everyone for a job well done. There are. Taking the bag, the butler looked at the master in surprise and asked if he would just give it to him. However, Choisu explained that he was not giving it to him for nothing, but for his good work. The guy added that before making such a decision, he calculated all the profit well. Therefore, those who performed well will receive a year's salary, while others will receive 6 months' salary and asked to keep it a secret. The next morning, Choisu asked if Seth had prepared well for the upcoming competition. Sitting down on the sofa and folding his hands in his lap, the cook replied that he had almost finished the preparation. The Baron smiled and assured that he would definitely pass the selection round, and he himself was thinking about what he would do if he was excluded. With these words, Seth replied that there was no need to worry about it, as he also had a plan. Shaking his head, Choisu advised him good luck and to do his best to teach his former mentor. A few days later, they arrived at the Imperial Palace, where the competition was to be held. The chefs who participated in the competition stood on either side of the red carpet, where work tables were placed under the walls. In the place where the path ended, a large table was placed under the wall, where the members of the jury and the emperor sat. Seth stared at them intently, afraid of what his former teacher would do when he recognized him. On the other side, there was a small tribune, where there were spectators who wanted to watch the competition. Watching his subordinate intently, Choisu mentally wished him luck. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a man sitting in the center of the large table of judges, and from the large throne the Baron guessed that it was the emperor. Looking at the ruler, Choisu suddenly thought that he did not look like a bad person. The rest of the jury members sat at the table, calmly waiting for the culinary competition to begin. Suddenly one of them snorted quietly, and his face twisted into a sour grimace. All of the man's attention was focused on the figure of Seth, who was standing among the participants. The man wondered how he dared to appear here after his escape, but decided that he would criticize each of his dishes. As if sensing a close eye on him, Seth stared blankly in front of him, a drop of sweat running down his face. The host announced that they were starting the 87th Ermin Empire cooking competition, and this time participants will need to prepare soup, seafood, meat, and dessert. Turning the hourglass that stood next to him, the presenter started the countdown for the soup. Everyone immediately grabbed the pans and began to fry various vegetables and herbs. Looking at Seth's focused face, Choisu thought about what he was going to cook. Noticing that he had a red substance in the jug, the Baron assumed that it was tomato paste. He taught her how to cook when they made lasagna, but in this world, tomatoes were called devil fruit. After some time, Seth already had a rich red aromatic goulash in the pot, but the young man had no idea what others would think about it. When the presenter announced that the cooking time was up, the participants began to pour dishes into serving plates. And among the richly decorated dishes, Seth's laconic presentation of goulash stood out. His teacher, keeping an indifferent expression on his face, slowly sent a spoonful of soup to his mouth. Placing it back on the table, he decided it was rather unusual, but there was nothing else he could say. The host approached the emperor and asked him which of the soups he liked the most. He replied that he liked the taste of the lobster soup, but he found the red beef soup the most interesting. Hearing the sour, sharp taste whet his appetite, Seth turned his eyes to the emperor in surprise. His former teacher looked at the ruler, wondering if the soup was really that good, but decided that people's tastes differ. The emperor suddenly turned his head to him and asked what he himself thought about the dish. The man replied that he also liked the taste of lobster soup best, and he had never eaten anything like red soup. After hearing the question about what ingredients the chef used, Cho Yisu was scared to think what would happen when they found out about the tomatoes. Seth frowned, but didn't show his excitement in any way, staring straight ahead. The emperor smiled, keeping his eyes on his former teacher, and asked if he was interested in the new ingredients. He only smiled strangely and assured the ruler that everything was fine and they could continue. When the host announced the second round of seafood cooking, Seth grabbed the pan with a determined look. His gaze darted across the table in search of a component he could use. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to pale combs lying nearby. First, he took white wine, applesauce, shallots, and pepper, then cooked the scallops in this mixture. After that, it was necessary to add butter and mix well with wine, boiling over low heat. In order to emphasize the piquancy of the dish, the boy decided to fry them in hazelnut oil. Finally, on the plate was a ready-made scallop in a creamy sauce, decorated with fried vegetables. A moment later, the presenter announced the end of the cooking time for the competition dish. His former teacher looked at the piece of comb and thought that there should be nothing special about it. Wasting no time, he sent it into his mouth without even biting. Suddenly, it seemed to him that fireworks of extremely bright flavors began to explode around him. Clenching his teeth and chewing on the comb, he thought it tasted very spicy. After carefully looking at the plate, the man suddenly realized that it was all about the oil, and now he had to figure out whether it was because of this. Clenching the fork tightly in his fist, Seth's former teacher thought that such a dish could cost around 5 gold. He also understood that the cook could not afford such a thing on his salary, so he glanced at the Baron, who was scratching his ear. Seth continued to stand, frowning sternly and staring straight ahead. The emperor, meanwhile, turned to his teacher and said that he liked it very much, to which he replied that he did too. Looking resolutely at his former student, he decided that in the next round, he would definitely find something to pick on. Meanwhile, the host announced with a smile that they were starting a meat cooking competition. Picking up the raw steak, Seth reflected that the reaction to his dishes had been pretty good, so it was worth the distraction. Now the Baron's cook wanted to prepare a steak with vegetables and foie gras on the side. During the specified time, a large piece of meat was presented on a plate in front of the judges, next to which lay mushrooms and vegetables. His teacher meticulously examined the dish, trying to understand what kind of yellow substance was on the meat. After trying it, the man froze, looking surprised. The emperor also noticed this thing and asked in surprise what it was. Prickling it on a fork, he said that he was not in the mood for meat at the moment, as the unknown component had conquered him. Seth's former teacher understood very well that the ruler was right, but he did not understand how this could happen. The woman sitting next to the emperor said that she was also a cook, but she had never tasted anything like this. Gritting his teeth tightly in rage, the former mentor tried to understand when Seth taught how to cook like this, but he was about to pick on his dessert. When the presenter announced the start of the next stage of the competition, the Baron's cook immediately began to knead the dough. Cho Yisu realized that he was using chocolate and meringue, so he guessed that he was going to make a souffle. At the words that the cooking time was up, Seth smiled slyly as he finished the dish. At that moment, he was throwing berries that he wanted to decorate the prepared dessert with. Within a minute, the sweet dishes were already on the table in front of the judges. Prickling a chocolate candy on a fork, the teacher said he heard they were being sold in the art hall the Meditz family had built. Closing his eyes, he silently sent her to his mouth to try it out in the hope of finding something to latch onto. The woman sitting next to him said with delight that the bread also tasted great, as the dessert simply melted in the mouth. The emperor, observing their reactions, smiled and said that judging by their reactions, asking their opinion makes no sense. Closing his eyes, Seth's former teacher thought that he couldn't vote against him against the opinion of the rest of the jury. Within a minute, the presenter loudly announced that the results of the competition were ready. Cho Yisu stared intently at the participants and eagerly awaited whose name the boy would call. Seth, who was no less worried than the Baron, had a similar expression on his face. However, when the presenter said that Baron Bloom's cook was the winner, his eyes widened in surprise. A second later, Seth's face bloomed with a wide smile of victory. Suddenly, it dawned on Cho Yisu that because of winning the competition, the chef might just be taken away from him. The emperor stood up and ordered Seth to come closer to him to present the award. The presenter approached the winner and asked him to briefly talk about the dishes, but allowed him to withhold details about the ingredients. With a big smile on his face, Seth said that the first thing he did was prepare a red soup with tomatoes and beef, which shocked the Baron. While waiting for the reaction of the guests, he looked at the stands where they were located. According to the chef's plan, the tomato soup with root vegetables symbolized the emperor's generosity to his people. Cho Yisu thought that he was very good at juggling words, but in the next moment, Seth's former teacher jumped up, indignant at the use of tomatoes in the dish. However, hearing the emperor softly calling his name, the man fell silent and turned his head. Returning to the winner, the ruler said that he liked the presence of history in his dish. When asked about who taught him to cook so well, the boy said that he really owes a lot to this person. Hearing his words about a wonderful teacher, Abeno froze for a second, trying to understand who he was talking about. When the emperor asked where his teacher was, the man pointed to himself, mentally adding with a smile that he had taught the boy for 10 years, so he deserved the praise. However, instead of calling his name, Seth calmly pointed his hand to the tribune where the audience sat and called Baron Bloom his teacher. As the cook explained that he had taken him after 10 difficult years under another teacher, Cho Yisu himself smiled widely. Abeno clenched his teeth and fists furiously, mentally venting at his former student, who did not appreciate his efforts at all. Still sitting on his throne, the emperor said with a smile that he would like to take the boy into his service in the palace. However, Seth put his hand to his chest and apologized, saying that his master was only Baron Bloom. Hearing the words that he could not leave him, regardless of the amount offered by the ruler, the Baron himself smiled warmly. However, Abeno continued to rage, asking his former student how he could say such a thing. He was once again reassured by the emperor, who advised him to spend his energy on cooking and not on empty chatter and shouting. In a moment, the hall was in a great commotion as everyone clapped and shouted congratulations in honor of the winner of the next cooking competition. After some time, the emperor was sitting in his room drinking tea with Priscilla, who was not at the competition. Taking the cup in her hands, the girl asked him with a smile how the culinary tests went. Without raising his eyes from the drink in the cup, the emperor calmly answered that this time the cook who worked for Baron Bloom had won, which surprised the elf very much. Sensing a note of interest in her tone, he raised his head and asked if she knew anything about the young man, to which he heard that she did plan to find out something about him. At this moment, a butler intervened in the conversation, who said that Baron Bloom is one of those who recently became close to the Meditz family. When the ruler ordered him to continue, the boy added that he had heard the Duke of Meditz introduce the Baron a few days ago at the opening of his Hall of Arts. Putting her cup down on the saucer that stood on the table, Priscilla replied that for now they should not touch the people who are on the side of Duke Meditz. The emperor agreed with his pretty advisor that they should be watched carefully for the time being. The Meditz family belonged to one of the 5 great families of the Erman Empire. If they suddenly wanted to unite their military force, it would certainly be able to surpass the imperial army. He knew very well that all wizards were connected to the imperial family by artifacts, so it would be difficult for them to plan treason. However, at the same time, he was well aware that if war broke out, there was no guarantee that the wizards would stay away or side with the imperial family. Picking up her cup again, Priscilla said that the weakened unity of the 5 families would be much better for them, as Murtis was at the center and would therefore take a long time to strengthen themselves. The emperor, meanwhile, warned that the war of interests could become more violent if the forces of the parties in it were equal. At this, Priscilla stretched her lips in a sly smile and said that there might be a war there too. Taking a large swig from his cup, the emperor said that they needed to maintain a neutral position as long as possible and build up their military strength during this time. Looking at the map of his lands, he thought that when the war captured the 5 great families, he himself would be able to capture them. At the same time, what was running through his mind was that the 5 great families had done a lot, but if his ancestors were in their hands, then he was completely different. The marriage between the Kruno and Meditz families was an opportunity given to them by the gods themselves, but if it happened, the rest would try to become stronger. Having folded his hands in the castle, the man thought that he must stop this at any cost, so he called Duchess Adelia to him. A few days later, Heian was sitting in Baron Bloom's office and calmly drinking hot tea. Noticing that she was wearing the necklace he had given her, the boy asked her if she had returned it yet. To which the elf replied that she never caught the criminal Reina, but she managed to find the necklace, which she barely managed to take before it was given to an antique shop. When the young man said that it fits and she should wear it more often, the girl doubted that she could lose it again if she went out, so she should only wear it at home. Cho Yisu tried to convince her that it would be a great loss if she only wore it at home, but the elf said that it would be an even greater loss if she just lost it. Suddenly, Heian noticed that he was holding a pen in his hand, so she asked him what he was writing. Answering her question, the guy looked at his friend and said that he plans to release a limited collection. Hearing this, Nikki looked at the Baron in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. At his questioning look, Cho Yisu explained that there are people who just lose their minds when they hear the word limited. Seth, who was also present, smiled widely and said that it was just a great idea, then asked what exactly the Baron was planning to release. When the young gentleman asked those present if they had any ideas, they replied that there were many things that were gifts from the Meditz family, so there might not be enough time for them. After hearing these words, Cho Yisu turned to his subordinates in surprise, not expecting that there would be so many gifts. Nikki explained at this time that 15 people out of all the workers worked very hard without rest. And while Baron Bloom suggested not inviting too many people, the boy added that they wanted to get on the waiting list, even if it took a year. However, scratching his head, he added that everything could work out if they worked longer. The Baron smiled at this and said that he would hire 10 more people, as he believed that his subordinates should not work late. He asked Corky if they could afford it, and when he received an affirmative answer, he said that in his opinion, it was worth raising the price. They decided to put a price of 6 or 7 gold coins in the store, while individual orders were considered only from the amount of 100 gold coins. Having received an order from the Lord to search for workers, the butler immediately went to the door. Folding his hands in a lock and supporting his chin with them, the young man began to think about what exactly needs to be created in the limited collection. Suddenly the thought appeared in my head that it would be possible to make a box for cookies, but not just any box, but from silver. After hearing this idea, Nikki said that they have been on the market for a long time. Cho Yisu explained to the boy that they would not just create silver boxes, but decorate them with their precious stones and put delicious cookies inside. Suddenly the boy realized that the Baron was counting on the fact that when the cookies were eaten, the box would become an ordinary box in which you could keep small things. Baron explained that their goods would be decorated with beautiful gems, and inside would be a delicious dessert, so there would be a difference between the regular boxes and theirs. Pointing to himself, Seth assured that he would take care of making the cookies for the boxes, then was ordered to make more cookies as gifts. As all the subordinates left the office, Cho Yisu stretched sweetly, thinking that he had done all the work after saying he was going to rest. However, after that, the thought crossed his mind that everything was going as planned, because making money was quite fun. After returning to his Korean apartment, he decided to rent an apartment built on the Hangang River, after which the workers began to move his belongings. When the loaders finished their work, the boy smiled widely and sincerely thanked them for the work done. The night city was mesmerizing in its appearance as Cho Yisu walked up to the large panoramic window and looked out at the vivid landscape beyond. With some admiration in his eyes, he thought about the fact that this would now be his new home. In order to avoid problems in the future, he hired an expensive tax consultant who took care of the money spent. After that, the boy thought about the fact that it would be safer to open the spatial gate in the bedroom. Looking at the lanterns of the night city, he thought about how good it would be if everyone could come here, imagining the shock they would be in. After several minutes of standing under the window, the young man folded his hands on his chest and shrank sharply. Looking at the stairs, the boy thought that the house was really big, but next to that it seemed too empty. When Cho Yisu came back to his estate, he immediately went to the kitchen, where he informed Seth that they would be making fish pie today. Answering the chef's question, the boy explained that it is prepared by frying chopped fish fillets. Paying attention to the grimace of his employee, the Baron realized that he must have wanted to complain about the cutting of expensive seafood. However, despite this, he set about making the broth, for which he put anchovies in a pot with spices and smoke. After slicing the cod and squid, Cho Yisu chopped the vegetables and combined them all into one dish. Quickly cutting the named components, he thought about the fact that the knock of the knife on the board calmed him down a lot. Before spreading the dough on the parchment, he ordered it to be shaped into narrow rectangles. After that, he explained that it was necessary to take the finished dough and put it in a pan where the oil was already boiling. Threading it into a spiral on a long toothpick, Cho Yisu held it out for Seth to taste. Hearing the offer to try the prepared dish, the cook reached for a toothpick in surprise. After taking a bite, he smiled and said that it was very tasty. However, when he saw Baron Bloom taking everything they had fried and adding it all to the broth to cook, his face showed a state of great concern. Watching him take a taster bite, Cho Yi-soo explained that he shoves them into the soup to make the soup taste better as well. A few minutes later, there was already fried and boiled dough in the bowl, as well as soup with roots and various herbs. Pouring it into tall glasses and taking them in his hands, Baron Bloom announced that he would now go to Haeun and told Seth to share with the rest. A young man found the elf in her greenhouse, loudly calling her name and offering her a walk. Turning her head and looking at her friend, the girl asked him to wait a moment while she finished her work. Watching her actions, Cho Yi-soo thought that he did not expect her to agree to the walk so quickly. Having finished making the scented candles, Haeun turned to her friend and noticed glasses with fish pie in his hands. Hearing the offer to try, she immediately took the glass, pulled out a toothpick with dough, and tipped the bowl to drink the soup. Watching her munching on the fried dough, the Baron smiled and earnestly asked if she liked it. Haeun, meanwhile, felt very good, because she liked the taste of herbs, spices, dough, and fish very much. She said that the dish had a mild and refined taste, and it was very warming. Suddenly, the girl let out a loud breath and said that she had to tell the Baron something. When asked what had happened, she pointed to herself and said that she was going to walk alone in the city. After hearing this, Cho Yi-soo asked her exactly where she wanted to go, to which he was told that she would talk about it later. Immediately after that, the boy inquired whether she would return in the evening, but did not receive a clear answer. He was very surprised by the words that she might come back, because it meant that she was not going to spend the night at home. As she took another sip of her fish soup, Haeun said she still didn't know how things would turn out. Not jokingly angry, the young Baron asked her with whom she was going there. However, when the elf didn't answer the question, the boy wondered who she could go with, since there was only one person she had gotten close to recently. And this person was the elf Edro, whom the young man suspected of having an affair with his girlfriend. Looking at her calm face while the girl enjoyed the fish soup, the Baron decided that if there was nothing like that, then she would not have hidden it. However, the boy did not burden her with his omissions and said that she would return as soon as possible. Haeun lowered her glass and quietly told him she wanted to try the pound cake. Upon hearing this request, Cho Yi-soo exhaled noisily and said that he would convey her wishes to Seth. However, Haeun looked at him hopefully and asked if he could cook it himself. When the young Baron asked why exactly he had to make the pound cake, the girl said that he could not, if he didn't want to. He explained that he would make Seth's cake as long as he was busy, to which Haeun immediately agreed. The friend thanked her and the young man unexpectedly reached out to her hand. After that, the elf turned sharply and went back to her greenhouse, leaving her friend alone with his thoughts. He was running through his head the reason why she didn't tell where she was going and with whom, because it really pissed him off. Out of anger, he clenched his teeth tightly and exhaled through them, deciding that he would go and warm up a little in the sauna. The next night, as darkness descended on the estate, a cloaked figure quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Haeun looked around to make sure no one was following her or seeing her. However, going to the gate of the estate, she did not notice how Cho Yi-soo was quietly watching her through the window. Looking after his friend, the boy quietly called Reina to him, who immediately answered. Giving the expression of his face a decisive look, the Baron ordered to follow the Duchess. Wasting no time, the informant agreed and immediately rushed out of the office. The Baron thought he was possessed, but he didn't like the feeling because he had a bad feeling. Haeun, meanwhile, did not take a carriage and went to the city on foot, sneaking through the dark, empty streets. Reina followed her tail, wondering where she was going if there weren't even shops on this street. Trying not to give herself away, she quietly bent down and peeked around the corner to check if she had lost sight of her target. Suddenly, she noticed a fair-haired elf near the Duchess, whom she recognized as the wizard Edro. Staring at him with big brown eyes, the girl tried to understand what was happening in front of her. Suddenly, she noticed where they were and wondered what they were doing here, if the house belonged to stepmother Haeun. Reina immediately remembered that she had asked to find out information about the woman, so she wondered what exactly the elf was trying to do. Near the gate, the informant noticed mercenaries, so she guessed that the girl was going to fight. Meanwhile, a small squad of armored warriors quietly followed the two elves. Having made a decision for herself that it is better to first watch everything that will happen, Reina sharply jumped on the fence wall. Glancing at his companion, Haeun silently thanked him for coming. Edro smiled and assured her that no thanks were due as he couldn't just sit back when he heard her story. Glancing at the palace, he assured the girl that he would wipe out these people, so she should not worry about anything. Sitting on the branch of one of the trees, Reina thought about what she had heard once, that elves like to fight. Thinking about what she was watching, walking away from her new friend, Haeun asked him to be careful. Immediately after that, the girl created a big wave of clear water above her. She stood in the center of the water vortex, raising her arms high up and directing the streams of liquid. In an instant, all of the water she was controlling began to crystallize and turn into a vast gulf of ice. The mercenaries who had come with her and Edro rushed at the walls and gates with loud shouts, trying to break them down. The guards standing at the entrance could not understand what was happening, but tried to shout that they were being attacked. But they did not have time to take a single step, as a large wave of water covered them, which immediately began to freeze right on top of them. Heian passed through a broken gate and an ice-strewn yard. The girl extended her hand in front of her, forming small ice crystals to break the door. Watching this in shock, Reina decided that she might as well stay out of it, as the Duchess wouldn't like to know that she was being followed. However, now the informant was worried about the question of why she hid her case from the Baron, assuming that he could simply be worried about her. Looking ahead, Heian meanwhile ordered the mercenaries to find those who were believed to be the owners of this house. When she went inside, she saw her stepmother, her son, and another woman holding a screaming child on the stairs. She looked at them blankly and did not answer her stepmother's question about who ordered her to do all this. The woman did not calm down and began to shout loudly about how the former stepdaughter got here. The mercenaries froze and watched intently as she sprinkled various curses on Heian's head. The woman holding the child in her arms began to cry and say that she had done nothing wrong and asked to spare her child. Having received permission from the elf to leave, she began to thank her fervently and rushed to the exit, clutching her baby to her chest. Feeling furious that there was nothing she could do, stepmother Heian only gritted her teeth and growled. Looking at the woman who was almost spitting poison, the elf said that she came here to take back what was rightfully hers. However, the stepmother said that she did not belong here because the Duke simply hated her. The words that her father hated her to death and she was the cause of his death, Heian took with an indifferent expression on her face. However, she did silence the woman when she held an ice blade to her throat. Edro stepped closer and asked why she didn't just kill her, to which the elf objected coldly. Looking at people who hated her whole life and who she felt the same for, she said that they should feel what she felt. That was why the elf was now going to pack them into a carriage and dump them in the mountains of knots to live a life that would be worse than death. The stepmother looked fiercely at the elf and said that in this way, she would not be able to inherit her father's fortune. However, she just calmly looked at the wagon that was taking the stepmother and her son somewhere far in the mountains. There was no emotion on Heian's face, and her gaze was extremely indifferent and cold. Lowering her eyes, the girl suddenly realized that now everything was over, which made her feel devastated. Edro approached her and offered to leave the bodies to the mercenaries and go to the bank themselves. To her surprised question, the elf explained that the last time he went to the bank, he found out that there was an account in her family's name. When a friend suggested that there was something from her father, Heian thought doubtfully. By the time they continued on their way to return home, it was already daylight outside, and people were scurrying along the road going about their business. Edro wondered why they didn't go to the bank first. The elf replied that her father hated her, so he would hardly leave anything for her. The wizard just closed his eyes tiredly and annoyed and exhaled loudly, saying that people are greedy and stupid enough. But Heian just lowered her head and quietly answered that not all people are really like that. The elf agreed with a smile, immediately remembering Baron Bloom. He threw his arms out to the sides and laughed hard, a big drop of sweat rolling down his face. Heian smiled and said that in any case she was very grateful for his help. He just lowered his head and exhaled noisily, saying that it is not worth thanking for this. After some time, when they arrived at a large bright building, Edro invited his friend to go inside. When a large box appeared in front of her with a symbol painted on the lid, he ordered her hands to be placed on it to unlock it. Heian obediently followed all his instructions, which the clerk watched closely. When her hand landed on the center of the sign, a bright blue light immediately began to emanate from it. Out of the box came out the middle, in which there were several letters wrapped with tape. Taking them in her hands, the elf thought in surprise that this was all that her father had left in the bank. However, she decided that now was not the time to open the gift, so she decided to do it at home. With a smile, Edro clapped his hands and said that it was good that their affair had ended normally. Suddenly, the girl asked him about his relationship with his parents, to which she heard that it was just a complete disaster because they were very picky. The guy added that he had a lot of time to spare, but his parents did not leave him alone, constantly telling him about marriage. In response to this, the elf looked seriously at her friend and offered him to go with her if he didn't like it that much. Frightened that the girl was proposing to him, the elf covered his mouth in fear, but Heian assured him that she was simply offering to go with him to the Baron's domain. Pointing his finger at her, the boy asked with a smile if she wanted to marry him there, to which the girl said that he should stay in the city. After getting out of the carriage, Heian calmly walked to the entrance of the estate. When she entered the middle, she stopped in surprise when she heard Cho Yisu's voice behind her. He was sitting on the couch drinking tea and told her with a smile that she came back quite quickly. Coming closer, the elf gave a soft gasp, agreeing with his words. Sitting next to her surprised friend, the girl said that everything went much faster than she expected. Without turning her head towards him, Heian said that she used to go to the house that belonged to her stepmother. Realizing how this could end, Cho Su asked how she was doing. Remaining outwardly calm, he carefully examined her body, thinking that she didn't seem to be injured. Suddenly, a roll of paper in his friend's hand caught his attention, so he asked what it was. To his question, Heian replied that her father had put it in the bank, and when the Baron asked if she had opened it, she denied it. Unfolding the message, they both saw elven markings on a narrow strip of paper. Holding 2 letters in her hands, the elf said that one was a check for 500,000 gold. On another, after reading the words of apology from her father, the girl frowned. Calling Darcy to her, she gave her a piece of paper and ordered it to be burned in the fireplace. When Cho Yisu asked in surprise if she was sure that it could be burned, the elf said that she needed something completely different. The Baron asked her if she had hit the jackpot, his lips stretched into a tight smile. To her surprised look, the boy explained that her father was not so bad because he left her an inheritance. To this, in an extremely cold tone, Heian replied that her father was not just a bad person, but a real nobody. At the same time, she added that 500,000 gold coins will not be able to heal what happened to her in the past. Realizing that the moment was right for his gift, the Baron placed a blue box on the table. When the elf opened it, she saw a wonderful little pendant in the shape of a horseshoe. After answering her question whether the blue stone was aquamarine, the boy offered to try on the pendant. Rising to his feet, he took the gift in his hands and helped to put it on the neck of the girl, who had pulled back her hair. With a warm smile, the young man explained that she did not wear the amethysts because she was afraid of losing them. However, as he fastened the pendant, he added that now she could wear the gift without worrying about losing it. Heian looked at the gift and thanked the Baron, to which she heard that he liked her very much. Finally looking up at him, the elf crossed her arms over her chest and asked if he was preparing such a gift for her. Why couldn't he bake bread? When she suggested that all of this was just because she didn't say where she was going, Cho Yisu tensely fell silent, clenching his teeth tightly. When the young man confirmed her guess, the elf asked him not to be angry, assuring him that this would not happen again. Unable to be angry with his friend anymore, Cho Yisu let out a tired breath and said that he knew that. When she again asked him to make her a pound cake, the boy agreed with a smile. A few days later, the young Baron was already listening to the news that all 100 sets had been sold. Corky replied that gift stamp sets have also become very popular. Hearing all this, the Baron laughed and thought that he would be able to leave here sooner than in 3 years. Dvoretsky only lowered his head and said that he was sure that he would be able to handle everything. However, the Baron folded his hands in a castle, supported his head with them, and said that he was still worried. He remembered the abandoned fields and huts and reported that the area was actually large, but there were no people there. Corky told him that he had him, and the rest would also try to do everything as well as possible. Looking hopefully at the young man, the man said that they were all counting on him. Looking out the window, where the leaves have turned yellow, the boy thought about the fact that the holiday of Kvasaruna is coming soon, noting that time flew by very quickly. The butler smiled warmly into his mustache and asked what he would do for this holiday. Cho Yisu explained that this time he will pay a lot of attention to the international fair, and in August, a night festival is expected. It was on him that he planned to ask several soldiers to go. However, after that, the boy went to the kitchen and decided that for Kwasaruna, he would prepare Korean soup, which consisted of gravy and rice balls and was usually eaten on New Year's. Returning to Seth, who was standing and writing everything down in a notebook, the Baron asked if he remembered the tips for making crispy dough. When they explained that they would now prepare a soft dough, the cook assumed that it would be necessary to add not cold, but hot water to knead it. The young man agreed and also added that when the dough is ready, it should be wrapped in a damp cloth and left to stand for a while. After that, it was necessary to clean the chicken from bones and boil them well, and then add garlic and leeks. As the Baron began to add soy sauce to the broth, Seth asked him in surprise what it was. After trying it, the cook noticed that it was quite salty, to which the boy said that one day it would become a symbol of their house, so they should start experimenting with it. After a few minutes of cooking the broth, Cho Yisu turned his attention back to the cloth-wrapped dough. After rolling it into sausages and cutting it into thin pieces, he explained that the puff pastry should be dried for about 2 or 3 days. Noticing how the Baron was tearing the dough with his bare hands, rather than using special tools, Seth asked if that was the way it should be done. After adding a little more fat to the cooked soup, he poured it into a plate, garnished it with greens and dumplings, and said that everything was ready. Returning to the cook, the Baron ordered him to call the managers, which he did with a smile. When everyone finally gathered in the kitchen, Cho Yi-soo announced that they had done very well last year. At the table sat not only Seth and the Baron, but also Lucas, Haeon, and other inhabitants of the castle. Cho Yi-soo, in the meantime, I wish everyone to be healthy this year as well. Picking up a spoon and looking at her plate, the elf asked what kind of dish was in front of her. The Baron explained to his friend that this is the kind of soup that they prepare for the new year in their country. Reina also came to the table and said with a smile that it had a very nice color. However, Haeon said they still have to taste it to know if it tastes good. The servants also began to eat, with satisfied smiles tasting the new soup prepared by the Baron. For a moment, everyone froze, trying to comprehend the flavors they were experiencing now. Hans noted that the dumplings were very tasty, while Lucas noted that the soup had quite a lot of flavor. Looking into his plate, Cho Yi-soo informed his subordinates that they would be eating it during Kwasaruna. For a moment, the young Baron's attention was drawn by Lucas, who was happily munching on the prepared soup. He wondered with a smile if they were ever going to get married, or if maybe there was someone they liked. Hearing this question from the young gentleman, Lucas almost choked on the portion of soup that was in his mouth. When Hans asked anxiously if everything was okay with him, the valet smiled and said that everything was fine. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked desperately at the Baron, who was smiling widely. However, Corky assured them that they could not think about it until the gentleman was married, so he would think about it only after him. When everyone agreed with the butler's words, Cho-soo lowered his eyes and offered to enjoy the meal. However, after that he assured that if someone does decide to marry, he will buy them a house. Hearing this, Haeon looked at her friend and asked if he would also buy her a house in case of marriage. However, the young man replied that she was not listening carefully, as he only spoke about the senior managers. When pointing to herself, the elf pointed out that she ran a greenhouse. Cho Yi-soo decided to agree to buy her a house as well. Haeon drew attention to the sly looks of all those present, saying that there are a lot of witnesses, so the Baron will not be able to take the words back. Finally, the day came when the March International Fair began. While walking between the stalls of the shopkeepers, Cho Yi-soo noticed that there were a lot of people, and Lucas suggested that he go see how their tent was. However, as they got closer, the Baron noticed the very long line that had formed in front of him. It suddenly dawned on him that the line was forming right where Corky was standing outside their tent. Hearing someone calling him, the butler raised his eyes in surprise and looked at the master. To his question about how sales are going, the man replied that the demand is very good. He added that there are many merchants who want to buy their products in bulk. After that, he advised me to go inside, as Reina was already waiting for the young man there. Noticing a young man in the passage, the girl raised her head and smiled widely, greeting him. Smiling back, Cho Yi-soo asked her if she had already studied the questions well. Reina held up 2 fingers and said that there were only 2 people he should pay attention to. One of them was a spice merchant, and the other was a famous silk merchant. The girl explained that there was a silk merchant from the Ming Empire who had an 80% monopoly on fabric production. Putting a finger to his chin, the Baron reflected that after the black pepper, the prices had fallen and the Pet family had expanded their business. While he thought about having to block the silk going to their family, Reina waited patiently for his decision. After some time, a young man was already standing in his office, who greeted and introduced himself as the merchant Seolan from the Ming Empire. Corky, who was already standing next to him, introduced the gentleman as Baron Isa Bloom from the Ermin Empire. A guest sat down, asking if they were selling unfinished products as he had seen them in the window. When Cho Yi-soo reminded him that there were many stalls in the market selling finished products, the man said that compared to their product, even the finished products looked inferior. The Baron replied that he could call their master who would be able to make the ornament he wanted. However, he asked for a favor in return, namely for tomorrow's dinner at his place. The next evening, as they had agreed, the silk merchant was already getting out of the carriage in the courtyard of the estate, which belonged to the Baron. The host personally met the distinguished guest, assuming that he was tired from the long journey here. However, the merchant smiled lightly and said that nothing bad had happened, while thanking him for the invitation. Gesturing towards the manor and inviting him inside, Cho Yi-soo announced that he had prepared a room for him. When they passed through the courtyard, the merchant suddenly stopped and looked in front of him in shock. He and the Baron were heading through the bamboo forest, not expecting to meet here a familiar plant from his homeland. Looking at the bamboo, the man smiled widely. The Baron said that he loved him too, to which he heard the reply that he was seeing this plant for the first time on this side of the continent. Cho Yi-soo pointed him to a house with heated floors and informed him that they had arrived at their destination. Opening the door, the Baron entered the house first. Directly behind it, the silk merchant said it looked like a separate building or pavilion. While the young man was explaining to his guest that it was so good here because the aroma of the bamboo was soothing, they noticed that the table was already set for a tea party for two. Pouring a hot aromatic drink into a cup, the Baron invited the guest to try it. He agreed and took the cup in his hands, taking one small sip from it. When told that although the aroma was unfamiliar, the tea reminded him of the Ming Empire, Cho Yisu explained that it was barley tea. The merchant assumed that the Baron was very interested in the Ming Empire, but the Baron himself was interested in whether the guest liked the tea. He smiled broadly and replied that he liked the drink very much, as he was very happy to try the tea of his homeland here. Hearing that the merchant wanted to make a deal on the jewels first, the Baron ordered a servant to bring some samples. In a few minutes, there were several small boxes on the table, in which various jewels sparkled. The silk merchant agreed that they were very pretty indeed, but there was nothing he really liked about them. After hearing this, Cho Yisu was not confused, but with a smile ordered the servant to bring some more samples. In one of the boxes he had just brought, which he opened, there was a large bright green stone that sparkled in the sun. Taking the box in his hands, the silk merchant opened his eyes in surprise, asking if it was jadeite. The Baron explained with a smile that he had heard that jadeite was more valued than diamonds in the Ming Empire. In addition, a mandatory feature of the stone was a deep color without various impurities, which indicated a high class. When the young man asked the merchant if he was satisfied with the quality, he said that he would very much like to buy all the stones to give to his wives. At the same time, he placed an order for 8 sets of jadeite and 8 sets of amethyst, ruby, and sapphire. Turning to face Corky, Cho Yisu ordered him to prepare the food for now. He added that according to rumors, the merchant spent a lot of time on the ship, and since he spent the Chinese New Year there, they prepared a whole special menu. The merchant was very surprised that he knew about the Chinese New Year, and explained that it is an analog of their Kwasoran. In a few minutes, a large number of different dishes appeared on the table, starting from vegetable slices and ending with a large roast pig. Looking at all this gastronomic diversity, the silk merchant stared at the table in surprise. Taking one of the boiled shrimp dumplings with sticks, he said that it was the house itself, and they were extremely delicious. And the pig tasted a little different from what he had tasted before, but his skin was quite crispy. The fish was very fresh, and the crispy bamboo shoots went well with the fried seafood. After hearing him say that he ate like crazy, Cho Yisu said he was glad he enjoyed it. After the meal, the young man with a broad smile got down to business, asking if he traded in silk. However, the man said that he was trading what he bought. Keeping a close eye on the interlocutor, Cho Yisu said that he heard that he was cooperating with the Pat family. Folding his hands, the merchant said that everything was correct, asking if he was also interested in the silk trade. But the young baron seriously said that he was more interested in the Pat family, since they were actually their competitors. At this, the merchant fell silent, looking at his acquaintance in surprise and trying to understand what he was getting at. A minute later, he smiled and said that he was very honest, and asked if he wanted to ask him not to sell silk to the said family. Cho Yisu confirmed his guess by offering to expand trade with the Kayang family instead. This family was baronial and vassal of the Meditz family, and also managed quite a large business in the city. When the merchant, taking another sip, said that he would think about this offer, the young man decided that everything would not be as easy as he thought. Therefore, he decided to use his trump card and warned that if things do not go well, he plans to start producing silk himself. Hearing this, the merchant covered his mouth with his hand in fear, trying not to show his fear. In fact, until the 3rd century, China was a monopoly in the production of silk. And in order to prevent the leakage of secret technology, the Chinese spread a rumor that silk was made from tree bark. However, Cho Yisu did not believe this, and thought that he would be very surprised if he said that he knew the technique of silk production. A shadow of fear immediately fell on the merchant's face as he asked how the boy found out. However, the Baron calmly warned that so far, only he knows about it. A big drop of sweat rolled down the merchant's face when he asked if he really wanted to start silk production here. Cho Yisu said that with the mulberry trees and silkworms it would be quite easy to do. Besides, they have magicians. The merchant didn't even need words about wizards to understand that it would be much easier with them. Folding his hands in a castle, the man tried to understand how the Baron knew so much, but the mention of silkworms meant that he was not bluffing. Baron perfectly understood that such a reaction was quite expected, but he was also perfectly aware that even if they began to produce silk, the difference in quality would be incredible. But now he was only worried about the fact that the merchant was very worried about this topic. Realizing that he still had little choice, his interlocutor smiled and assured that he would definitely stop all business with Pat's family. After hearing such a welcome answer, Cho Yisu assured with a smile that he would keep quiet about how to make silk. The merchant also smiled broadly and said that in that case, they would be very grateful. He himself understood very well that he needed time to match in quality, but it was unknown how much the boy really knew. As he took another sip of his tea, the merchant thought that he should only end business with the Pat family, who were one of his many trading partners, and were clearly not worth the risk. Handing his guest a plate of chocolates, the Baron said that they had handled it all very well, offering to try a new dessert. However, the Empire merchant also thanked and said that if the technology became known, it would be a big problem for them. Determined to prove his honest intentions, the boy looked at his interlocutor and asked what sericulture was, as he thought silk was made from bark. The merchant laughed, but after shoving one of the candies into his mouth, he fell silent, glaring at the Baron in surprise. When he advised him to take a medicinal herbal bath before leaving, the man thought that his interlocutor was a rather considerate person. The next morning, 2 large wagons pulled by horses and loaded with chests left the estate. Handing the owner a piece of paper, the merchant said that he had prepared a check for him to pay, and he added that he wanted him to accept the silk as payment for last night's dinner. Looking at the wagon with the chest inside, the young man thought that he could definitely need the silk now. He asked the merchant to stop by before he went home, as he promised to prepare new dishes for the Ermine Empire. Having said that he would definitely stop by to pick up the ordered jewelry, the man got into the cart and set off. Cho Yisu, who had been looking after him before, suddenly heard a soft noise behind him. All of this, it turns out, was being closely watched by Reina and Heian, waiting for the Ming Empire merchant to leave. Immediately after that, ignoring the surprised Baron, the girls rushed to where the chest with the gift was. Frowning her eyebrows, the elf sharply lifted the lid to look at what exactly was left for them. Seeing several rolls of silk fabric inside, the girls opened their eyes with joy. Taking it in their hands, they said it was the most beautiful silk they had ever seen. The Baron approached them and with a smile offered to look at the gift when it was moved to the vault, but the girls completely ignored him. Realizing that he had no chance against the expensive and good fabric, Cho Yisu humbly closed his eyes and shook his head. Later, while the young Baron was taking a bath, Lucas massaged him and asked how he was feeling. However, he only thought that together with the money he earned from the International Festival and Seolin's money, he received somewhere around 370 billion won. Although he felt like it was just yesterday that he sold 10 grams of spices for 6 million won. And now he has become richer than the Meditz family. While his mind was occupied with what to buy in Korea now, the valet asked if he was going to the Meditz family for the weekend. Looking at the boy, Cho Isu replied that he was going to the wedding of the youngest son of Count Meditz, offering to go with him. When Lucas replied that he was needed here, the young man began to insist that they go together. However, he explained that since the wedding of one of the sons of the Meditz family was coming up in a month, and he had received an invitation, he was not allowed not to come. Cho Yisu suddenly thought that he would have to spend a whole month and a half on the road there and back. Exhaling noisily, Cho Yisu assured that when he would marry himself, he would not invite people from the city to the wedding. To his words that he could go with them and see his parents, Lucas replied that he would see them when he went to Boberlin this spring. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door of his room, after which the boy allowed the guest to enter. Corky entered him and said that they had brought him a letter from the Kruno family. The Baron said he wasn't in the mood right now, so he asked him to read it. But Lucas explained that he didn't want to go to Mark Meditz's wedding because the thought of going through the mountains made his whole body ache. Dvoretsky did not know how to respond to such a request, but obediently unfolded the letter and carefully looked at the letters. First of all, Count Kruno asked if the Baron was doing well, after which he said that he was writing a letter because he had something to tell him. Realizing that this might be important, Cho Isu crossed his arms and asked Corky to continue. The first question was whether he was going to the wedding next month, to which the Baron replied that of course he was. When told that Kruno's family would also be going there, the boy snorted that it was understandable since his daughter was getting married. The next second he jumped up sharply as he heard the word that Count Kruno was going to hire a portal wizard. This news brought him into wild delight, which made him jump around the room and smile widely. However, realizing his behavior and pulling himself together, he stood up and cleared his throat, ordered to continue reading the letter. Corky, read that the Kruno family has hired one, so they are now offering the Baron to join them. Clasping his hands and resting his chin with them, Cho Yisu frowned and thought that of course he would agree to this offer. Corky, who heard all this, calmly asked the young gentleman if this would be his answer. After that, Cho Isu approached Lucas and asked if he still wanted to go with him, to which he heard the enthusiastic voice of the valet, who said that he had planned to go with him from the very beginning. On the day of his departure to Kruno's family, the boy asked the elf if she really did not want to go with him, thinking that Jeji would be very upset. When his girlfriend said she had some other things to do, he glanced at Hans and Lucas, who were waiting for their ride. Meanwhile, the young baron turned to Reina, asking her to look behind the house, to which the girl wished him a safe trip. Looking at the way the girls smiled at each other, the young man thought that they had become very close lately, and he liked that much more than getting closer to Edro. After some time on the road, they were already standing in the courtyard of the estate of Count Kruno, where a large portal had been opened. Cho Yisu excitedly said that this was the first time he had seen such a thing, prompting Locust to assume that the man standing by the portal itself was a wizard. The Baron's attention was now fixed on a rather mature-looking elf, who was frowning at everyone present. The boy thought about what he wanted to use, as he considered the portal the best of all. As he announced the next person to pass through the portal, a young man approached him and introduced himself as Baron Isu Bloom. The magician explained that he must go inside but move through the center. Cho Isu thought that going through the portal was quite ordinary, but the wizard warned that if he moved even an inch, only a part of his body would move. At the exit from the portal, the Baron was in for a rather unpleasant surprise because he felt sick again. As he wiped his mouth, the boy felt déjà vu as he felt as if he had experienced 100 bouts of nausea at once. Looking up at his companions, the boy saw that Hans had survived the passage through the portal quite normally. But Lucas was also sick. When the young man regained consciousness, he heard the voice of red-haired Jace, who was happily running to him. The girl spread her arms wide to immediately hug her friend, whom she had not seen for a long time. Throwing herself on the neck of the Baron, who did not expect this, Jeje shouted that she missed him very much. Noticing that Hans and Lucas were standing next to him, Miss Meditz said that they had become more beautiful. Lucas pointed to himself and replied that he was handsome since childhood, but the girl only chirped and said that he was only a child compared to Hans. While the boys looked at each other with different looks, she had already taken Cho Isa with her, saying that she was glad that they had come. Meanwhile, at his estate, Reina was trying on a dress that Heian wanted to give her. Looking at her satisfied face, the elf asked with a smile if she liked it. She added that she had been working very hard, getting information about her stepmother, for which she wanted to give her a dress. After thanking the informant, she said that she would now leave her alone, to which Heian agreed. Stepping out into the corridor, she clenched her fist tightly and thought fiercely that she wanted to go with the Baron. However, she perfectly understood that she had to stay here, and all this was precisely because of Mint. Getting into the carriage, Reina set off for the city, where she could find just that girl. Standing in the middle of the street, she carefully turned around, looking for the house she needed. Her attention was attracted by a small arch, near which a young man was standing. Noticing Baron Bloom's informant, he looked at her and asked if there was anything he could do to help her. After lying that she had come for a tarot reading, the clerk told her to go up to the second floor. Taking his advice, Reina stopped in front of the door and raised her hand to knock. A few seconds later, a voice was heard on the other side, letting her in. A young girl with light brown hair was sitting in the office, who greeted her with a wide smile. Pointing to the chair in front of her, the fortune teller said that she could sit down. Stretching out her hands or starting a fortune-telling, the girl asked what exactly was the problem that brought her here. However, Reina, not answering anything, sharply pulled out a knife and swung it in front of the fortune teller. She immediately screamed when she felt a sharp cut on her hand, from which blood flowed. Grabbing her injured arm, she lashed out at her guest and asked what she was doing. Reina, still holding the knife in front of her, ordered the girl, whose name was Natalie, not to pretend to be innocent. The fortune teller still continued to look anxiously at her visitor, choosing words. However, Baron Bloom's informant glared at her, making it clear what she would do if she didn't stop. After hearing how Mint called her Chakamocha, the fortune teller fell silent and stared intently at Reina. A minute later, she took a piece of cloth and began wrapping it around the cut on her hand. Looking at the informant, she said that she didn't have high expectations, but she really turned out to be quite stubborn. Clenching her fist tightly in rage, Reina said that she had come here not to speak, giving her only 10 minutes. However, her threats did not work as they should, and the fortune teller only asked if she smeared the knife with poison. Trying to bluff, Reina said that only she knew the composition of the poison, so it was better to answer the questions. After a minute of thinking, the fortune teller slyly looked at her interlocutor and asked what exactly she wanted to know. When the informant asked why the water was still splashing around the Baron, the woman just laughed softly. She added that she was not interested in the Baron at all, but in the Duchess. When the woman asked how Reina knew that Mint and Natalie were one and the same person, she said that only she would ask questions. Immediately after these words, a condescending smile appeared on the fortune teller's face as she removed the bandage from her hand. Stretching her limb forward, the woman showed that not a trace remained from the cut. Reina, who did not expect this at all, frowned and angrily lashed out at her interlocutor. Immediately after that, she jumped up, throwing the chair behind her. Baron Bloom's informant understood that before her was a sorceress, and possibly even a healer. Folding her hands in a lock, she only advised her to sit down. Realizing that she didn't have much of a choice, Reina frowned and sweat rolled down her face. Looking at her rival, she slowly sat down in her chair, hissing loudly. She wondered why, with such an ability, she was trying to approach them with such a poor disguise. She was offended by the disrespect he had said about the Baron, but then she asked why she was so interested in the Duchess. Propping her head with her hand, Natalie replied that she was thinking about the end of the tragic history of her species. Reina was surprised by such words, because she thought that since she was a sorceress, she should have good food and housing. The next moment, the informant looked at her interlocutor in surprise, not expecting what had happened. She even froze, staring at her with her eyes and not saying a word. Reina couldn't understand what was happening, so she stared intently at Natalie, not making eye contact with her. Taking out a small box, the woman held it out and opened it, advising her to try what was inside. Frowning, Reina asked what made her think she would actually eat it. However, Natalie replied that if she had already planned something, she would have killed her long ago. Crossing her arms over her chest, she added with a smile that it was solely the girl's choice whether to eat the offered candy or not. The informant looked intently at her interlocutor, trying to understand what exactly she was thinking. The next moment, the girl saw how the fortune teller herself reached into the box and grabbed the red ball. Taking the candy from her hands, Reina slowly brought it to hers. Immediately after that, a picture appeared before her eyes, where many elves were imprisoned behind bars. Some of them were bound and dressed in rags walking down the street. They dragged the rosary with their hands bound to each other, while the nobles who had gathered around looked on. Reina, who hadn't expected to see so much suffering from the elven people, froze for a moment, her eyes wide. The next second after that, hot tears began to flow from her eyes. Grimacing and gritting her teeth, she asked why Natalie was showing her this, to which she replied that she was counting on her support. The informant looked intensely at the interlocutor and asked her why they could not rebel against the people. However, the fortune teller calmly closed her eyes and answered that it was a big secret. In the thoughts of Natalia herself, the thought that only the emperor knows the weakness of the elves, therefore it is not worth it that anyone else should know about it. Hearing the words that she needed Hyon to restore the freedom of the elves, Reina jumped up and said that she was not going to sell her the Duchess. However, the fortune teller only spread her hands and said with a smile that she only needed an opportunity to get close to her. To the words that she can do it herself without help, Natalie replied that Hyon is too careful for that. Frowning, Baron Bloom's informant began to think about what she should do. Covering her mouth and laughing loudly, the fortune teller said that if you refuse, she will cast a spell on her. But Reina was more interested in the question of what to do if the Duchess refused the meeting. However, when the interlocutor was assured that she would not harm the Duchess, the informant called her with her to the estate. When they arrived at the estate, they found Hyon in her greenhouse while she was tending to the flowers. Without turning her head, the elf reacted to Reina's greeting. However, rising to her feet and looking around, she asked who she had brought with her. While the informant wanted to say something, Natalie put her hand to her side and said that she could introduce herself. Pointing to herself, she gave her name as Priscilla Valentine. For a moment, Hyon froze in surprise, glaring at the new guest in shock. However, after that, she sat down in a deep bow, saying that she was glad to meet the queen, which shocked Reina very much. The informant knew very well that Priscilla Valentine belonged to the clan of High Elves, who held the highest place among other elves. However, she didn't expect to meet any of them one day, as none of them had shown themselves before. So now, considering that the Duchess herself was crouching before her guest in a deep curtsy, she could only hope that she had not made any mistake. Priscilla, meanwhile, smiled and said that she could get up, as she herself did not like the antiquated tradition. Returning to Reina, Priscilla asked her to give them a room so they could talk in peace. Without wasting a second, the informant ran out of the greenhouse, hoping to carry out the queen's orders. Left alone with the distinguished guest, Hyon asked her what she wanted to talk about. However, she did not let her finish, saying that they were destroying an artifact owned by the imperial family. Looking at her surprised face, the queen added that if they destroyed it, then they would not be able to control their mana at will. Placing a hand on the elf's shoulder, Priscilla told her that she would need her help for this. The elf queen added that in her 60 years, she had never met an elf as beautiful as herself. The woman took the girl's face by the chin and lifted it up, forcing her to look only at herself. With a big smile, Priscilla said that it had been 10 years since she entered the palace. Hearing the proposal to come to the palace and deceive the emperor, Hyon asked if he wanted to make her a concubine. However, Priscilla assured that she would take care of the current queen so that Hyon herself could become queen. But the Duchess was against such a prospect, as she frankly informed the queen. She replied that it was for a greater purpose, because if she sacrificed herself, then their entire species would be able to live freely and happily. However, Heian did not succumb to persuasion, so she again stated that she did not want to sacrifice herself. She reminded him that the artifact was shut down for an hour during the magic demonstration on Quasaruna, so they could work during that time. However, Priscilla exhaled noisily and said that the hour was too short as the artifact was hidden underground and the path to it was like a maze. Besides, even the Emperor is forbidden to enter there during this hour. Hearing that the artifact wasn't their only weakness, Heian looked at the queen in surprise. She explained that the imperial family knew the recipe for a poison that was deadly to the elves and had previously been used during the rebellion. So with this layout, history can repeat itself if something goes wrong, and the ruling family can use the artifact and poison to intimidate them. Lowering her head, Heian apologized but repeated that her answer was still no. Priscilla smiled and assured her that she didn't have to reject the offer just now, reminding her that she was still too young. Heian lowered her head and thought that if she had heard this offer earlier, she would have agreed without a second thought. However, she now had very important things that she did not want to lose. Trying to find an option that would suit both of them, she started picking options. At one point, the elf raised her head decisively and informed the queen that she had found the elf source. At first, Priscilla did not believe her words, so frowning, she questioned whether it was really so. The Duchess continued to explain to the queen that she could run the place in peace. In addition, the Duchess shared with her that she had never experienced anything like this in her entire life. Plunging into the water, it seemed to her that all problems disappeared, and peace came in the soul, and it was there that their species could start a new life. However, the queen objected, saying that the artifact must be destroyed first. His very existence shackled their minds and prevented them from experiencing complete freedom. However, Heian was sure that this was why they should go to the source she had found. Priscilla looked hopefully at the platinum-haired woman and asked her if she had any ideas. The Duchess froze for a moment, looking intently at the elven queen and choosing her words. A few minutes later, they were sitting at the table, and the queen said that if all the wizards gathered at the elven spring, they could lure the imperial army there. That way they could grab the artifact while no one was around, and without the artifact, they wouldn't be attacked. Although actually Heian was a little worried about the source being in Cho Yisu's lands. When the elven queen said that the plan was pretty good, the Duchess added that it was the only way to get the artifact out of the tower. Holding a cup of tea in her hands, Priscilla apologized for making such a difficult request. However, Heian calmly replied that she perfectly understood everything, since it was for the sake of saving their species. Placing her cup on the saucer, Priscilla added that she had been trying to destroy the artifact all her life, but to no avail. Right after that, the elven queen was lost in thought about the artifact that controlled the mana. Her predecessor created it in order to become the strongest among all elves. But this suddenly became a problem when it fell into the hands of the Ermin imperial family. So now no one should have known that it was their family that created it, and she wanted to fix it. Heian asked her if she wanted to go to the spring, but the queen said she would rather watch the emperor. After Heian said that she would write when she decided to go to the spring, Priscilla said that she would gather all the elves then. Meanwhile, Lord and Lady Meditz, as well as their son Mark and his wife, escorted Cho Isa with JJ. The boy assured that he would take care of the redhead while she promised that she would be back soon. Wasting no time, immediately after that, they decided in the direction of the portal that opened behind them. The young baron was well aware of what this could mean, but he kept a strange smile on his face. In a few minutes, they came out in the yard of his estate, near the porch of which stood a carriage. Jay said with a big smile that the house was much bigger than she expected. Attention was drawn to Hatson and Reyna, who went outside to meet the guests. Noticing her friend, whom she had not seen for a long time, the redhead immediately rushed to hug her. While she asked if she missed her, the elf tried to push her away. Remembering his reaction to traveling in the portal, Cho Yisu couldn't understand where his friend had so much energy, suggesting that she go to his family's annex. However, Jaeger only turned to him with shining eyes and said that she would stay a little while and play with the Duchess. Grabbing her hand, the redhead immediately began to demand a tour, but Heian only offered to go for a walk. Looking with a smile at his girlfriends, who were having fun together, the guy decided to leave them alone and rest a little. The next thing he remembered was how abruptly he woke up in his bed. Sitting down, the boy wiped his eyes and thought about the fact that he had switched off very quickly. He was immediately greeted by Corky, who offered to help him change. While the man was working on his shirt, he asked how he was feeling after the long journey. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a light knock on the door of the room. Having received permission, Seth entered, who was puzzled by something. He approached the Baron and said that he had something to tell him. The cook was silent for a moment, trying to find the words that would best describe what he wanted to say. Cho Isu, observing his behavior, asked why he was so nervous, and the thought appeared in his head that he was planning to resign. However, Seth said that wasn't the case, finally blurting out that he was going to get married. Not expecting such words at all, Cho Yisu looked at his cook in surprise. Assuming that he must be too busy or going on dates, the Baron asked him who exactly he was marrying. Hearing that the bride would be Marion, who was the daughter of a baron, the boy asked how they met. Finally, the young man asked the employee if he had already made an offer. Marion Hatcher, whom Seth chose as his bride, was the eldest daughter of a poor baronial family. It was quite a normal practice. Besides, quite a few baronial families kept their eyes on the chef of the new Bloom family. After patting the employee on the back, Cho Yisu congratulated him, to which he was told that he had not yet accepted the offer as he had to ask him first. With a big smile on his face, the Baron allowed him to marry, wondering when it would finally be his turn. In addition, he assured that when they moved, he would give them a house, but for now they could use the empty rooms in the estate. When Seth confessed to the young gentleman that he loved him, he advised him to save all this love for his bride. Immediately afterwards, Seth asked him if he could appoint his bride as maid of honor to the Duchess, to which he was told that he would have to ask the elves. Glancing at the butler, Cho Yisu ordered him to prepare well for the wedding. Suddenly the door opened and into the room, a red-haired woman accompanied by Heian flew into the room screaming loudly. Glancing at his friends, the young man asked her what had happened. Jace immediately replied that she wanted to call him to go shopping with them. Looking at him with big eyes, the redhead asked if he would like to spend some time with them, reminding her of the road she had traveled. At that moment, Heian intervened in the conversation, who also called him with them, saying that she had something for him. These words aroused the Baron's curiosity, so he clarified what exactly she had for him. When they got out of the carriage, the young Baron looked in surprise at the building near which they stopped. He and the girl stood outside a large, luxurious mansion with dark tiles and light walls. When Heian confirmed that this was where her stepmother lived, the boy asked why she had brought him here. However, when the elf said that it was a gift for him, Cho Yisu looked at her friend in surprise. Answering his surprise question, whether she would give him this house, the girl said that she owed him a lot. But the Baron said that he would already have a house, so it would be better to use the building for other purposes. He thought that it would be possible to open a jewelry store or a snack bar here, and maybe even a department store. To the elf's surprised question, he explained that this is a place where you can sell a variety of goods. Putting a finger to her chin, Heian reflected that there are usually a few awkward moments when she goes shopping, such as having to stop the carriage at the right place and traveling in the rain or snow. After hearing this, Cho Yisu suggested that she take up the matter, to which the friend assumed that it was because he did not like the gift. However, the Baron, raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture, said that soon he would manage the lands entrusted to him so she could make a river there instead of running a department store. The elf crossed her arms over her chest and told him not to worry as she already had some plans. When they returned to his estate, Cho Yisu told Seth that he had been very tired lately, to which the cook said that he had to live up to his new status. After hearing advice that he could also marry, the Baron ordered that he simply give him a knife. He pointed to the table where there was a basket of dried flowers and a dead eel. At a surprised look, the boy slyly replied that he had prepared it for someone who liked to live up to his rank. Returning to another cook, whose name was Monty, the Baron ordered him to prepare an eel. While they were waiting, he decided to prepare another dish and serve it in a stone pot. Meanwhile, in the hall, Jace was enjoying the chocolates that the Baron was preparing. The redhead's face showed a higher degree of satisfaction as she chewed on one candy. Observing her actions, the young man asked how many candies she can eat a day, clarifying whether they are really that tasty. After that, with a smile, I asked if she had recently complained that her dress did not fit. Hearing his words, the red-haired girl lowered her head glumly, but took the last piece of candy in her fingers. Crossing her arms over her chest, Heian asked him why their Jezi was asking such a question. Hearing her words, Cho Yisu thought about the fact that it seems that only recently they were irreconcilable enemies, but he was glad that they had become friends. At that moment, Seth and another servant entered the hall and announced that the food was ready. On the waiter's side tables, they brought out rice mixed with spices and cooked eel. The Baron wanted to warn the redhead that the stone pot would be hot, but he didn't have time to do it, and in a moment she started screaming that she had burned her hand. Showing her injured hand, she lunged at Seth, blaming him for serving such hot dishes. But the young Baron did not insult his chef, saying that he ordered it and the dishes should be like that. When he asked how her hand was, Miss Meadeth showed him her middle finger and told him the hand was out of order, offering to blow on it. Not at all expecting such a gesture from a girl of a noble family, Cho Yisu said that it would be best to first take wild onions and soy sauce and mix them together. After that, he spooned a decent amount of bitter rice mixed with spices. And then, with a big smile on his face, he thanked the cooks for the food. Jace followed suit and grabbed the spoon as well, saying she wanted to try it. As she chewed the spiced porridge, her face showed a wide smile of satisfaction. Covering her mouth with delight, the girl exhaled and asked what the sauce was called. Now she wonders why they don't grow vegetables like that, because the texture of the bean sprouts and the pork went so well together. Noticing that Heian took the bread and dipped it in soy sauce, the young man watched her reaction intently. Meanwhile, the elf calmly shoved the bun into her mouth, biting off a piece. A moment later, with a big smile, she said that it tasted even better with bread than with rice. When JJ said that the sauce went well, even with eel, the boy assured her that he would give her the seeds when she went home. To his question about when she plans to return, the girl replied that she plans to do it in November. When the Baron asked if things were going well, the girl raised her hand and showed him 5 fingers. And with a broad smile, she explained that they need as many as 5 more stores. Afterwards, Cho Isu turned to Hyon, asking how she was doing and why she wasn't offering her ideas, to which the elf calmly reminded him that she had given him the building for his department store. The Baron turned to the red-haired woman again, saying that she had arrived on time, as she would have time to go to the night festival before leaving. She smiled slyly and said that this is exactly what she was waiting for. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Priscilla was again sitting with the Emperor at the table, talking about the arrival of Duchess Adelia. The man confirmed this with a smile as he called her because he wanted to talk to her about something. The Elf Queen reminded him of the great merchant Ceylon of the Ming Empire, saying that he had broken the silk supply contract with the Pet family. She added that she did not know the exact reason why, but now all silk was supplied to the Kayan family. To this, the ruler of the empire suggested that perhaps the Meditz family had paved the way for this year. But Priscilla assured her that Pat's family was rumored to be very rude to Ceylon, although she didn't mention that she was the one who started the rumor. Pat's family was really interesting because they started with a small salt production and became aristocrats. Now they behaved very haughtily, rejecting other families. Judging by what the 5 great families have been doing lately, they were definitely crossing the line because they forgot that only the imperial family had true aristocratic blood. The ruler laughed and said that it was because of this that he called Adelia to him. Suddenly his attention was drawn by a knock on the door, which sounded, and the butler's voice announced the arrival of Duchess Adelia. Immediately after that, a young woman with blonde hair and a white dress entered the room. Embracing his sister, the emperor noticed that she had come a long way, to which the woman replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning her eyes to her brother, Adelia asked him why he had summoned her. The ruler smiled and replied that they should discuss something with her. After that, he continued that he would like to auction a small area located in the south. At first, the woman was surprised by the offer to give away part of her land, but when they sat down to discuss it, she clarified whether he wanted to add strength to the side of the Meditz family. The emperor said she was absolutely right, adding that the southern lands had been ruled by the central government for generations. Most of the southern territories had been under the Ermin family for 113 years, and the largest port, Montpart, was now owned by the Pat family. Adalia immediately noticed that her land bordered the Pat family's holdings, so she was sure that they would also be watching the proceedings closely. After hearing the proposal to introduce restrictions on the auction, the woman realized that he planned not to disclose information about the auction, so that the Pets did not receive the land. The emperor's sister added that even if the lands were transferred to the Meditz family, it would not mean that the imperial power would simply cede to them. In addition, the man added that the southern lands of the empire are a symbolic place for aristocrats, and only their possession could fundamentally change the status of the Meditz family. So he asked if she would mind if he put a small area up for sale. The woman agreed, adding that it was still not easy to manage the land that bordered the Pat family's property. The ruler was glad that it would be possible to hand over the land as soon as possible, perhaps even today. After discussing important matters, the woman offered to go to the night festival, since she had already come to it, to which the emperor noticed that it would be possible to take capable knights with him. In addition, the man said that his sister would be able to buy something from him. Stepping out of the emperor's office, Adalia thought that she had once ruled these lands, but now she had to seize the opportunity to stop her brother's rise to power. Therefore, if she takes advantage of the opportunity, she will be able to overthrow Charles and take the throne. Meanwhile, being in his estate, Cho Yisu heard someone calling him outside and ordered him to come in. Immediately after his permission, a dazed Reina flew into the room calling him loudly. Not expecting such a reaction, the Baron smiled and asked what was happening so urgently. He ordered her to sit down and told Lucas to bring 2 coffees, then asked the girl what had happened. She wanted to say something else, but she fell silent for a moment, looking intently in front of her with a surprised look. Her eyes darted over the Baron's face and body as the informant tried to gather her thoughts. Hearing him start calling her again, the girl looked in front of her in a daze and answered. Her thoughts were only occupied by how nice the Baron smelled, but pulling herself together, she said she had good news for him. Reina said that earlier he was looking for land for a farm, and now the lands in the south are being put up for auction. The informant asked how it is that his wish always comes true without any problems. After that, she added that it was the first time she heard about the southern lands being put up for sale. Looking at the cup of hot drink in front of her, the girl said that the emperor's sister herself was putting them out, thinking that the only known reason was to get money. Putting his finger to his mouth, Cho Yisu thought that the Baron could own 100,000 acres of land, meaning he could claim 70,000. However, the south seemed to belong to the central government, so he was sure that Count Meditz would also be in the bargain. He was unsure about the relationship between the imperial family and the 5 main families, so he asked Reina what their relationship was. The informant replied that there were no problems on the surface, but the imperial family would not be happy if the 5 main families began to increase their power, since until the 4th century, the empire was ruled by the Anagale dynasty. Now the Big 5 were called the 4 because the Meditz and Kruno families were in a political alliance, and instead of including the Meditz from the 5 big families, they simply excluded the Kruno family. Cho Yisu wondered if he could take the opportunity and get the title of Earl when he heard that the auction would last for 2 months, so he had time to think. Just as Reina was about to leave, Miss Jace burst into the room looking for her friend. Despite paying attention to the informer, she started waving the letter and saying that he had received a message. Trying to calm his friend down at least a little, he asked her what kind of letter he had received, to which the redhead said that the letter was sent by her father. As the Baron tried to read it, Jace also tried to see what was written in the message. The Lord welcomed him and said that they should get the lands for sale in the south, wanting to trade 10,000 acres for 20,000 gold. If they get them, they will be able to join forces with the Kruno family, maintaining central control. At the end of the letter, Lord Meditz expressed his hope that the Baron would try very hard at the auction. The young man immediately calculated that he would have to pay 3 billion won for 10,000 acres, so he decided to wait and see how everything would turn out. After hearing from a friend who was standing behind that the letter contained a lot of difficult words, he suggested that she go and have fun. The red-haired girl sternly said that she wanted to go with him, which confused the boy a little. Noticing the incomprehension on his face, the girl was indignant that he had forgotten everything, to which the Baron asked where exactly she was planning to go. Reminding him that the night festival was coming soon, she immediately dragged him to a large arena, where the young man was surprised at the large number of people. Sitting on the podium, the girl advised him to take a seat as soon as possible, since the performance was about to begin. When the host announced the match between the 3rd squad of the Meditz family and Shalman's mercenaries, Jace began to pat her friend on the back. Her family's warriors stood with serious expressions, holding shields and swords. In front of them stood the knights who looked at their opponents with stern eyes and ready for battle. Hearing from the young maiden that if they lose, she will finish them off, the Lord's warriors tensed up. The next moment, the Lord's knights were engaged in a battle with mercenaries. Their swords constantly crossed during the fight, sending many sparks into the air. Cho Yisu watched in shock, not believing that this was actually happening, while beside him the redhead raged, supporting her warriors. Suddenly, the head mercenary struck one of the knights hard with his sword, knocking his weapon away from him. Hearing from the presenter that in such a short time the first dropout was from her family, Jace screamed loudly. However, immediately after that, she received the news that another one of her warriors had been eliminated. The girl began to get even more angry, promising the knights that when they return, she will kill them. While the girl raged behind his back, the young Baron thought that the opponents of the Meditz family were very good. His attention was finally drawn to the leader of the mercenaries. After the announcer announced their victory, the young man tried to calm Jace down by saying that they had 2 more teams, but the girl said that she was still upset about the situation. At the beginning of November, as the nightly festivals drew to a close, the knights went through battle with each other. After that, an intelligence war began between the aristocratic families. As they sat with Reina in the carriage, Cho Yisu asked her if she checked the list in the secretariat well. When asked if any of the mercenaries caught her attention, the girl replied that she noticed someone. She added that this mercenary group that took 7th place in the 5x5 battles, namely the Serb mercenary group. Suddenly, the Baron's attention was drawn to a noise in the street, and he asked if something had happened there. Looking out the window, the informant assumed that somewhere there had been a fight between the mercenaries. One of the men came close to the carriage and started cursing, swinging his sword around. Kin was startled by the sharp noises and scrambled and started hopping on the spot, no matter how hard Lucas tried to hold him back. The Baron sat in the carriage and looked at Reina, unable to understand what was happening. The girl carefully looked out the window of the carriage, trying to see all the participants of the event. However, she was surprised to notice that Lucas was no longer at the coachman's place. To the frightened question of the Baron, she answered that he simply disappeared and ordered the gentleman to sit in the carriage. Immediately after that, the girl jumped into the driver's place and took the bridle in her hands, trying to lead the carriage to a safe place. Finally, after a few minutes, they stopped on one of the big streets. Cho Iasu wanted to know what happened at that moment, to which Reina said that people suddenly appeared and drew their swords, and the mayor got scared. In addition, she assumed that Lucas simply fell out of the carriage in a panic. The Baron asked how she could go with them if she knew he was missing, but the guards replied that his safety was their priority. In desperation, slapping his forehead with the palm of his hand, the Baron ordered them to go immediately and look for him. Reina offered to take him home and go to the secretariat another time, which Cho Yisu agreed to. Clenching his teeth, the boy asked her if she could also go look for Lucas, to which the girl said they still had people. Arriving at his estate, the young man stood in front of the window and awaited the results of the search operation. He thought about the fact that the sun had already set over the horizon, and Reina and the guards and Lucas still hadn't returned. Thinking and putting a finger to his chin, he tried to understand where his valet had gone. Corky said he understood his concerns, but rest was also necessary. Trying to keep his voice confident, the man said that Lucas would be fine, and they would let them know as soon as he got back. Hans was not left out either, assuring him that he would keep watch at the main entrance. Looking at the devotees, Cho Yisu said that he would go to sleep, but he would wait a little longer. The next morning, a loud voice woke him up in his office behind his desk. The young man immediately jumped up and began to ask the butler to Lucas. He did not know what to answer, but he said that he did return. Descending into the living room, Cho Yisu found a picture of Hans with tears in his eyes hugging Lucas, who was trying to call him. Not believing that his valet had returned home, the young man froze in place and looked at the boy in bewilderment. Lucas, meanwhile, tried to ask him to pull him out of Hans's arms. Approaching his friend, Cho Yisu patted him on the shoulders and asked him to calm down while the big man wiped away his tears. Looking carefully at his valet, he asked him if it was really all right. When the boy noticed a bandage on his arm, he asked what happened to the arm, to which Lucas said it was just a scratch. Putting an end to any questioning that might have taken place, the valet gestured to one of the mercenaries standing at the entrance. He calmly replied that it was the person who saved his life. The unknown mercenary greeted and introduced himself as Shalman, who was the leader of the mercenary group. Upon hearing his name, Cho Yisu realized that he had definitely seen them at the night festival. He invited everyone to the table, and when everyone sat down, he asked what happened then. The valet with a smile said that he fell from the carriage like a fool and then got into the middle of a fight where he was wounded and lost consciousness. From all his history, the young baron only gleaned for himself the words that he was wounded. However, after that he turned his attention to Shalman again and asked if he had taken care of him. Hearing an affirmative answer, he thanked and assured that he would pay him for rescuing his valet. However, when he replied that no reward was needed, the young man only looked at him in surprise. Looking at his puzzled face, the leader of the mercenary group explained that he had actually come to apologize. Cho Yisu was very surprised by these words, so he asked the man if he had heard him correctly. Scratching his head, the mercenary leader said that the fight was actually his fault. And while he was choosing the words, Lucas challenged himself to explain everything to the Baron himself. He said that a group of mercenaries led by Knight Shalman had come to the 5x5 battle stage, and they were able to win it at the stage when it was 3 against 3. It was Shalman who raised his sword in victory, sitting on his horse after the battle. The man remembered that the opponent who lost in the tournament could not accept his defeat and decided to continue it on the street. From these words, Cho Isu concluded that Shalman and his men were not responsible for the fight. The valet added that his mercenaries actually helped the citizens get to safety away from the battle. Suddenly, the young baron realized that Shalman was the one who defeated the third team of the Meditz family. So I concluded that not only do they have great skills, but they refused the award and apologized instead. Hearing from the young gentleman that he would be happy to pay for the rescue of such an important person in the house of Lucas. Suddenly, Cho Isu returned to Corky and asked him where Rain was, only to hear that she had not yet returned. However, just as he was about to send someone for her or call her here, the girl's figure appeared in the doorway. He called her cheerfully, but noticed that Raina's face remained very sad. Entering the room and seeing that there were visitors, the informant looked at the Baron in surprise. Lucas also did not take his eyes off the girl, realizing that she was looking at him. Realizing that the valet was sitting in front of her, Reina immediately flew into the office, holding the hem of the dress in front of her. As soon as he jumped up to explain something, the girl put her hands on her sides and hovered over him. The informant grabbed his shoulder with one hand and tried to hit him with the other, saying that she was very worried. However, when the emotions were released, she exhaled and said that she was glad that they were all right. The Baron also praised her for her good work and offered to sit at the table with them. Suddenly, Shalman looked at her carefully and quietly repeated her name, causing the informant to freeze. In the next moment, a familiar voice was heard and she turned to the knight who had saved Lucas and looked at him in surprise. He said that he wasn't sure when he heard her name, but now I see that it really is Water. When he called one of her nicknames, which sounded like Protri, she clenched her teeth fiercely. To the Baron's surprised question if they knew each other, the girl answered that they once trained together. However, when the young gentleman was interested in her nickname, the girl hit her forehead with her fist, exhaling noisily and trying to find words to explain. However, it was at this point that Shalman stepped in, saying that Protri is short for the obnoxiously characteristic Reina. And when he added that she was crazy, as yesterday and today he came up with another nickname. But the girl stopped him in his tracks. After that, the man smiled and rose to his feet, saying that it was time for him to go, as several of his charges were also injured and were being treated. Cho Yisu ordered Corky to bring a bag of gold and held it out as a thank you for saving Lucas. After that, he turned to the valet and told him that he needed to rest and warned him to contact the wizard healer. The boy tried to assure him that he was fine, but after paying attention to his bandaged hand, which was already starting to turn red, the man said that everything was not right. In addition, he forbade him to go anywhere today, saying that he should rest more. When the matter was resolved with the valet, the Baron turned to Reina, noting that Knight Shalman was a good enough person, to which the girl said that he should not worry about it. Putting his fingers to his chin, the boy said that he would like them to apply to be hired by their family. The informant confirmed that Shalman has very good skills, but he has a very complex character because of which he cannot belong to one place, because he quickly gets bored of it. Patting her on the shoulder, he suggested that she also go to rest, since she had been working all night. Keeping her head down and lost in her thoughts, Reina quietly agreed to his proposal. Meanwhile, Shalman sat in the tavern and celebrated the victory with his mercenaries. He announced with a smile that today's drink and meat would be at the expense of the master whom Lucas serves. Looking at the luxuriously covered table, where there was a lot of meat, as well as champagne and beer, everyone began to shout words in praise of Baron Bloom. But the leader interrupted them again, saying that he had to tell them something. Looking carefully into their faces, he said that it was time for them to settle down, get married, and have children. Noticing that no one answered yes when asked if they agreed with this, he asked why they had such a reaction. One of the subordinates said that if he was lonely, he could steal someone for him. Immediately after that, Shalman threw a piece of bread in his face and advised him to grow up and not talk nonsense. The leader also warned that he was thinking of going to the Secretariat and adding them to the list of mercenaries, from which the aristocrats could hire them. At these words, the reaction was more obvious, as everyone resented such a proposal, saying that they did not want to be dogs for the nobility. To which Shalman calmly answered them that since they do not like this, then this holiday will be dedicated to the fact that their group will be disbanded. At the same time, he warned that he is not going to force them. If they agree with him, then they will follow him. If not, then they can form a separate unit. Saying that the conversation was over, Shalman turned and headed for the tavern's exit. When he was sitting in his room, he heard a loud knock on the door and a familiar voice, so he allowed the visitor to enter. One of his associates said that his behavior was too much because he did not even talk to them about it. The leader completely ignored this, throwing his hands behind his head and crossing his legs, asking if they would follow him. When they began to demand that he tell them the reason for such a decision, the man looked down and said that he had found Reina. Short brown hair and big brown eyes suddenly stood up in front of him, staring at him in surprise. Hearing this, one of his subordinates asked in surprise if he was talking about their master's daughter. He also immediately remembered the wild face of the girl who clenched her teeth and screamed loudly. The boys immediately smiled and said that they would not be thrown into a pit because of a woman. But the leader replied with a smile that it was safe to fall into the pit for Reina's sake. His associates immediately understood that he was still after her, but he did not answer, but only started shouting at them. When he asked if he looked like someone who would trade friends for a girl, the boys said that's exactly the kind of person he looks like. Shalman said that Reina now works for Isa Bloom, mentioning the cafe. They immediately understood who he was talking about, saying that the desserts there are simply incredible. However, they were very surprised that the leader was going to work for a baron at a time when they had so much to offer from high-ranking nobility. Shalman replied that he might be a baron and a novice in the business, but he had a very good reputation, Besides, his fortune amounted to about 1,000,000 gold. And he also knew very well that at one time the young man studied the art of the sword with the Meditz family. In addition, he was on good terms not only with the lord himself, but also with his children. Placing his fingers to his chin, one of the men snickered at the thought that the boy might have ties to the Meditz family. Furthermore, their leader added that apparently there was no one who could be a good example of a swordsman, so their swordsman would be perfect. Shalman recalled how they returned to Tolman's family, who looked down on them for wielding a sword without any history. However, his speech did not affect his associates, and they assumed that he still wanted to be close to Reina. However, despite this, they were ready to stay with their leader. Shalman clenched his fist tightly and thanked them for trusting and following him. But his friends immediately planted him, saying that they did not trust him but Reina, and since she wisely chose the Baron, then he deserves to be trusted. One of the boys added that she might have a bad temper, but she understood people quite well, to which the leader did not reply. Another confirmed that every person Reina disliked was a psycho as far as he was concerned. Meanwhile, in his home, Cho Yisu was going over a piece of paper that had the chosen mercenary teams written on it. Suddenly, he looked with surprised eyes to where he noticed a familiar name and noted that Shalman had also applied. When Reina said that she saw familiar names there, the Baron assumed that she had ordered a word for him, and the girl assured that she only found out about it now. Tapping the mercenary leader's name with his finger, the boy said that partly because they had saved Lucas, he would prefer to hire them. Returning to the informant, he asked what skills they had. Reina tried to find words, but the fact that Shalman was approaching her every time he got a chance was still running through her mind. After some time, the leader of the mercenaries, together with his subordinates, stood in the large office of Baron Bloom. Putting his hand to his chest, he introduced himself and greeted the audience. Reina exhaled noisily without saying a word, but the young man asked to come in and asked who came with him. One of the boys said hello and said he was Shalman's right-hand man named Black Bear. However, another said that the right hand was actually him, and his name was Cheetah. And while his subordinates were figuring out their relationship and their status in their team, the leader himself asked not to pay attention to them. Cho Yisu smiled and offered to proceed with the case in such a case, asking about the conditions they have. Shalman said that experienced knights are paid 600 gold a year, 300 are paid to knights of average experience, 70 gold to the armor bearer, and 5 gold to the page. Their team consisted of 3 experienced knights, 17 of medium experience, 7 squires, and 15 pages. Having heard that the annual salary of their squad would be about 7,500 gold, the Baron was surprised that they agreed to the usual payment. Shalman said that they agreed on one condition, adding that the stated amount does not include housing costs. When Cho Yisu agreed, he raised his finger and told him to pay them 15,000 gold. That way, they would have enough for everything. When asked by the Baron if this would really be enough, the leader of the mercenaries said that there is no war now, so to demand 3 or 4 times more would be simply not fair. Extending his hand to the man to shake, the Baron thought that he had suitable skills and a clear conscience. When he began to demand someone who would manage their accounting, his interlocutor warned that the contract was for at least 2 years. After that, he held out a letter written in small letters, which he called a contract. When the mercenaries left his office, Cho Yisu turned to Corky, asking him to send someone for Hyon. Alone, the boy exhaled noisily, thinking that he had finally completed this great task. But suddenly it occurred to him that he still had one important problem. Hearing that a favor was required of her, the elf was very surprised. The Baron said that his request would apply to Lucas, who, in his opinion, should have been treated well. To her words that he should just call the wizard healer, the boy said that he would have to wait as long as 2 months. Hyon huffed as she said she was a bit worried as she smelled a strange smell from the valet's wound. Cho Yisu remembered that he had heard that he could receive immediate treatment if a doctor was summoned by a wizard. The elf thought and promised to try to do something about it. Putting his hands on his sides, the young man said that it was their Hyon, which again satisfied his friend. However, he immediately began to worry about the question of whether everything would be fine with her in the secretariat, remembering her words that she did not like to stand out. But Hyon with wide eyes assured him that she had a better idea than going to the secretariat. Cho Yisu was very surprised when her friend said that she had a healer she knew. Priscilla, who deftly changed her disguises for disguise, immediately appeared in my memory. The elf did not want to reveal all the cards, so she simply said that she met her by chance. But the young Baron was more worried about the question of how they determine what each other's abilities are. Hyon explained that according to rumors, an elf is born with the ability that best suits them, to which the boy noticed that she would be more suited to fire. After some time, the Baron knocked on the door of the room where his valet lived. Hearing the young gentleman's voice, Lucas asked him to wait a moment. Opening the door, he asked him what had happened, not expecting such a visit. Cho Yisu frowned as he carefully studied the boy's appearance and smelled something strange. All attention was focused on the wrapped hand of the valet, suspecting that the smell was coming from her. He tried to say, or he was going back to bed, but Lucas assured him that he was fine. When after some effort, the boy's face contorted in pain, the young man assumed that he might have torn the ligaments. He suggested that he wait a little longer and advised him not to overexert himself, despite his convictions. And suddenly Cho Yisu ordered him to stop lying to him about his well-being, warning that he might die. He perfectly understood that death due to sepsis, due to neglect of a large wound, is common even in the modern world. And while Lucas was afraid of such a prospect for himself, the young man thought that the conditions of the Ermin Empire were much stricter. He began convinced that he said this because this could happen if they were suddenly unlucky. Corky suddenly entered the room and told Lucas that it was time to change the bandage on his arm. Hearing the surprise in his butler's voice, Cho Yisu told him to take good care of Lucas as soon as possible. Without wasting time, the man began to carry out the order and untie the valet's wrapped hand. The young baron stared intently at how the hand had turned blue where the wound had been. Stepping out into the corridor, he thought about the fact that it would be good to bring a doctor here from Korea. However, they were lucky because Heian knew the healer personally, so he mentally advised Lucas to hold on a little longer. After that, he met Reina, who with a smile announced that the results of the auction had arrived. Looking at the document brought by the informant, the young baron realized that he would pay 24 billion for the total cost of 70,000 acres. Looking up at Reina, he asked what would happen to the rest of the lands, but there was no information about it. After these words, he decided that he would wait until the Lord contacted him himself. There was a loud knock at the door, and Corky's voice was heard behind it. The butler went inside and calmly informed the young gentleman that a guest was waiting for him downstairs. The guest was a young elf with pastel green hair, a yellow dress, and a hat. Not knowing her name, Cho Yisu thanked her for coming while introducing himself. After removing the hat, the guest was asked to turn to her healer, explaining that he wanted to lead a quiet life as much as possible. Looking at him attentively with bright green eyes, the girl asked him if he understood what was being said. Opening his arms, Cho Yisu replied that he understood everything, offering her tea, but she refused, arguing that she would drink tea after work. Immediately after that, the elf went to the patient whom she had come to treat and asked to remove his bandages. When he did, a picture of a hand with callous skin opened up to her and everyone present. The girl immediately turned to Corky and asked him to hold her hat. Immediately after that, she began to remove her gloves to begin the treatment. Keeping her gaze fixed on her wounded hand, she used magic, causing green energy to form around her. Looking at the bright light from under her hand, Cho Yisu let out a surprised breath. Lucas was smiling widely as he saw his hand completely healthy and unharmed within a minute. Bowing, he thanked for the treatment and heard a warning not to get injured again. Wasting no time, Hans hugged him tightly again. Watching him beg to be let go, Cho Yisu thought with a smile that both of them were very energetic. After that, he turned to the healer with a big smile, saying that he had prepared snacks, so he offered to sit at the table. There was already a kettle with tea on the table and fresh chocolates on a saucer. The green-haired elf silently enjoyed a hot drink mixed with dessert. Stretching his lips in a sincere, wide smile, the young baron assumed that she liked him. She also smiled and agreed, saying that she especially likes chocolate. Watching as she reached for another candy, the boy said that he was very glad to know that she liked it. The next moment, he was interested in the question of whether she still had even a little magical power left. To her surprise, the baron explained that if there was still some left, he would like to take it and use it again. Priscilla smiled and assured him that she agreed, as it was not difficult at all. Hearing these words, Cho Yisu immediately turned to Reina, who was standing next to him. He remembered that Shalman had talked about several of his men being injured, so he offered to take care of them once they summoned a healer. The informant smiled widely and said that in that case she would bring them now. When the treatment was complete, the leader of the mercenary group bowed low and thanked the healer. However, she assured that there is nothing to be thankful for, as she is just glad that everyone recovered quickly. After asking her how much he owed her for treating his people, the baron heard that she was only proud of the fact that Heian had done a good deed. Covering her mouth and laughing, the girl added that if he insisted on a reward, then chocolate would be very appropriate. In a few minutes, the baron brought her a large package, in which lay a red box with candies. Taking the gift, the girl thanked her, to which she heard that the baron was also grateful for everything she had done today. The healer said that she would meet them again someday, adding to the Duchess that she knew too. She only smiled and wished her a safe journey home. Watching the white carriage with the elf drive away, the girl thought that one more problem had been solved. Hearing his friend's voice calling him, the young man turned his head in surprise and looked at her. The leader of the mercenaries bowed once more to the Baron, thanking him for his concern for them, to which he replied that they are now also part of the family, so this is a normal thing. As the girls left for the estate, the young man asked him how he decided who to name captain, as he had heard that they had been close friends since they were young. The bear replied that the title of captain was quite burdensome, so they pushed him on Shalman. After hearing that he was much better than him in terms of skills, the leader only replied that he only knows how to clean cones. Hearing such an allegory for the first time, Cho Yisu smiled tightly and asked what it meant. Shalman explained that sometimes they go to the mountains to train exclusively with swords. It is during such training that they always force the beginners, who are weaker than everyone else, to clean the cones. Well, they used this phrase when someone interfered. However, the bear came forward and proudly declared that he had never cleaned the cones. Suddenly, Cho Isu froze and said that he needed to discuss how they would cross the Knots Mountains, as it would be a large group trip. Sitting down at his desk, the boy declared that the price didn't matter, so everyone should think about what they would need for the trip. Cheetah turned to the Baron and said that he recommends buying items that are made by magical engineers. He explained that they can prepare items that will then contain the magic of a wizard. For example, the magic of a fire wizard can be moved into a box, and during battle it will turn into a weapon. Hearing this, the young man thought that Heian's magic could be used like a water bottle, and with the help of Etro's power, he was able to grow a bamboo forest. Cho Yisu put a finger to his chin and thought about what else they could take with them. The leader warned that since his name became famous with the help of jewels, many people could be interested in them. After hearing him, the young man thought about the fact that at the moment he had 5 kilograms of precious stones left. That is, it was worth about 15 million won. He perfectly understood that everyone expected that they would take money and jewels with them. Noticing his deep thought, Shalman advised him not to tell anyone about the upcoming trips. When he advised them to set up camp before going into the mountains, the Baron was very surprised, to which the man explained that if they were really going to be attacked, they would most likely do it in the mountains. And if they spend several days in the camp, then the patience of those who were going to attack will simply run out, and they will disperse. The Baron agreed to his offer and assured them that you would give them money somewhere, and that they would buy everything they needed. Shalman rose to his feet and bowed again, thanking him for the treatment of his men, to which the Baron again assured him that there was no need to thank him. While Baron Cheetah headed for the exit from the office, their leader froze for a second. His attention was drawn to a single piece of candy, which was on a plate on the table, and from which he was now staring. Left alone, Cho Yisu walked over to the window and looked out at the surrounding landscape, exhaling noisily as they were finally on their way. Meanwhile, Heian was dressing with the help of her 2 maids. When at last she heard that everything was ready, Seth's wife smiled, saying that the Duchess has very fair skin. She still wanted to say that it might be because she takes a bath with rose water every day, but when she remembered the smell of the Duchess's body, she fell silent and stared straight ahead. Immediately after that, she turned her back to the elf and covered her mouth and nose with a loud yelp. Realizing how her behavior looked from the side, she turned back and apologized for her, explaining that she hadn't been feeling well lately. Hearing this, Heian immediately assumed that the girl might be pregnant. After these words, Darcy began to ask the girl questions about how much her body had changed in the last period, and when exactly. After hearing the answers to all the questions, she closed her eyes and calmly said that she would have a child. Heian immediately said that Seth would be happy with such news, to which the girl confirmed with a smile. When the young couple stood before the Baron, he asked them if everything had happened too quickly, but he sincerely congratulated them. But hearing that they had never crossed the Knots Mountains before, he asked if it would be normal for a girl to cross mountains in such a condition, as it would be quite difficult physically and psychologically. In addition, there was little oxygen in the mountains, which could harm the child, but the girl assured him that everything was fine. Covering her stomach with her hands, she said that the baby would have good protection. Having agreed that they should go with him, however, he warned that she would get into a good carriage and not one where all the luggage would be lying around. Hearing this, both immediately began to thank the young lord, but he again advised them to keep this love for the 2 of them. Watching Seth and his wife leave his office, the young man thought that they reminded him of the past. His mother often said that when he grew up, he would meet and love a woman as beautiful as she was. His father smiled, put his hands on his shoulder, and said that it would be so. After that, the father usually began to give very serious and mature advice despite the serious shock of his son. When it was already dark outside, the young Baron decided that it was time to go to bed, since he also had business for tomorrow. That morning, he was in for a surprise, because when he went down to the Heian greenhouse, he met all the servants who scattered confetti and ribbons, wishing him a happy birthday. Looking at Hans, Corky, and Lucas, he smiled and asked what it meant, clarifying if they had prepared it. But suddenly hearing the red-haired woman's voice behind him, the boy turned around in surprise. Jace held Hyun's hand in hers and pointed at herself, saying that they had arranged this together. She handed him a sword and a luxurious scabbard and said it was her gift to him. The young man smiled broadly and said that he had always wanted a sword. And to his friend's question whether he likes it, he answered yes. Corky also approached the young gentleman and handed him a small box, saying that they had written him letters, which he promised to read later when he was alone. Suddenly, Cho Yisu looked surprised at Hyun, who came closer and said that she also had a present for him. Handing him a metal lamp, the girl asked him to lift the lid. He obediently did what the elf asked him to do, not knowing what to expect from her. There was a dark cake in which one burning candle was stuffed. Looking surprised at the elf's gift, Cho Yisu asked if it was the same pound cake he made her. The elf explained that it was the same dish, but with soy sauce, adding that she had cooked it herself. Cho Yisu struggled to find the words to describe your friend's culinary masterpiece. Rodovolosa suddenly remembered that in the north people blow out a candle on a birthday, asking if they celebrate it in the same way in their homeland. When she heard an affirmative answer, she forced him to do the same, which Cho Yisu agreed to, mentally telling Hyun not to make pound cake with soy sauce again. When the candle was extinguished, everyone around started clapping and wishing him a happy birthday. After cutting him a piece, Hyun and the others began to persuade him to try it as soon as possible. Jace said that she had never tasted stock pie and soy sauce, asking if she could have a taste. Hearing from the elf that she prepared a stock pie especially for him, and there is a vegetable pie for them, the redhead was upset, but agreed. When Hyun told the Baron to eat his cake, he only winked and parted his lips in a smile as he agreed. Hyun looked very pleased that she was able to give her friend such a gift with her own hands. While everyone was happily celebrating his birthday, Cho Yisu stood with a piece of soy cake and looked at him sullenly. He frowned, and a big drop of sweat rolled down his face because the boy could not force himself to eat this piece. It seemed to him that a piece of pie was also looking at him, while smiling, understanding what awaits him in the future. Exhaling, the Baron still stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth, deciding that what will be, will be. But he did not feel any incredible taste because everything just resembled bread with the taste of soy sauce. He turned and looked around for Lucas, then called him over. Pointing to the cake the elf had prepared, he asked him to try some, saying there was too much for him. Lucas began to refuse, reminding the Duchess of what she had prepared especially for the Baron, but he insisted on his point. The young man watched intently as the valet carefully chewed a piece of soy cake. But the reaction wasn't quite what he expected as Lucas smiled and said that it was really delicious. To his master's surprise, he added that the best cook in the Empire, which Seth was now, had improved the recipe, so there was nothing interesting here. The face of the cook suddenly appeared before the Baron's eyes, thinking about how he could approve of him. The valet noticed the expression on the Baron's face and asked if something was wrong, but he simply said that everything was fine and he could go. Grabbing his fork again, Cho Yisu decided to eat as much cake as he could fit so that Hyun wouldn't be offended. Therefore, after a certain time, he put an empty plate from under the cake on the table. Patting his stomach, he thought about the fact that he had eaten too much. Besides, he thought that he could still smell the soy sauce. For a moment, the boy closed his eyes and tried to gather his thoughts somehow to announce what he wanted to say. After that, he loudly called Seth to him and asked if the food was finally ready. Having received an affirmative answer and approaching his butler, the young man asked him if he had invited guests. When they were already at the table, the boy announced that today was his birthday, as everyone could already hear. Therefore, he said that starting from today on this date, a festival will be held for their family. He would like them to eat delicious food and become closer to each other on it, adding that he has prepared many dishes. With his arms out to his sides, the boy pointed to a table full of various foods and drinks and said that they could begin the celebration. Jace and Hyun smiled contentedly at their friend. Corky, Lucas, and Hans had a similar expression on their faces, as well as the others. Even the newly recruited mercenaries for security were present at the table. Watching the redhead grab the breaded chicken calf, Cho Yisu thought that she still lacked any elegance despite being a lord's daughter. After biting into a decent piece of chicken, the girl froze for a moment, staring in front of her in surprise. She swallowed the meat, and the maid came to her, asking if something was wrong and suspecting that she did not like it. But the Baron smiled slyly and, pointing at his friend with his finger, asked if she was going to ask why her cook couldn't cook the chicken like that. Jeje was surprised at how he guessed, but then she was interested in the question of why she did not know that fried chicken could be so tasty. Biting into a new piece, the girl even thought that the recipe looked quite simple. so she couldn't understand why their cook wasn't trying at all. The taste of the chicken fried in breading and a lot of oil was wonderful, and the aroma was absolutely incredible. Glancing at the rest of his servants, Cho Yisu heard them tell him that they would work for him until they died. The mercenaries promised to work for him not as contract workers, but as regular official employees, and were going to make a toast in his honor. Shalman, who was sitting at the table next to Reina, noticed that they could also eat at the same table with the Baron. Glancing at the table where the maids and servants sat, he wondered if there was any sense in the fact that even the servants ate meat. Reina smiled with satisfaction at this, and noticed that all the servants in their family ate meat almost every day. Weed asked if the Baron was so rich, to which the girl said that not all rich people are so concerned about their subordinates. Looking at the smiling boy, the informant said that the Baron was a really good person, so Shalman should also try. When she warned ominously that she would be watching him, the man smiled and said she could watch his room tonight. On the day they were all due to leave, there were 4 horse-drawn carriages parked outside Baron Bloom's estate. With his hands at his sides, the Baron looked at it and thought that they were ready to go. A butler accompanied by several other men approached him and said that they had finished packing their luggage, so it was time for them to leave. Those who remained asked if he would come often, assuring them that they would miss him. They also advised to be careful on the road. Looking at the new butler, the Baron advised him to contact him if anything was needed, to which he assured that he would do his best. Looking at the man he was leaving his estate to, Cho Isu thought that Corky had introduced him, so the man was trustworthy. Suddenly his attention was drawn to Jace, who was rushing into the carriage with Han and saying that they would go first. Lucas reported that Mino and Yorka had left as well, while the Baron had meanwhile called Reina to go with him. When they got into the carriage, he stretched tiredly and said he would get some sleep, advising the informant to rest as well. With these words, he handed her a blanket folded several times. Reina accepted it and thanked her, looking at her Baron in surprise. A minute later, the girl froze, continuing to stare at the young gentleman with a dazed look in her brown eyes. He turned off almost immediately, resting his head on the window jamb and crossing his arms over his chest. The girl thought about finally seeing what the Baron looked like when he slept, thinking about how good it felt to be his wife. When they stopped, the Baron awoke and looked out the window, where one of the servants came and warned them that they would not be here long. Jace, having put on a warm cape, also went outside and said that compared to the city, the air here is incredible. But Heian did not want to go out. Turning around, the redhead said she was a bit worried, asking if they would be able to make it to the city alive. The young man himself thought about it for a long time, but tried to calm his girlfriend down. Suddenly, their attention was drawn by a white carriage that arrived almost immediately after them. The guards immediately came forward, took a fighting position, asking who they were. The horse, which was harnessed, faltered and stood on its hind legs, but the coachman tried with all his might to stop it. Baron Bloom wondered why the high-class carriage was alone in the mountains. Suddenly, a blonde head appeared from the window, and a familiar voice asked why they were so angry, assuming they were thinking of leaving without him. Addressing the newcomer, Cho Isu thought that he knew who this voice belonged to. Reina stepped forward and ordered the mercenaries to retreat and hide their weapons. Looking at Edro, who was smiling lightly, she said that this wizard was a friend of the Duchess. The elf, meanwhile, was approaching the Baron, who was wondering how he knew they were going right now, to which he smiled wider and said that he would go with them, surprised that Heian did not say anything to him. When the elf's head appeared in the window of the carriage, the young man asked her if she knew Edro would be going with them, but she didn't answer, keeping her eyes on her elven friend. When the Duchess closed the window abruptly, the Baron wondered why she was so angry, but Edro assured him that he would speak to her. Jace suddenly approached him and asked what kind of relationship Heian had with this elf, adding that he was the most handsome she had ever seen. Immediately after that, without wasting time, she ran to the carriage where the 2 elves were sitting and said that she had to say hello to him. Cho Yisu thought about the fact that he didn't expect Edro to agree to go with them, but he thought that in some situations he could help him. Suddenly he was called by Hans, who said that the Baron could go to his tent. The boys noticed his pensive face and began to ask him if something was bothering him. But the Baron replied that he was just worried that they might meet bandits. However, raising his finger up, Hans assured that he would protect him and Lucas at any cost. Suddenly, everyone recoiled in fear as they saw an arrow land in the middle of the camp. The mercenaries drew their swords again, shouting that they were ambushed and that there were enemies nearby. Noticing the hail of arrows flying towards the camp, Reina turned and looked at the Baron worriedly. Meanwhile, the boy reached into the back pocket of his coat to get the protection capsule he had prepared. But in the next moment, he noticed in front of him a large hand of Hans, which was stretched out in front of his face. Zdrovan stood in front of him and Lucas, covering them both with his body. Not understanding what was happening, Cho Yisu looked at his friend in surprise and shouted. In the next moment, he noticed how an arrow flew into the big man's powerful shoulder, spraying blood. Clutching the golden orb in his hand, he thought about the fact that he was about to use the protection capsule. After that, a large transparent dome formed around him, Lucas, and the injured Hans. Approaching his friend, Cho Yisu asked him if he was okay. He came back, gritting his teeth in pain and growling that they were fine. Meanwhile, Lucas looked at the Baron in a panic and asked him not to get up. Guards appeared around and raised shields around the place where the Baron was sitting. He looked into the gap between them and ordered all his men to go to where he was sitting. Suddenly, Lucas's attention was drawn to a girl sitting right in front of him. Kana looked very scared and in a panic. She didn't know what to do as she looked at the advancing enemies. For a moment, she froze, unable to move for fear of the arrow that flew straight to her head. However, at the last second, she heard a loud thump of an arrow against something solid. A fresh tree branch suddenly blew in the wind in front of the dazed and scared-to-death girl. Edro, surrounded by leaves and various branches, looked sternly in the direction from which the arrow flew. The next moment, with tears in her eyes, Kana felt Shellman take her by the shoulder, looking sternly ahead. The mercenary leader picked up the girl in his arms and started running towards the elf who was leading the way. In addition to the shields that the guards held to protect the maid, along with the leader of the guard and the elf, they were covered by thick branches. Cho Yisu watched in amazement as the branches and water fought against their opponents. Heian, meanwhile, stood in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by a thin wall of blue water. The elf was intently trying to gather water into a pile to attack their enemies. Noticing this, Cho Yisu was afraid for his friend who might be hurt, so he called her name. Approaching the Baron, the girl said that they created a magical barrier so the guards could lower their shields. In the meantime, Shalman's attention was drawn by the arrows, which managed to stop at their feet before creating a barrier. Turning his head, he saw that many more arrows had bounced off the barrier and were now disappearing from the ground on the other side. He gritted his teeth, thinking that there were at least 50 archers out of the number of arrows. And that meant that the gang itself numbered around 100 people, which was surprising since he had never seen bandits moving in such a large group. Looking at the elves, the man asked how long they would be able to hold the barrier, to which he heard the answer that the barrier would be valid for an hour, which he thought was enough to regroup. But Shalman also noticed that their luggage was left outside, and this meant that robbers could happily take their things that were lying in the skin. He ordered his men to prepare their weapons for battle, hoping that the wizards would be able to help them. Looking determinedly at the mercenary, the elf and Edro assured them that of course they would help them. Meanwhile, the robbers began to panic because everything did not happen as their leader said. One of the boys was indignant, saying that the chief had not warned them about the presence of wizards in the unit. When asked what they should do, the leader said that the wizards would not be able to use magic indefinitely, and very soon their mana would run out. As a result, if everything goes as planned, they get at least 30,000 gold. Stretching his lips into a wide, predatory grin, he added mentally that they could steal anything they wanted, but in return they had to hurt as many people as possible. Rumors reached him that the Baron has a fortune of about 1,000,000 gold and runs a jewelry business. The robbers knew that they would steal a large fortune and live peacefully for the rest of their lives, so they suddenly rushed to attack the crew. Meanwhile, Cho Yisu tried to help Hans, who still had a large arrow sticking out of his hand. The Baron wondered if his friend was all right, but asked him why he did it. He smiled tightly and said that since they were both fine, then everything was fine. Concerned for his friend, the young Baron ordered Reina to examine him. Having broken a part of the arrow sticking out of his shoulder, the girl ordered not to pull out the rest, as the wound would bleed even more. Meanwhile, the mercenaries led by Shalman raised their swords and charged at the brigands who attacked them. Looking at the way they met on the hurts, Reina said that the battle was almost over, and although there were many bandits, they were outnumbered in strength. After stopping to use her magic and wearily wiping her forehead, Heian thought about getting some rest first. She wanted to ask Edro how he was feeling, but turning her head towards him, she saw that he was lying on the ground and pretending that he could not get up. The elf asked if he had no pride at all, to which she heard from him that he was really very tired. Cho Yisu tried to calm everyone down and said that it was almost over, but he was interrupted by Shalman, who said that they had taken several robbers captive, while in his hand he had a rope with which several men were tied. The Baron looked at them sternly and asked in a cold tone who had given them the order to attack. However, the leader of the robbers said that he did not understand what he was talking about, since they had just heard that he was rich, so they tried to rob the crew. The rest of the captives immediately began to blame their leader, saying that he had promised them something of value and hired them, and they simply followed him. Frowning and looking at the men, Shalman advised them to think well, and thereby win their opportunity for mercy. But the robbers began to say that he had once gone to the village and returned with a large pile of money, but he had not told them about it. Crossing his arms over his chest, Cho Jesus said that since he came back with a lot of money, it could only mean that someone had hired them. He didn't say it out loud, but it was running through his mind that only one person could do it. The young man returned to Reina and asked what she thought about this and what they should do. The informant suggested that they first leave this place and then find those who are behind it. Hearing Shalman's words that they would take care of them, the robbers became indignant, reminding them of his promise to spare them. After some time, the leader of the mercenaries came and said that he knew the house and the street where the robbers were supposed to go if something happened. When asked by the Baron how he learned this information, the man said that he was told when he politely asked. Shalman added that he would take 10 men and send them there. Besides, they had to find a mare that had run away in that direction. Trying to bring order to the camp, Cho Isu returned to his subordinates and asked how many were wounded, saying that it was necessary to regroup. Then his attention was drawn to the figure of Hans, who collapsed tiredly on the ground. The young man's eyes immediately went wide with fear as he realized what might have happened. Stroven clutched his bandaged hand, his face covered in sweat as Lucas sat beside him, looking anxiously at his colleague.